Chapter 353, An Ambush in Adversity. Chapter 353, An Ambush in Adversity. Two great God Realm warriors, Qingming and the King of Earth, who were still waiting for Fan Xiangyun to absorb all of Shiyan's power, suddenly heard her miserable screams. Instantly they saw her body fly straight up to the sky while blood splashed everywhere. After that, they saw Shiyan grinning like a mighty, bloodthirsty beast and then pierce through the sky like a sharp, pointed sword. He was very ferocious, looking like he had to exterminate Fan Xiangyun at all costs. "Do you want to die?" The King of Earth shouted ear-piercingly. The white fan in his hand suddenly flew out. The painting of 100 birds surrounding a phoenix seemed to be revived. Different kinds of colorful birds leaped out of the fan, singing out loud all together, and crazily speeding to attack Shiyan. These birds were not big, but their feathers were beautiful, and their flying speed was as fast as lightning. In just a blink they had already scratched the void, striking Shiyan. Numerous attacking waves like frost, flame, venom, sharp drift abruptly sprayed out from those birds' mouths. Although it was individually not a strong attack, they intertwined together like a spider net, and that was where the extremely powerful attraction force came from. Horrendous power inside Shiyan's body from the three fierce living forms flowed out, while the second sky of rampage and negative forces all churned up in his body. At this moment he burst out his full power to attack. He was determined to kill or seriously injure that partly frozen body at all cost. The life seal was on one of his hands while the death seal was on the other hand. Two seals integrated into one, creating the life and death seal that contained vigorous attacking power. However, he suddenly realized that a sky-piercing sucking force was starting up. The power was interwoven together like a quagmire that could entangle all kinds of creatures without the slightest struggle. Blood streamed down the chest of the Queen of Sky Fan Xiangyun. Her breasts had burst open where her sticky flesh and tendons there could now be seen. Her face was dreary and half of her body was frozen. She was condensing her forces to thaw the frozen part of her body. Shiyan rushed toward her from below. Even though he was very close to her, he suddenly stopped and began to sink slowly. The craziness appeared in Fan Xiangyun's beautiful eyes. Her full red lips let out an earth-shaking scream. Her hands on her chest clustered and formed into two light balls. One was purple one and one was green one, both emitting a vast light. Fan Xiangyun had refined the God Soul to create two small figures inside the two light balls. Those small people had the same appearance as her, but their temperament was completely different. It seemed that the person inside the green light ball had an upright and dignified appearance. The two hands came together, forming a cross as if one was worshipping some illusory god. The figure in the purple light ball had no clothes, always wore a lustful smile, and continually performed provocative dances. Radiant beams from the two light balls burst out. The two people in the balls gradually grew, their eyes were simultaneously looking toward Shiyan. Suddenly the eyes of the two people inside the light balls changed. They exchanged looks before flying out of the light balls like the illusion of ghosts. Their bodies were like smoke, floating out and drifting toward Shiyan. Among those two people, one was arrogant righteousness, and the other was lustful evil, which instantly dashed into Shiyan's eyes. Shiyan's head began violently convulsing. He felt like his body was split into two illusions, each of which had its own consciousness. One was upright and the other one was ruthless. Even Shiyan's soul seemed to be divided into two and constantly fighting with each other. Everything happened in a split second. As soon as he felt something wrong, he fell onto the quagmire, which had been created by the flock of birds earlier. All kinds of exotic power instantly penetrated his body. The flock of birds continued to glow, their pointy beaks continually pecked at Shiyan. Shiyan's thigh appeared with several holes of blood. His body couldn't bear the pecks of those birds' pointy beaks. Blood and flesh mixed and bones could be seen. However, a sharp sound resounded when the birds pecked at his upper body and his two arms. Those parts of his body were not affected at all. The King of Earth was motionlessly sitting on the ground, revealing a cold smile while watching the flock of birds peck at Shiyan. Qingming had originally been about to take action, however, when he saw Shiyan being constrained by the soul division technique of Fan Xiangyun and the King of Earth, he wasn't in a hurry to assist. He just observed crazy Fan Xiangyun. Fan Xiangyun's body was suspended in the air. Her blood had been frozen into blood crystals. There was no trace of charm left on her face, leaving only cruelty and bitterness. When she waved her hands, the two light balls suddenly burst out and turned into numerous dots of light, flowing into the frozen places on her body and dissolving the ice energy. The illusory Tukkat Mongkan, was broken by her miserable, crazy scream. The surrounding disciples of the two sects woke up from the illusion. Everyone surprisingly looked at her and then at Shurian's blood-dripping body. These people didn't know what had happened. However, when they saw Fan Xiangyun's heart-stirring body miserably dilapidated without any trace of beauty left, they were terrified and shifted their eyes toward Shurian with a look of fear on their faces. "Don't kill him right now. I want him to bear the extreme humankind tortures. I want to detain his soul and torture it to death." Fan Xiangyun clamored crazily. Her two pupils shot out the perniciousness, preventing the King of Earth from taking action. Anyone who looked at her in the eyes at this moment would be in a panic. Even the face of the King of Earth was discolored, and he didn't dare to go against her request. The blue and purple dots of light flowed into Fan Xiangyun, making her tremble and the cold air from the ice swirl. She used her power to force the icy power of the ice-cold flame out. God Realm warriors were God Realm warriors after all. Although she had been neglectfully injured, once she reacted, even the power of the ice-cold flame couldn't do anything. Fan Xiangyun with her disheveled hair and bloody breasts was like a banshee showing her fangs and claws as she stormed toward Shurian. At this moment she was no longer the Queen of Sky who could mesmerize tens of thousands of men. She was now a woman who became crazy because of the humiliation she received. A sign of horror flashed across Shurian's eyes. Two strands of consciousness of the two people who had been created by Fan Xiangyun appeared in Shurian's sea of consciousness and continuously attacked his host soul. His sea of consciousness churned. Under the influence of those two phantoms, the 5 devils in the sea of consciousness crazily came out. However, they didn't stop those two phantoms but stared at Shurian's host soul instead. All of a sudden, the glabella of his host soul, the place between his eyebrows, suddenly jerked as a white eye was cracking his flesh and skin and slowly emerged. In that eye, a group of flames was jumping peculiarly. A flow of air that could kill all creatures and souls came up sharply. At the same time, a bunch of bright silver lights instantly rushed to Fan Xiangyun's 2 strands of consciousness and covered them. Silently, those 2 phantom souls perished and scattered, leaving no sound or trace. Shurian's formerly surging sea of consciousness regained its normal state. Shurian awakened. The feeling of being divided in two had disappeared. His eyes also restored their consciousness. Right at this moment, Fan Xiangyun with her disheveled hair, who was showing fangs and claws, abruptly waved her 10 fingertips. A bunch of blue-purple light bloomed, dashing toward Shurian's neck from a close distance. Shurian shuddered. Even before he could react, the Star Martial Spirit activated the Starlight. A beam of light flashed while his body was instantly shot 1 mile away and reappeared in front of Inhai's cave. Confine. The ability of the star, profound Qi-In power, negative powers, and the swirl that gathered the power of the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the Holy Spirit God simultaneously flowed out altogether, forming a gravitational field, which was like an invisible prison confining Inhai. Inhai's face changed. When he was about to take action with his full power, he suddenly felt his body being controlled. Some unknown force had detained him. His strength became turbid and there was no way to calm it down. Without the strength to protect himself, Inhai's body was cut into pieces by the gravitational field. Each piece of flesh, one by one, quickly detached from his body. The gravitational field was a typical secret technique. The more types of power poured in, the greater power it had. Right now there were 7 kinds of power inside Shurian's body. When they blended, even a Sky Realm warrior like Inhai wasn't able to bear them, and his body's strength was totally restrained. Shurian knew that if it continued like this, the gravitational field would cut off Inhai's body until he was dead. He couldn't wait any longer. Shurian threw himself into the gravitational field and launched a blow striking Inhai's head. After that, he flew in the cave where the 2 wooden coffins were placed. His 2 hands had soon condensed the life seals. 7 life seals flew out, merged into one, and then divided into 2 flows falling into the 2 respective coffins. Oh, wailing. The 2 sky corpses, which were confined inside the wooden coffins by a secret technique, suddenly howled up. The wooden coffins were broken. The 2 sky corpses got out and appeared in front of Shurian. Shurian was overjoyed. In adversity, he burst into laughter, not able to hide his cheerfulness. Chapter 354, Frenzy. Chapter 354, Frenzy. That year, at burial plot number 93, Shurian printed the life seal on these 2 sky corpses, causing them to mutate. It was like opening their spiritual consciousness, which created a miraculous contact between him and the 2 corpses. After that, he had to think for a long time to understand the magical effect of the life seal as well as the reason why he could have such relationships with the two sky corpses. The reason was due to the life seal. Seeing these two sky corpses again after many years, he used the life seal once again. However, this time was much different from before because now the life seal had been fused from the power of the three great living forms and his profound chi, making the connection between him and the two sky corpses stronger. The two sky corpses were standing in front of him. Their bleary eyes gradually displayed intimacy, looking at him with astonishment like they were waiting for something. The feeling was fantastic. As Ashore had a feeling that he could freely command these two sky corpses, he tried to release a flow of spiritual consciousness and stretched his hand, pointing to the herd of Yin-Yang Wonderland's disciples who were standing opposite him. Expectedly, the two sky corpses were like two ferocious beasts immediately flying up, rushing straight to the Yin-Yang Wonderland's disciples. The dead aura massively rolled out with amazing momentum. Ashore was overjoyed. When he flew into the gravitational field, the strangling force of this field pulled him into a quiet place where Inhai's body was still floating around. He then absorbed Inhai's aura entirely, but because of the gravitational field's existence, Inhai's body remained floating around behind him. Although the gravitational field existed, it was invisible to the naked eye. Thus, in the eyes of Yin-Yang Wonderland's disciples, Inhai's floating body looked extremely strange, giving those who were watching it a bone-chilling feeling. Still staying in the gravitational field, Ashore flew to the opposite mountain. He took advantage of the swirl in his body once again. As he could feel the surging power pouring into his body, he calmed his mind and passed his consciousness into the blood vein ring. Come out. The strength of Ashore's body burst out with monstrous momentum. He suddenly roared. He wanted to use the insight he had gathered during that time to summon the mysterious giant sword. To do that, he needed to have enough powerful forces. Sure indeed. When his strength had reached a certain level and his body tendons began to feel pain, the mysterious giant sword finally flew out of the blood vein ring. With one hand clutching the sword, a violent sucking force instantly absorbed the power of his body as strange eyes opened on the sword. Whenever there was an eye opened, more evil aura was added to the sword. It was like an ancient troll who had been dormant for 1 billion years climbing out of that crazily sucking gravitational field. While Ashore was holding the mysterious giant sword, his host's soul trembled, and his sea of consciousness was as bright as a mirror, irradiating even the smallest commotions of the energy fluctuations around his body. Each ray of soul consciousness inside the sea of consciousness was like a mirror. Without releasing the soul consciousness, he could still feel the energy fluctuations of the warriors standing around him. The moving trajectory of the energy inside the surrounding warriors became very clear. No matter what kind of martial technique it was, as long as they released their forces, he could recognize them immediately. Ashore's eyes were as bright as a shooting star, splendid and lively. In his eyes, the world now was different from before. The gossamer of the sky and earth corpse aura from underneath the surrounding mountains, including the aura of vegetation and a variety of energy in the world, seemed to be revived. Even naked eyes could see it. It was marvelous. Holding the giant sword and seeing through the sword's opened eyes, he could view the true nature of things, which was like the moonlight exposing itself again after the fog had dissipated. At the same time, a stream of evil aura, along with the sword, infiltrated his sea of consciousness and fused with his host soul. A desire to destroy all creatures arose from deep inside his consciousness. It was uncontrollable and irremovable. If all the people here were not dead, Ashore would never be able to stop this desire. His red eyes were full of bloodthirsty craziness. Under the urge of the evil desire, Ashore couldn't help but hold his face up, roaring like a demon from hell who liked to show off its ruthlessness. Qingming's face suddenly changed. Fan Xiangyun was stunned. She then hastily cast all kinds of spiritual illusions to agitate Ashore's mind, pushing him into a fantasy. However, hallucinating secret technique of Yin-Yang Wonderland instantly lost their effects as soon as they met Ashore's eyes. His eyes smashed down any kind of fantasy. Fan Xiangyun was aghast. She was born with the soul martial spirit, which not only helped her easily grasp all sorts of charm martial techniques of Yin-Yang Wonderland but also enhanced her power several times. Over many years, the combination of the strange mind martial spirit and the enchanting secret technique of Yin-Yang Wonderland had affected numerous warriors, who then had to kneel down in front of her. Nevertheless, a Nirvana realm warrior like Ashore had unexpectedly broken her enchantment. When he held the mysterious giant sword in his His soul seemed to be thoroughly immune and was no longer affected by the attacks of others. This major change frightened Fan Xiangyun very much. Her innate martial spirit had lost its efficacy. It was no different from a blow that seriously injured her, so it took all of her courage to rush forward and start a fight with Shiyin. The King of Earth was aghast as he quickly stood up. When the hand holding the white fan flipped, a whirlwind instantly appeared, birds flew around, and a splendid golden sword emerged in his palm. The 100-meter-long golden sword's light burst out and turned into a long Dragon King. Many birds flew out from there, penetrating the Dragon King's body. The energy of those birds gathered all in one place. The Dragon King twisted and turned, with scales on its body discharging many colorful lights. The Dragon King flew toward Shiyin with an imposing, arrogant appearance. At the same time, Qingming screamed out, giving a command to the King Corpse. The 3-meter-tall King Corpse held its face up, releasing earth-shaking roars. Even the originally dead mountains trembled from its roars. Among the howls, the King Corpse leaped up while his mouth spurted out groups of 5 elements twilight. 5 huge light columns condensed in the void, turning into the 5 elements twilight, which could bind all creatures. This 5 elements twilight started to wrap around Shiyin's legs. As soon as the Dragon King and the 5 elements twilight appeared, the deserted island instantly had a big change. Dark clouds, which had existed there all the time, were pressed down, making it look like the sky was about to collapse. Shiyin held the giant sword in his hand, raised his head up to glance at dark clouds above his head, and realized there were countless insects' corpses, which often appeared on dead bodies, which were wiggling and absorbing the corpse aura rising from underneath. Those insects' corpses were controlled by the King Corpse, tearing and swallowing each other to become even bigger. Each new insect's corpse had a volume 10 times bigger than before, and their power also skyrocketed. Millions of insects' corpses wriggled, devoured each other, and then formed into tens of thousands of fat insects' corpses like snow-white maggots. There was still sticky snow-white liquid on their bodies, which looked extremely nauseating. Staying inside the gravitational field, Shiyin stood still, sensing all kinds of energy which were bursting out and impetuously pouring into the giant sword. When 1/3 of the eyes on the sword had opened, it stopped absorbing the power from his body. Right at this time, Shiyin swung the sword, slashing that 100-meter-long Dragon King's head. Crack, crack, crack. When the giant sword was swung up, the void began to break apart. It was like an extremely evil eye that brought along exotic, wicked forces that were infiltrating the sword. The mysterious secret giant sword suddenly emitted bloody red light, turning the sky above the deserted island into a sea of blood. 1/3 of the number of the opened eyes had also turned a pink hue. With the giant sword as the center, a flow of evil, destructive aura turned into a bunch of sticky blood light splashing and spreading out all directions. That flow of blood light was as if it had its own life, flying to the exact caves that have the disciples of the corpse's god sect and the yin-yang wonderland inside. When the blood light entered the body, the disciples of the two sects screamed out miserably as their bodies quickly dissolved and turned into a puddle of blood. Nirvana realm warriors could resist for a short while but had to bear the extreme pain. They helplessly looked at the blood light that was gradually eroding their bodies and then turned them into a puddle of blood in the end. Sky realm warriors had faster reactions than the others. As soon as they saw the blood light coming, they hurriedly turned around and ran away, escaping from the fatal blow. If a warrior got hit by the blood light, he would definitely become a puddle of blood sooner or later. Their aura didn't dissolve but was absorbed by Shiyin's mystery martial spirit. Ah! Ah! Shiyin suddenly held his face up to the sky and laughed out loud. His laughter was extremely wild and fierce. He felt the spiritual aura infiltrating his body. He slightly swung the mysterious giant sword as a flow of sharp blood light shot out and instantly slashed the Dragon King into half. Dozens of birds flew out from the Dragon King, but the evil forces of the blood light spread and quickly cut them into pieces. Thus, the strand of God consciousness from the King of Earth was erased. The birds finally disappeared like a puff of smoke. Shiyin swung his sword once again. The brutal sword pierced through the sky as if it wanted to cut a deep, bottomless abyss. The insects' corpses hiding in the dark clouds were swallowed by the abyss in the sky even before they could use their forces. They then permanently disappeared into that chaotic space. This is my power. I'm so comfortable and so happy. Crazily laughing out loud, Shiyin was holding the mysterious sword in his hand, slightly swaying his head with satisfaction. He was getting crazier and crazier. The three-god realm Qingming, the King of Earth, and the Queen of Sky were bewilderedly watching Shurien while they had a bone-chilling feeling in their hearts. Chapter 355, I Give You Freedom? Chapter 355, I Give You Freedom. Above the deserted island, Shurien was crazily laughing. The mysterious god sword in his hand swung up and the sharp blood light quickly hacked down on the opposite mountain. The blood light minced the mountain as if it smashed a piece of tofu, splitting it into two halves. The mountain collapsed shortly after. Holding the mysterious giant sword in his hand, Shurien felt a wonderful pleasure as if he was grasping the whole world. His forces spread out and the scene appeared clearly in his soul consciousness. He couldn't suppress the desire of destroying all creatures, regretting not being able to kill everything with just one slash. It was an indescribable joy. From a distance, two Sky Realm warriors had been lucky enough not to be killed under Shurien's sword. They were wearing panicked looks on their faces and didn't have the courage to take actions anymore, not daring to come closer as they felt extremely insecure. In these Sky Realm warriors' eyes, Shurien now was like an undefeatable demon god. Only avoiding him could save their lives. Even the three God Realm warriors Qingming, the King of Earth, and the Queen of Sky felt frightened, silently watching Shurien laughing out loud, not knowing what they should do. Only the 10,000-year king corpse of the Corpse's God sect was not scared of Shurien's impetuous momentum, quickly rushing toward him. In the dazzling five elements halo, condensed by the five elements forces of the world with blazing light and surging power, the king corpse instantly appeared in front of Shurien. Ha ha ha. Shurien grinned while raising the mysterious giant sword. The thick blood light spread out in all directions, which was not different from the fresh blood that flowed out from the sword. The eyes on the sword were glowing scarlet, shooting out ferocious looks while the pupils were rolling as if they were waiting for him to launch an attack. The sword aura tore the sky apart, creating a big hole. Numerous strange lights shot out from that hole like shooting stars, zoomed straight for the corpse insects, drew them in, and then they soon disappeared into the huge space hole, no longer existing in this world. Ah, wailing. The king corpse raised its head up, roaring. Following the roar, the five elements force massively gathered, then fused with layers upon layers of dead aura, and poured into the five elements halo. After having received more power, the five elements halo, which looked like a huge multicolored cloud, became vigorous and suddenly stormed toward Shurien. The king corpse turned around, passed into the five elements halo, and then strangely disappeared. Shurien sneered. His face was as cold as ice. When the sword swung up, evil blood lights burst out from the eyes on the sword and hacked straight to the five elements halo. Wherever the blood lights passed through, the five-element halo was swiftly split into pieces, which was as simple as tearing a rag apart. The faces of the Queen of Sky and the King of Earth changed dramatically. A trace of panic flashed across their eyes. Qingming's eyes glinted with a green light, and green flames shot out from his pupils. Looking at the five elements halo, he raised his hands with gloves forming a cross sign and then launched a strange hand seal. Strands of consciousness suddenly flowed out from Qingming's mind like streams and instantly infiltrated the five elements halo. After having received Qingming's consciousness, the five elements halo, which had originally been split into pieces earlier, slowly condensed with the speed that was visible to the naked eye. On that five elements halo, the king corpse's ferocious body suddenly flashed up like an electric light. As soon as it appeared, the pair of eyes, which didn't have human emotions, glimmered with a flickering green flame. At this moment, through the corpse flame, the king corpse formed a delicate connection with Qingming as if Qingming's spirit had been consigned to it. The king corpse's pupils turned green, his eyes suddenly became strange. The hair on its 3-meter-tall body, which looked like an ape, began to quiver even without the wind. Each strand of hair contained tremendous aura. The king corpse's body suddenly trembled as its hair fell, as hard as steel needles, shooting straight at Shurien like a shower. The attacking range covered the entire space around him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Innumerable hairs from the king corpse blanketed the sky and then crashed into Shurien's body before Shurien could react. Bang, bang, bang. Hair that hit on his upper body was like hitting steel, producing sonorous sounds. None of them could injure him. However, as his lower body hadn't been mutated yet, the king corpse's hair could quickly pierce through it. Shurien's two legs, which already looked ugly as they had been pecked by the flock of birds of the King of Earth earlier, now had been drilled by those strands of hair, and thus looked terrible. Although the bones had not been damaged yet, blood and flesh had already been blended up. Following the king corpse's hairs, millions of flows of corpse aura spread out and destroyed Shurien's legs. After the corpse aura had penetrated his body, It quickly ran along the tendons and rushed into his waist. Shurian slightly shuddered, hastily urging the swirl on his abdomen along with gathering the firepower of the earth flame at the same time. After that, he pushed that power toward his legs and struggled with the corpse aura, preventing it from invading his body. Ow ow ow. After the first blow had been launched successfully, the king corpse continued roaring and dashing forward. When he used his innate secret art of cadaver, countless corpse aura was condensed inside its claws, making them 10 meters longer. Its claws flashed up and snatched at Shurian. Surging corpse aura filled the entire sky and massively rolled toward Shurian. This blow of the king corpse was extremely sharp and contained the resentment of millions of creatures in the world. This evil blow also influenced Shurian's soul. Shurian tried to press down the pain on his legs. The star shield was launched, countless starlight flashed up and wrapped around his body, giving it full protection. He then glided over and attempted to release one slash. Cling cling. The king corpse's devil-sharp claw was cut off. Although its nails were also broken, they were still very stinging, looking like 10 sharp swords full of horrendous momentum dashing towards Shurian. Puff puff puff. The sharp, long nails pierced the star shield, shaking numerous star dots causing them to burst out altogether. The king corpse's nails exploded together with the star shield and gradually dissipated. However, there were still 10 half-a-meter-long fragmented nails left stabbing Shurian's chest with undiminished speed. Psui. 10 pointed sharp nails like 10 small swords struck his mutant body, piercing 3 centimeters into his body. It was only 3 centimeters. 10 sharp nails strangely shook all of a sudden. The strength of those nails constantly penetrated Shurian's chest but was intercepted by a mysterious barrier. The king corpse's claws could raise the mountain and destroy the earth. It could be described as one of the strongest attacks of the king corpse or could be compared to the full-power spirit-leveled sharp sword. It was even difficult for a God Realm warrior with a full defense to resist it. If the warriors were not cautious, this blow could pierce them to death. Qingming also believed that Shurian would certainly be dead under this blow. He had witnessed many powerful warriors being pierced through just by one claw of the king corpse. There was no exception. However, the result this time gave him an inexplicable horror. It was only 3 centimeters. No matter how hard those 10 nails had tried or had gathered plenty of corpse aura around, they couldn't move forward any further, not even 1 centimeter. Qingming was aghast. Shurian's face also changed. He suddenly felt a strange power in his countless muscle fibers releasing a violent counterattack that not only prevented the attack of those 10 nails but also defiantly resisted the opponents. Billions of muscle fibers interweaved into numerous hands and slowly pushed the king corpse's claws out of Shurian's body. A howl wailing. The king corpse roared and howled crazily. It barged forward one more time. The broken nails grew again and reached 10 meters in just a blink. It was bizarre. Shurian's eyes slightly changed and he suddenly revealed a strange smile. One of his hands pushed forward, and the crazy power of his body instantly churned up, fusing with the ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, the Earth Flame, and the profound chi of his body, which condensed into a huge handprint like an enormous mountain crashing toward the king corpse. When the king corpse rushed toward Shurian and was only about 5 meters away from him, the king corpse was suddenly grasped by a life seal as big as a mountain. The king corpse's 3-meter-tall body was tied up tightly, and a vibrant living aura infiltrated his body. The king corpse was originally ferocious but now became stagnant and motionless. Its pupils turned bleary and blankly stared at Shurian. At the same time, a subtle connection between Shurian and the king corpse appeared. Kill, kill, kill. An evil intent came up from the king corpse's mind and instantly went into Shurian's sea of consciousness. Shurian's eyes flashed up as he quickly moved that ferocious aura to his host soul. Without waiting for the king corpse's response, Shurian connected the king corpse with the host soul in the sea of consciousness to open the third eye at his glabella. A bunch of silver light shot out from the third eye, zoomed across the space and directly fell into the king corpse's brain. That silver light instantly found the soul-controlling technique seed which Qingming had placed inside the king corpse's brain. The silver force, which belonged to the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, shone exactly on the soul-controlling seed. It was not different from the method that Shurian had applied on Fan Shangyun's consciousness, which was shining the dazzling light at it and burning it to ashes. The force that had imprisoned the king corpse disappeared into thin air. The murderous intent inside the king corpse's head, which was formerly inflamed, now gradually calmed down. After having been under the soul-controlling technique's confinement over tens of thousands of years, The king corpse finally took back its initiatives and restored its spiritual knowledge. Who are you? A strand of consciousness followed the king corpse's soul, coming into Shurian's sea of consciousness. Don't ask who I am. I'm not your enemy. Shurian was overjoyed as he hurriedly forged iron when it was still hot. I have removed the soul-controlling technique which had existed tens of thousands of years inside your brain. I give you freedom. From now on, you can choose your own life. No one will enslave you anymore. Freedom, freedom, the king corpse's spirit churned up. Some kind of force burned up in its bleary eyes and wiped the green fire out of its body. Tui. Hierarchy of the corpse's god sect Qingming suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood while his eyes showed his fear. He blankly looked at Shurian and then shifted his eyes to the king corpse that was gradually coming to his senses. He hysterically screamed out, "No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Chapter 356, Looking Forward to Your Growth. Chapter 356, Looking Forward to Your Growth. Qingming had never been this panicked before. King Corpse was the fundamental foundation of the Corpse God sect, and thus the King Corpse's mightiness was related to the Corpse's God sect. Thanks to its existence, Qingming could be one of the dominators in the Endless Sea. It could be said that without King Corpse, Qingming would not have had his status today. Regardless of whether it was now or in the future, King Corpse was the assurance of his strength. Without King Corpse, he would lose his current status and his position in the Corpse's God sect might be under siege as well. The cultivation of the Corpse's God sect's secret techniques had some relations with King Corpse as well. Once King Corpse was out of his control, it would be difficult for him to break through the next realms and he could never make any further step for the rest of his life. The King Corpse's abnormal change was tens of thousands of times harder to accept than Shurian killing him by a sword. Having seen King Corpse gradually restore his consciousness, Qingming was totally panicked. He was truly terrified. He had lost everything. You are free. In the middle of the void, Shurian held the mysterious giant sword and transmitted his consciousness continuously, waking up the King Corpse's spiritual mind that had been bound for tens of thousands of years. His efforts soon received an effect. King Corpse no longer took actions toward Shurian, and the murderous intent in the King Corpse's soul also disappeared. It was blankly standing in the void while its soul seemed to gradually regain vague memories as if it just remembered something extremely important. Qingming was roaring non-stop beneath, but he had no way to influence the King Corpse anymore. The King Corpse's originally empty eyes slowly regained human emotions, looking like it was sinking deep in thought and searching for something. Shurian didn't say a word nor took the opportunity to take action. He was vigilant while continuing to send his friendly intents to it. That year he had used his consciousness to contact the 10,000-year Earth Flame. Right now he was using the same way to build a good relationship with the King Corpse. It was unknown whether it was Shurian's persistence or his friendly consciousness that had an effect on the King Corpse, who had formerly been stunned and was suddenly ignited with killing intent. However, its target now was not Shurian but Qingming. The 5 elements halo under Shurian's feet churned up, looking like a big light net dashing to cover Qingming. The Queen of Sky and the King of Earth were aghast and subconsciously ran far away, but were still afraid of becoming the King Corpse's target. As they were warriors of the Two to Sea, they clearly knew how terrifying the King Corpse was. In recent years, Qingming had taken advantage of the King Corpse to kill many high-class warriors. Being able to use the 5 elements force as well as being invulnerable to sabers or spears, King Corpse could be immune to any kinds of attack. It could control the corpse aura and turn it into a steady stream of power. On this island, once King Corpse started the slaughter, even Fan Xiangyun was frightened. A trace of despair flashed in Qingming's eyes. The King Corpse relentlessly attacked him like a sword, smashing down his last hope, making him realize that from now on, King Corpse would no longer be under his control. He understood the King Corpse's mightiness better than anyone else. As soon as the King Corpse took action, Qingming desperately stared at Shurian with pernicious eyes and roared angrily, "Shurian, I will kill you sooner or later. I want you to taste the fiercest torture in the world." While releasing an ear-splitting scream, a green flame burned up in Qingming's eyes, forming a strange fire. Inside that flame, numerous creeping corpse shadows launched strong evil forces. Qingming's inky black tunic gathered the corpse aura around him, forming a bunch of sharpened streams of light that quickly zoomed toward the west and instantly disappeared into the horizon. When the King Corpse descended from the sky, bringing along the 5 elements halo, Qingming had already vanished, leaving no trace. The Queen of Sky and the King of Earth exchanged looks and they both chose to retreat. Their bodies simultaneously emitted dazzling lights that distorted the space around and then disappeared into thin air. God Realm warriors had the ability to transport tens of thousands of miles in just a blink. By either using secret treasures or bursting their body strength, they could not only move thousands of miles but also hide their auras and souls. Except for someone who had the ability to detect the souls or cast their supernatural powers to catch up, it was challenging to find them again. To pull up the roots, one should have supernatural strength as well as a higher cultivation base than that of the opponents to identify their souls. Shurien obviously didn't have that kind of ability. That was why he could only helplessly watch the Queen of Sky and the King of Earth disappear. Right after Qingming, Fan Xiangyun and the King of Earth left, Shurien was about to take action against the other warriors around but then realized that they had left or hidden themselves a long time ago. Some of them used secret treasures, some used secret techniques, and others burst their body strength to flee away. Shurien's face darkened. He only had Nirvana Realm Cultivation Base and thus couldn't detect the opponent's souls. If he had Sky Realm Cultivation Base and used the advantage of his host's soul, it would allow him to find one or two Sky Realm warriors. And if he had God Realm Cultivation Base, he could surely pursue and find the souls of Qingming, Fan Xiangyun, and the King of Earth. Unfortunately, his realm now was just the second sky of Nirvana Realm. After all the warriors had completely disappeared, there was only a flock of corpse slaves, 2 sky corpses, and himself. After destroying the gravitational field, Shurien stood in silence, surrounded by dead mountains while continually absorbing the sky and earth aura around him. He had killed around 10 warriors at the Nirvana Realm or lower using the mysterious giant sword. Their auras all rolled into his body. These auras were very precious to him as they could help him complete his mutation process. Thus he would not let them slip away. When the King Corpse had contact with him, it transmitted an amount of corpse aura which wrapped around Shurien's legs. Now it started retrieving that aura, revealing Shurien's stickily bloody legs. However, under the immortal martial spirit's effect, his wounds began to recover. During the process of developing and reconnecting muscles and tendons, he had to endure a great pain. However, thanks to the immortal martial spirit's effect, the wounds healed very quickly. The immortal martial spirit was really worthy of the sacred martial spirit. The more severe the wound was, the faster the healing speed would be. If one got a minor wound in battle, it could be healed immediately. Standing in the void and sensing the healing process of the immortal martial spirit, Shurien sneered, feeling relaxed. Right at this moment, the mysterious giant sword suddenly slipped away from his hand, turned into a flow of blood light, and then drilled into the blood vein ring, staying there silently motionless. When the giant sword was gone, Shurien felt extremely fatigued. Even lifting his arms or legs was very hard and heavy to him. That was the aftereffect of the second sky of Rampage. As he could feel an impetuous aura pouring into his body as well as the great pain when his meridians were being torn apart, his face immediately became discolored. The number of warriors who had died in his hands was quite big. Moreover, their realms were quite profound. Thus, the auras exuded after they died were far beyond Shurien's endurance. They penetrated into his meridians, bringing along numerous negative emotions of fear, despair, and resentment that gradually affected his mind. Using his experiences, as soon as Shurien felt he was about to be unable to bear it anymore, he immediately left and found a way to give vent. From below, the King Corpse was standing together with the 2 sky corpses, one male and one female, staring at Shurien, seeming to say something. Shurien frowned. Even though he had the ability to connect with them, he still had a feeling of insecurity. He wasn't sure when he would lose his consciousness or burst out while those 3 sky corpses were not truly obedient yet. He also wasn't certain whether they would do anything to him when he lost his mind. These 3 sky corpses were intimidating as they already had their own intelligence. With the passage of time, the wisdom of the King Corpse would increase. Shurien understood that once the King Corpse recovered its spiritual wisdom, very few people in the Endless Sea could control it. Even Qingming, who had been studying corpse controlling technique for many years, had run away. So who else dared to confront it? Perhaps only he could. However, his situation was very special as he could lose his mind or give vent at any time. He needed time to release the harshness inside his body. In the meantime, if the 3 corpses were on his side, he didn't know what would happen. He didn't dare to take risks. Therefore, after weighing his odds, he immediately made a decision. You are free. From now on, you can choose your own path of evolution. I liberate you and don't want to bind you as your former master did. Thus, you don't need to follow me. It is the best for your evolution. Take care. I hope you will become the world's top new species. I hope we will see each other again. If you can speak by that time, we can be partners and friends. After having sent out his consciousness to the 3 sky corpses, Shurien didn't wait for them to reply but instantly started the starlight, turning into a beam of light flying away. The 3 corpses looked at the sky, a trace of reluctance flashing up in their eyes. They seemed to want to catch up but they didn't move. Chapter 357, Fame of Brutality. Chapter 357, Fame of Brutality. King Corpse and the 2 sky corpses raised their heads looking at the sky, standing motionlessly. After a while, the sky corpse's eyes glinted with a strange light as if they had been enlightened about something. The king corpse suddenly leaped up, quickly moving around the wooden coffins in the mountain caves, seeming to remove the corpse controlling technique to help the corpse slaves inside awaken. Not long after, the wooden coffins, one by one, followed the king corpse's instruction to fly west. The other 2 sky corpses seemed to have reached a delicate connection with the king corpse, keeping up with the others. When they arrived at the west side of the wind island, they saw the king corpse sitting on a wooden coffin, floating on the sea. The 2 sky corpses flew over to their wooden coffins. The lids of the 2 coffins suddenly opened and the 2 corpses got in and lied down. When they got in their wooden coffins, the king corpse's body also shrank and lied down in his coffin. More than 10 coffins were floating on the sea, quietly moving forward to the west at full speed. Their direction was headed toward the headquarters of the corpse's god sect. On their way, any warrior who saw this strange scene fled. A row of coffins not under control of the corpse's god sect was floating on the sea, which gave those warriors a chilling feeling as they didn't know what happened that these corpses could become this weird. The Gu family on the Thousand Swords Peak. At this moment, the Thousand Swords Peak had become the base where forces in the Hangluo Sea gathered to deal with demon dwellers. Gu Shao Yuqin and the master of the Dongfang family, Fangju, also assembled here. Even Chao Jilan and Mangu brought their fellows here. In recent days, with the Thousand Swords Peak as the center, all top-class warriors from big forces of different seas gathered and discussed the detailed plan to deal with demon dwellers altogether. The sea in front of the Thousand Swords Peak naturally became the vehement fighting area between demon dwellers and warriors. Both sides put their great forces into this area. Half a month had passed, and many high-class warriors and demon dwellers had died in battle. Presently the group of Gu Shao Yuqin and Dong Fangju were happy due to some small victories of recent wars. In the past few days, the master of the Chao family, Chao Qiudao, with the palace headmaster Yang Yitian had responded. Their forces had started departing from the Tuda and Sky Seas, approaching Hangluo Sea. That news elated everyone. The group of Gu Shao and Yuqin clearly knew the mightiness of Chao Qiudao and Yang Yitian, and that their appearance would give the situation an earth-shaking change. The demon dwellers' massacre of warriors in the Hangluo Sea seemed to have aroused the anger of the 2 of them to the point that they had decided to unite and deal with the demon dwellers, although they hadn't been in contact with each other for decades. It was unknown whether the demon dwellers had also received the news because their attacks had slowed down in recent days as if they were waiting for something. The wind blew strongly, and rain fell heavily as a big storm was on the horizon. The Hangluo Sea was like a huge feast of strength, a place where high-class warriors from different seas gathered. Everyone's face was excited as if they saw the dawn of victory. They started to discuss what would be the next step in attacking the opponent. While everyone was delighted, Qingming, the Queen of Sky, and the King of Earth all wore dark eyes as if they had just had a dead child. Qingming, is that little rascal Shurien dead? Gu Shao was sitting neatly on a god sword, revealing a rare smile. You guys had previously sent a message saying that you could kill Shurien. With the unity of the 3 of you, together with the Queen of Sky's illusory soul, it should have been very easy to obliterate him. Yuqin and Dong Fangju also looked toward the other 3, instantly feeling shocked and surprised when seeing their eyes. Chao Jilan was sitting at the Chao seat, and Chu Yanqing was standing behind Yuqin. They both immediately shifted their attentive eyes toward those 3 when they heard Gu Shao's question. After arriving here, Qingming, the Queen of Sky and the King of Earth all kept silent with dark eyes as they found a place to sit down. Under the others' attentive looks, they simultaneously sighed. Everyone was stunned, their expression became eccentric. As they felt something strange, they paid even more attention to the other 3. Qingming, you guys couldn't kill him? Gu Shao was startled, not believing that was true, then asked with surprise. Even though his strength can be equivalent to that of a god realm with the help of external forces in a short time, That little rascal surely cannot escape from the unity of the three of you. I know that Qingming's king corpse has also been on the Yinwing Island and we all know how intimidating it is. The king corpse alone is enough to kill that kid. Is there something else that happened unexpectedly? As soon as Guxiao mentioned the king corpse, Fan Xiangyun and the King of Earth instantly shuddered with their extremely odd faces as if a sword had stabbed them. Qingming's eyes were flooded with resentment like someone touching his wound. He suddenly stood up, looking toward Guxiao. Guxiao was astonished. He felt awkward as he didn't know what to say for now. How was it? The king corpse has gotten out of Qingming's control. The King of Earth shook his head, revealing a smile, and then reluctantly said, "Only ghosts know what happened in the end. That little rascal launched a strike on the king corpse, and it immediately turned and tried to kill Qingming and forced us to run away." Run away. The surrounding warriors who were thrilled suddenly became dazed when they heard the absurd story. Chao Zhilan shuddered, secretly gritting her teeth. Her beautiful eyes were flooded with fear and incredibility. Chu Yanqing was also stunned as he looked bewilderedly at the weird faces of the three people of Qingming's group. She was frozen for a while and didn't know what had happened. After that, many warriors noisily screamed out myth, as they felt that the three people of Qingming's group had lost their minds and talked nonsense. "Ah, Queen of Sky, what happened to your body?" Yuqin of the Heaven Lake Divine Land discovered the abnormal things, surprisingly asked, "You, what happened?" Fan Xiangyun was still wearing a green skirt. Her big firm breasts, which made other women envious with admiration, had been deflated. It wasn't just a normal deflation. It became totally flat. What had happened? How come the Queen of Sky's enormous bosom that made men crazy and women jealous has completely disappeared? In the palace, after having heard Yuqin say this, a majority of warriors all looked toward Fan Xiangyun with eccentric faces as if they had discovered a new continent, secretly exclaiming and continuously guessing. Fan Xiangyun's enchanting face suddenly became livid as if she had just been poisoned, becoming contorted, terribly changing without any trace of the charm that she used to have. The instant change made other people freeze. Any warrior who looked at her breasts felt stinging in their eyes. Some warriors with low cultivation base had to hold their heads to keep them from rolling on the ground. "Queen of Sky, what are you doing?" Dong Fangju's face changed color. His question was like thousands of beasts roaring, breaking the illusion in the palace. As he saw the group of warriors behind spurting out mouthfuls of blood, the Dongfang family's people all stood up, shouting out loud. Fan Xiangyun's face was distorted. She clenched her teeth, bowed her head gasping for breath, seeming to try to restrain her extreme rage. Let it go, let it go. Don't fight with each other." As Yuqin felt that the situation was intense, she rushed out and made peace. She then looked toward the three people of the King of Earth's group and calmly asked, "What happened after all?" The King of Earth constantly shook his head with an odd face. He looked at Fan Xiangyun who was about to carry on a massacre and then threw a glance at Qingming who wanted to use his heaven flame. He sighed, shook his head and said, "That was the consequence from the deed of that rascal Shiyan." Shiyan? Everyone lowered their voices, murmuring his name while their faces were overwhelmed with fear and surging waves burst out inside their heart. How could it be? Just using the external forces to have the strength which could reluctantly be comparable to that of God Realm warriors? What did he rely on to make those famous master warriors not only not succeed in killing him, but also fall into such a desolate end? Was it the truth? Warriors inside the palace suddenly quieted down as if there was an invisible soundproof wall enclosing everyone. Even the sound of a falling needle could not be heard. "This thing, can you tell us more details?" Guxiao hesitated a little bit, carefully choosing every word to avoid irritating Qingming and Fan Xiangyun. "We don't know what tricks that little rascal used. If it keeps going like this, I am afraid that we will not be able to kill him next time either." The King of Earth looked at Qingming and the Queen of Earth. Seeing their uncomfortable faces, he revealed a wry smile and said, "That kid's tricks were very strange. His sword is even more devilish. There's nothing he could not break as it smashed down all obstacles we came at it with. The most frightening thing is that we don't know what method he used to help the King Corpse escape our mind control. It was partially because the rebellion of the Sky Corpses that the mind martial spirit of the Queen of Sky lost its effect, and we eventually had to flee. Sigh, it was such a terrible thing to remember. If you guys encounter that little rascal, you must be very careful. You cannot just use your common sense to deal with him." Those warriors' faces immediately changed when they listened to his last sentence. "If we do not eradicate this rascal, we will not live in peace even if you can expel the demon dwellers." After contemplating, Fan Xiangyun gritted her teeth and resentfully said. Qingming agreed with a nod, coldly saying, "We can delay the fight with the demon dwellers for now. We need to obliterate this rascal. We can't let him continue living. If he leaves the endless sea and escapes our pursuit, he will return and massacre all of us. No one can stop him, even Xiao Qiudao and Yang Yitian. Right now he is even more terrible than the Yang Tian Emperor." "I agree," Fan Xiangyun said with resentment. "I agree too," said the King of Earth. Everyone was all stunned like wood. A long time after that, Gu Xiao looked at Yu Qin and Dong Fangju and realized a trace of fear deep inside their eyes. They were obviously beginning to be scared. Chapter 358, Blessing and Peril Linked Together. Chapter 358, Blessing and Peril Linked Together. On the Wind Cloud Archipelago. It was an island situated in the chaotic area between the Hengluo Sea and the Blackwater Sea, which now became the gathering place for ordinary people of the Hengluo Sea. Under the arrangement of the three god sect, Gu family and Dongfang family, they had been migrated here. The sky and earth auras on this island were a little diluted, unsuitable for warriors to cultivate. Meanwhile, the Hengluo Sea was recently engaged in battles frequently. As the demon dwellers kept hunting and killing ordinary mortals, those three big forces united and gathered their people to move here. This place was packed and boisterous and obviously not lacking pleasuring places. Although there were around 1 million people seeking refuge on this small island, they all lived in simple wooden houses or tents inside the barren mountains. In order to survive, ordinary people naturally would not care about this. What they wished was that they could quickly leave the demon dwellers' territory. There was a small market on the island where various types of daily necessities like grains, rice, wheat and fresh water could be found. In the market there was a brothel named Spring Breeze Pavilion. The business there was not going so well recently as the ordinary people's interest in pleasure had decreased. The money that they earned was used to purchase food and other necessities for their daily life. However, in the past 2 days, Spring Breeze Pavilion had welcomed a special guest who spent very generously, paying for all the ladies there. It had already been 1 day of enjoying lustful pleasure, but he still wasn't exhausted. The face of Spring Breeze Pavilion's hostess was full of joy. She held a heavy bag of crystal coins and felt happy, thinking to herself that she had to meet all the requirements of that guest. Many women with typical appearances kept going in and out from a standard room. The women leaving the room all displayed excitement and satisfaction on their faces. However, every one of them had to hobble out of the room although they all had walked in the room normally. The hostess Yunjie stood right in front of the room with the bag of coins in her hand and peeked inside the room from time to time. Not long after that, a lady who was about 20 years old stepped out with her naked breasts. She staggered out of the room with a blushing face. Just after a few steps, she released a scream, "Ah," and hurriedly stretched her hand holding onto a nearby column. "Xiao Taohua, how was it? Is he continuing?" Yunjie rushed forward to support the girl whose limbs were all numb as she asked with surprise. The girl shyly nodded with a blushing face and watery eyes. She prettily said, "That young master is not human. His payment is very generous. He has spent so much already." Yunjie slightly chuckled and supported the girl to another room to rest. At the same time, she threw a quick glance into the room, seeing 5 women sleeping deeply and mumbled with a low voice, "Not enough girls. I have to tell Hongying to send some more girls over. If things continue like this, in another day and night all of these girls will be exhausted." "Yunjie, what is the master's identity?" Xiao Taohua asked with her red face leaning against the window as she lightly yawned. "It has been 2 days but he hasn't taken any rest. Our sisters have taken turns to serve him but couldn't knock him out. If it continues like this, I won't be able to stand any more. Yunjie, please call someone else. I have to rest tomorrow. He has exhausted my body, and thus I have no strength to do it again." While muttering, she secretly gritted her teeth and then suddenly giggled. No one knew what wonderful part she was thinking of. Yunjie cursed under her breath, but her face was full of kindness and gentleness. "If Hongying brings more people here on time tomorrow, I will not bother you. However, if her people are late, you will have to do it again. We absolutely cannot stop. Otherwise he might destroy our Spring Breeze Pavilion." Xiao Taohua was astonished while her eyes were as bright as stars. She then said with a hazy face, "He is a guy that can make people love and hate him at the same time. If he lays his eyes on me, I will leave everything to follow him." "Well," Yunjie sneered and said, "I am sure that with his strength, you will not survive more than 1 month as he will kill you on the bed. You better not have that thought." After having listened to these words, The girl was shocked, contemplated a moment before shaking her head, and then forced a miserable smile. Yunjia went out, helped another girl who was shaking and took her into the room to rest. At night, she arranged 7 charming ladies, who had been brought here from other brothels to serve that guest one by one. Either day or night, there were always heart-stirring sounds coming from that room as if there was a tireless monster continually battling inside. Another day had passed, and that room had begun to quiet down. No one is allowed to disturb me. Otherwise bear your own consequence. A voice came out from the room. The last girl staggered out of the room. She just screamed out, "Ah," and suddenly fainted, completely exhausted. 3 days had passed in just a blink. During these 3 days that guest didn't have any requirements. He didn't call any girls in to serve him, nor did he have meals or drinks sent in. He just stayed in the room. Yunjia was secretly scared but didn't dare to visit and check on him. After 3 days of rest, the girls gradually restored their strength. They surprisingly realized that their skin became smoother and the wrinkles on some 30-year-old girls had disappeared. Their faces were snow-white and glowingly healthy. A few frail girls also recognized that their bodies were much better, no longer weak as before. All the girls gathered, twittering on about their discoveries. They all felt several years younger as there were no more wrinkles on their faces. Their skin renewed its vitality and even their strength was much better. These discoveries surprised them greatly. They were now grateful to the guest who had tortured them badly the past few days. They gathered in front of that guest's room to see if he needed anything else. After having learned that those girls had some physical changes, Yunjia was secretly astonished. Waves of love surged up again after many years of restfulness. She waited for another day but didn't hear any commotion from the room. She couldn't wait any longer nor cared about that guest's rules. She pushed open the door of the room and entered. The room was empty with only a heavy bag of crystal coins set on the table. After having heard the news, the other girls all rushed to the room and then discussed boisterously together. As that mysterious guest had secretly left, they were embarrassed and resentful at the same time, blaming him for being ruthless. A small light boat. A sturdy young man with a solemn face was sitting on a 3-meter-long wooden boat. He was looking straight ahead with his cold eyes. There was neither sail nor oar in the boat, but it was moving very fast on the sea like a fish swimming. This man was Shuryen. During the battle on Wind Island, he had borrowed the strength of the 3 great living forms and used the mysterious sword to kill more than 10 warriors with a high cultivation base while having been surrounded by the 3 God Realm warriors Qingming, the Queen of Sky and the King of Earth. He had harvested vigorous aura from the dead warriors. That significant amount of aura was unimaginable. During the mystery martial spirit's purification process, he had once again fallen into a backfire that was much crazier and fiercer than before. Reluctantly, he had gone to Spring Breeze Pavilion to give vent to his sexual desire in 3 days and nights, releasing all of the crazy lust in his body. He had also balanced his mind and had completed the mutation process. At this time, 369 acupuncture points and more than 6 billions of his muscle fibers in his body had completed their mutation. After the mutation had finished, he could feel the perfection and balance of his body. Previously, when the mutation wasn't complete, he had often felt dizzy like having a constant hangover. His 2 legs couldn't bear the terrible weight of his upper body, and thus his bones had usually made cracking sounds as if they had been about to break at any time. After the mutation was complete, he realized that the weight of his body could be compared to a mountain that was hundreds of meters high and weighed tens of thousands of tons. However, he didn't have any abnormal feelings. He just felt that the inside of each muscle fiber and acupuncture point contained some sort of violent, bursting power. Although he didn't use profound chi or martial spirit, he still believed that he could defeat a second Sky of Nirvana realm warrior in a battle. The power inside his body surprised him a lot. The mutation of the petrifaction martial spirit had reached its extreme. Once he used his strength, his body would instantly show a purple hue while the surging power from 369 acupuncture points and 6 billion muscle fibers irresistibly spewed out. The power really belonged to him. It was not from the external force anymore. The external force from the fusion of the ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, and the earth flame would be consumed after each battle. After the completion of the mutation they split off, which made him a little bit depressed. At this time the ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, and the earth flame had come back to the blood vein ring. As they had been exhausted, they had entered their long-term dormant state. He had no way to communicate with them. That made him feel a little guilty, but he didn't know what else to do. He thought to himself that when he reached a certain extent of the realm, he would make it up to them. The boat was moving effortlessly on the sea. Shuryan was going to an island in the Blackwater Sea today. He had asked around and knew that some people of the Xia family were residing there. After contemplating for a while, he leaped up from the boat and then descended on the island. He stayed hidden in the mountains and searched for those he wanted to find. Chapter 359, Tell Her That I Am Still Alive. Chapter 359, Tell Her That I Am Still Alive. Deep in the mountains, Shuryan wandered erratically like a ghost toward the forest. He flew incredibly fast through the woods, not following a straight line but an arc instead. Recently he had tried both the electric shift and starlight, and luckily he had discovered that these two techniques could be combined, which helped enhance his flying speed one step further and made his flying trajectory more unpredictable. The electric shift moved in a straight line, taking the instantaneous burst of profound chi as a motive. Starlight was synchronized with the stars' moving tracks in the sky. The directions and timing both had marvelous changes. In a fight, Starlight had a miraculous effect which made people unable to distinguish between an attack and his whereabouts. However, it was such a waste if it was just being used as an ordinary means of transportation. After having combined electric shift and starlight, he used profound chi as a motive as well as relying on the flying rule of starlight to follow an arc-shaped track. By doing that, not only did he consume less of his strength but the flying speed was also faster. Moreover, he could change the trajectory instantly and shift to starlight at once. Therefore, if he encountered enemies on the way, he could confidently move forward, relying on the unpredictable starlight to sabotage all of the enemy's attacks. The news of many forces in the Hangluo Sea uniting to exterminate him had been spread throughout the endless sea. All warriors had heard about this. During this time, Shuryan had searched for the whereabouts of the Xia family's people and received the news along the way. After the three strange living forms had separated, he had no power to confront God Realm warriors. In this situation he had to make wise choices. Moreover, the mutation of his body had completed, so he didn't need to continue taking risks anymore, and thus he chose to leave the Hangluo Sea to find Xia Xinyan. On the way he was always vigilant. Once he detected warriors with a higher realm, he would proactively avoid them, preventing his whereabouts from being revealed. In the forest he effortlessly flew like a misty smoke, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Gradually he entered deep inside the forest. Lush, verdant, immeasurably high ancient trees were everywhere. Although the sky and earth auras inside the forest were not rich, plants and trees still grew very well. Some beasts also appeared from time to time. However, most of them were low-grade beasts and thus he didn't really care about them. Not long after that, a figure slowly appeared, vigilantly looking around. That person's eyes suddenly brightened up when looking toward where he was hiding. "Friend, where do you come from?" Zhou took a deep breath and was secretly alert while he concentrated profound chi in his two hands. Rustling, rustling. Shuryan pushed the dense leaves and stepped outside. He looked at the Sky Realm consecrator of the Xia family and asked, "Are you a Xia family member?" "Why you need to ask when you already know?" Zhou snorted while his hands emitted a flow of dazzling purple light suspending like misty miasmatic smoke in a swamp, dashing toward Shuryan. In that smoky light, numerous broken green points collided with each other, bursting out a tremendous power, enlarging the covering range of the smoke further. A powerful binding force came out from the purple smoke and enclosed Shuryan in a scope of 50 meters. Shuryan looked worried. His eyes flashed up with a strange light, and his skin instantly turned purple. Zhou's eyes lit up while he felt astonished. He couldn't help but be about to take actions again. This person clearly only had the Nirvana realm but still was able to break down his binding net that he had cast out. Moreover, not many Nirvana realm warriors had that kind of strength. The fact that a Nirvana realm warrior could give such pressure to a Sky realm warrior like Zhou made him immediately change his contemptuous look toward Shuryan. He was about to put forth all of his powers to kill that unidentified little rascal. "I am Shuryan." Just as Zhou was ready to release a brutal blow, the young man on the tree suddenly spoke up with a low voice and solemn face. Zhou, who was gathering his strength, instantly ceased the attack as he his words. His eyes brightened up and his face changed to be cheerful. "You are young Master Yen?" Shuryan slightly nodded, carefully observing the expression changes on Zhou's face. He waited until he was certain that Zhou was honest and sincere. When he felt assured he then jumped down from the tree, stood in front of Zhou and said, "I want to know where your lady is." "I don't know." Zhou shook his head, forced a faint smile and said, several days ago while we were on the way to the Snow Dragon Island, we received news from Our Lady saying that we had to stop going to the Snow Dragon Island and return to the Hangluo Sea. After having received that news, we immediately went back, and since then we haven't had any other news from her. We don't know where she is now. Shiyan's face suddenly darkened. Young Master Yen, there is a rumor about you. I don't know if it is true or not. A trace of grief glimmered in Zhouyu's eyes. The rumor that Qian had killed Xia Xingchuan had spread out through the Hangluo Sea. However, Zhouyu didn't want to believe it was true. He just assumed that it was just some trick of the Gu family and the Dongfang family used to split up the Xia family. Seeing Shiyan right now, Zhouyu could no longer bear the doubt and thus finally asked. The rumor is true. Shiyan nodded with cold eyes. That Qian destroyed his soul right in front of me. Zhouyu's eyes immediately turned red. He gritted his teeth, stiffened his face, not saying a word. And you guys, how are you now? Shiyan kept silent for a while and asked again. The Xia family has been divided into two sides. One side is led by Xia Ruixing. After having heard about Master's death, they have chosen to submit to the Holy Spirit sect and the Spirit Treasure Wonderland of the Blackwater Sea. Our side continues to stay in some peaceful sea areas and wait for Our Lady. However, she is still not here yet, so we are very worried, not knowing if something has happened to her, Zhouyu said. Nothing will happen to your lady. Perhaps she will come back to find you soon. Shiyan spoke to Zhouyu after having contemplated a little bit. Don't tell anyone that I have come here. Currently, all forces in the Endless Sea want to kill me. You guys need to be careful. If your lady sends out some news here, please let her know that I am still alive. Young Master Yen, Zhouyu was astonished, wanted to say something but then stopped. All right. That's it. Take care. The Xia family will not have to hide for so long anymore. I believe the Xia family will rise again soon. Shiyan didn't mention Xia Jingho as he was afraid that he might have given Zhouyu too much hope. If Xia Jingho didn't get any better after using the Vain Spirit pellet, Zhouyu would feel extremely disappointed. After having finished his words, Shiyan waved his hand and left determined without lingering or waiting for Zhouyu to ask anything further. Zhouyu dazedly watched Shiyan's figure gradually disappearing with a complicated face. This was the first time he met Shiyan, and he felt that Shiyan was indeed worthy of being Yang Tian Emperor's descendant. He had something to be proud of. Zhouyu, who has just come? A figure appeared. Xia Xinmao flew over from the rear of the mountain and then asked with a cautious face. Was it the people of Xia Ruixing coming here to persuade us again? I don't care if they leave, but convincing us to yield to the Holy Spirit sect and the Spirit Treasure Wonderland is too much. They don't feel ashamed. That year, when the Xia family was still strong, the Holy Spirit sect and Spirit Treasure Wonderland were always under our oppression. But right now, Xia Ruixing and his men even surrendered to those two forces. They are shameless. If eldest brother knew this, he would certainly be mad. Master is dead. Zhouyu's eyes were reddened. He muttered, he has just confirmed it. It is true that Qian has killed Master. His soul has been scattered and perished. Xia Xinmao's body shook violently as if he was hit by a fatal blow. He staggered backward a few steps and then glassily said, Impossible, impossible. This is not true, not true. The person who has just come here is Shiyan. Zhouyu released a sigh. He is worthy of being the strongest one of the Yang family. He has reached the Nirvana realm and his power now is terrifying. He will not just stop at his current realm. It seems the rumor is true. Another consecrator of the Xia family came out, holding a letter in his hand and said in fear, Our informant has just sent more news, saying that Shiyan has killed hundreds of warriors even though he has been alone in the Hangluo Sea. Those warriors were from different forces in the Endless Sea, including demon dwellers. The most unbelievable thing in the letter is that he has cut off one arm of Demon Master Ma Qidun and has also injured the Hierarch of the Corpses God sect and the Queen of Sky Fan Shangyun of Yin Yang Wonderland. What? The bodies of Xia Xinmao and Zhouyu were shivering violently. They simultaneously screamed out loud while their eyes glinted with a trace of both joy and fear. On a light boat. Shiyan was sitting straight on a boat with an emotionless face, avoiding crowded seas, moving toward the east. Glittering starlight shone down. He quietly perceived the marvelousness of the star martial spirit, using it to absorb the star power of the sky and earth, indulging himself in the star martial spirit, feeling the star's trajectory, and experiencing the moving principle of the stars in the world. Flows of spiritual power that were invisible to ordinary people gradually penetrated his body, becoming nutrients for the star martial spirit. The painful lesson on the Sun Island had taught him that only superior strength that went beyond all others would allow him to dominate this world and do whatever he wanted. Only breaking through new realms would make things happen as he pleased. He didn't want to see his beloved ones become dead bodies. The death of Jiao Linda and Xia Shenchuan had ignited an ambitious flame of becoming powerful inside his heart. After leaving the Sun Island, everything he had done was to enhance his body's strength. Killing demon dwellers and warriors of the endless sea or ravaging others was the goal of becoming stronger as fast as possible. Every day, every night, every hour, every moment he was always sinking deep in thought. He thought about the marvelousness of different martial techniques, experienced the essence of various strengths, and tried to perceive and comprehend all of them. He never relaxed. Instead, it looked like he was possessed by the devil. Chapter 360, The Northern Dipper Net. Chapter 360, The Northern Dipper Net. The sun went down and then came up again. Shiryan was sitting on the wooden boat. He closed his eyes meditating during the day and watched the starry sky at night with fascination. In the desolate god palace of the Three Gods sect, he had soaked himself in the star pond, opening the star martial spirit, through which he learned how to use the power of star light, star shield, and star manipulation. Star light was a martial technique that followed the magical trajectory of the stars in the sky. Star shield used the star power to release star wings to escape. Star manipulation could be obtained after having comprehended the stars, using the star power as an attacking method. He assumed that he had thoroughly comprehended the meaning of star light and star shield, as he could combine these two types to exert power in a battle and increase his combat effectiveness. As for the star manipulation, the most profound one to master thoroughly, one was required to understand the operation rules of the stars in the sky and also know their true meaning in the heaven and earth. Therefore, Shiryan put more effort to study star manipulation as he felt that it was very mysteriously unpredictable and seemed to contain endless possibilities. It was as if the true mystery of the star martial spirit stayed hidden on the star manipulation. Thus, it was only until he had a profound understanding of the star manipulation that he would then truly comprehend the star martial spirit and be able to perform it everywhere to reach a new realm. Late at night, stars were like gems shining and twinkling in the dark velvet sky. In the primitive age, when the Grace mainland had just been established, the stars in the sky had existed as early as anyone could remember, maybe since the beginning of time. The history of those stars was far older than that of the Grace mainland. Endless mysteries and many truths about heaven and earth stayed hidden in the vast sea of stars. The more he watched the stars, the smaller he felt in this world. He had a premonition that once he understood the mystery of the stars in the sky, he could escape the confinement of the Grace mainland and enter the galaxy to explore the infinite mysteries there. His restful mind submerged in the ethereal realm. He looked at the stars, which looked like gems filling the entire sky, while feeling a marvelous connection with them through the star martial spirit. The connection was very delicate. He tried to release a small trickle of his soul consciousness toward the sky, slowly penetrating the immense sea of stars. However, every time his soul consciousness drifted above the clouds in the sky and was about to escape the constraint of the Grace mainland, his mind became sluggish and distracted. The strand of soul consciousness, which had been released, would instantly return to his body. There always existed a wall in the dark. This wall seemed to exist at the horizon of the Grace mainland and shackled his martial spirit. Every time he wanted to pass through this wall, he was affected by its power, which led to his martial spirit's failure and destroyed all his efforts. He didn't give up but kept trying again and again. He launched his soul consciousness to the sky every night, trying to get rid of the wall's barricade. However, all of his attempts failed. As soon as he is close to touching the wall, he instantly failed. After countless unsuccessful attempts and innumerable failures, he finally came to a conclusion, which was that it must be due to his unqualified realm. Without reaching a certain realm, his soul consciousness would be affected by the wall's power. Once his soul consciousness came close to the wall, a force would immediately push it back to his body, and thus he would no longer be able to feel the existence of the wall. He gradually affirmed that only when he had increased his consciousness and upgraded his realm, he could touch that wall, drilling through it to enter the vast sky and understand the true meaning of the star's operation. Although he had encountered many failures, it didn't mean he gained nothing. Numerous trials of releasing the soul consciousness to the sky were also a process of condensing the soul consciousness, making it grow stronger. Thus, the covering range of his soul consciousness expanded a little, and the method of using the soul consciousness became more profound than before. Previously, when he had released his soul consciousness, He could only sense some volatilities of life within a radius of a few hundred miles. After many attempts, his soul consciousness could now cover a range of thousands of miles. Except for warriors with a profound cultivation base who could retrieve their soul fluctuations, nothing could escape his induction, whether it were human fluctuations or beasts' activities. Although Shuryan temporarily left the soul consciousness penetration in the vast sea of stars aside, he still kept concentrating, watching, and studying the stars. During the day he rested his mind and meditated, experiencing any changes of the star martial art. At night, he continued gazing at the stars. While watching the stars, he engulfed his spirit into them, checking the changes of the star martial spirit in correspondence with the stars in the sky, feeling their connections, studying the related mysteries, and trying to discover a higher level of star manipulation. There were countless star domains in the sky. Plenty of stars created the star manipulation. With mindful observation, a star domain looked like a natural, mysterious star formation, which had its typical trajectory and its own marvelousness. When he could understand that the stars in the sky were divided into different star domains, and each of which had its own unique magic, he would not waste more time paying attention to the entire star sky. Instead, he would focus only on just one star domain. He then put all of his mind and effort to study the closest star domain, where he could easily perceive the Big Dipper. He concentrated his eyes and mind only on the Big Dipper's star domain, watching 7 twinkling stars. It was unknown how many nights had passed. One day when the night fell, the Big Dipper appeared in the star domain that he had been gazing at. The Big Dipper, formerly as small as a piece of grain, now seemed to gradually enlarge. The distance between him and the Big Dipper seemed to be shorter. The Big Dipper's twinkling dots started to appear in his eyes. The star martial spirit in his heart also had 7 stars, which somehow corresponded with the Big Dipper and made a connection with the stars in his eyes. The Big Dipper used to be as small as a piece of grain, but now it was getting bigger in his eyes. It was unknown how much time had passed. Under his attentive look, the Big Dipper's light in his eyes had suppressed all the other stars in the sky. The Big Dipper had been very small, just like a grain of rice, but it now suddenly became as big and dazzling as 7 mountains. In his eyes, the Big Dipper in the sky had become 7 enormous star mountains, and the distance between him and them was now extremely close. Abruptly, the star martial spirit in his body flashed up at the same time as the 7 stars in his eyes. In the dark, the Big Dipper also seemed to transmit 7 streams of light, creating a connection with him. Something in his head convulsed. When he was in a daze, a light suddenly flashed up. At this moment, his soul consciousness suddenly flew out and attached to the 7 stars. He felt like his soul consciousness was wandering around the Big Dipper, leaving the Grace mainland and entering the vast star domain of the Big Dipper. He silently perceived all of these during an unknown amount of time, through an unknown number of spaces, passionate and tipsy as if he was possessed by the devil. Fading at night and reappearing in daylight, however, in his mind, the Big Dipper was always bright and immortal regardless of day or night. It seemed to be a long-term phenomenon that had existed for countless years. His host's soul flew out from his head, quietly suspended in the sea of consciousness. He raised his head looking at the sky, feeling like the Big Dipper was at his fingertips. With such a state of mind, his body didn't move, his eyes didn't even blink as he stared at the sky. He was in a stupor for more than half a month. Within half a month, it seemed like he had entered a secret scene where he then realized the truth of heaven and earth. Profound chi in his body continued flowing down to the wooden boat, which was quietly sailing on the desolate sea, moving toward the east. Time flew by. Late at night, Shuryan was still looking at the sky. The brighter the 7 stars in his eyes were, the more frantically his heart was pounding. 7 streams of starlight, which naked eyes could see, looked like 7 springs pouring down from the sky, crossing the space barriers and appearing above Shuryan's head. 7 transparent streams of starlight like springs flooded down. Although Shuryan couldn't directly absorb them, he could still feel the mysterious intimidation. 7 springs condensed into 7 meteorites, forming and maintaining the Big Dipper's formation while moving continually. His eyes and the star martial spirit suddenly were ablaze. Shuryan sat straight on the wooden boat as if he could control the 7 meteorites. Wherever his eyes moved, the meteorites flew accordingly. Standing in front of his eyes was a reef that looked like an imposing mountain emerging from the sea. When his eyes moved over them, the 7 meteorites were still revolving, emitting starlight to all directions, and then suddenly rushed toward him. Boom boom. An earth-shaking impact occurred when all 7 of the meteorites collided on the jutted reef. Countless beams of starlight sparked on the reef, turning a mountain-like rock into ashes, and thus the reef no longer existed in this world. In the huge explosion, Shuryan's eyes restored their consciousness. The 7 stars gradually disappeared, but his eyes were full of stars glowing in the dark. Since the borrowed power of the Big Dipper displayed the profound meaning of the star manipulation, I will call it Northern Dipper Net, Shuryan murmured with a low voice and bowed his head, revealing a smile. Chapter 361, Top-Class Warriors. Chapter 361, Top-Class Warriors. Late at night, the moon appeared like a silver tray hanging over the Thousand-Sword Peak. Gushao, Yuqin, Dongfangju, Qingming, the Queen of Sky and the King of Earth, were closing their eyes, sitting with solemn faces on the Thousand-Sword Peel. They appeared to be waiting for someone. Not long after, dazzling fires came from the west as the sun god Tang Yuanan rode alone on the flame unicorn, stopping among the 6 God Realm warriors. He looked at them coldly and then spoke up, "I don't know why have you called me here." When Tang Yuanan was talking, the sun power of his body condensed a scorching aura slowly spreading out from his body, covering everyone. The 6 people of Gushao's group suddenly opened their eyes and looked toward Tang Yuanan simultaneously. "Bring Shuryan out." Gushao took a deep breath. His pupils looked like 2 sharp swords, dashing toward Tang Yuanan. Tang Yuanan's face slightly changed. He looked at Gushao, shifting his eyes to the others and said coldly, "Is this the decision of all 6 of you?" The group of them nodded all together with unfriendly manners. "I don't have him," Tang Yuanan snorted, revealing a cold smile. He shook his head. "If you couldn't find him, why would you rely on asking me? Is the 3-God sect that easy to bully?" "Hierarchy Tang." Qingming shouted solemnly. Clusters of green fires flickered in his eyes, which were glinting with a vicious trace. "After the battle between that little rascal and Ma Qidun, you were the one who took him away. Although he has come out later, you certainly have a connection with him somehow." The Queen of Sky Fan Shangyun also sneered. "During this time, we have been searching the entire Hangluo Sea. We have even checked around in the Kiara Sea, but we couldn't find that little rascal's whereabouts. The Endless Sea is very big, and many of us have exerted our God Realm cultivation base to search for him. However, we couldn't find anything, not even a trace. If you didn't hide him, who else did? Was it the remnant of the Yang family?" "As I have said, he is not in my hand." Tang Yuanan beamed a cold smile and continued, "The 3 of you have united to deal with him but still let him escape. And now, you assumed that you could use your soul consciousness to find him? Although I don't know how mysterious he is, I think if he could escape your siege he would absolutely be able to avoid the search of your soul consciousness. You come to me after you couldn't track him down yourselves. How rational is that?" "Hierarchy Tang." Yuqin revealed a faint smile and said, "We have not only united, but we have also borrowed secret techniques, using the God Realm soul consciousness together with secret treasures of the Spirit Treasure Wonderland to carry the search to the entire Hangluo Sea and the Kiara Sea. However, we still couldn't find his trace. Not to mention that little rascal has only the Nirvana Realm, so even if he had the God Realm cultivation base, he shouldn't be able to escape from us when we join forces. Only the God Palace on the seabed of the 3-God sect with strange formations can prevent our soul consciousness. If he is not at your place, where else can he be? Don't waste time talking with him." Qingming was livid with rage, standing up while the superb adjoined corpse's flame was burning up in his eyes. "If we unite together, destroying the 3-God sect is not a difficult matter. After demon dwellers had invaded the Endless Sea, the 3-God sect hasn't joined forces with us nor participated in our actions. Apparently they have wicked intentions. That little rascal progresses every day, and thus his intimidation is growing larger every day. When he really grows up, none of us can survive." "That's right," Fan Xiangyun also stood up and said. "Instead of being wary of him day and night, we'd better solve it completely once and for all." The faces of Gushao's and Yuqin's group looked unfriendly. They seemed to have the intention of joining forces to kill Tang Yuanan. But at this moment, the moon in the sky suddenly brightened up. A pretty figure quietly appeared under the moonlight. A beautiful silhouette flew out from that full moon-shaped circle of light. That circle of light absorbed the moonlight in the air and then fell to a 5,000-meter-high mountain beside the Thousand-Sword Peak. Boom boom boom. That circle of light hit that 5,000-meter-high mountain, and thus instantly split and was broken down into countless stones. Interwoven with the moonlight, a full moon-shaped circle of light like the moon god's sharp blade quickly flew to the mountain, crushed it into innumerable broken stone pieces, and thus made it collapse instantly. A horrible oppressing pressure pressed down from that beautiful silhouette, enveloping everyone. The moonlight in the sky hastily condensed and congregated at that shadow, making her momentum soar crazily and endlessly. The faces of the group of Guxiao and Yuqin were suddenly discolored. They looked at that beautiful silhouette with fear. Want to destroy my three-god sect? Are you ready to receive your own sect's consequences? The pretty silhouette was vaguely floating in the moonlight. The voice was clear but cold, containing a cruel and frightening tone, clearly showing a threat. 6 God Realm warriors all quieted down. Shiyan is not in the three-god sect. If you really want a war, then we are willing to serve you. Being surrounded with the moonlight, that beautiful silhouette coldly said. Demon Dwellers' threats have not been solved yet, but you still want to destroy our three-god sect. And then you assume that you are those who can save the Endless Sea? It is ridiculous. After having finished talking, that appealing silhouette turned into a streak of moonlight and left. The sun god Tang Yuanan sneered coldly and said to the people of Guxiao's group, "It is my honor to introduce to you the moon god Ouyang Lushuang. She has just entered the god realm not long ago. Before that, she had absorbed the 1,000-year moonlight and had been able to integrate the moon power of the ether. In this vast endless sea, except for Chao Qiudao and Yang Yitian, I am afraid that no one can match her strength. If you don't believe it, you can try." After having finished his words, without concerning with the horrified look on the faces of Guxiao's group, Tang Yuanan rode the flame unicorn, turning into streaks of sunlight, and quickly left. The 6 people, including Guxiao, Yuqin, Qingming, the Queen of Sky, the King of Earth, and Dong Fangju, looked at each other, and then shifted their eyes to the high mountain that had just collapsed, all quieted down with grimaces on their faces. The Dark Demon Area. Fierce, towering white bone columns blockaded the Yangtian Emperor, making his skin all disappear. Standing on the bone stage inside the formation technique, Yangtian Emperor had become a blood-dripping skeleton, which had only tendons attaching it to the skeleton. He looked terrible while his face was a mix of blood and flesh. It looked like he had been tortured to death. There was a white bones Dharma body standing next to the bone stage. At this moment, that white bones Dharma body spoke up, "Yangtian Emperor, do you want to feel more comfortable?" On the bone stage, Yangtian Emperor's eyes, which were now only bare sockets without skin or flesh, were still just as bright and sparkling as before. He calmly looked at that white bones Dharma body and then said, "You are just wasting your time." Bosun revealed a cold smile. "This is your last chance. The corpse soul bridge will be completed in several days. In 3 days, Qian's and my real body will officially step into the Endless Sea. In a maximum of 15 days, the 3 great dark kings of the underworld will also enter the Endless Sea. By that time, the Endless Sea's people will be in misery, and it will become the paradise of demon and dark dwellers." Yangtian Emperor's eyes finally revealed a glint of terrified light. His bloody face slightly shivered, but he still didn't say anything. "Yangtian Emperor, you are very good at playing tricks. I don't know what kind of tricks you used to help the Yang family stay hidden in the demon area. I have been searching around but couldn't find anything. If it weren't because you had this arrangement, there wouldn't be a way for them to prevent my soul consciousness from finding them just by relying on their own ability," Bosun snorted. "For 1,000 years, the Yang family has always gone in and out of the 4th demon area." Chapter 362, The Strange Land. Chapter 362, The Strange Land. Shiyan sat on the wooden boat spending sleepless nights trying to perceive the northern dipper net, immersing his mind in deep thought. He always used his star martial spirit to connect with the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, and then borrowed the force from the 7 stars of the Big Dipper to condense into the northern dipper net. Gradually, he had a deeper understanding of the creation of the northern dipper net. Within 3 minutes, he could borrow the star power to condense 7 meteorites out of the northern dipper net. Once the condensation of the northern dipper net was successful and he could create the spiritual connection with star power, he could then comfortably control and attack any target he wished. Once the 7 meteorites collided with each other and burst out, the power generated was enough to injure the Sky Realm warrior severely. Although their power was no match for the combination of the 3 living forms, the ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, and the earth flame, he could freely use it without worrying that it would drain out. The most important thing was that he somehow didn't feel the current northern dipper net at its ultimate form. Shiyan had a premonition that the more profound his comprehension of the meaning of the stars was, the more powerful the northern dipper net would be. One day the wooden boat suddenly entered a dark, boundless sea area. The strange and mysterious scene around had woken him up. Raising his head to look at the gray misty fog, he felt the peculiarity. He then suddenly released his soul consciousness to observe his surroundings. As soon as Shuryan's soul consciousness left his sea of consciousness, it was instantly tied up as if mud was binding it. It didn't dissipate, but it couldn't reflect the surrounding environment to the sea of consciousness either. In this sea area, the murky fog shrouded over his head like a huge cage, which seemed to have strange magic that prevented any warrior who entered this area from using his soul consciousness to sense the situation. With a slight change in his face, Shuryan rested his mind and meditated. He then suddenly realized that the connection between the star martial spirit and the stars in the sky had been cut off. He no longer felt the power of the stars in the sky, and he couldn't borrow that power to look through the misty fog. He thus figured out where he was. The dark magnetic noxious mist. It was the extreme eastern edge of the Endless Sea, which was the most mysterious and evil sea area, enveloped by a thick fog for billions of years. Inside this dark magnetic noxious mist, soul consciousness couldn't work. Other powers of the heaven and earth were also affected by this dark magnetic field and thus had no effect here. This mysterious sea area could influence warriors' souls, making them fall into strange fantasies. Heaven and earth aura didn't exist here either. Standing on the wooden boat, closing his eyes to sense around for a while, Shuryan was eventually certain that he had come to his desired destination. On the Sun Island, Xia Xinyan used to tell him about both mysterious and strange things in the dark magnetic noxious mist. She said that behind the dark magnetic noxious mist was the center of the Grace mainland, where many mighty beasts dwelled. Many strange treasures of heaven and earth had disappeared, and many mysterious secrets existed here. It was a good place for warriors to cultivate themselves in following the dark path. The current situation of the Endless Sea was very complicated. Warriors from all over were searching for his whereabouts. After the division of the three living forms, his real realm was only the Nirvana realm. Although he was confident that he could endure the Sky Realm warriors, he couldn't withstand God Realm warriors. Therefore, he had wisely decided to avoid the danger for now and not participate in the chaos in the Endless Sea. He wanted to enhance his body strength, and thus he was determined to go to the dark magnetic noxious mist before his mutation was complete. On the one hand, he wanted to take advantage of the dark magnetic noxious mist's environment to sharpen his own strength. On the other hand, he hoped that he could find Xia Xinyan. Previously, when he and Xia Xinyan had separated, Xia Xinyan had gone with Yi Zhangfeng and Lin Yiqi, who were from the dark magnetic noxious mist. He had a premonition that Xia Xinyan was still staying with them in the dark magnetic noxious mist. Hence, he came here with the hope that he could see his lover again. The wooden boat was moving slowly on the sea. Quietly sensing around, Shuryan's face gradually changed. His pupils glinted with surprise. Without heaven and earth aura and under the impact of the dark magnetic noxious mist, other forces of heaven and earth couldn't exist in this noxious mist. So, if he consumed all of his profound chi, how could he supplement them? To attain profound chi, it required heaven and earth aura. With that thought, Shuryan shuddered and hurriedly sent his spirit into the blood vein ring and took a high-graded profound crystal. Earlier that year, before entering the chasm battlefield, Yang Luo had brought hundreds of high-graded profound crystals and given them to him. He still kept these pure crystals in the blood vein ring, but because his mystery martial spirit could recover its power through murder, he rarely used these pure crystals. However, when entering such a strange place like the dark magnetic noxious mist where heaven and earth aura didn't exist, he suddenly remembered the pure crystals in the blood vein ring. Holding a chunk of pure crystal in his hand, Shuryan activated his power, trying to absorb heaven and earth aura inside it. Strange things happened. The heaven and earth auras that had just been taken out of the pure crystal were influenced by the dark magnetic noxious mist. They evaporated instantly, not able to turn into condensed aura for him to absorb. Not effective. Shuryan's face became dignified. The idea of leaving the dark magnetic noxious mist appeared in his mind. According to Xia Xinyan, there were various kinds of strange and dangerous things in the dark magnetic noxious mist where beasts raged fiercely. In this place, the only thing he could rely on was the force in his body. If he couldn't supplement profound chi, he would consume all of them really soon. If things kept going like this, he would be exhausted sooner or later and have no way to survive. Hence, he had to consider things more carefully. While he was hesitating, he suddenly raised his head looking around and immediately realized that he seemed to be lost. There were no sun, moon, or stars to identify the directions here. Surrounding him was the dark sea without any obstacles, reefs or islands. And the seawater under his feet was not calm. He bowed his head to look and realized that the water flow kept changing, and thus his boat kept moving. He didn't know how many times his boat had changed directions. In this case, even if he wanted to go back, he was uncertain that he could find the same way to return. Thus, there was only one way, which was going to continue forward, going further inside this area, reaching the center of the Grace mainland. Shuryan forced a wry smile and subconsciously shook his head. As God's will was so, it seemed that returning was now impossible. He then had to continue moving forward, hoping to see the mysteries that could surprise him inside the mist. Thinking in silence for a while, he became relaxed and tried to adapt to the current situation. He sat down, no longer sending his profound chi to the boat, but instead, let the flow of water drive it freely. Without wasting his soul consciousness and profound chi, he held his breath, looked straight ahead, while calmly waiting, being aware of any special circumstances. Without the sun, moon, stars, or concept of time, all he could do was just sit still and let the boat flutter freely on the sea without any idea of where he was heading. One day later, Shuryan's eyes brightened up. His wooden boat suddenly floated up into the air and slowly flew forward. The strange thing was he wasn't using any force. In the thick misty fog ahead, he could vaguely see a huge black shadow. This shadow was suspended in the air like a magnificent mountain, which gave people a strange, insecure feeling. With a tense mind, Shuryan was fully cautious. His eyes flashed up, looking at the huge black shadow ahead. He didn't know what it was. The wooden boat slowly approached as the silhouette of the shadow gradually became clearer. It was a mountain indeed. This mountain was hundreds of miles high, strangely floating above the sea, suspended in the air. There were plants, tree flowers, but no beasts and other creatures. It was unknown where this mountain came from. It kept floating in the sky like an air balloon, not seemingly affected by gravity. Shuryan was extremely astonished. Quietly sensing around, he immediately realized that there was no gravity here. Not only that, but the sea under his feet also emitted a faint gray smoke which seemed to have some force that made the wooden boat fly up to the sky. He instantly decided to leave the boat, and after having consumed just a little bit of profound chi, he already arrived on the mountain peak. Sitting atop the mountain, Shuryan looked down, observing this miraculous place. A colorful light beam suddenly flew over from the mountain in front of him. Shuryan watched attentively for a moment and realized that this beam of light had definitely been released from a warrior. According to the direction of where that light beam came from, he knew that the place was thousands of meters away. However, because of the ineffectiveness of his soul consciousness in this area, together with the thick fog, he couldn't see the warrior who had shot out that beam of light nor knew the opponent's cultivation base. He continued sitting for a while, observing the mountain, and then thought that he should go and check what or who it was. He didn't understand much about the dark magnetic noxious mist, so if he could meet that warrior, he would have many of his questions answered. With that thought in mind, he immediately used his profound chi to move toward its direction with moderate speed. Chapter 363, 3 Males and 2 Females. Chapter 363, 3 Males and 2 Females. A 1,000-meter-high mountain was suspended above the sea. A dazzling light beam dashed over from behind the mountain, accompanied by soft sounds, which were like the beasts roaring in the distance. Shuryan stopped moving to watch that beam of light with cold eyes and carefully observe it. He then realized that the light contained extraordinary power, and the warrior behind the mountain should have the cultivation base in the second or third sky of Nirvana realm, or maybe in the sky realm. He secretly asked himself how intimidating that realm was, and at the same time, he tried to observe if there were God realm warriors or not. After that, he then felt more secure and quietly moved forward. Without gravity, when his body moved, it looked like a soft, elegant willow dashing forward with breakneck speed. In only 3 minutes he already arrived at behind the mountain. Hiding under a cliff, he quietly stuck his head out and observed the fight behind the mountain. 5 warriors were holding various secret treasures, violently fighting with 3 golden-eye snow dragons. The group consisted of 3 males and 2 females. All of them were still very young, around 20 years old. The 2 girls had beautiful, slender bodies as well as profound cultivation bases which seemed to be in the sky realm. The 3 males had sturdy bodies and prominent appearances. 2 of them had blonde hair, blue eyes, and had the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm cultivation base. They should be brothers as they looked quite alike. The other one was a little bit younger. His face was long and pointed. His eyes were cold, and he also had the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm cultivation base. 3 males and 2 females together fought with 3 golden-eye snow dragons. They were taking the upper hand in this battle. There was another golden eye snow dragon's body on the ground on the side. Blood was dripping out from its head. Its demon crystal should have been taken by those people. Golden eye snow dragon was the 6th level beast which could be compared to a Nirvana realm warrior. It had great strength and a sturdy build. Ordinary weapons could hardly injure it, and thus it was tough to deal with. These 5 warriors with their outstanding abilities had jointly killed 1 golden eye snow dragon. As for the remaining 3 golden eye snow dragons, one of them was severely injured. Its tail had been cut off with blood and flesh blended stickily. It was continually roaring and resisting. As he watched the fight in front of him, he realized that the 3 golden eye snow dragons didn't seem to be able to withstand the others' attacks any longer. They would soon be killed like the other dead golden eye snow dragon. It was unknown where these 5 young warriors came from and how they could have such a profound cultivation base. Together with sparkling secret treasures in their hands, they didn't look like ordinary people. Shurien had been watching them for a while, and he was secretly aghast as he realized that the martial technique of these 5 warriors was quite mysterious. They were certainly 1 level higher than the outstanding young warriors in the Endless Sea. Fragmented blade. The female in a silk gown with a piece of sapphire tied on her waist suddenly shouted. The many sword lights that shot out from her jade-like hand were snow-white, bone-chilling, and very dangerous. They instantly pierced through 1 golden eye snow dragon's body. The 5-meter-tall Tuat Long Su was abruptly stagnant in the air while its body emitted beautiful lights, splitting into different blocks. It had been slashed to death without shedding a drop of blood. Seeing that golden eye snow dragon killed, the remaining 2 were finally panicked, ran away in 2 different directions. One of them was severely injured and blocked by the 4 people. Various attacks were cast out, striking and throwing that golden eye snow dragon back to the sky. The other golden eye snow dragon which was not wounded let out a roar, dashing toward the place where Shurien was hiding with breakneck speed. The female in the silk gown suddenly swung her arms, leaped up, and quickly chased after that golden eye snow dragon like a cyclone. The distance between her and that golden eye snow dragon was getting closer. Shurien stood up with his slightly changed face. That golden eye snow dragon seemed to see him, suddenly roared, and opened its mouth bursting out a stream of icy silver light. Stop it. As the female who was chasing that golden eye snow dragon saw Shurien hiding there, she quickly called him out for help. Shurien's face darkened. When he saw that silver light approaching, he raised his hand blasting the life seal. 7 handprints merged into one and struck the golden eye snow dragon. Boom. The golden eye snow dragon was bombarded by the life seal and bounced backward. The icy silver light that dashed toward Shurien was melted by the heat of the earth flame and disappeared, leaving no trace. Right after being hit by the life seal, the last golden eye snow dragon was then attacked by the girl's fragmented blade even before it could stabilize its body. It was split into 16 blocks of meat floating in the air and fell away slowly. Shurien's eyes flashed up, staring at that golden eye snow dragon's body. He realized that after it had died, those blocks of meat seemed to be affected by gravity and thus instantly fell on the mountain. The girl who had used a secret technique to behead the golden eye snow dragon quickly flew over. Her fingertips shot out a slender beam of silver light toward that golden eye snow dragon's head and then took out a sparklingly bright demon crystal. While she had been casting out her attacks to kill this golden eye snow dragon, the other 4 warriors had also succeeded in exterminating the other injured one and harvesting 1 demon crystal. A while later the 5 warriors gathered in together atop the mountain, looking toward Shurien. Shurien was standing on a cliff, observing with knitted eyebrows. He hesitated a little bit before moving toward those 5 warriors. He stopped when he was about 20 meters away from them, secretly on the alert. Where are you from? The girl in the silk gown, who was quite tall, squinted her eyes looking at him and asked while her hands were still playing with the demon crystal. The Endless Sea. Shurien contemplated for a moment before calmly replying. Endless Sea. The girl seemed to be a little hazed looking at the other beautiful girl next to her and asked gently, Kai, have you ever heard of that place? Through the dark magnetic noxious mist toward the west, it is said that there is a sea area where plenty of warriors gather. It seems to be the Endless Sea. The girl whose name was Kai wore many colorful bracelets. Every time she swung her arms, crisp and sweet sounds resounded. She revealed a faint smile with a slightly despising look on her face and said, Ayaya, the Endless Sea is a barbaric place. Although there are some powerful warriors there, it is still far less than our divine land. I have heard that the ancestors in the Endless Sea were warriors who couldn't develop in Divine Land, and thus they had crossed the sea to the Endless Sea, starting to live and form their forces there until now. Ah, the girl named Aya slightly nodded without saying anything else. The 3/3 sky of Nirvana realm men threw a disdained look at Shiryan. One of them, who was wearing a cold face, also whispered, "Turns out he is an immigrant from an undeveloped area." Shiryan arched his eyebrows but didn't say anything. He was actually surprised. In his eyes, the Endless Sea was a vast area. A lot of warriors there were much stronger than those in the Merchant Union. Unexpectedly, in these people's eyes, the Endless Sea was just a place of barbarians and laggards. After having thought a while, he suddenly said, "Are you from the center land of the Grace mainland on the east of the dark magnetic noxious mist?" The two girls displayed their disdain, slightly smiled but didn't say anything. The other 3/3 sky of Nirvana realm men proudly nodded with superior manners. Shiryan had originally wanted to check with these three men about the situation around. However, as he saw their arrogant attitude, he felt disgusted, and the intention of talking with them had soon gone. He nodded with a cold face, clasped his hands and said, "See you again." After talking, he turned around and walked away. "Wait a minute," Aya suddenly spoke up. Shiryan shuddered, but his face didn't change. He was secretly well prepared. If something bad happened, he would immediately start to take actions first. The five of them with high cultivation base, miraculous martial techniques, as well as secret treasures in their hands were all outstanding talents like Yi Zhangfeng and Lin Yiqi, those whom he admired. If they really had wicked intentions, he had to use all of his power to be able to escape. Having come to this world for only 1 or 2 days, he understood well the danger of this place. He clearly knew that a powerful warrior here could kill someone else without any reasons. "What is it?" Shiryan asked as he turned his head around, revealing a smile like he didn't take any precaution, and looked at her with calm eyes. "You helped me earlier, so I give you a part of this demon crystal as a reward." Aya's words were simple and gentle. While she was talking, a dagger emerged in her hand, cutting the demon crystal into 3 parts. She then snapped her fingers and one piece of the demon crystal flew toward Shiryan. Swoosh. Aya, each demon crystal in this dark magnetic noxious mist is very precious. Why are you wasting it? It turned out that was the man with cold temperament. "Borg, my father has taught me that when you owe someone a favor, you always have to repay it." Aya slightly squinted and said with a cold tone. "We should give him that part of the demon crystal. Without him, no one could have killed that golden-eye snow dragon. It is fair. Do you have a problem with what I am doing?" Right after she had finished her words, a dangerous aura suddenly was emitted from her body. Chapter 364, Virtue and Evil. Chapter 364, Virtue and Evil. The young man whose name was Borg instantly realized that the aura was coming from her body. His face slightly changed. He frowned and said, "Aya, I don't want this demon crystal for myself either. I just feel he will not be alive for long here. In this dark magnetic noxious mist, only demon crystals of the beasts can be used to supplement the consumed profound chi. Each demon crystal here is precious. As we have just entered this place, we need to try our best to gather more demon crystals and shouldn't waste any of them." After talking, Borg threw a cold glance at Shiryan and said arrogantly, "This kind of immigrant from the laggard area will die anyway even if he has demon crystals. Giving it to him is such a waste." Shiryan slightly frowned. At first, he hadn't been interested in demon crystals of the snow dragon and had intended to refuse Aya's kindness. However, after having heard that guy Backcatch say that the demon crystals could supplement profound chi in the dark magnetic noxious mist, he immediately changed his mind, and determinedly decided to fight for it. That was why he didn't refuse it but looked at Aya to see what she would say. "I said give it to him. Didn't you hear me?" Aya's countenance was getting worse and worse. Borg secretly snorted while his eyes shot out a trace of coldness. He then threw Shiryan the piece of crystal in his hand. The speed of his throw was so fast that it made the piece of crystal screech like a weapon, piercing through the air like a shooting star. Shiryan's face remained unchanged. Seeing the crystal approach, he raised his hand and clenched his fingers. A flow of bright light flew out from it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the demon crystal fell into his hand, a group of forces burst out wrapping around Shiryan's hand. Shiryan revealed a faint smile and quickly used his strength to control the demon crystal. The light on his fingertips suddenly condensed into something that looked like a white glove covering his hand and then gripped and constrained the demon crystal. When Shiryan turned his hand over, the demon crystal piece instantly fell into the blood vein ring. Without saying anything further, Shurien nodded at Aya, didn't bother Borg's harsh look, turned around and walked away. "Wait a second," Kai smiled elegantly and spoke up. Shurien reluctantly turned back as he asked impatiently, "What else?" "Friend, being alone in this dark magnetic noxious mist is a little bit dangerous indeed. I am wondering if you are interested in accompanying us for a short trip." Tsai's oval face was quite charming, her shiny, succulent red lips could mesmerize other people. Danger is everywhere in the dark magnetic noxious mist. If you go alone, you might either consume all of your profound chi or be killed by wicked things. If you go with us, at least you will have less unnecessary troubles. What do you think? Sister. Borg got irritated. He couldn't help but shout, "Why do you want to carry this burden? If he acts recklessly, he will harm all of us. What's made you think of this?" Kai smiled sweetly, winked at Borg signaling him, and she then looked at Shurien, seeming to wait for his decision. Aya knitted her eyebrows, strangely looked at Kai with an astonished face, and didn't say anything further. The two well-built young men with blonde hair and green eyes, who were standing at the side, slightly chuckled and nodded quietly. Shurien was suspicious looking at those people and about to refuse them. However, when he witnessed their attitude, he was hesitant. He knew that this Kaiwai didn't have good intentions. Inviting him to accompany them was, in fact, just to use him. However, as he had just entered the dark magnetic noxious mist, he knew nothing about this place. He had heard Xia Xinyan talk a little bit about some mysteries of this place, but as for the details, she didn't know. In this case, traveling alone in the dark magnetic noxious mist might be dangerous. This group of warriors had a high cultivation base as well as a profound understanding of this place. Although going with them could lead him to encounter unpredictable events, he still could get more information about the dark magnetic noxious mist. Even if they didn't tell him directly, he could still have more of understanding about this place by paying attention to their conversations. He just needed to be careful. If the situation wasn't good, he would immediately leave them. It should not be too difficult. With that thought, Shurien quietly considered, then burst into laughter and said, "Well, I know nothing about this place. So, I will have to bother you." After talking, he stopped walking and maintained a safe distance with the five of them, revealed a smile looking at them. "Alright, we will need to take a rest first to restore our strength. Meanwhile, you can get familiar with the use of the demon crystal." Kai beamed a faint smile, nodded at Borg and said, "Brother, you help take guard for me. Be alert to the unexpected appearance of the beasts." After talking, Kai gently flew away. Borg reluctantly turned around, looking at Shurien coldly while murmuring something, and then caught up with Kai. "Sister, what on earth are you doing?" Borg walked toward her with a resentful face and complained, "Isn't it better to let me kill that rascal to take that demon crystal back? We have discussed it before, but then Aya pretended to be fair and kind. Do you also want to act like her?" Dark magnetic noxious mist had quite a lot of special things. One of them was soundproofing. Thanks to that, although the two of them stood just hundreds of meters away from Shurien, they were not worried that Shurien would be able to overhear their conversation, not to mention that they also intentionally lowered their voices. "You are such a fool." As soon as Kaiwai had flown away, her smiling face instantly became cold while her beautiful eyes emitted an icy aura. She sneered and said, "That guy is only in the second sky of Nirvana realm. You can easily kill him, but if you do so, you will consume more of your profound chi. Do you know how important profound chi is in this place? How long we can survive depends on it. Wasting it means you will die faster. Are you stupid or what?" Seeing her cold face, Borg was a little scared and couldn't even speak normally. "But that demon crystal. Can 1/3 of the demon crystal be enough to make up for the profound chi that you would have to consume to kill him?" Kai snorted coldly. Borg was stunned a little bit and then shamefully said, "No. Idiot." Kai bluntly cursed. "Do you think that Aya really wanted to give up 1/3 of the demon crystal? She just wanted to use it to entice the opponent and thus weakened our strength. With your personality, after being scolded by her, you would sneakily leave us and kill that rascal? If you do that, you already fall into her trap." Borg's face changed instantly. "If you leave us and you will be on your own. What you gain is far less than what you will lose even if you can get that demon crystal. Later, if you encounter other warriors or beasts or any traps in this dark magnetic noxious mist, you will hardly be able to keep yourself alive." Kai continued emotionlessly, "Aya has just used 1/3 of the demon crystal to entice that little rascal, and he has already wanted to take actions with you. Even you are lucky to be alive, still, You have consumed some of your profound chi already. Thus she has gotten what she wants. Idiot. After Borg had listened to Tsai's curse, his face immediately changed. He was scared and broke out in a cold sweat, contemplated for a long while before gritting his teeth and speaking up. That woman's heart is indeed barbaric. After having entered the dark magnetic noxious mist, our group only has 5 people left. Aya still retains her power and thus harvests the most. In the critical point of time, she will push others to death before herself. She always uses the least of her power to get the most benefits. If you continue to be stupid like this, she will kill you sooner or later. I have reminded you many times, but you never listen to me. You really don't know what life and death are, Kai said unhappily. Borg felt ashamed, constantly nodded. Sister, I am wrong. Remember, you shouldn't take any reckless actions next time. Did you see if the other 2 brothers Laoluan have said anything? Kai was giving her brother lessons while knitting her eyebrows, looking at the 2 of guys with blonde hair and blue eyes at the same time. She lowered her voice and said, when you take action, be careful with the 2 brothers Laoluan. Although their cultivation bases are only in the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm, if they join forces, their real strength can be compared to Sky Realm warriors. Even I am not sure if I could defeat them. So you should not underestimate them. Borg shuddered as he became quietly more watchful, nodded his head and asked, Sister, why did you ask that little rascal to stay with us? Idiot. Kai displayed a disappointing look. Have you and the brothers Laoluan taken the same path recently? Borg nodded honestly. Pathfinding is the most dangerous task. If being surrounded by a flock of beasts, a Pathfinder would be killed for sure. If accidentally getting lost in a trap, a Pathfinder wouldn't be able to preserve his or her life for very long. Therefore, I asked that kid to go with us to replace you to trace the path, using him to protect your life. You have to be grateful to him for taking the risk for you. Understand? You are such a fool. Kai said with disappointment. Thank you, sister. Borg was moved and said, talk less, observe more. Don't be a blind fool being controlled by others. Kai scolded him and then closed her eyes. Guard for me. Don't let anyone come close, especially that Aya. Yes. Borg bowed his head and bent down, obediently standing next to her without any negligence. He also understood that the reason why his sister cared for him was that he still had his value. If he couldn't do this task well, he would lose his value, and maybe his sister would not care about his well-being anymore. With that thought, he was even more serious as he secretly guarded against Aya in the distance. His face slightly changed when he saw Aya slowly walking toward that strange rascal because he thought that she had a plan. Borrow that rascal's strength? He was suddenly resuscitated and enlightened after Tsai's curses. Therefore, right now, the way he looked at Shiryan was no longer hostile but pitiful. This kid was really unlucky as he was being fooled by his sister and that wicked Aya, and yet he was still grateful to them. Chapter 365, Beasts, Dangerous Traps and Humans. Chapter 365, Beasts, Dangerous Traps and Humans. My name is Laoli. I am Laoluan. The 2 guys with blonde hair, blue eyes and sturdy bodies looked at Shiryan, sneered and introduced themselves. Shiryan. Nice to meet you, Shiryan. I hope that we will get along well during the journey ahead. After talking, the 2 guys beamed a smile, walked shoulder to shoulder to another place, about a few hundred meters away from Aya and Kai, and then sat down. One of them took out a demon crystal and meditated to restore his strength. The other stood to the side, staring at the void like he was in a trance. Shiryan remained calm and secretly observed the brothers Laoluan and Laoli. Then he looked toward Kai and Borg and said to himself that this group seemed to have constraints among them. While Kai was restoring her profound chi, Borg was guarding for her. Laoli and Laoluan were also on alert. It turned out that this group of 5 was not in solidarity. They were taking precautions against each other. Kai and Borg were on one side, the 2 brothers Laoluan and Laoli were on another side, and Aya was alone. Although the 3 parties were traveling together, they didn't trust each other and were always on alert. They were very cautious even when they were restoring their strength. It was easy to see that these 5 people didn't get along well as he had originally thought. After observing these people secretly for a while, Shiryan realized their strange relationships, and he thus didn't dare to let down his guard and was even more cautious. After the 2 brothers Lao had introduced themselves, Aya arched her eyebrows and walked over to Shiryan. She stopped 10 meters away from him and coldly said, I am a little bit curious about the Endless Sea. Can you tell me about the place? The girl in a silk gown with a jade belt wrapped around her small, appealing waist asked. She had beautiful, straight legs. Her thighs were vaguely exposed through the thin silk, which was mesmerizing. She was standing alone. Her eyelashes were very long, and her lucid eyes were as clear as water. Sometimes they flashed up with beams of light as if they wanted to pull men's souls into their pupils. Before, as Shiryan had stood quite far away and been on the alert when he had first met her, he hadn't carefully observed her. As she was approaching, Shiryan goggled watching her and couldn't help but praise her, as he had never thought this girl was this heart-stirring. Her beauty could be compared with Xia Xinyan and Chao Jilan, which was the root of all troubles. The endless sea was in the west of the dark magnetic noxious mist. There are only 5 sections where warriors gather, including the Kiara Sea, the Hengluo Sea. Shiryan said with a low voice and a calm face. He told her about the situation of the endless sea but didn't mention the forces there, the invasion of the 4th demon area and the 7-fold underworld, nor about his origin or his situation in the endless sea. Such an interesting place. Aya's long eyelashes slightly shivered while she whispered and revealed a thoughtful look. After a long while, she suddenly looked toward him and curiously asked, "Why do you come to this dark magnetic noxious mist? Did you come here to get to the Grace mainland?" "I come here to temper myself," Shiryan said indifferently. "I have encountered a bottleneck during my cultivation. I have heard that there are many mysteries in the dark magnetic noxious mist, so I came here to try my luck, to see if I can find something here to have a breakthrough." Aya's eyes brightened up while she nodded. "It seems that the endless sea has good warriors." Shiryan sneered but didn't say anything. The dark magnetic noxious mist has 3 fatal dangers: beasts, dangerous traps, and humans. Aya hesitated a little bit and then said gently, "Beasts are the easiest to deal with. Dangerous traps are the second. Humans are unpredictable and the most terrible ones. You should be careful when you are here." "Humans?" Shiryan's face darkened. "That's right, the same kind as ours." Aya nodded earnestly, glanced at the other groups of Kai and Laoli, and then said to Shiryan, "You have to be careful with the people next to you. In this place, companions are nothing. In crucial moments, not only are they not trustworthy but they can be a fatal threat." After mentioning this, Aya seemingly wanted to continue but then stopped, pondered for a few seconds, displayed a complicated look, then threw a glance at Shiryan and said, "Being alone is sometimes safer. You are alone, so you should take good care of yourself." When her plump thighs under the thin silk moved slightly, Aya had already flown hundreds of meters away and quickly disappeared into thin air. Borg and Laoluan, who were taking guard, seemed to let out a sigh of relief when they saw Aya fly away. Their vigilance was slightly relaxed as they felt more assured and sat down. Shiryan shuddered within his heart. Through this small detail, he immediately realized that Aya was probably the most dangerous in this group. Among these 5 warriors, Aya and Kai had the Sky Realm cultivation base while the other men had the 3rd Sky of Nirvana Realm. Shiryan recognized that no one in this group had good intentions or was trustworthy or easy to deal with. Among them, the guy Borg, who was impatient and easily irritated, was the easiest one to deal with. The remaining 4 people were all calm and discreet. He especially could not see through Kai and Aya. However, he felt that these 2 girls were always against each other. They seemed to be harmonious, but it was not their true mind. The 5 of them had divided into 3 teams, scattering in 3 directions. They took turns to absorb the demon crystals to restore their profound chi. They didn't talk to each other, which gave others the feeling that they were getting along well, but they were actually guarding against one another. After carefully observing for a while, Shiryan regained the calmness in his heart. He quietly backed off and stopped when he was 800 meters away from Laoluan and Lao Li, who were nearest to him. Looking around, he noticed that behind him and to his sides were rocky mountains, and thus the predictable danger could only come from the front. He sat down, took 1/3 of the demon crystal out and started to absorb the power inside it. Different from other demon crystals, this demon crystal had been taken out from the beast's body in the dark magnetic noxious mist, and thus it could adapt to a particular environment, not able to be dissipated. Demon crystals were indeed nutrient supplements for the power's restoration. GoldenEye Snow Dragon was a 6th-level beast, which was equivalent to a human Nirvana Realm warrior. The power of this piece of demon crystal was not vigorous anyway. Demon crystals, after all, were not pure chi. The loss of the crystal's power was inevitable after it was converted into available profound chi for warriors to use. After the power of this 1/3 demon crystal piece was converted, Shiryan could only absorb half of it, which was equivalent to 1/10 of his profound chi. Before that, when he had cast out the life seal, he hadn't consumed much of his profound chi. This small piece of demon crystal helped him not only restore the amount of the consumed profound chi when he had used the life seal earlier but also reinstate a part of the amount of the depleted profound chi from the past few days. While meditating and waiting for the demon crystal piece in his hand to become a useless stone, he felt the profound chi in his body about to reach its peak, around 9 out of 10 parts. Although he didn't reach the peak yet, he was already satisfied. He squinted as he looked ahead and saw Laoli and Kai had completed their power restoration and were keeping watch for Borg and Laoli to meditate. No one knew where Aya had gone. As she was alone and didn't trust anyone, she obviously had to choose a remote corner to ensure that there would be no unexpected events taking place during her meditation. Shuryen carefully observed everything and continued to maintain his meditating posture. After a long while, Borg and Laoluan completed their power restoration. The 4 of them then gathered in one place and waved at Shuryen. Shuryen stood up and walked toward them while still staying alert. When he was around 10 meters away from them, he stopped and comfortably asked, "Should we continue on our way?" He quietly observed them and found out that Borg's hostility had weakened compared to earlier. Although he still wore a cold face, his eyes no longer had any sign of hatred. This gave him some doubts as he didn't know what Kai said to Borg for his attitude to change that much. "Aya hasn't returned yet. Wait for her for a while," Kai stated pretentiously, revealing a sweet smile as she boringly played with a bracelet on her snow-white arm. "Aya doesn't trust anyone. She doesn't allow anyone to come close when she meditates. Early on, we had another companion. As she was meditating for quite long and hadn't come back, that person was worried and went over to call her. That person didn't come back afterward. Nobody knows what happened." A strange light flashed up in Shuryen's eyes. Kai coldly smiled in her heart. As she had got what she wanted, she didn't say anything further, just sneered and looked toward the direction Aya headed earlier. The 5 people suddenly quieted down and no one spoke. Thus the atmosphere was quite strange. Not long after that, Aya quietly appeared from a distance and gently stepped forward, moving effortlessly. "We can go now," Aya said, her face looking indifferent. "Now that we have one more member, we should reallocate the Pathfinder job. What do you think?" "Let the newcomer do it then. He has to do it at least 1 or 2 times. Kai slightly chuckled as he threw a glance at Shuryen and said, "Pathfinder is the easiest job. As soon as he discovers a danger, he immediately retreats. This kind of job is a test for the newcomer's reaction and observance. What do you say?" Kai looked at Laoli, Laoluan and Borg. Unsurprisingly, the 3 of them nodded, seeming to have reached an unspoken understanding. Aya nodded as she saw the majority of the crew agreed and then said, "I don't know much about this place. You go first to find a way. If you encounter beasts, you should call us. If you see dangerous traps, you have to retreat. If you meet humans, you have to observe their cultivation base and the number of people." Shuryen said to himself that it was not going well for him. After linking thoughts in his mind, he finally beamed a smile, nodded in agreement to take the task and said, "Not a problem." Chapter 366, Pathfinder. Chapter 366, Pathfinder. Shuryen was reluctant. These 5 people clearly didn't have good intent when they asked him to stay. He had been well prepared as he had guessed that they would ask him to do the Pathfinder's job. However, in his view, it would not be safer if he left these 5 people and went off on his own. His understanding of the dark magnetic noxious mist was too little. Venturing around in here, he might encounter powerful beasts or dangerous traps. Therefore, what they asked him to do was not too difficult to do. They were 5 people divided into 3 parties that watched over each other. This was exactly what he had expected. He thought to himself that although he would not be completely safe, he could still take advantage of these 5 people to handle several affairs as he pleased. If they united, he would not dare to stay with them for much longer. He also knew that Kai and Borg wanted to use him, turning him into a sacrifice. In the dark magnetic noxious mist, there was no heaven and earth aura, and hence, if ordinary warriors wanted to restore their profound chi, the only way was to kill the beasts. However, he was different. He considered Kai Aya Borg another kind of beast. If they died, he would absorb all of their auras and thus restore his strength. With his specific mystery martial spirit, nothing was impossible even in the dark magnetic noxious mist. As long as someone died, he would get what he needed. Therefore, staying with these 5 people would probably bring him benefits as well. This group always had bad intents toward him, so why should he care? "Are you ready? Let's go." Aya was slightly surprised as she saw him readily agree with a nod. She took out a delicate, square compass from her storage ring. A strange pattern was engraved on the surface of the compass. Its four corners were encrusted with 4 demon crystals, which seemed to provide energy for the compass. Aya held the compass in her hand. Her small finger pointed to the center of the compass, seeming to identify the direction. Kai didn't say a word. Her eyes gazed at the compass in Aya's hand, paying attention to the direction that the compass pointed as she was in fear of Aya's mischief. In the middle of the compass, a silver needle was slightly trembling before it stopped and pointed to the left side of Shiryan. Aya looked at that direction for a moment, put the compass back into the storage ring, and then said, "The direction has been determined." Kai and others nodded with a smile. Aya didn't say anything further. As the tip of her foot slightly touched the stones on the ground, she instantly leaped up, flying away with moderate speed, as she wanted to save her profound chi as much as possible. "Shiryan, aren't you coming?" Kai waited until Aya had left, moved a little bit backward, looked at him with a smile and said, "You should follow Aya. When she asks you to go to the front, maybe there's something abnormal. Be careful and remember to shout out loud if you see the beasts. Otherwise, we are afraid that we will arrive there late and you will probably—" Shiryan's face remained unchanged. He clasped his hands and caught up with Aya. After Shiryan had left, Sai's smiling face gradually disappeared. She frowned and murmured, "This guy is very careful. I don't know what Aya has told him, but I feel that he seems inclined toward Aya. Aya has the most powerful strength. If she has this guy's assistance, she will be even more dangerous." Borg wanted to say something, thinking to himself that it was his sister who had asked to keep this kid. Borg remembered when Kai had scolded him earlier, and he had endured it without daring to ask. Until now he felt a little bit puzzled. The brothers Laoli and Laoluan chuckled while their eyes displayed some secret meanings. They didn't talk to Kai but flew toward Shiryan instead. Kai coldly smiled and then talked to Borg. "It is not easy to bully that little rascal. You should be watchful. Don't let him be too close to Aya. I am afraid Aya will seduce him, and he will then voluntarily serve and protect her. Although I am not afraid of it, it is still troublesome. If you have a chance, remember to provoke him to break the relationship between him and Aya. It is best if you can make him hate Aya. Do you understand?" Borg was startled but forced a wry smile and nodded, "I will try my best." Kai didn't say anything further. She flipped her hands, producing a pleasant sound, and flew in Shiryan's direction. Aya was taking the lead and Shiryan was following her. The brothers Laoluan and Laoli were next, and the last two were Kai and Borg. A line of 6 people maintained the distance of 20 meters from each other. The flying speed was not very fast as they had to save their profound chi as much as possible. Shiryan was always on alert from in front and from behind as he carefully observed any movements on his sides. Every time Aya flew to a mountain, she stopped for a short while and took out the compass to check the direction. After determining that there were no abnormalities, she then continued to move forward. Shiryan was 20 meters behind her, watching Aya's indistinct figure in the sea of clouds. In this zero-gravity environment, her body looked like a willow with her small waist, long limbs and plump thighs. He felt quite pleased but didn't dare to have any wicked thoughts. They had been flying for a long while. Aya was still silent without uttering a word. She took out the compass to check every time she stopped in front of a mountain and then hurriedly left, not asking Shiryan to scout. Shiryan didn't dare to relax, always paying attention to the surrounding area, guarding against the 2 brothers Laoluan and Laoli, as he was afraid that if he were not vigilant, the 2 brothers would ambush him. Suddenly, Aya stopped in front of another mountain, took out the compass and observed their surroundings. After a while Aya turned around looking at Shiryan and said, "There is something strange in the gap between the 2 mountain peaks. Go check what is over there." Shiryan nodded and moved to Aya's position while still staying alert. Aya turned her head around watching him approach. Shiryan knew that Aya was guarding against him. He sneered inside his heart but still kept a natural look on his face. He didn't look at her. Instead, he focused on the mountain's cliff in front of him. He attentively observed it while exposing a thoughtful expression. Aya's vigilance wasn't reduced. She continued looking at Shiryan until he passed her side and went forward. After that, she then relaxed a little bit, but her eyes were still watching Shiryan's back carefully. There is a high possibility that beasts are hiding on the side of the mountains. You should observe carefully. It is best if you can find out how many there are of them as well as their levels. Just after Shiryan flew past her, he heard her cold reminder. "Yes, Shiryan replied coldly. His face suddenly darkened while he was activating his profound qi. A stream of refining power quietly rolled in his veins. While the profound qi was running, his body slightly trembled. It seemed that the tremendous power in his body could explode at any time. After perceiving the body's transformation, Shiryan's eyes gradually calmed down. Ayaya didn't say a word. Her beautiful, slender body stood in the misty group of clouds in the air while she looked at Shiryan with a cold face. Then suddenly she turned around, glancing at the two brothers Laoli and Laoluan who were coming close to her. When the two brothers saw Aya's scrutinizing look, they stopped moving and revealed a bright smile. Laoli looked at Shiryan, then Ayaya, and asked, "How is the situation? What can it be?" "Beasts," Ayaya answered coldly and turned back to look at Shiryan. The two brothers didn't ask anything further. One of them looked at Ayaya and the other one looked at Kai. They paid attention to both the front and back. The two mountains were about 500 meters high. It was all red on the top of the mountains. Some abnormal trees and plants seemed to grow there. Between these two mountain peaks, there was a saddle which was 100 meters wide. The thick, misty fog made this area even more dark and gloomy. Dense plants and trees fully covered the mountain flanks. Because of the heavy fog, nothing could be seen clearly. There were some faint black shadows which looked like rocks or some plants. In the case where soul consciousness couldn't be used and one could only observe with his own eyes, going closer was the only way to know the situation better. Shiryan started to activate his profound qi and got closer to the other cliff. His eye brightened up, staring at black shadows on the two flanks of the mountain, wanting to see what they were after all. Sizzle sizzle. It was the sound of pythons coming up from the mountain flanks. Shiryan could only see the black shadows suddenly move and fly out from the cliff. That shape should be a purple gold python. Purple gold python was a 6th-level beast that lived in groups and liked to be in the icy environment. There were 2 yellow and purple round patterns on its skin. Its body was from 7 to 10 meters long. It had sharp fangs and could spew out the toxic fog. Moreover, it could quickly dart out while its big, long, vigorous body could instantly wrap around and break a warrior's waist. As soon as a purple gold python that was wrapped around a tree on the mountain flank saw him, it immediately sprang toward him with breakneck speed while its mouth spurted out purple venom aimed straight at Shiryan. With a quick glance, Shiryan now realized that there was a total of 8 pythons rushing toward him. His face couldn't help but change. Each of these purple gold pythons was 8 to 9 meters long. Their mouths were full of fangs. Their small eyes flashed up with poisonous lights that frightened people out of their wits. Without thinking, he immediately moved his profound qi to his legs. As soon as the venom reached him, he had already jumped backward. There are 8 6th-level purple gold python. Shiryan's figure retreated as fast as lightning and then stopped around 100 meters in front of Ayaya. He turned his head around and shouted, "Kill them." Aya's eyes brightened up. Her face was a little excited, her body dashed toward the group of purple gold python like a sharp spear. Chapter 367, The God Soul Secret Treasure. Chapter 367, The God Soul Secret Treasure. 8 purple gold pythons arched their heads and waved their tails, diving out from the cliff with incredible speed. Terrifying eyes flashed up, looking brutally at Shiryan. Shiryan snorted coldly and stood still on the spot waiting for the purple gold pythons to come. If he alone fought with these 8 grown-up purple gold pythons, he was not sure that he could kill them all. However, together with the other 5 people who had unpredictably profound strength, the situation would be different. Indeed. Aya's body looked like a spear that was shot out with intimidating momentum. She instantly came to his position but didn't stop. Instead, she continued to dash forward into the place where those pythons were gathering. Her slender body kept changing in the air, giving other people the feeling that they could never catch her. A bunch of dark blue lights shot out from her fingers. Those sharp lights, which were flashing on and off, contained an extremely powerful force. The dark blue lights intertwined in the void, forming a light net covering all of the pythons in just a short while. A clear shout resounded coldly. Ayaya curved her waist, penetrated the light net in the air, and stood opposite the group of purple gold python. Fragmented blade. After her shout, a bundle of icy light shaped like a sword flew toward the group of purple gold python. The 2 purple gold python in the front were slashed down and split away even before they could spurt out their venom. Under the control of Aya's 5 fingers, 2 pellucid demon crystals instantly fell into her palm and then disappeared into the storage ring right after the ring had flashed up. Behind her, the four people of Laoli's and Sai's group were worried as they saw Aya had quickly taken the two demon crystals first. Thus they put all their strength into flying over. A bundle of pink light beams suddenly glinted and zoomed across Shuryen, rushing forward to fight for the demon crystals of the purple gold python. Kai was as charming as a fairy. Her clothes fluttered while the bracelet on her pale arms suddenly flew out, producing a terrifying whistle and dazzling lights. While flying toward the purple gold pythons, the bracelet suddenly had a transformation. Inside of it shot out a sharp, 1-meter-long saber with blazing lights slashing the purple gold pythons into pieces. Borg's eyes flashed up with a furious light. A pellucid, 1-meter-long sword flew out from his sleeve and instantly turned into a giant 300-meter-long dragon, raising its face up to the sky, howling, opening its mouth and swallowing a purple gold python whole. A bunch of chilled silk inside the crystal dragon's belly wrapped around the purple gold python and then crushed it within seconds. The two brothers loudly chuckled while both of them were standing on a purple gold python, controlling its mouth, preventing it from moving. A mighty power burst out from their bodies as they continuously punched the purple gold python's body. In moments, the python turned into a sticky pulp of flesh and blood. Shuryen stood at the side, frowning and looking at the 5 people killing the purple gold python. Very quickly they had harvested all 8 demon crystals. Aya was the fastest and thus got 3 demon crystals, Kai got 2, Borg had 1, and the brothers Laoli got 1 each. 8 purple gold pythons had been killed and their demon crystals had been stored inside the storage ring. Although Shuryen had detected the purple gold pythons first, he didn't get anything. He stood motionlessly looking at them harvesting the demon crystals. Shuryen wasn't frustrated either. Even though he didn't harvest anything this time, he had carefully observed those 5 people and knew more about their abilities. Among them, Aya was the most powerful. She alone had killed 3 purple gold pythons. Kai ranked second. The 2 brothers Laoli were number 3, Borg was the worst, and he had to use his secret treasure to be able to kill 1 purple gold python. Aya's martial technique was mysterious. Her actions were quick, precise and ruthless. Kai was unpredictable with her peculiar secret treasures. The 2 brothers Laoli had terrifying forces. Moreover, they also wore gauntlets which seemed to help increase their strength. Having stood aside and quietly observed them, Shuryen had the better understanding of their abilities as well as their attacking methods. The purple gold pythons' dead bodies were pulled down into the sea under the gravity's influence and disappeared shortly. The 5 of them carefully stored those demon crystals and seemed to be very satisfied with their harvest. As Shuryen didn't get anything, they comforted him and advised him not to let the opportunity go but to take action immediately. Shuryen beamed a smile and nodded. His gesture looked like he was modestly listening to their advice. After that, the 5 of them separated again like before and then used demon crystals to restore their profound chi. 4 of them stayed on this side of the mountain, and Aya went alone to the other side. While Kai was meditating, Borg walked to Shuryen after Aya had left. "I did not treat you well earlier because I didn't think you were worthy. However, after this cooperation I found you are more useful than I have imagined." Borg came over with a smile, seemingly wanting to break Shuryen's reservations toward him. Shuryen also smiled, looked at Backcatch, nodded and said, "I hope that we can continue to cooperate well." "We are happy to work with you," Borg goggled and lowered his voice. "At least, my sister and I will have good cooperation. The others I'm not sure." After talking about it, Borg couldn't help but look toward the mountain where Aya was meditating and continued with a low voice. "As you have known, Aya didn't have good intentions when she gave you 1/3 of the demon crystal. She actually wanted to use it to provoke me to kill you." When talking about this, Borg forced an embarrassed smile. "You also know how precious demon crystals are in the dark magnetic noxious mist. If we want to survive in here we have to rely on demon crystals. Earlier, as I thought that you were useless but was given 1/3 of the demon crystal, I couldn't help." Borg used those words that Kai had told him, only adjusting them a little bit, and told Shuryen almost the same thing. After explaining things for a while, he gritted his teeth and said with a strange voice, "Among us Aya is the most intimidating. She has used different ways to kill other fellows who had entered here with us. Shuryen, you have to pay attention to Aya. Don't be killed because of her. I have come here to warn you. If you are alive I will not have to scout, and thus I really hope you will be alive as long as possible. Understand?" Shuryen sneered coldly inside his heart, but he still wore a grateful visage, nodded and said, "Thank you Brother Borg for reminding me." As long as you can understand it," Borg revealed a smile, nodded and then went back to Tsai's place. After that, he began to restore his strength while Kai was guarding for him. Shurien, you were able to get away from those purple gold pythons besieged quickly, such an amazing reaction. If it were me, I would probably have been poisoned. Laoli, who was not far away from Shurien, laughed and spoke up, the python's venom can paralyze your nerves. Once you are covered with venom, your strength will be gone. The fluid inside a purple gold python's belly is really horrible. Any creatures that are swallowed into their stomach will die shortly after. Shurien was stunned. He was not very clear but still beamed a smile. Do you want to drink? Laoli raised a bottle of wine in his hand and without waiting for Shurien to reply, he took out a delicate bowl, filled it with the wine and then said, You are a mighty man. I'm sure you like to drink. Let's drink together and become good friends. Thank you, Laoli, big brother. Shurien walked over with a big smile as if he was very relaxed without any precautions. He then sat in front of Laoli, took the bowl of wine and raised his head, gulping down the wine. Nor far away from there, Laoluan closed his eyes, meditating. His rough eyebrows slightly shivered, seemed to be secretly alert but then quickly relaxed. Ha, you are indeed our fellow. Laoli burst into laughter as if he was really excited. Danger is everywhere in the dark magnetic noxious mist. We can be killed at any time. So, if we can enjoy a little bit, why not, right? Shurien nodded. You don't seem to know about the dark magnetic noxious mist? Laoli asked unintentionally. Shurien was a little startled and humbly said, I accidentally entered this place and so I have no idea about it. I will need Big Brother to enlighten me. I don't dare to give some lessons, but I can tell you why we came here. Laoli glanced at Kai, who was sitting a little bit further from them, and lowered his voice. Rumor has it that there are two abnormal things deep inside the dark magnetic noxious mist. The first one is the sacred level secret treasure, maybe even the god level treasure, and the other one is the pure god soul. God treasure? Pure god soul? Shurien was stunned and then asked again. That's right, Laoli confirmed with a nod. Sacred level secret treasures are very rare. Even in the divine land, it is not like everyone can have it. As for the god-level secret treasures, because we don't have blacksmiths and god-level alchemists in the divine land, the lowest god-level secret treasures and refined pills can be enough to drive people crazy. I think you can understand this point. Shurien was astonished and nodded. As for the pure god soul, do you know how precious it is? Laoli looked at him and asked. Please do tell, Shurien asked humbly. Chapter 368, Hiding Real Competence. Chapter 368, Hiding Real Competence. You don't know the effect of the god soul? A trace of disdain that Laoli was trying to hide was now revealed in his eyes. He asked Shurien with astonishment. Shurien just smiled embarrassedly, didn't explain himself. When a third sky of spirit realm warrior enters the true god realm, he can refine his host soul into god soul. God soul has a variety of marvelous effects. One of them is the criterion to distinguish between true god realm warriors and spirit realm warriors. Once the condensation of the god soul is completed, a warrior officially becomes a god realm warrior with an immortal soul. Thus, even if he was dead, he can always use the god soul to be revived. Except for some specific techniques and secret treasures that can destroy the god soul, it is very hard to get rid of. We can say that it is the root of the true god realm warrior's strength, said Laoli with a solemn voice. Shurien was stunned for a while before revealing a wry smile and then said, In the Endless Sea, we don't have true god realm warriors, that's why. The disdain in Laoli's eyes increased a little bit more. He nodded with a smile and said, Is that so? It seems that warriors of the Endless Sea are indeed not as good as our divine lands. In divine land, not only are there true god realm warriors, but there are also more than one. The true god realm warriors in divine land are the supreme existence, the ones in power, and the pillars of divine land, the land. Shurien said with surprise, Divine land deserves to be the center of Grace Mainland. That is obvious. A trace of pride flashed up in Laoli's eyes. Only warriors of divine land can have a deep understanding of martial arts. All kinds of supernatural powers originate from our divine land. Shurien beamed a faint smile, nodded without saying anything more. From Lin Yiqi and Yi Zhangfeng, he had faintly known that behind the dark magnetic noxious mist was the Grace Mainland. The level of the warriors in divine land was indeed better than that of the warriors in the Endless Sea. The supreme warriors of the Endless were only in the spirit realm while those of the divine land were in the true god realm. It was obvious to tell which one is better. Spirit realm was already god in ordinary warriors' eyes. However, Shuryan had heard that spirit realm warriors and true top-class warriors' eyes were only false gods. A false god and a true god were as different as chalk and cheese. Some people said that true god warriors had the support from the god's powers and possessed earth-shaking supernatural strength. A false god couldn't be compared to it. What are the marvelous features of the pure god soul? Shuryan's heart was agitated. His curiosity was too big that he couldn't help but ask. Some people have said that there is a strange land inside the dark magnetic noxious mist. After the true god realm warriors are dead, their souls are still bounded with their bodies due to the impact of some particular circumstances. During many months and years, all the memories are worn out, and only the profound perception of martial arts remains. Lowly took a deep breath. His eyes glinted with hot flames. God's soul in the strange land doesn't have memory but the perception of martial arts. It is the martial arts perception of the true God realm warriors. Shuryan said in shock, "You are saying that?" Lowly nodded, flames in his eyes were intensified. He said, "Once we can get the pure God soul we can perceive their martial arts. Can you imagine how the transformation would be?" Shuryan was dismayed but at the same time he couldn't restrain his greed. Why did Xia Xinyan have that endless potential? Why didn't she have any bottlenecks? Once the power in one's body reached a certain level, that person had to overcome bottlenecks to enter a new realm. It was because of the reincarnation martial spirit. The reincarnation martial spirit was terrifying. It could use the power of reincarnation, but the feature that had frightened people the most was the past life martial arts comprehension. With that comprehension, Xia Xinyan didn't need to worry about bottlenecks, and she would never encounter a possessed by the devil state. Once her strength had accumulated to a sufficient degree, she could easily enter a new realm. Was the pure God soul as effective as the reincarnation martial spirit? If Shuryan could just ignore bottlenecks with the mystery martial spirit in his body, he could go all the way to enter the true God realm. His heart was stirred up. Shuryan's eyes couldn't help but shoot out burning lights. "It seems you are very clear about the benefits of the pure God soul." Lowly faintly smiled, poured another bowl of wine for Shuryan while he also helped himself with a big bowl of wine, and then said, "Frankly speaking, the purpose that people enter this dark magnetic noxious mist is for the pure God soul and the secret treasures." Shuryan quaffed his bowl of wine, quietly nodded as he finally understood why warriors of divine land were not afraid of dangers or fatal incidents and still entered the dark magnetic noxious mist. "Thank you for telling me so many secrets." Shuryan revealed a faint smile, looked at the bowl in his hand and continued, "Also for your wine." Lowly nodded, looked at him with a friendly and bright smile. "Well, we should not keep talking. We don't have too much time. We can continue ahead. Ha ha ha, if you want a drink you can tell me at any time. My storage ring contains only good wine, enough for us to drink for a long time." Shuryan laughed out loud and thanked him. Not long after that, Ayaya flew over from behind the mountain. She was surprised looking at Shuryan and Lowly, seeming not to understand why these two people were staying at the same place. However, she didn't say anything, just looked at everyone, nodded and said, "Have you guys finished your restoration?" Kai and Lowly nodded. Ayaya glanced at Shuryan and then took out the compass, identified the direction again and continued to fly away. Everyone else followed her immediately. Shuryan continued to stay behind Ayaya, both on alert to any movements around and on watching Aya's small waist, her beautiful thighs and her round rear end. In the dark magnetic noxious mist, there was no concept of time. Thus, Shuryan didn't know how long he had been traveling with these 5 warriors. Ayaya was leading the way. Once she detected exceptions, she would give Shuryan a signal with her eyes, asking him to go forward to explore. Every time Shuryan found beasts and escaped their attacks, Ayaya quickly dashed forward and slaughtered the beasts. Lowly and Kai, who were not far behind, would also instantly rush and join the battlefield. This time Shuryan joined the fight. He jumped into the fight and together with the other 5 he had killed quite a big number of beasts. He had finally taken 5 demon crystals. In the battle, Shuryan always hid his real strength, and had never released all of his forces nor passed the Rampage realm. He just used the strength of an ordinary second sky of Rampage warrior to fight against the beasts. Therefore his harvest was obviously the least. His restoration then consumed all of the demon crystals that he had gotten from the fight. Watching the beasts and observing the others' strength, he now knew better about their complicated relationship. Ayaya was quite cold toward him and rarely talked to him. On the contrary, Borg and the brothers Lowly always took an opportunity to speak with him a few words about the thrill of fighting and the mysteries in the dark magnetic noxious mist. Gradually, his relationship with Borg and the two brothers Laoli was quite close, while the relationship between him and Aya seemed to get worse. Aya didn't feel happy when she saw Shiryan hanging out with Borg and Laoli so often, and thus the time she talked to him was less and less. Every time they encountered the beast, she didn't warn him anymore, as if she was tired of him and wanted him to die sooner. However, every time he confronted the beast's besiege, he always escaped. Not once had he fallen into a desperate situation. Whenever danger passed, the five people assumed that he was fortunate and gradually let down their guard against the second sky of Nirvana realm kiddo, as they thought that even if he had wicked intentions, he would not be able to execute them. This was exactly what Shiryan had wanted. He was like a phantom, coldly looking at his prey, staying hidden and quietly waiting for an opportunity. Today Aya stopped again. The hand of the compass in her hand pointed to a floating deserted island, indicating that Shiryan should go over there to see what was lurking. Shiryan nodded and flew over carefully without saying a word. This was the first time he saw a small floating island in the dark magnetic noxious mist. It looked like a mountain, which was not affected by gravity, floating in the void miraculously. The island was small. There were plants and flowers on the island, but no trace of beasts could be found. Shiryan attentively observed and searched around. He gradually moved to a clear water lake and suddenly heard the voices of some warriors speaking. A thought flashed up in Shiryan's mind. He stayed hidden while quietly moving forward to observe them. 3 warriors with their bare upper bodies were washing the blood off their bodies. They were all males. One of them was in the second sky of Nirvana realm, the other 2 had the first sky of Nirvana realm. There were 2 corpses on the grass which were not far away from the lake. The auras of these 2 corpses had completely disappeared, as they might have been dead for quite a long time. Shiryan hid in the dark, quietly observed them for a while, and then returned without making a sound. Not long after, he stopped in front of Aya and said with a frown, 3 human warriors, one of them is in the second sky of Nirvana realm, and the other 2 are in first sky of Nirvana realm. They have united and killed 2 warriors, and now they are washing the blood off in the lake. There is a lake? Aya exclaimed with astonishment. Shiryan nodded. Aya was a little excited. She suddenly flew away with incredible speed. The other people also rushed to him. Borg raised his voice. What did you see there? 3 warriors. One is in the second sky of Nirvana realm, and the other 2 are in first sky of Nirvana realm. They are washing the blood off their bodies in a lake, Shiryan replied. They suddenly burst into laughter while their eyes flashed a ruthless light. Kai also said with a charming smile, finally I can take a bath. The 4 of them flew toward the small island in a hurry. Chapter 369, The Lake. Chapter 369, The Lake. The group Aya and Kai darted straight to the small island. Borg, Laoli, Laoluan and Kai wore ruthless looks on their faces and released murderous auras. They obviously didn't have good intentions. Shiryan was lagging behind. However, he was not in a hurry. He could hear the noise of the battle coming from the small island while he was walking over with a moderate speed and a comfortable look. When he came to the lake, he saw the 3 warriors had already stopped breathing. The 5 of them were surrounding the 3 dead bodies, carefully searching their bodies, and took out the storage ring from their fingers. Aya checked the body of the second sky of Nirvana realm warrior. Kai and Borg checked one of the first sky of Nirvana realm warriors. The brothers Laoluan were searching the last one. The 5 of them carefully flipped the corpses as if they didn't want to miss any precious treasures. Shiryan walked over but kept a distance with the 5 of them and didn't say a word. A flow of auras from the 3 dead bodies flew toward him, quietly penetrating his acupuncture points, making his spirit comfortable. He didn't struggle for credit nor spoils. He didn't need to take action either. The auras of those 3 warriors were more precious to him than the demon crystals in their storage rings. In the dark magnetic noxious mist, profound chi was the most valuable and essential element. If he released his strength to fight with these 3 Nirvana realm warriors, he believed that they would have had no chance of surviving. However, to kill these 3 people, he would have to consume a significant amount of his forces, and the most important thing was he would probably reveal his real strength. It was not something he wanted. Without having wasted any profound chi, he still had harvested the auras of these 3 warriors. No matter what people thought about this, it was the most cost-effective benefit that he could have. Watching the 5 people searching the dead bodies while feeling the auras pouring into his body, Shiryan was quite joyful. It was at this moment that he really believed in Borg's words. Aya was not a good person indeed. Before, this girl hadn't killed him, but she had even offered him a piece of demon crystal, which was clearly unreasonable. In connection with what Borg had told him, he believed that Aya indeed originally had another plan. In the eyes of such people like Aya and Kai, the Endless Sea was just a barbaric land, and thus the warriors of the Endless Sea were useless in the dark magnetic noxious mist as they didn't have any precious treasures. That was the reason why they didn't want to waste their profound chi to kill him. However, this time was different. There was more than one warrior. Moreover, they had just killed the other two warriors next to the lake, so it was obvious that they had killed to steal. In the eyes of Aya and Kai, these three people were worth consideration. Therefore they had to die. The group of Aya, Kai, and the other three carefully searched for a while. The two brothers Laoli slightly chuckled, displayed a happy face as they seemed to be satisfied with the harvest. Aya's and Sai's faces remained normal. Thus, Shuryen guessed they didn't get a good fortune. Borg cursed under his breath as he didn't seem to harvest anything valuable. As Kai and Borg were on the same team, Shuryen still could guess that they didn't harvest much through Borg's curses, although Tsai's face didn't change. After a long while observing, he had already absorbed all of the auras from the three warriors. Shuryen secretly sensed the movements inside his acupuncture points and felt assured after having been certain that the auras of these three warriors were still within his body's capacity. He then continued looking at the five people. Shuryen, bring these corpses away from here. It is not easy to find a lake. We have to take a bath. Kai smiled sweetly looking at him, asking him to handle the corpses. Aya frowned while her eyes slightly brightened up. She seemed to have the intention of taking a bath as well. Women naturally loved cleanliness, especially those who were exceptionally beautiful like Aya and Kai. If they were not in the dark magnetic noxious mist, these two girls would have bathed themselves and taken care of their appearance every day. And now, as there was a lake here, it was no wonder why both of them were excited. Okay. Shuryen beamed a faint smile, obediently walked over, took the three bloody corpses and quickly flew away. The corpses, whose auras had completely been drained by Shuryen, would soon dehydrate and shrivel. He had just thought of how to cover this situation, and thus what Kai asked him to do was exactly what he needed right now. So he was very pleased to do this task. Kai was satisfied with Shuryen's hard work. After he had left, she revealed a sweet smile and said, having a person in the team who will die for us in danger at critical times and take care of miscellaneous things at other times is not bad. While talking, Kai looked toward Aya but didn't catch any reaction from her. She coldly snorted inside her heart, staring at Borg, then indifferently looked at Laoluin and said, we girls want to take a bath. Should you three guys go away? The two brothers Laoli brightly smiled, nodded and walked away. Borg was a little bit stunned, couldn't help but look at Aya and ask, sister, should you wait until profound chi is restored and then wash up? It has been a long time since I have taken a bath. Finding a clean lake is hard. I can't wait anymore. After talking, Kai threw a glance at Aya, smiled and said, Aya, do you want to wait? Aya nodded indifferently, coldly looked at Borg with a frown and said, you are not going to wash up yet? Borg bowed his head, secretly cursed, turned around and left. Shuryen dragged the three dead bodies to a remote mountain quite far away from the lake. After having thrown these 5 bodies aside, he sat down, feeling the refining process inside his acupuncture points. After having entered the second sky of Nirvana realm, the auras of the warriors who had the same level as his were not vigorous for him anymore. The time the mystery martial spirit took to purify was not too long. When he had still been in the Hengluo Sea, he had killed quite a number of Nirvana realm warriors. Thus, he understood well about the purification time that the mystery martial spirit required. He knew that the auras of those 3 dead warriors would be purified completely after 1 or 2 hours maximum. He believed that the negative emotions that had been dragged along with their auras would not affect his mind and push him into a violent situation. Because of this self-confidence, he was not in a hurry but waited in silence instead. Half an hour later. The screams of Borg and the 2 brothers Laoli suddenly came up from the lake. Shuryen frowned, stood up with suspicion and quickly flew over. Not long after that, when he arrived at the lake, he saw the 3 people Borg, Laoli and Laoluin walking around the lake. Borg was still shouting, sister. The 2 brothers Laoli and Laoluin knitted their eyebrows and hurriedly asked when they saw Shuryen, have you seen Aya and Kai? Shuryen shook his head with surprise, aren't they washing up in the lake? What happened? They have gone missing? Half an hour already. Borg spoke up with a gloomy face, I had been waiting for her for a while, so I didn't feel right and went to the lake to call her. But she didn't respond. I'm worried that she might have been in some accident. However, after checking around the lake, I couldn't find my sister or Aya. How could it be? Shurien continued with a surprised look on his face. I just threw the 5 corpses away and was resting a bit, but I didn't see anyone coming or leaving. Aya and Kai certainly didn't go in my direction. Borg's face changed. He said, except for your direction, we have searched all other directions. Have they possibly left the island? Impossible. Laoli and Laoluan shook their heads simultaneously. They just took a bath in the lake. Since they disappeared strangely, could they be under the water? Shurien pointed to the lake. Borg, Laoli and Laoluan were all startled, rolled their eyes looking at the clear lake, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. None of them moved. They were in a daze for a while and then looked at him. Shurien cursed inside his heart. He had soon known that although these 3 people looked friendly with him, they all had their purposes. Obviously, as they were aware that Aya's and Sai's missing case should be somehow related to this lake, they all were afraid of the lake, and thus they didn't dare to search it. Faintly sneering, Shurien didn't show emotion on his face, pretended not to see their eyes and walked to the lake. He frowned and squatted down, reached out his left hand toward the lake to see if there was anything abnormal inside it. Although Borg, Laoli and Laoluan were in the second sky of Nirvana realm, he was not afraid of them. He wanted to see the lake's abnormality first, and he then would decide if he should go back and kill those 3 people or enter the lake to check. He slowly stretched his hand into the lake, quietly searched for the abnormal fluctuations under the lake. Suddenly, a huge force came from the depth of the lake. This force was so powerful that Shurien's face changed instantly. He wanted to retract his hand, but it was too late. It was as if there was a certain kind of demon under the lake pulling his arm and dragging him into the water. Splash. A trace of horror appeared on Shurien's face when he fell into the lake and quickly disappeared without leaving any trace. Chapter 370, Underwater Beauty. Chapter 370, Underwater Beauty. The lake was calm without any ripples, but Shurien had disappeared without a trace. Borg, Laoli, and Laoluan had seen the horror flash on his face when he had fallen into the water. Shurien had disappeared, but the lake remained so clear that the bottom of the lake could still be seen as before. The 3 of them looked at the bottom of the lake but didn't find even the slightest abnormality. It was like there was some force that existed in the lake, and the water that they saw was just a deception. Only after entering it would one know how dangerous it was. Borg, Laoli and Laoluan were frightened, watching the lake in silence, not daring to act recklessly. The fact that Shurien had been suddenly pulled into the lake made the 3 of them imagine the scene where Aya and Kai had disappeared. Both Aya and Kai had Sky Spirit Realm cultivation base, but even so, they could not return after having fallen into this lake. Therefore, the 3 of them guessed that the 2 girls were highly likely to encounter dangers. The 3 of them exchanged looks and saw fear in each other's eyes. They stood motionlessly next to the lake without doing anything. Borg hesitated for a long while and then made up his mind. He decided to plunge into the lake to check what was there under the water. Wait a little more, Laoli suddenly shouted in fear. Half a day later, if they don't return, we should leave. Borg's face changed. Under the scrutinizing look of the 2 brothers Laoli and Laoluan, he nodded slightly. In the lake. Many tentacles as big as human arms wrapped around Shurien, pulling him into the bottom of the lake with an incredibly powerful force. From the shore, the bottom of the lake was so clear that he could see it very clearly. However, the depth was beyond his imagination. He was terrified feeling himself being pulled to the bottom of this endless deep lake. Inky black tentacles which looked like 100-meter-long pythons tightly entangled him and dragged him straight down to the bottom. These tentacles were covered with strange patterns twisting and dancing around in the lake, tightly wrapping Shurien's body. Under the gloomy water, a pitch-black monster was moving, stretching its 1,000-meter-long tentacles. 2 snow-white bodies were also wrapped around those tentacles. They were struggling violently, trying to break the bounds of these ruthless tentacles to float to the surface of the lake. They were Aya and Kai. These 2 were mesmerizingly beautiful girls. Right now they were totally naked, vaguely exposing their white skin, towering breasts and slender limbs. Black tentacles wrapped around their snow-white bodies, pressed their ample bosom and round buttocks, exaggerating their appealing curves. That made a strange and spectacular scene under the water. Shurien opened his eyes widely, staring at the 2 girls. These 2 girls had apparently been taking a bath in the lake and then had encountered a sudden attack from this monster, being pulled down into the bottom of the lake. At this moment, their entire bodies were revealed. The two red points on their firm breasts quivered, fragrant grass on their abdomens fluttered, making Shurian's eyes pop out. Those two white bodies were covered with many black tentacles of that monster. Black and white mixed disorderly, which dazzled Shurian's eyes. This kind of strange beauty was very attractive. Even when being in danger like this, Shurian still felt excited. The two girls' bosoms were gorgeous when they were tightly bound, giving Shurian a feeling of resentment as he couldn't storm forward to ravage them. Both Ayaya and Kai were in the sky realm, but they couldn't move their bodies or hands as the tentacles were entangling them tightly. Shurian looked at them mesmerizingly while flames violently burned up in his eyes. He felt evil fires emerge on his belly and hardly stopped. Especially Kai, her beautiful legs were forcefully separated under the tentacles' entanglement. Fresh grass and fragrant flowers were completely revealed, which could turn any man into a wild beast. Too stimulated. Shurian's eyes stared at her, not seeming to know that death was near. Negative feelings overflowed from his acupuncture points while his veins bulged prominently. Kai was struggling with the tentacles wrapping around her body using the knives that emerged from the rings on her arms and legs. She suddenly raised her head and saw Shurian sinking. She saw Shurian's burning eyes like those of a wild beast. Kai was extremely embarrassed to the point that she almost fainted in shame while her beautiful eyes turned white. She had never expected that Shurian would suddenly appear out of nowhere in this situation and see her entire naked body. Even her most secret, forbidden privates could not escape his eyes. Although Shurian was dozens of meters away from Kai, he could still see her face glowing red and her arrogant eyes staring at Shurian fiercely. She seemed to be resenting the fact that she could not kill him. Under her furious gaze, Shurian seemed to wake from the influence of the negative feelings while his eyes slowly calmed down. He then put the concentration on the monster below. It was a strange octopus as big as a mountain. This octopus was as black as ink, had countless tentacles and a big blood pool mouth full of fangs. Its green-gray eyes flashed up with horrifying lights. Shurian had never seen this kind of monster before, so he didn't know which level it was. However, if it could entangle Ayaya and Kai like this, it was not just a 6th-level beast. As this giant monster had numerous tentacles and was also familiar with the environment at the bottom of the lake, it could comfortably cast out all its strength. This monster was not easy to deal with. After throwing a quick glance, Shurian was chilled, and his face suddenly changed. He started to struggle, wanting to get rid of these ruthless tentacles. This octopus seemed to want to devour all three of them. As long as it opened its mouth, Shurian believed that no one could stand it once falling into that blood pool mouth full of fangs like sharp daggers. Perhaps, with his sturdy body he could fight against it a little bit. However, Kai and Ayaya would surely die, no doubt. They were both beautiful girls, apparently not the kind of warrior who had gone through arduous body cultivation. If those sharp fangs speared into their soft, white bodies, they would be utterly divided. Strange and bright lights suddenly shot out from Aya's 10 fingers, broke and destroyed those tentacles that were wrapping around her. One of the tentacles was cut off into 3 parts. However, this octopus had countless tentacles. The number of the ones that were swathing her body was more than 10 already. Although she had cut off one of them, it didn't change anything. On the contrary, more tentacles were reaching out and tightly coiling her arms, constraining her arm movements and stretching them at the same time. Next to her were more than 10 tentacles that had been cut off. However, not a single drop of blood dripped out from them. Instead, they slowly crawled and connected and finally restored themselves like new. Ayaya struggled. Her appealing body shook while her big bosoms prominently protruded under the tentacles' entanglement. The 2 pinky red points on her breasts were even more mesmerizing. The tentacles wrapped her 2 beautiful legs together. Shurian could see not only her belly but also the gully within the wonderful place of hers. Ayaya apparently saw Shurian coming as well. When she saw Shurian's burning eyes looking at her, her body suddenly emitted bone-chilling power like an ice-cold sharp sword darting into his eyes. Trying to twist her body, Ayaya tried her best to turn her body to hide her breasts and her privates, showing her back to Shurian. However, she then revealed her buttocks which swelled visibly under the tentacle's bind. Shurian's eyes brightened blazingly, greedily looking at the round rear end which now looked like 2 mountains. He sneered and felt overjoyed. Neither Kai or Ayaya considered him a partner. They just treated him like a cannon fodder, never putting his life in their eyes. In their hearts, he might be just a fool for them to play around with who would be their sacrifice at any time. Shurian understood it very well. Therefore, he kept looking at the 2 girls' bodies without fear or embarrassment. As long as there was a chance, he would follow his instinct regardless of the fact that they could find him to take revenge later. Aya and Kai kept struggling against those tentacles. After all, these two girls had Sky Realm cultivation base and hence, that octopus could not drag both of them into its furious mouth even though it was mighty. Shiryan was different. Because he didn't use his real force and just showed the strength of a second sky of Nirvana realm, he was pulled closer and closer to the octopus's mouth. While struggling against the octopus's entanglement, Aya and Kai still realized that Shiryan couldn't resist the monster's strength. However, these two girls didn't reveal even the slightest mercy. They seemed to be glad when seeing the octopus be about to devour Shiryan. Shiryan had seen their privates, which made both of them extremely embarrassed. They resented not killing Shiryan earlier as only his death could help them forget this shame and consider that it had never happened before. Although his body was being dragged along, Shiryan still raised his head, sharply looking at the two girls, realizing the evil feeling in their eyes. He sneered inside his heart. When he was about 10 meters away from the octopus, his eyes chilled up while he started to trigger his hidden strength. Chapter 371, Bursting Attack. Chapter 371, Bursting Attack. His mind was slightly triggered as 720 acupuncture points in his body suddenly became tense while raging negative force abruptly flowed out from his acupuncture points. The first sky of Rampage. Feeling the horrendous negative power overflowing, Shiryan's body muscles suddenly became taut. A tremendous strength spewed out from his shaking muscle fibers. In just a blink, Shiryan's force had soared several times. The inky black tentacles daringly rushed toward him, entangled him, and pulled him straight to that weird octopus's huge, dark mouth with skyrocketing force. However, his sinking body suddenly stopped at the bottom of the lake. No matter how much strength that octopus was using, Shiryan was like a 10,000-year stagnant rock under the water, impossible to move. In Shiryan's cold eyes, a ferocious beam of light zoomed over right on the octopus' enormous mouth. He slowly concentrated his mighty power inside his body, not taking actions hastily, only staring at the octopus's huge mouth. It looked like he was hesitating. 10 zhang above his head, a trace of surprise appeared in Aya's and Sai's eyes. They looked at Shiryan full of suspicion, not knowing why his sinking body had suddenly stopped. They both had the Sky Realm cultivation base, and their full powers were considered to be equivalent to that of the octopus. Meanwhile, Shiryan only had the second sky of Nirvana realm. How could he have such tremendous strength? Naina and Kai blankly looked at Shiryan, who was now motionless near the octopus's mouth. Their faces were filled with shock and doubt. The two of them would never believe that Shiryan, who was only in the second sky of Nirvana realm, could have the strength that was comparable to theirs. While the two girls were still puzzled, his body slowly sank again. Fear in their eyes seemed to fade away. They secretly let out a sigh of relief and felt that Shiryan's earlier abnormality might be just because of the octopus's adjustment. After it had adjusted, everything returned to normal. The octopus was indeed adjusting itself. This monster was surprisingly wise. Every one of its tentacles was very abnormally sensitive. As soon as Shiryan's hidden strength had burst out, it immediately felt the aggressive power from Shiryan's body. This vigorous strength of his clearly surpassed those of Aya and Kai. Hence, as the octopus could feel something wrong, it then concentrated more of its power on Shiryan's body to reinforce the power of its tentacles and bind Shiryan more tightly in order to strangle him to death first. Originally, the octopus had wanted to increase its power on Aya and Kai, but it then retrieved that part of its power back and transferred it along those black tentacles all the way to Shiryan. Shiryan was immediately aware of the entanglement of those tentacles all over his body. With his unchanged face, Shiryan sneered coldly and calculated a plan. Not only did he not struggle tenaciously, but he also suspended a burst of his strength. Under the pull of those tentacles, his body slowly sank to the octopus's mouth. At this time he couldn't help but look at Aya and Kai above his head, seeing them let out a sigh of relief. They want me to die? The resentment in his heart got deeper as he was calculating discreetly. The distance from the octopus' huge, gloomy mouth was getting closer and closer. The two girls Aya and Kai seemed to relax a little bit when seeing the octopus about to swallow him into its belly. The beauty of their privates couldn't escape Shiryan's sharp eyes. There were not any secret places on their bodies that Shiryan didn't know. Everything had been revealed in front of his eyes. As for Aya and Kai, the fact that a stranger had seen their graceful bodies was unacceptable. Even if the octopus couldn't kill Shiryan, they would keep the idea of killing him and destroy him afterward. Otherwise, Shurian's existence would be a knot that never dissolved in their hearts that could probably affect their state of mind in the future as well as their realm breakthroughs. The two girls happily watched Shurian's imminent death and secretly planned that when the octopus was busy devouring Shurian, they would take this chance to escape the lake. With that thought, Aya and Kai paid more attention to Shurian's every move. Their beautiful eyes were glued to Shurian's body without a blink, watching him moving closer to the octopus's huge mouth and quietly waiting for their opportunity. Shurian's eyes were as cold as ice, the corner of his mouth curved up, displaying his ruthlessness. He stopped looking at Aya and Kai above his head but stared at the octopus's enormous mouth which was coming closer and closer. He could even smell the stink from its mouth. Fierce sword-like fangs flashed up with terrifying, chilling lights. Those fangs contained poison, and the stench from the octopus's mouth, which also had powerful toxins, violently struck his nostrils. Ordinary people, once they fell into that mouth, would be paralyzed by the toxins and become flabby. Then the octopus would take the opportunity to crush and devour them. Shurian sneered coldly inside his heart while looking at that huge mouth and was secretly on alert and well prepared. When he was around 5 meters away, the octopus's mouth opened, showing dense fangs that looked like 2 rows of wind blades, waiting for him to enter. Shurian was still resisting the tentacles with all of his strength. However, his body suddenly loosened. Shurian's resistance abruptly disappeared. Thus, under the tentacle's aggressive pull, his body darted out like an arrow and instantly went into its giant mouth. The octopus's tentacles wrapping around Shurian instantly let go right at the moment he fell into the stinky mouth. At the same time, the octopus immediately closed his mouth, ready to push the venom into Shurian and chew him. Aya's and Sai's countenance enlightened when the giant mouth of the octopus closed. They started to put forth their strength and use all of their techniques as well as secret treasures to get out of the tentacles. Many beams of lights bloomed out from the two girls' graceful bodies and instantly cut off those tentacles, which were aggressively wrapping around them. However, more and more tentacles quickly flew over from below and bound the two of them again. Aya and Kai gritted their teeth, urging all kinds of techniques and Upanishads to the most while strange lights continuously flashed up around them. A terrifying bunch of lights flew next to the two girls' white bodies, continually resisting the octopus's tentacles. Their strength had been drained. Shurian was inside the huge mouth of the octopus, feeling the stench right up his nose. The viscid venom dripped down from the roof of the mouth, watering his entire body. He released the star shield. Inside that giant mouth, starlight dazzlingly sparked and was as thin as a mite's wing. The starlight kept flickering non-stop, giving people an unpredictable kind of a mystery, as if heaven and earth were hidden in those flashing star points of light. In the lake, when the octopus's big black tentacles had been wrapping around him, which were an aggressive mighty pulling force and filled with demonic power, it affected his ability to run his full strength. It was precisely because of this he, together with Aya and Kai, could not display a defensive shield of light similar to the star shield. When he fell into the octopus's giant mouth, the tentacles were immediately retracted. At the same time, he instantly opened the star shield which he had prepared earlier, protecting his whole body before more of its venom covered his body. As soon as the star shield had formed, Shurian slightly relaxed a little bit as he watched the starlight sizzle when the venom fell on it, releasing a thin mist of smoke. Shurian's face was solemn. The venom inside the octopus's mouth was unexpectedly toxic. Even the essential power of the star shield was dissolving slowly with each drop of venom that dripped down. Before the tentacles let go of him, his body had inevitably been stained with some viscid venom. Inside the star shield, he saw the star shield fuming under the effect of the venom. He then watched the stained venom slowly making his skin decay. Shurian couldn't help but frown. A mist of smoke also rose from the skin that had been exposed to the venom. The octopus's venom was amazingly corrosive and was fighting with his two great martial spirits. The venom corroded his skin and flesh, making many wounds. The corrosion of the venom was blocked by a peculiar power inside his muscle fibers. After a short while, the venom disappeared without a trace. Actually, his muscle fibers had infiltrated the venom and dissolved all of it. Inside the star shield, Shurian chuckled while looking at the roof of the disgusting mouth dripping down venomous drops, feeling this enormous mouth filled with mighty powers, seeing sharp fangs like wind blades approaching quickly. His peculiar strength flowed out and his body trembled slightly. Shurian finally took action. A fist with power that could ram mountains. A punch struck the wall of the octopus's mouth. His strike had caused a huge blood hole on the thick, dark red wall of the monster's mouth. The octopus screamed out loud. In pain, a bright red tongue-like foreign body suddenly flew out and stormed toward him. Shuryen's face remained unchanged. He put all of his power to take action. He didn't perform any techniques, but just relied on the mighty power of his body bombarding all sides of its mouth. Torrential energy like a mountain avalanche burst out from Shuryen's muscle fibers, and he was extremely excited. His body had enough powers to kill everything. Inside the octopus's mouth, he continually shot out horrendous strength from his body. Aya and Kai were fighting with the tentacles with their full powers and suddenly felt that the pressure was loosened. They didn't know why those tentacles strangely twisted, shook off and stopped wrapping around them. They were stunned as they subconsciously looked at the octopus, which was now crazily dancing and shaking on the bottom of the lake. Its tentacles were flying around while its giant body was moving wildly. It seemed to be getting torn apart from inside by some violent power. The two girls' eyes and mouths were wide open. Chapter 372, Occupying the Beauty. Chapter 372, Occupying the Beauty. Even if Aya and Kai were idiots, both of them were sure that the octopus's abnormality had something to do with Shuryen. They just didn't know why Shuryen hadn't been killed yet, but on the contrary he still had the strength to make the octopus resist strenuously while he was only in the second sky of Nirvana realm. Moreover, he was kept inside the octopus's toxic mouth. Aya and Kai couldn't figure it out. In these two girls' eyes, Shuryen was only an ordinary Nirvana realm warrior and came from the Endless Sea, a barbarian land. What ability did this kind of warrior have to be able to make the thousand-hand ink octopus not able to fight back? Kai and Aya both knew that this thousand-hand ink octopus was a 7th-level beast, living in the water with tremendous strength. The corrosive power of venom from its fangs was terrifying. Moreover, thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles all connected to its monstrous original power, and thus once someone got entangled by those tentacles, one's defensive force was hardly performed. The thousand-hand ink octopus's killing method was to use its tentacles to wrap the opponent's body first, then pull the victim toward its huge mouth. Once the venom from its mouth touched the warrior, he would immediately weaken, and his skin and flesh would quickly be corroded. When the warrior's body was rotten and exhausted, the octopus just needed to use its fangs to tear it apart. None of the warriors in this situation could withstand it, and they soon became a blood clot and were swallowed down into its abdomen. Kai and Aya also wondered about their cultivation base level. Once falling into that octopus's mouth, if they weren't able to activate their defense light shield either, and thus they would be rotted by the stinky venom and torn down into pieces. That was why they had to struggle harder and emit their full power to resist the pulling force of the thousand-hand ink octopus. They didn't dare to let themselves fall into that huge mouth. Therefore, when Shuryen had fallen into the toxic mouth of the thousand-hand ink octopus, they had been certain that he would have died and that there was no chance for him to escape death. However, at this moment, the octopus was dancing crazily, which was obviously a masterpiece by Shuryen. Shuryen apparently wasn't dead, but instead he was continuously taking action inside the thousand-hand ink octopus's mouth, making it endure pain. Aya and Kai, on one hand, were struggling to get rid of the tentacles wrapping them. On the other hand, they looked down with surprise while their hearts were full of doubt, as they suddenly felt that this guy Shuryen seemed to be a little bit unusual. However, at this time, horrifying demonic power abruptly flowed out from the thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles. It was aggressively moving its body as if its countless crazy counterattacks were finally coming. Aya and Kai understood this thousand-hand ink octopus's habits as well as its attacking method. They knew that when thousand-hand ink octopus was about to die, its demonic power would burst out through its tentacles, ruthlessly entangling creatures to death. After having used a big amount of demonic power, thousand-hand ink octopus was greatly exhausted. If it weren't this critical, dangerous time, thousand-hand ink octopus would not have done so. Kai and Aya wore a frightened look, feeling the force of the tentacles around them. Their countenance finally changed. They forcefully struggled, using all of their techniques and secret treasures to cut off those tentacles that were wrapping around their soft, snow-white bodies. Aya was even better. Besides her exquisite cultivation base, her storage ring suddenly flashed up with a strange beam of light. Countless ice-like white light bloomed out densely. At the same time, she immediately cast out broken blades. Each pointed blade appeared sparklingly, then cut off more than half of the black tentacles and also condensed her body strength to prepare in case of this octopus's sneaky attacks. Kai also knew that the thousand-hand ink octopus's attack this time would be extremely sharp. She knew that it was impossible to cut off a majority of the tentacles in such a short time. Boom boom boom. The tremendous power like a mountain avalanche broke out from the two girls' bodies. The tentacles that were wrapping around them burst out all of a sudden. Torrential demonic power crazily stormed toward their graceful bodies, seemingly wanting to destroy their defensive forces. Sui. Aya and Kai spurted out a mouthful of blood simultaneously. The light in their eyes dimmed. Their snow-white bodies were stained blood that burst out from the thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles. Aya spewed out a mouthful of blood and instantly saw other tentacles spreading over from the bottom, twisting, and once again wrapping her up. This thousand-hand ink octopus apparently hadn't given up yet. It was about to destroy all the creatures in the water. Her face changed again and again. She fearfully looked at the crazy octopus and without overthinking, put forth all of her strength to fly up to the surface of the lake like a beam of light piercing through layer upon layer of the lake illusion, quickly getting out of this peculiar lake. Kai also spurted out a mouthful of blood while her power, as well as her profound chi, seemed to be reacting a little chaotically. Before she could organize her forces, the thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles had already spread toward her body again. It didn't let her flee and once again bound her snow-white body. Another intimidating demonic power burst out. The thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles on her body blasted. Raging demonic power rushed forward, destroying her defensive forces, instantly making her unconscious. Tsai's soft, white body was drifting in the water, slowly sinking, no longer able to fight against the thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles. At this moment, thousand-hand ink octopus was growling and screeching crazily in the lake. Sharp, weird sounds came up and spread in the water. The lake suddenly boiled up with huge bubbles. That thousand-hand ink octopus wiggled its body even more crazily but quickly weakened. Many blood holes suddenly appeared in its strange head. When those blood holes broke, the water instantly poured in and filled its brain. The thousand-hand ink octopus was gradually exhausted, although it still wanted to gather its strength. Its black tentacles hovered around without any power. Shuryen was in the thousand-hand ink octopus's brain, continually releasing his violent body strength. Under the first sky of Rampage and with the help of the hidden strange power inside his muscles, he transported his profound chi and launched powerful blows without using any of his techniques. The brain of this Thien Thursday Mac Chuanggu was smashed down and splashed everywhere. As the brain was destroyed, even if the thousand-hand ink octopus was very dangerous, it hardly blocked Shuryen's violent attacks. It gradually no longer resisted and slowly began to sink. Inside the crushed brain, Shuryen continued destroying everything wantonly like a brutal beast. His hands and feet stirred up this brain with immense force. A fist-sized demon crystal gradually emerged at a corner of that crumbled brain, flashing up with strange black lights. Shuryen burst into laughter. One of his hands clenched the demon crystal tightly while he was activating the negative forces which were used for the Death Seal's condensation to take out the demon crystal from the site. A destructive power was launched, and the octopus's life was completely ended by his strike. It no longer had taken a breath, and thus the sinking speed quickened. Like a sharp sword, Shuryen flew out from a blood hole on the thousand-hand ink octopus's head and reappeared on the bottom of the lake, feeling very happy and satisfied as he had reaped a large harvest. A 7th-level demon crystal was extremely precious in the dark magnetic noxious mist. With this demon crystal, even if his profound chi had been consumed entirely, he could completely restore it. After the demon crystal fell into the storage ring, Shuryen quietly suspended in the water, watching that thousand-hand ink octopus slowly sink to the bottom of the lake with a cheerful face. A slender, snow-white body suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He raised his head up and realized that Kai was totally naked with a pale face and was gradually sinking to the bottom of the lake. Shuryen stared at Kai with a cold face, revealed a chilling sneer at the corner of his mouth and quickly zoomed over to her like a fish. Looking at her graceful body, her firm, big breasts, her small, boneless waist, her plump thighs and long limbs, Shuryen chuckled slightly. He then moved forward, stretched his arms out grabbing her, feeling the warmth from her body and the chaotic forces inside it. After a quick check, he knew that Kai was just unconscious temporarily. A long while later, when her strength was restored, she would wake up again. Holding her breathtaking body, Shuryen sneered while one of his hands bluntly moved around on her soft, white body. After playing with Tsai's beautiful breasts, her waist, her long legs and her round rear end for a while, Shuryen slowly swam toward the cliff in the lake. After having dug out a cave quite easily, he held Kai and went inside it. He retrieved the star shield and released the dark shield. The defensive dark shield relied on profound chi instead of the star power. As soon as the dark shield was taken out, the water of the lake was stopped outside the shield, and he and Kai stayed together inside it. Sitting inside the wet cave, Shurien held Tsai's mesmerizing snow-white body on his thighs, looking at her with dazed eyes. His two hands bluntly moved on her body, which drove countless males crazy, felt her smooth, white skin and her big, firm breasts. Although Shurien had some evil intent in his mind, he was not that uncontrollable. On the contrary, he frowned and considered how to handle this beautiful girl. Shurien's big hands moved around while his face became cold. His eyes became chilled. Not long after that, he sneered coldly and was ready to violate her. However, at this moment, strange power ran all over his body. Meanwhile, the purification of the three dead warriors' auras had finally finished in his acupuncture points. The strange power suddenly overflowed like powerful snakes, converging into the profound halo on his abdomen. After an exhausting fight with the thousand-hand ink octopus, Shurien had consumed a large amount of his profound chi. However, during a short time of restoration, under that mysterious, strange power, his profound chi increased slightly. Shurien's body was agitated. He immediately closed his eyes, felt the transformation of the profound chi halo, immersing his mind into that marvelous ancient profound chi tree. At this time Kai was still unconscious, however her eyelashes shivered slightly. It seemed she was about to wake up. Chapter 373, Punishment. Chapter 373, Punishment. Mysterious power moved toward and penetrated the ancient profound chi tree, which contained vigorous forces, making it sparkling and crystal clear. Shurien closed his eyes, feeling the changes of the ancient profound chi tree. He was joyful as he knew that with his vigorous profound chi, together with the comprehension of his state of mind, he could break through the third sky of Nirvana realm, making him one step further. Entering the dark magnetic noxious mist this time, his main purpose was to temper himself with the fastest speed to enhance his cultivation base. When he returned to the Endless Sea later, he would take revenge on the demon tribes and those forces which had wanted to obliterate him. Linda's and Xia Shenchuan's deaths had made him quickly realize that only having a mighty strength could facilitate him in doing whatever he wanted in this world instead of being someone else's stepping stone. The transformation of the profound halo made him very happy as he was one step closer to his goal. At this time, the chaotic power in Tsai's body gradually calmed down and regained its normal state. Her eyelashes flickered slightly. She then woke up from being unconscious. As soon as Tsai's eyes opened, she saw Shurien's cold face with his eyes closed. Kai subconsciously wanted to shout, but she immediately remembered the incident earlier and thus quickly suppressed her emotions. Instead, she stayed calm and considered the situation. She was lying naked on Shurien's muscular thighs. Shurien's big hands were still caressing back and forth over her sensitive back and buttocks. While Shurien's hands were moving, Kai could feel an electric current zooming over her back, making her feel shameful, like she had never been so humiliated in her life. Seeing Shurien meditating with his eyes closed and feeling his hands caressing her body, Kai wanted to breathe out fire and could hardly restrain her anger. Thus she secretly gathered her power. Then suddenly her jade-like pair of arms went straight for Shurien's chest. Disintegration variation. Kai let out a shout. The halos with yellow and red colors flowed out from the center of her palms. The two strange lights burst out, forming a robust power that darted straight to Shurien's chest. His powerful strength burst out from his chest. Hundreds of different red and yellow lights instantly penetrated Shurien's chest as if they wanted to tear his lungs and heart apart. Boom! An explosive sound came up. Shurien's back hit the hard stone wall with a thud, making rubble fall everywhere. This incident caused the stone cave to burst open. A block of stone from above his head fell hard. Kai took this chance to take action like a female beast with resentful eyes. Many rings from her snow-white arm flew out instantly. She looked like she wanted to annihilate him for good. While experiencing and observing the mutation of the ancient profound chi tree, Shurien was suddenly ambushed by Kai, which caused pain on his chest. The strange power inside the muscle fibers on his chest thus burst out, and his petrifaction martial spirit reached its supreme. At the moment when Kai launched her violent attack, Shurien's skin became purple, and his extremely strong defensive force had blocked her strike. Hundreds of yellow and red powers flowed into Shurien's chest and were instantly entangled by the mysterious power in his muscle fibers. Those yellow and red powers could not penetrate the strong muscles on his chest to crush his heart and lungs. Shurian's body shook violently. He suddenly woke up and threw a cold glance at Kai. He suddenly sneered and didn't care about Sai's next attack. Instead, he urged the electric shift and fiercely jumped on Sai's body. Boom! Kai stood up and swung her snow-white arm, and the rings on her arms strongly clinked together. Before she could launch her next attack, Shurian had already knocked her out to the lake. Shurian sneered with a cold face as he rushed out and moved next to Kai, who had just fallen into the water. He stretched his left hand, grabbing her snow-white neck while the other hand held her body and then brought her back into the stone cave. Shurian's counterattack was exceptionally ferocious. His violent force burst out from his muscle fibers. After the petrifaction martial spirit had reached its supreme state, his body became the most horrible of weapons. He didn't even need to transport his profound chi. He just relied on the bursting force of his sturdy body to deal with Sai's attacks. When Kai had been under the water, she had been severely injured by the thousand-hand ink octopus, and her profound chi had been consumed. Thus, together with being unconscious earlier, her strength had been reduced significantly. Moreover, she was not good at hand-to-hand combat, and thus, launching a sneak attack on Shurian in that small stone cave was not a smart move. With her white neck being buckled in Shurian's left hand, Sai's eyes were full of fear. She wanted to scream out loud but realized that her throat was being blocked, and she couldn't let out a single sound. Just like that, with Shurian's hand strangling her neck, Sai's heart quickly sank. A terrible burst of power transmitted from his left arm which frightened her mind. She knew that if she made another move, Shurian would clench his fingers tightly, crushing her neck. Therefore, Kai was in shock as she watched Shurian in silence. She didn't dare to make the slightest move while the rings on her arm continued to tremble and finally subsided without acting recklessly. Shurian carried her and sat down again in the stone cave. His eyes burned, staring at her mesmerizing, beautiful naked body. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, a trace of lust glimmering in his eyes. Kai was panicked. Her beautiful eyes looked at Shurian sharply as she didn't know what he wanted to do. Shurian didn't say a word. His hand held her neck, carrying her up into the air. He coldly looked at her and considered thoughtfully. He originally wanted to use a ruthless whack on Kai, killing her to steal the demon crystal in her storage ring. After that, he would leave this lake and meet the other people of Aya, Borg and the two brothers Laoli. However, he thought over it again. Right now, as his profound chi had already recovered and reached its supreme, if he killed Kai, he could have some mysterious power to add to his martial arts but not much, and thus killing her was somehow a waste. In addition, if Kai died in the lake while he was able to get out of the lake alive, the other people would guess his true ability and thus would consider him an enemy and be aware of him much more than before. A 7th-level demon crystal was exceptionally precious in their eyes. If Kai died, he would become their target. If Aya, Borg, Laoli and Laoluan united, he was not sure if he could win. The most important thing was that he was not familiar with the dark magnetic noxious mist. He still wanted to borrow these people's abilities to discover more of its mysteries. Thus, before he understood everything about this dark magnetic noxious mist, he didn't want these 4 people turning their backs on him. If Kai didn't die or was under his control, he could still hide his true strength. By putting Thien Thursday Mac Chuang Nguyen's death on Sai's hands, he could have Kai restrain Aya and know more about the dark magnetic noxious mist's mysteries and the Divine Land situation through Kai. With that thought, Shurian finally had his calculation. His cold eyes and Sai's horrified eyes met. Shurian let out a low shout, and the third eye inside the sea of consciousness of his host soul opened. A beam of light flashed up. He then poured his soul consciousness into this beam of light and carefully instructed it to infiltrate Sai's head. "Let go of your sea of consciousness or else I will kill you." Shurian coldly looked at Kai and intimidated her. Kai was terrified at heart, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. She kept shaking her head as she wanted to refuse. "If you refuse, I will kill you. But if you accept, I will only leave a mark on your host soul. As long as you obey me from now until my business in this dark magnetic noxious mist ends, I will remove this soul barrier for you." Shurian was like a devil using both intimidation and enticement at the same time. At this moment, Kai looked at Shurian with deep fear inside her heart. She finally understood that Shurian, whom she hadn't even laid her eyes on before, was the most thoughtful one in the group. He had hidden his true strength and had evil ambition without any human emotions from the beginning. Right now, she could only see Shurian's brutal face but didn't think that she had been involved in his calculation from the beginning. She could only remember that she was resentful the thousand-hand ink octopus hadn't killed him when they were under the water, and she had also tried to take his life earlier. Just remembering someone else's fierceness but finding it impossible to see one's own wickedness was common in the human world, and Kai was not an exception. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, Shiyan's face looked cold and cruel, showing a trace of impatience. He started to count without waiting for Kai to respond. Kai kept looking at Shiyan, and now she was certain that Shiyan was a ruthless person, not a soft-hearted one. Hence, Kai instantly nodded her head before Shiyan finished counting. She finally let go of her sea of consciousness to let Shiyan's soul consciousness in. In the soul consciousness, although Shiyan was only in the nirvana realm, his soul cultivation was much more than that of an ordinary sky realm. Different kinds of spirit Upanishads of demonic sound clan were all profound. In that abandoned land, he had used the group of Panja to carry out his soul experiments. This time, his host soul and the 9 Serenity soul-devouring flame now gathered in one place, and thus doing this was somehow like, once a thief, always a thief. After his soul consciousness had entered Sai's head, he made use of the demonic sound clan's Upanishads. After leaving a spirit seed in Sai's host soul, Shiyan quietly explored a little bit more and saw that everything was normal. He then retrieved his soul consciousness that had penetrated her head. Under Tsai's frightened look, Shiyan suddenly grinned, dashed forward with his evil eyes, and fiercely kissed her ruddy lips. Whining? Tsai's beautiful eyes glinted with a trace of shame. She wanted to struggle but couldn't make any move as her body was under Shiyan's control. Mercilessly kissing her, Shiyan moved his tongue on Tsai's full lips and then bit them. Blood spread from her lips. Finally, the hand, which was buckling Tsai's neck, loosened its grip and Shiyan detached from her. Looking at the beautiful girl bleeding, he was suddenly overwhelmed with resentment inside his heart. He sneered, "You should have died in that lake, but I have saved you. But earlier you just requited good with evil, and of course I had to teach you a lesson. So it was punishment. You are even more despicable than Ayaya." Tsai's face was full of resentment, cruelly staring at Shiyan and cursing him. Shiyan burst out laughing, the same. Chapter 374, Coming Ashore. Chapter 374, Coming Ashore. Tsai's eyes were flooded with hatred, viciously staring at Shiyan. She was resentful that she couldn't kill him right away to vent her flame of anger. Unfortunately, she knew that killing Shiyan at the bottom of the lake was a difficult mission and nearly impossible to do, especially now that her host soul was under his control. As long as Shiryan's mind could be triggered, he could use the soul barrier which had been planted in Tsai's host soul to obliterate her host soul immediately. Inside the dark shield, Kai gritted her teeth while her heart was overwhelmed with hatred and shame. She didn't say a word, took out a set of fluttering ribbon clothes from her storage ring and put them on, covering her snow-white body. Shiryan's look was evil, gazing at her as she put her clothes on, not having the consideration to turn away. Kai was extremely embarrassed and full of resentment, but she knew she couldn't do anything to him. After she had dressed, Shiryan suddenly smiled and said coldly, "That octopus is dead, and I don't want Ayaya and the others to know that it was dead in my hand. I also hope that you can cover for what happened under the water after Ayaya left. You've confined my host soul. What do you want?" After having dressed, Tsai's mood had stabilized. When she remembered how bad Shiyan had treated her, her neck reddened. She now realized that Shiyan was not someone she could control, and she secretly regretted proposing to keep him before. This was like she had bought a rope to tie herself up. Not only did she fail to use Shiyan to constrain Ayaya, but she ended up harming herself. "I do not know much about this dark magnetic noxious mist, so I hope you can explain it to me in detail. I am also curious about the identities of the 5 of you, so you will tell me about that as well," said Shiyan emotionlessly. "As for the dark magnetic noxious mist, Lali has told you quite precisely. For other things I think we can talk about it later." Kai looked a little anxious watching the water. "We should be in a hurry. If we return late, Ayaya and other people may think that we are dead and will probably leave this place. Although Ayaya is a hateful person, she had many secret treasures in her hands. Staying with her, you can detect something unexpected and avoid a lot of trouble." Thanks to her reminder, Shiyan realized that the time he stayed in the water was too long. He thought a little bit and then nodded, "Anyway, you should remember that I have planted a soul barrier in your host soul. If you dare to have any wicked intentions, don't blame me for being merciless." Tsai's face lost its color. She gritted her teeth, nodded, and secretly cursed Shiyan for being a shameless brat. Shiyan looked at her with a faint smile. He knew that Kai hated him a lot, but he didn't really care about it. At least before the soul barrier inside Sai's host soul is lifted, he wouldn't need to be worried. Did you kill the thousand-hand ink octopus? Kai looked at the lake outside the stone cave, thought for a while and then asked him. Shurien rubbed his chin and nodded. Kai knitted her eyebrows and then flew out of the stone cave, sinking toward the bottom of the lake to find the thousand-hand ink octopus's dead body. Shurien didn't know what she wanted to do and thus followed her flying out of the cave with suspicion. He suspended in the water, frowning and looking at her. Kai dove all the way to the bottom of the lake. When she reached the bottom, her delicate body gracefully moved like a rainbow toward the thousand-hand ink octopus's dead body. She took out a splendid radiant dagger and dug out the octopus's eyes. Not long after that, Kai flew up next to Shurien, holding the octopus's eyeballs in her hands and then said to Shurien, "This 7th level the thousand-hand ink octopus's eyeballs can form a fantasy. We couldn't see the real scene under the water before due to the effect of these eyeballs. You have got the demon crystal, so these eyeballs belong to me. Are you okay with this?" "You just take them," nodded Shurien. Kai immediately put the octopus's eyeballs away. She contemplated for a while before aggressively looking at Shurien. "I hope you will keep the secret about the incident that happened in the water. I don't want anyone to know about this no matter what. You should also be careful with Ayaya. She is the daughter of the Castellan of White Emperor City. In White Emperor City, we are pampered girls who are always to keep ourselves pure. As you have seen our bodies this time, with Aya's personality, I am afraid that she will not spare you. You should keep that in mind." "White Emperor City?" Shurien muttered, didn't ask for details, just nodded and said, "I know." Kai didn't continue their conversation, suppressing her hatred for Shurien with a reddened face. She then flew up toward the lake's surface. Shurien immediately kept up with her. On the lake. When Ayaya got out of the water, a brilliant halo fully covered her wonderful curves. She quickly found a remote place to put on new clothes, and only after that did she go to see Borg, Laoli and Laoluan. The three of them had been impatiently waiting for a long time. As soon as they saw Ayaya came out, they hurriedly asked about the situation. Ayaya told them a little bit about what took place at the bottom of the lake and also said that Kai and Shurien might not return. Right after hearing about the 7th level the thousand-hand ink octopus, the faces of the three of them changed slightly. They were secretly glad that they hadn't recklessly broken into the water, or else they were afraid that they would have had the same consequence as that of Shurien and Kai. Ayaya told them about the situation in detail, blankly staring at the water without daring to go back in again. Borg and the two brothers Lao were in a daze waiting with worried faces. They were ready to abandon Shurien and Kai. If Shurien and Kai didn't come out soon, Ayaya and the others would leave. Borg had always been together with Kai. However, seeing Kai in danger, he was not ready to save her, but just frustrated. He was considering what he should do if he was alone with Ayaya and the other people from now on. While the four of them were waiting impatiently and about to give up on Shurien and Kai, two figures suddenly flew out of the lake. They were Shurien and Kai. Borg was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Sister, are you all right?" After Kai had flown out of the lake, her face regained its normal state. She threw Borg a cold glance and nodded, "I am fine. Shurien and I united and killed the thousand-hand ink octopus." After talking, Kai couldn't help but look at Ayaya and grunt. In their critical point of time when they were trapped, Ayaya hadn't seen Kai as her partner, hadn't lent her a helping hand, but left her in danger instead. Kai understood it well and thus was extremely dissatisfied with Ayaya. A trace of surprise flashed up in Aya's beautiful eyes. She stared at Shurien with surprise as her countenance became odd. She would never have expected that Shurien wouldn't have been killed inside the thousand-hand ink octopus's mouth. When she was at the bottom of the lake, Shurien had seen her entire body and her forbidden privates. If Shurien had died, she would have been relieved. However, Shurien was still alive, which somehow made her uncomfortable. In her eyes, Shurien's calm and cold eyes contained a lustful look like a thorn poking her side. After throwing Shurien a quick glance, Ayaya was very panicked. She wanted to take action but couldn't find any suitable excuse. She couldn't tell other people about what had happened in the lake either. In this dilemma, she felt frustrated without any clear reasons. "That's good. I need to recover. I think that you guys should use demon crystals to restore your profound chi. See you soon." After talking, Ayaya turned around and left. She didn't dare to look at Shurien because she seemed embarrassed as she quickly flew away. Shurien watched her leave, showing a look of ridicule on his face. He sneered but didn't say a word. "Yes, we need to recover a bit." Kai complicatedly glanced at Shurien, and then nodded toward Borg and flew away to the opposite direction of Aya. Borg hurriedly caught up with her. When they came to a remote and quiet place, Borg asked quickly, "Sister, what happened at the bottom of the lake? Why do you and Aya seem to be weird after coming out of the lake?" "You asked too many questions." Sai's face looked cold. "You knew that I was in danger at the bottom of the lake, why did you still stay ashore? Borg, do you want me to die as well?" Borg's face stiffened, he was very embarrassed and then revealed a wry smile. "Sister, you are in the sky realm but still got trapped at the bottom of the lake. I was afraid." Kai snorted coldly and didn't say anything further. She then took out a demon crystal, closed her eyes for meditation, not mentioning anything about what happened at the bottom of the lake. Although Borg was extremely curious, he couldn't do anything when Kai didn't want to tell him. Moreover, he felt ashamed, so he didn't dare to continue asking, only stayed next to Kai to do his job of guarding. "Brother, you and Kai are powerful indeed. You guys killed the 1,000-hand ink octopus. I really admire you." Laoli laughed out loud and said, "I am not afraid if you laugh at me, but we didn't dare to go into the water when you were trapped at the bottom of the lake. We were scared of being killed by that 1,000-hand ink octopus. It is such a shame." Lao Luan revealed an embarrassed smile, nodded his head and frankly admitted to being a coward. Shurien had soon come to know the personality of these two brothers, so he didn't tell them about what had happened at the bottom of the lake. He shook his head and said, "My luck is still good, I think. If it weren't for Aya and Kai, that 1,000-hand ink octopus wouldn't have died." After a short pause, Shurien nodded toward these two brothers and said, "I need to find a quiet place to recover for a while." After talking, Shurien quickly flew away and didn't say anything more to the two brothers, Laoli and Laoluan. Shurien went to the same place as before, lazily leaning against an ancient tree, quietly feeling the changes in his body. The three dead warriors' auras transformed into a mystery power pouring into the profound chi, recovering his consumed profound chi entirely, and also slightly enhancing his strength. According to this progress, he would soon have a chance to reach the third sky of Nirvana realm. Everything was developing in a good direction. Shurien was satisfied as he raised his head looking toward the deep area in the dark magnetic noxious mist, guessing what he would encounter in the deepest area of it. Suddenly, his eyes slightly narrowed while blooming out a cold light. His lazy posture suddenly straightened up. An imposing and violent momentum flowed out from his whole body. A shadow quickly approached from the distance. Her clothes fluttered, making her look like a frosty crystal flower in the cold snow. She was Aya. Aya was emotionless with an indifferent look. She gently flew over like a slender willow. Shurien's face didn't change. He felt cold at heart but was secretly on alert and ready for war. Chapter 375, The Hunter. Chapter 375, The Hunter. Shurien soon found out that Aya was a ruthless person and no better than Kai. At the bottom of the lake, when he had been sinking toward the octopus's mouth, he had clearly seen Aya let out a sigh of relief. Before leaving the lake, Kai had also reminded him to be careful with Aya. She had told him that Aya was the daughter of the master of White Emperor City, very arrogant and crystal pure. As he had seen her naked body, she certainly would want to kill him. Therefore, seeing Aya suddenly approach, Shurien secretly stayed alert and was ready to deal with Aya's attack. Wearing a cold face and fluttering clothes, Aya quickly flew over and stood in front of him. Shurien's face remained unchanged. He indifferently looked at her, but was secretly well prepared and grinned. "Didn't you go to find a quiet place for meditation?" Aya's beautiful eyes intensely looked at Shurien, and she didn't hurry to answer. Her beautiful eyes flashed up with countless points of light, wanting to see through all Shurien's secrets. A faint smile hung on Shurien's face. He calmly confronted her, not revealing any trace of fear, as if nothing had ever happened at the bottom of the lake. Aya stared at Shurien for a while and then gently nodded and said, "I really want to meditate to restore my profound chi. The 1,000-hand ink octopus injured me, and thus, I have lost a considerable amount of strength and must meditate immediately. It is just that this place seems to have many abnormalities and I am now injured and very weak. So, I need someone to guard while I am meditating." Shurien was startled. He had originally assumed that Aya came here to kill him so that her heart could release its predicament. Not only could this put her state of mind at ease, but it could also preserve her pure body from being stained by his eyes. He didn't expect that Aya came here to ask him to guard for her without mentioning the incident at the bottom of the lake, as if nothing had ever happened. Although he was suspicious, he didn't reveal it. He just nodded and said, "Okay." Aya didn't say a word as she sat down in front of Shiyin. The storage ring on her finger flashed up. Sparkling demon crystals emerged one by one in her jade-like palm. These demon crystals were different in size, and there were total 10 pieces which contained the power that could be absorbed directly. It should be Aya's entire gains during her time here. Her hands held a piece of demon crystal. She seemed to be sure to take that one to restore her profound chi, but then she suddenly looked hesitant. Shiyin bewilderedly looked at those sparkling demon crystal in shock as he didn't expect that Aya could have harvested so many. With as many demon crystals gathered in the same place, any warrior in this dark magnetic noxious mist would probably be greedy and rob her of these precious crystals. However, for Shiyin, although these demon crystals were precious, they couldn't make him lose his mind. Aya held each of those demon crystals and observed them while tightly knitting her eyebrows. Not long after that, she picked a red diamond-shaped demon crystal and put the rest back inside her storage ring. She then told Shiyin, "I am severely injured now. Don't let anyone come close. Otherwise, if I encounter a sneak attack during my meditation, I will not be able to bear it." Shiryin's face slightly changed. His heart stirred a little bit while his body was agitated. He suddenly understood what was happening. It was an explicit enticement. She had taken out all of the demon crystals to engender his greed. She had even told him clearly that she was now injured seriously to make him think about ambushing her. Aya apparently wanted to kill him but couldn't find a suitable excuse. That was why she had used the demon crystals as bait to raise his greed, and thus trying to make him desperate to take this chance when she was meditating. Each demon crystal was a piece of bait. She had even said that she was wounded and afraid of other people coming close, which actually encouraged him to buy into her plan. Shiyin coldly sneered at Heart, figuring out Aya's intention. He secretly cursed her for being deceitful and ruthless. If it weren't because he didn't need demon crystals to restore his profound chi, he would probably have taken the bait. If he decided to take action, he was sure that Aya would have told Kai Borg and the two brothers about it and used it as a suitable excuse to kill him. Greedily depriving and killing a companion for demon crystals was an extremely appropriate reason. When Aya was meditating, Shiyin was coldly looking at her. He was struggling inside his heart while his eyes kept changing. If he took advantage of when she was meditating to cast out his hidden full strength, perhaps he would be able to kill Aya even though Aya had prepared her own calculation toward him. However, the risk was big. If he tried to kill Aya with just one blow and failed, they both would get involved in a fight which would definitely draw the attention of other people. When those people rushed over, he would hardly succeed. Once Aya successfully avoided his single strike and was still alive, it would not be easy to try and kill her a second time. While he was quietly considering his gains and losses, Shiyan's eyes kept changing unpredictably. He finally decided to give up. He wanted to keep things going on to see if she had any other tricks up her sleeve. He then stood next to Aya, leaned against a tree with a lazy pose, pretending to keep guard for Aya. A long while later, with his sole consciousness, Shiyin suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right with Kai. On the other side, Kai secretly wanted to look at the soul barrier in her host's soul, but her body then suddenly shook, her face turned pale, holding her head miserably. Sister. Borg was panicked. He even assumed that Kai had fallen into a possessed by the devil state and hastily cried, "How are you? Are you okay? How can I help you?" Damn bastard. Kai secretly cursed Shiyin in her heart, holding her head as she whined in pain for a while. Her beautiful face was full of resentment while her body gradually stopped trembling. She knew that it was Shiyin teaching her a lesson, but he hadn't really hit her soul yet. Otherwise, with this soul barrier, she would not be able to bear even one single blow. "I am all right. There was something wrong with my power, but it is fine again." Kai barely sat straight, didn't dare to continue to peep at the soul barrier. She then used a demon crystal again to restore her profound chi. Not far away, Shiyin revealed a cold smile, raised his head and glanced at Kai. After a long while, Aya slowly opened her eyes. The power of the demon crystal in her hand had been absorbed entirely, and it became an ordinary stone. She was a little disappointed looking at Shiyin as she silently stood up and said, "I am done. Let's go find Kai and the others." Shiyin nodded but coldly sneered in his heart and kept silent. He clearly saw a trace of disappointment flash up in Nina's eyes. Through those eyes, he figured out that Aya didn't have a good intention indeed. She had still stayed alert while meditating. If he had a go at her, Aya would obviously release a full power strike to kill him. Women's hearts are the most ruthless. Shurien secretly scolded her, following Aya while his eyes were stuck on her moving butt and back with an unpredictable look. Aya suddenly turned around, her eyes showed her coldness. Shurien was startled. His profound chi started to churn up, and a frenzy of power couldn't help but burst out from his body. Aya looked at him fiercely and said coldly, "You should keep your eyes clean." After saying this, she turned back and continued to fly up. Shurien was stunned, shook his head and slightly smiled, not saying anything more. Kai Borg, together with Laoli and Laoluan, soon appeared in front of him. As soon as Kai saw him coming, her beautiful eyes aggressively stared at him, shooting out looks of resentment. Shrugging his shoulders, Shurien revealed a faint smile, pretending that there was nothing to talk about. "Should we depart now?" Kai knew that she had the lower hand and tried to restrain her anger. She stopped looking at Shurien and then spoke to Aya. "Let's go." Aya nodded, looked at the other 4 people Kai Borg and said, "Follow me." After taking out the compass to identify the direction, Aya led ahead like before, and continued to go to the deepest place of the dark magnetic noxious mist. A long period had passed. They kept following Aya, going deeper inside the dark magnetic noxious mist. Every time Aya detected something abnormal, she would instantly let Shurien step forward to take the risk, waiting for Shurien to be dead in the demon beast's mouths or be killed by other warriors. Shurien let her down every time. In all kinds of dangers, he could always turn danger to safety, which he made look like it was because of his great luck and nothing to do with his strength. During this time, Shurien and the other 5 people had encountered several flocks of beasts and had harvested some demon crystals through killing them. They had also met other teams of warriors and both sides had started fighting. In the dark magnetic noxious mist there were no rules at all. Those who were powerful could always plunder demon crystals from the weak. Every time they saw other groups of warriors, the people of Aya's and Tai Wai's group instantly jumped in to kill them without saying a word. They were even more ruthless than the beasts. Shurien had still been preserving his strength. His demand of demon crystal was not much. Every time they encountered beasts, he didn't wholeheartedly take action or fight with Aya's group for demon crystals. When confronting warriors, he didn't make it look very strenuous either, didn't seem to have interest for the storage rings on those warriors' body. He let Aya and Kai take the trophies. He didn't seem to be greedy as he just stood and watched the scene. However, by absorbing the auras of those dead warriors, Shurien could always refill his profound chi to the max as if he just began, which also helped him progress in breaking through the third sky of Nirvana realm. However, many times after that, the mysterious power didn't flow to the profound chi halo anymore but burst into the star martial spirits instead. This made Shurien realize that the profound chi halo in his body was mighty enough. If he wanted to make progress, it probably would require him to reach the third sky of Nirvana realm. Therefore he quietly paid attention, considering breaking through the new realm was his main purpose. One day the group of 6 people, including Shurien, was temporarily resting on a suspended bare hill in the dark magnetic noxious mist. Suddenly ear-piercing sounds came up from around the hill. Warriors in gold costumes instantly appeared, grinned and rushed over to the 6 of them. Along the way there, other warriors had become the prey of Aya's and Sai's group. However, right now, seeing those warriors in gold costumes, the faces of Aya and others immediately changed as if they were confronted with a pandemic. They quickly got up. Shurien frowned as he looked around. His heart felt chilled just after a quick glance as he was afraid that they would become someone else's prey this time. Chapter 376, Filled with Golden Silk Threads. Chapter 376, Filled with Golden Silk Threads. There were 8 warriors surrounding them. All of them were wearing gold costumes with a pattern of a palace afloat the golden clouds, which was embroidered on their chest in golden threads. The 8 warriors were all outstanding youths, only around 20 or 30 years old. 3 of them were in the sky realm, the rest were in the second or third sky of Nirvana realm. The leader of these 8 warriors had short, silver hair, each strand of which stood straight up. He looked full of vitality. As soon as this person arrived, he burst into laughter which was echoing and ear-piercing. He looked at Kai and Aya with extremely lustful eyes and an ambiguous face. The remaining 7 warriors lined up, sharply looking at Shurien's group with an unfriendly attitude. Aya's and Sai's beautiful faces slightly changed and were no longer calm as before. Borg was obviously in shock and fear. The faces of the 2 brothers Laoli and Laoluan looked odd, their eyes beamed a vague light. They seemed to be considering an escape plan. The overall strength of this group of 8 warriors was much better than that of Shiyan's side. Sharp lights spilled out from the eyes of the 3 Sky Realm warriors who were overwhelmed with an arrogant and relentless momentum that shouldn't be underestimated. When Shiyan saw the emergence of these warriors in Aya's and Sai's complexions, he immediately realized that these 8 warriors must come from a mighty force since Aya and Kai looked like they were encountering a pandemic. He knew that they would certainly have a bitter fight later. Ningze, what do you want? Aya slightly squinted, quietly gathered her strength, coldly looked at that young leader and said, "The Fighting Union and the Heavenly Palace have never had any conflicts before. As you are now converging on us, you have probably prepared for this war?" Ha ha, that young leader laughed out loud as he obviously didn't care about Aya's threat. If we run into each other in the Divine Land, I naturally would not give you a hard time. However, this place is the dark magnetic noxious mist. We come to this place to provoke a fight with all kinds of forces obviously. Since you guys also come to this place, if you are strong enough, I don't think you would be kind to us either. After having heard that warrior's words, Aya's face darkened. She then said, "Do you really want to pick a fight?" "Not really." Ningze revealed a faint smile as he secretly winked at the other 2 Sky Realm warriors on the sides, exposing a smiling face. "Aya, you are the daughter of the Castellan of White Emperor City. I am also influential in the Heavenly Palace. As long as you promise to marry me, I can spare your life and even join forces with you in this dark magnetic noxious mist. How about it?" "Keep dreaming," Aya pouted and expressed a disdainful look. "Are you forcing me to use my strength?" The smile on Ningze's face suddenly disappeared, and his eyes became cold. "Aya, although you are noble in White Emperor City, you are nothing in this dark magnetic noxious mist. Ha ha ha, if you are not willing to accept my offer, I can only offend you to achieve my purpose." After saying so, Ningze suddenly shouted with a cold smile, "Leave the 2 girls alive. Kill the rest." After that command, the 8 Heavenly Palace's warriors let out a hoarse shout and took action simultaneously. The 2 Sky Realm warriors next to Ningze scattered and respectively stormed toward Aya and Kai. The remaining Nirvana Realm warriors fanned out, attacking Shiyan, Borg, Laoli and Laoluan. These Heavenly Palace's warriors were unified in their gold costumes and had extraordinary realms and resourceful storage rings. They were wealthy and powerful. A 3rd Sky of Nirvana Realm warrior with a thin face was currently dashing toward Shiyan while his hands suddenly swelled, turning into a beam of dazzling golden lights. The warrior's 2 hands instantly shot out brilliant lights with a sharp momentum. A trace of refined profound chi emerged from between his hands. His hands were swelling more and more, which was extremely weird. His hands unfolded, and the lines in his palms released thread-like silks. These golden silk threads connected to his palms. They seemed extremely sharp and dexterous, like a steel needle flying straight for Shiyan. Buzzing. A harsh whistle came up. Those golden threads scattered everywhere, extended more and more, became denser, and then covered Shiyan entirely. Shiyan's face remained unchanged. He frowned and suddenly turned into a bunch of starlight, following the star trajectory and quickly teleported himself to the side. Those golden silk threads intensely submerged Shiyan's previous spot that he had just left. They then crushed the rocks there into pieces like cutting tofu. Golden silk. A cold laugh reached his ears. Those gold threads were like electricity that shot out again, spearing themselves toward Shiyan. These Heavenly Palace's warriors seemed to be very good at strange martial arts. Inside of their palms had this kind of golden silk threads which contained sharp ardor that could cut everything off. After attentively looking at the others, Shiyan realized that they were afraid of those golden silk threads, and didn't dare to let them come close. Seeing those golden threads dashing forward, the people of Aya's group immediately scattered as they were afraid of being pierced by the golden threads. Ningze stood motionlessly, not really caring about Shiyan. His lustful eyes fell on Aya's and Sai's bodies. He seemed to be waiting for both of them to be arrested so he could enjoy pleasures with them. Shiyan didn't know the origin of either the Heavenly Palace or the Fighting Union. However, after having heard the conversation between Aya and Ningze, he realized that they belonged to the Divine Land and were very powerful forces. Although Aya and Ningze were still very young, they had already reached the Sky Realm. Thus, Shiyan could imagine how powerful their forces were. Golden threads above their heads were extremely flexible and breathtaking, flashing out with harsh, ear-piercing sounds. The warrior who was chasing and attacking Shiyan didn't seem to be worried after he had missed his first shot. He continued urging his power. The golden silk threads flying out from his palms extended longer and longer with fierce momentum, continuing to chase Shurien without giving up. There was a trace of a feeble soul on the golden silk threads. The Heavenly Palace's warriors seemed to bind their soul consciousness onto the threads, making them able to lock the target. Regardless of how hard Shurien tried to avoid them, these threads could always find him again. Those warriors' hands were swollen and constantly released extremely sharp, glittering lights. Gradually, the golden silk threads soon covered the entire sky like countless golden lightning bolts interlacing in the sky. This made people feel frightened. Wailing. Borg suddenly let out mournful screams. He had been avoiding the golden silk threads but carelessly let one of them cross him and cut off a part of his leg. Blood overflowed like a spring. Borg kept screaming non-stop as he fearfully looked at Kai, wanting her help. The rings on Sai's arms had all flown out. Those rings hit each other, producing crisp, sweet sounds and blooming numerous dazzling lights which then formed into many circles of lights and covered her entire beautiful body, protecting her from being damaged by the golden silk threads. A Sky Realm warrior's swollen hands looked like they were perfused with golden juice which now slowly flowed out. Golden silk threads flew out from between his swollen hands like tiny pythons jumping cheerfully and gradually blockading the space around her. Her graceful posture moved tenderly. The circles of light and the golden silk threads collided, sparking dazzling light spots everywhere. Although Tsai's cultivation base was high, she couldn't get out of the thick golden silk threads around her. She saw Borg unable to resist anymore, but it was impossible for her to reach out to help him. Golden silkworms split. The warrior who was dealing with Borg revealed a cold sneer. More than 10 golden silk threads flew out from his swollen hands, heading toward Borg and fully covering him instantly. Brilliant golden light flashed up. Under Shurien's gaze, Borg's body suddenly turned into broken pieces of flesh and bones. Borg, who was in the third sky of Nirvana realm, was unable to escape and had been cut into countless pieces under the coverage of those golden silk threads. Before Borg's death, Shurien had seen a golden wire coming out of Borg's back. A warrior who was fighting with Laoli had suddenly spared a part of his force and had quietly used the golden threads to pierce through Borg, making him unable to gather his strength. The magical golden silk was the unique martial arts that only the Heavenly Palace's warriors had. If they wanted to cultivate it successfully, they needed to collect the silks taken from the myriad devouring golden silkworm in a secret place of the divine land and then cultivate and absorb it into their bodies. Each warrior who practiced this secret magical technique all golden-style martial spirit. They then used this martial spirit and their profound chi to nourish this golden silk, blending their blood, soul consciousness and profound chi into golden silk. After many years of arduous pilgrimages, the golden silk that was cultivated and absorbed into the warriors' bodies not only possessed the special features of the myriad devouring golden silkworm but could also connect with their minds and stay under their control. Cultivating this secret gold silk was extremely dangerous for the Heavenly Palace's warriors. Their bodies could instantly be divided if they were careless. Heavenly Palace's warriors who could cultivate this secret technique were all cruel and ruthless, not even thinking about risking their own lives. The warriors would become extremely dangerous when they cast the golden silk out. Once performing this secret technique, if there were no strong means of defense, this golden silk would split other people's bodies. Borg didn't have much means of defending himself with one of his legs cut off, and the golden silk pierced through from his back. Because of those things, Borg apparently couldn't escape death although he had the third sky of Nirvana realm cultivation base. As soon as he died, his scattering aura flowed into Shurien. Shurien was avoiding the golden silk threads. However, when seeing Borg had died, Shurien quietly moved forward and absorbed the aura from Borg. Feeling the influx of Borg's aura, Shurien calmly looked at the golden silk threads flying around in the sky, and suddenly grinned in silence as he just came up with a vicious plan in his mind. Chapter 377. Add Wings to the Tiger. Chapter 377. Add Wings to the Tiger. Right after Borg had died, that Empyrean warrior looked more relaxed. The Empyrean side had a total of 3 Sky Realm warriors including Ningzhe. The remaining warriors were at the second or third sky of Nirvana realm. All of them had cultivated this evil secret technique of the Empyrean. When they united, it didn't matter who they were fighting. Borg was dead and Laoli and Laoluan immediately fell into danger. Although these two brothers were only in the third sky of Nirvana realm, they were very good at joining forces. They stood back to back. 2 different forces passed each other through their backs, making their momentum soar. Their bodies were covered with a mixed green and blue halo. That halo covered the two brothers entirely. When the golden silk threads in the sky came close to them, they hurriedly took actions, wearing their gloves from where strong momentum flowed out. Their momentum was like martial art conception that had been tempered on their gloves. These gloves were naturally not just ordinary things. Under their martial art conception, these gloves released a terrible and fierce power. Under this violent power, those golden silk threads were punched aside before they could come close to the two brothers. Those threads, which occasionally showed up next to the halo, couldn't destroy the blue-green halo that was covering the two brothers. However, after Borg's death, the warrior who had dealt with Borg now retrieved his power, looked at the two brothers and cast it again toward them. Hundreds of golden silk threads intertwined and dashed forward. The golden threads like lightning split open, releasing numerous sharp sprays, making the two brothers a little confused. While their gloves were releasing the martial art conception, they also had to unite to deal with this stealth at the same time. Thus, they didn't seem to be able to resist anymore. More and more golden silk threads were approaching and getting closer to them. Shurian's eyes were cold and cruel. He relied on the starlight to avoid the winding golden threads. He was both absorbing the aura of dead Borg, while quietly observing the situation in the field. Not only did Aya and Kai have many secret treasures on their bodies, but they were also extremely good at martial arts cultivation. Therefore, in the encirclement of the golden silk threads, they were still safe and sound. Although they couldn't get out of those golden threads, they didn't seem to be defeated, and they were still able to persist for a long time. Carefully watching the situation, Shurian coldly sneered. He quietly released his profound chi, the star power, the negative forces, and the Yin power from inside his body and sneakily manipulated them toward the Empyrean's warriors who were besieging Laoli and Laoluan. The ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, and the earth flame had been integrated into his body muscles before the completion of his martial spirit's mutation. Although his body's muscles contained a surge of violent power, it could not be separated or taken out of his body. Therefore, a gravitational field was formed this time only relying on the profound chi, the star power, the negative forces, and Yin force. These four forces created the gravitational field. As soon as it appeared, it suddenly condensed into an entity, forming an enormous gray tornado, inside of which the four sharp forces spanned aggressively. The gravitational field used to hide without revealing any trace, but it was unknown why it turned into a real entity here. In that gray tornado, the four forces flew around and mutually entangled, resulting in a strange, fierce power. Even Shurian felt that it was very dangerous for him if he were inside it. His power increased. In this dark magnetic noxious mist, although the gravitational field had turned into a real entity and couldn't be concealed anymore, its power had increased more than double. It seemed to coincide with a sort of heaven and earth principle in this dark magnetic noxious mist. It kept spinning, which made it seem like there was an existence of strange fluctuations inside the dark magnetic noxious mist, forming a link with the gravitational field. The gray tornado released a whirlwind up to the sky with tremendous momentum. As soon as it appeared, it instantly drew all the creatures around. Fierce long thin golden threads like lightning in the sky were pursuing Shurian, Laoli, and Laoluan. When that gravitational field emerged, the whole space seemed to be affected by the impact of the suction. The golden threads were no exception. The fierce golden silk threads were all sucked into the gravitational field. Even the Heavenly Palace warriors couldn't prevent their golden threads from being pulled in. When the golden silk threads went into the gravitational field, each of the Heavenly Palace warriors who held the golden silk screamed in panic while their faces suddenly changed. The body of a Heavenly Palace warrior with the weakest cultivation base, which was the second sky of Nirvana realm, was also pulled into the gravitational field. Because the golden silk was connected with the warrior's body, he was also being drawn into the gravitational field, and he couldn't withstand the suction of the gravitational field anymore as he was finally pulled inside. Inside the giant gray tornado, for different strange powers flew around and pulled the gold silk that was circling inside as well. Right after that warrior had been drawn into the field, he was instantly killed by the gold silk and then cut into mixed flesh and blood. When these Empyrean warriors cultivated the gold silk, they connected their palms to it. The lines on their palms and the gold silk had formed a delicate, subtle connection, and they could use their minds to control it. Unless they had reached the god realm, they couldn't detach the gold silk from their palms to freely chase and kill their enemies. Therefore, after the gold silk had been sucked into the gravitational field, as the palms of their hands were connected to the gold silk, The warriors were also affected by the strong suction force from the gravitational field. Moreover, the gold silk inside the gravitational field also created a huge pulling force. The warriors looked very miserable as they struggled hard to escape from the gray tornado formed by the gravitational field. "It's you." Tsai's eyes suddenly brightened up. When she had been at the bottom of the lake, she had known that Shiryan was not easy to mess with. At this critical time, the gray tornado appeared in front of Shiryan. Shiryan had a mocking sneer on his cold face as he watched the Empyrean warriors being pulled into the gravitational field and minced into bloody pieces of flesh. Kai now realized that Shiryan was the one who was changing the situation here. Kai exclaimed in shock, which drew the attention of the others to Shiryan. A strange light flashed up in Aya's eyes. She didn't seem to expect in this critical time Shiryan, who was only in the Nirvana realm, would be the most effective one. With a cruel look and a cold sneer, he used some kind of secret technique to strangle those warriors, which made her extremely shocked. Laoli and Laoluan had been in danger and would have probably been killed by the Empyrean's warriors. At the most dangerous time, Shiryan suddenly took action, creating the gravitational field and forcing those warriors to divide their strength in an attempt to resist. Thus, the strength they had been focusing on the two brothers Laoluan and Laoli was reduced, which made the two brothers surprised and frightened at the same time. They kept thanking Shiryan. Shiryan's eyes were furious. He coldly sneered while continuing to maintain the gravitational field, bringing it toward the rest of the Heavenly Palace warriors who were gathering at the same place. Under the irresistible pulling force, another two of the Heavenly Palace's third sky of Nirvana realm warriors were drawn into the gravitational field. The gravitational field was full of gold silks which were all fatal. Once those warriors were sucked into the gravitational field, the forces inside completely controlled them, and thus they could hardly form a fully defensive halo for their entire bodies. As a result, their bodies were exposed. In this situation, being strangled and cut off by the four strange forces of the gravitational field, those warriors couldn't escape from death. Just after a moment, the two Heavenly Palace warriors who had fallen into the gravitational field were all dead. As soon as these two warriors were ripped into pieces, the remaining warriors were all filled with panic. Seeing the gravitational field approaching, even the two Sky Realm warriors who were dealing with Aya and Kai were frightened, and thus loosened their force toward Aya and Kai to hurriedly move aside to avoid the gravitational field. However, although these two warriors dodged very fast, the gold silks that they had released failed to escape the great suction of the gravitational field. As the ferocious golden silks were forcefully pulled into the gravitational field, the two Sky Realm warriors who were deviating from the gravitational field were also being pulled. Because these two warriors were connected with the gold silks, they were also gradually pulled into the gravitational field. "Young master, save me," a Sky Realm warrior screamed out loud. His fierce eyes looked at Shiryan and shouted, "It's that kid who has troubled us." Ningzhe didn't take any action, but just coldly watched the changes in the field. When the two Empyrean warriors had been crushed into powder, he hadn't revealed any trace of fear. It seemed that the death of those Nirvana Realm warriors was nothing to him. However, when the two Sky Realm warriors who had released the gold silks had also been pulled into the gravitational field and screamed out loud together, Ningzhe finally showed a grave look. "Be careful." Aya and Kai didn't bother with their hatred for Shiryan, simultaneously letting out a scream and flying toward the front of Shiryan. One on the left and the other on the right, they were both protecting Shiryan, coldly looking at Ningzhe who was storming at them very fast. Although Aya and Kai were ruthless and wanted to see Shiryan die sooner, they still understood their current situation. If they wanted to defeat the Heavenly Palace warriors, they had to rely on the gray tornado that Shiryan had created. Therefore, when Ningzhe was about to make a move, both of them immediately rushed to Shiryan's side, wanting to join forces to protect him. Shiryan was about to take action and then became panicked seeing the two girls suddenly fly over. After realizing the girls just wanted to offer him protection, he shook his head and smiled and was not in a hurry to release his power. He stood behind Aya and Kai and continued manipulating the gravitational field. The gold silks that were released by the Heavenly Palace warriors were extremely sharp and evil, able to cut everything. Those golden silks had fallen into the gravitational field, stirred up by the forces of the gravitational field, and thus, their power was skyrocketed instantly. Anyone who fell into this gravitational field would be crushed into powder by the gold silk. Seeing the gold silk fly into the gravitational field aggressively, Shiryan's heart dissipated. He then had an idea that he would try to collect as much of the gold silks from this myriad devouring golden silkworm as possible. This stuff and the gravitational field together was indeed a killing machine. Chapter 378, Reaping? Chapter 378, Reaping. Aya and Kai stood in front of Shiryan with solemn faces, coldly looking to the other side, taking precaution against Ning's mischief to kill Shiryan. In this battle, the key person had some transformations. Aya and Kai, who were in the sky realm, couldn't be as effective as Shiryan. Only if Shiryan was alive could the gravitational field then dissolve the gold silks released by the Heavenly Palace warriors. Except for Shiryan, Aya, Kai, and the two brothers simply couldn't do anything. Apparently, Ningze also saw the role of Shiryan in this battle. Hence, he stared at Shiryan and then rushed toward him while speaking up, "Kid, you dare to treat us like your enemy. Regardless of what your identity is, you will not be able to escape death." Shiryan ignored him, not really caring about Ningze's threats, and continued putting forth all of his strength into controlling the gravitational field to deal with the two Sky Realm warriors of the Heavenly Palace. The two Sky Realm warriors who had released the golden silks, which were fiercely pulled into the gravitational field, were now also affected by the suction of the gravitational field, being hauled toward the gravitational field closer and closer. The situation didn't look good for them. "Aya, since you resist, do not blame me for my ruthless means." Ningze coldly sneered and then took out a gold leather bag. He untied the leather bag's buckle, and a fist-sized golden silkworm suddenly flew out from inside, aggressively showing its fangs and turning into a bunch of gold lights, dashing toward Aya and Kai. The golden silkworm was as big as a fist. There were 7 gold stripes on its back. It spread its wings and flew over, producing a buzzing sound which seemed to be able to penetrate a warrior's sea of consciousness. Myriad devouring golden silkworm. Seeing that silkworm approaching, the beautiful faces of Aya and Kai suddenly changed in extreme shock. The rings on Sai's arms burst a bunch of strange lights which gradually spread out like layer upon layer of rippling waves, diffusing around Sai's body and forming a marvelous halo. When those strange lights appeared, Kai immediately held her breath and spat out a bunch of silver lights. As soon as the bunch of silver lights was spurted out, they instantly turned into a long silver crystal sword with many strange symbols on it. It sparkled and glowed and then flew toward the flying golden silkworm. "Want to die?" Ningze coldly sneered, his eye pupils flashed up with golden lights as if he was communicating with the golden silkworm. The golden silkworm stormed into the strange lights next to Kai, aggressively hitting the silver crystal sword. Sai's silver crystal sword was hit and destroyed terribly by the golden silkworm. The golden silkworm suddenly spat out a fierce golden thread which then tightly wrapped that silver sword, making it unable to move. Sai's beautiful eyes darkened. She suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her 5 fingers kept changing the magical tricks, trying to retrieve the silver crystal sword which was being tightly bound by the golden silk thread. However, the golden silk thread was extremely tenacious, wrapping around the sword. The silver crystal sword staggered as it was suffering the silk thread's entanglement, its crystal lights became dark. The spiritual aura on the sword seemed to be corroding while Tsai's aura was being consumed quickly. Ningze sneered and suddenly let out an ear-splitting scream. The golden silkworm flapped its wings, flying out and forming a bunch of dazzling gold lights that instantly pierced through the circle of light which Kai had created and rushed toward her. Aya was frightened as if she was helpless to do anything against this gold silkworm. When seeing this silkworm's attack, she quickly threw out a coin. A powerful suction force suddenly came out from the hole in the center of the coin, wanting to catch and tightly tie the silkworm up. The golden silkworm spat out a golden silk thread again. This thread was as strong as a steel needle and instantly went through the hole of that coin, disappearing without a trace. The ancient coin emitted gold lights. Ancient scriptures engraved on the coin suddenly looked livelier as if they were enhancing the power of the coin. The gold silkworm was not afraid of it. After the golden silk thread had disappeared into the hole of the coin, it seemed to freeze the coin, preventing it from exerting its power and suppressing the corrosion of the golden silk thread. Hence, the coin couldn't actually trap the gold silkworm. The myriad devouring golden silkworm was a bizarre beast. It was small but very powerful. It could corrode all kinds of secret treasures. Each golden silk thread spat out from the golden silkworm's mouth could quickly erode the spiritual aura of a secret treasure as soon as it touched the metal treasure, consuming and damaging it. The longer the treasure was damaged, the more deterioration it would have, and finally, it would become an ordinary thing without a single trace of aura. As Ningze relied on the myriad devouring golden silkworm to deal with his opponents, many people in the divine land could do nothing against him. Warriors at the same level or different kinds of secret treasures would be tied up and suffer the corrosion impact of the golden silk threads as soon as they touched the threads. Facing this myriad devouring golden silkworm, many secret treasures hardly performed their effects. Meanwhile, the golden silkworm was immune to all kinds of sabers and swords. Very few secret treasures could damage it, and many kinds of forces found it hard to strike the silkworm and kill it. Aya and Kai knew that their secret treasures would hardly resist the golden silkworm, but they still had to send the treasures to hinder the gold silkworm a little while so that Shiryan could have enough time to clean up the two Sky Realm warriors. "Be careful!" Kai suddenly screamed out loud in fear. The golden silkworm wildly spurted out of the coin, flying around Aya and rushing to Shiryan. The golden silkworm spat out golden silk threads like golden lightning as hard as steel needles, piercing straight toward Shiryan. Shiryan saw those golden silk threads fiercely darting toward him while he was controlling the gravitational field with all of his power. He suddenly shivered and raised his palm. The life seal blasted. 7 handprints quickly merged and turned into a board-sized palm, and then rushed directly toward those golden silk threads and the golden silkworm. The life seal's intimidation was incredibly great. When it was released, it produced a sound like booming thunder. After the life seal had passed through, those golden silk threads became cotton threads fluttering around. The life seal could only scatter the golden silk threads but couldn't cut them off completely. The life seal fell onto the golden silkworm. The golden silkworm got hit but just staggered and rolled over in the void. After the life seal's power had passed, the golden silkworm then stabilized its body and darted toward Shiryan again as if it hadn't suffered any damage. "Ha ha ha, the Heavenly Palace people have captured and raised these golden silkworms. We already have 3 silkworms at the 7th level. Each of them has been existing for tens of thousands of years. They are immune to any swords and guns, are not scared of any attacks by different forces, and they can dissolve all kinds of secret treasures. Do you want to use your ordinary method to deal with my golden silkworm? You should have saved a little bit of your power then." Ningzhe burst into laughter, used his mind to control the golden silkworm, and once again threw another attack toward Shiryan. With an ear-splitting buzzing sound, the golden silkworm started to attack again. Shiryan's face changed. He felt that this golden silkworm was indeed tough to deal with. Secret treasures weren't effective, different kinds of forces couldn't strike this silkworm to death. Hence, to deal with this silkworm, it seemed he could only use some special means. Seeing the gold silkworm rushing at him again, Shiryan couldn't maintain his energy to continue to control the gravitational field. Instead, he had to put all of his strength on the golden silkworm. However, at this time, the blood vein ring suddenly burst out blood-red lights. A scorching power quietly bred from inside the blood vein ring and quickly spread out. Shiryan was worried as he didn't know how to handle this. He then suddenly felt the message sent by the 10,000-year earth flame. Without waiting for Shiryan to issue any signal, a group of red burning fires flew out from the blood vein ring. This group of fires was as big as a cattail leaf fan. A strand of horrible heat burst out together with the sun's burning power. When the earth flame jumped out, it instantly wrapped around the silkworm without waiting for it to rush at Shiryan. At the place where the earth flame was burning up, golden silk threads, which were spurted out from the golden silkworm, didn't seem to be able to bear the heat of the earth flame and began to dissolve. After having been swallowed by the earth flame, it was buzzing, screaming as if it saw its nemesis. It struggled hard inside the earth flame, wanting to fly out. Shiryan watched the earth flame swallow the golden silkworm with a stirring mind. He realized that the earth flame was weakened, and didn't seem to be as strong as before. Even so, the golden silkworm couldn't escape from the siege of the earth flame. It was kept inside and was crying sharply. It seemed to be extremely frightened, and despite how much it struggled and flew around to find an escape, it couldn't get out of the earth flame. The golden silk threads that had been spat out earlier were also melting. Shiryan was surprised and happy at heart. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Aya, Kai, Laoli, and Laoluan, who were facing danger, suddenly saw Shiryan with a group of burning fires swallow the golden silkworm, making it unable to do anything. They couldn't help but feel overjoyed looking at Shiryan with surprise. Aya and Kai exchanged looks and could see the joy in each other's eyes. They then simultaneously looked toward Ningzhe. Ningzhe's originally ruddy face gradually turned pale after the earth flame had swallowed the golden silkworm. This golden silkworm and Ningzhe's mind seemed to have a connection. His god soul force was consigned to the golden silkworm, and thus, when the golden silkworm was burning up, his god soul force that was attached to it was also suffering, which injured Ning's host's soul and made him realize the situation was not going well for him. True gold is not afraid of fire. Ah. It seems that your golden silkworm is not a real one. Even though this fire just refined it a little bit, it soon couldn't stand it. Shiyan pouted, coldly sneered as he disdainfully looked at Ningze and mockingly said, "Want to kill me? You don't seem to be able to do it. Friend, next time before talking a big game you should be sure about it first." After having swallowed the golden silkworm, making it unable to escape, the earth flame didn't seem to want to expose itself too long and thus pulled the gold silkworm, flying toward the blood vein ring on Shiryan's fingers. A bunch of fire flashed up. The earth flame wrapped the golden silkworm and disappeared into the blood vein ring together. Sui. The gold silkworm instantly fell into the blood vein ring. Ning's face turned pale once again with frightened eyes. He couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood. When the golden silkworm had gone into the blood vein ring, the connection between him and the gold silkworm had been completely terminated, which was like being cut off by a sword. As he and the golden silkworm were closely connected, he also suffered a heavy blow. Whether it was his host's soul or his state of mind, both were affected. His strength dropped significantly. Chapter 379, Fated Astral Wind. Chapter 379, Fated Astral Wind. Go. Ningze spewed out a mouthful of blood. He staggered a little bit and then suddenly turned into a beam of strange light, rushing toward the deep place inside the dark magnetic noxious mist. Seeing Ningze fleeing, the two Sky Realm warriors finally showed fear on their faces. Hesitating a moment, their fingers, which had released golden silks, suddenly burst out. The two of them cut off their own fingers, terminating the connection with the golden silks. Without any more hesitation, they immediately turned around and ran away. Shiryan's face was cold and ruthless. He coldly sneered and instantly chased after Ningze. A third Sky of Nirvana Realm warrior of the Heavenly Palace was also trying to cut off the connection with the golden silks and flee with the other three fellows. When seeing Shiryan fly over, his face changed instantly. He opened his hands and a glowing golden light flashed up from his swollen golden palms, suddenly attacking Shiryan. Ha ha ha, Shiryan coldly laughed. The negative forces appeared altogether. His mind was slightly triggered, and his skin turned to purple-red while each one of his muscles felt like they were jumping up. Bang bang. An avalanche of explosive forces burst out from his muscles. He ignored these golden lights, rushing all the way to them. The golden lights that penetrated his body were destroyed and simply couldn't hurt him. After his petrifaction martial spirit had reached the peak and mutated, such a level of strength could hardly cause him any damage. Falling into the golden lights, except for a little pain he felt, there was nothing causing discomfort. Shiryan's mind was slightly triggered, and the 5 negative feelings suddenly flew out from his sea of consciousness, turned into a real entity, piercing through the golden lights outward, attacking that third Sky of Nirvana Realm warrior. The 5 devils silently grinned, stretched out their ferocious claws, seizing the warrior's limbs and head, pulling forcefully. Blood splashed everywhere. The 5 devils split this warrior. His head, 2 arms and 2 legs were all torn apart. He immediately died on the spot. Under Shiryan's mind control, those 5 devils clutched the corpse, the man's arms and limbs, and then threw them into the gravitational field. Blocks of flesh and blood spattered in the gravitational field, which now looked like a huge meat grinder machine blending flesh and blood. The gravitational field also became blood red. That gray tornado turned blood red, which frightened people out of their wits. Shiryan put forth all of his strength this time. When they were face to face, he instantly beheaded this third Sky of Nirvana Realm warrior without hiding his real strength. Having killed this warrior instantly, Shiryan didn't stop but continued to chase after Ningze. The gravitational field ground his flesh into small pieces. Under the control of his mind, it looked like a whirlwind was following behind him. Aya, Kai, Laoli and Laoluan's eyes all popped out and their jaws dropped. Shiryan had suddenly broken through the adversity, which had already scared the 4 of them. At this time they knew that Shiryan had hidden his real strength the whole time, and had never revealed his full power. He kept silent all the time, but once he spoke up, everyone was stunned. Aya and Kai, the 2 Sky Realm warriors, had been a little bit helpless in the encirclement of the Heavenly Palace warriors. It didn't seem that they could have done anything when they faced the golden silks and the golden silkworms. However, Shiryan was different. As soon as he took action, the golden silks and the warriors were defeated, as well as Ning's golden silkworm, which had destroyed Ning's mind and made him leave immediately without lingering. Powerful Shiryan had totally shocked the other 4. Aya's face kept changing while she was watching Shiyan's figure until he disappeared. Her eyes looked extremely complicated. Kai was completely agitated. She had been looking for opportunities to kill Shiyan and remove the soul barrier in her host soul. After Shiyan's breakthrough, her face displayed bitterness as she felt powerless and frustrated. This fellow is really from the Endless Sea? Laoluan smiled and shook his head. Didn't you say that the Endless Sea's warriors are not as good as those of our divine land? How can he be that powerful? Even Ningzhe had no way to deal with him. Aya and Kai also shook their heads at the same time with thoughtful faces. Should we chase after him or not? Laoli hesitated a little bit and said, we all know about Ningzhe's tricks. He was humiliated this time, and he will be certainly crazier to deal with next time. If he is not dead. Chase. Aya took a deep breath, turned into a beam of light rushing out and following Shiyan. Kai was a little hesitant, but she finally followed Aya. The two brothers, Laoli and Laoluan, also flew out without too much hesitation. Young master, that kid could defeat the golden silkworms. What is his origin? In the dark magnetic noxious mist, 3 silhouettes were aggressively flying all the way. Among them, the Sky Realm warrior who had broken fingers wore a panicked face. He looked at his 10 bleeding fingers and said miserably, we have had a great loss this time. I was cultivating this secret technique for many years, and it is now ruined by a kid. I am not sure if we can make up for this loss when we go back later. This kid is not a person of White Emperor City. Ningzhe gritted his teeth and said with a ruthless face, if White Emperor City had a powerful young master like him, we would have received the news. He is only in the Nirvana realm but could control us entirely as if he has a special way to deal with golden silkworms and golden silks. This person is our nemesis. Absolutely he cannot live. Young master, what should we do? Your golden silkworm has been taken. You will be severely punished when you go back. No worries. I will quickly contact another team. Wait until we gather our strength, we will make this kid suffer. Ningzhe grunted, the secret technique which the other team has cultivated is different from ours. It must be able to defeat that kid. Aya and Kai, these 2 damn girls, I will make them lose their faces. They dare to harm me. Young master, that kid is chasing after us. A Heavenly Palace warrior who was lagging behind turned his head around and suddenly screamed out loud. Catching up already? Ningzhe turned around, had a quick glance and suddenly laughed. It's good that he is here. I haven't dared to enter the fearful land ahead. That kid doesn't know life from death. We can entice him to go inside and take advantage of that fearful land to kill him. As soon as Ningzhe finished his words, the eyes of the other 2 Sky Realm warriors brightened up, and they both spoke up at the same time, Master is wise. Shiyan had chased after the 3 people of Ningzhe's group the entire way. The gravitational field was following behind him. The auras of those warriors who had died in the gravitational field massively overflowed and poured into his acupuncture points, freshening up his whole body. Dashing like a rocket in the air, Shiyan turned his head and realized that Aya and Kai were also following him. He let out a sigh of relief and was more determined to kill Ningzhe. The 3 people of Ningzhe's group all had Sky Realm cultivation base. Although the 3 of them were all injured, Shiyan knew that his full strength alone couldn't handle all of them in a battle. Perhaps he would even be killed. However, together with Aya, Kai, and the 2 brothers, the situation would be different. As long as the 4 of them could handle the 2 Heavenly Palace Sky Realm warriors, he was confident that it would not be difficult for him to use his real power to get rid of injured Ningzhe. That was why he continued chasing Ningzhe's group. A mountain peak covered with fog suddenly appeared in front of them. Gray smoke hovered around without dispersing. The 3 people of Ningzhe's group moved forward and disappeared behind the mountain. Shiyan also rushed into that gray smoke below the mountain without thinking too much. However, as soon as his body entered that area, he immediately realized that it was not good. That gray smoke area looked like an invisible mud. As soon as his body entered the place, it immediately got trapped as if it was confined deep inside the mud and could hardly move. The more he struggled, the deeper he would sink. The other 3 people of Ningzhe's group had disappeared without a trace. Shiyan's face changed. He was afraid that he had fallen into Ningzhe's trap, accidentally entering a fearful land of the dark magnetic noxious mist. He didn't even have any reaction yet, but the other 4 figures had already appeared behind him. In their screams, none of Aya, Kai, and the 2 brothers could escape. They were all surrounded by this fearful land. Their bodies couldn't move as if countless invisible vines were wrapping them. Fearful land. Aya was shocked, couldn't help but shout. Not good. We have fallen in Ningx's trap. It is dangerous this time. In the dark magnetic noxious mist, every time before Aya had moved forward, she had always taken out the compass not only to identify the directions but also to detect dangers around. Once she suspected that the area ahead was dangerous, she had asked Shuryan to move first to pioneer the path. This time, since the pursuit of Ningze was too hasty, and she thought that there was no danger as Ningze was ahead, she hadn't taken out the compass before she entered the fearful land. The countenance of the three people of Kai, Laoli and Laoluan also changed. At this moment their bodies were all tied up and they realized that something was wrong. They kept struggling and thus slowly sank into that thick gray smoke area. After the 5 people of Shuryan's group realized that the more they struggled, the fewer possibilities they had to get out of this fearful land. Their faces darkened as they couldn't figure out any way to leave this fearful land. Unfortunately, this fearful land was very mysterious. No matter how hard the 5 of them tried, they couldn't break this area to escape in a just short time. Instead, this fearful land slowly pulled them down. Feeling a little bit dizzy, Shuryan suddenly couldn't see anything around him as if he was going into the transfer formation. His sea of consciousness was affected and became chaotic. This kind of feeling soon passed very quickly. When he could adapt to the situation, he then realized that he was going into a marvelous area full of gray clouds bobbing around his body. Gray clouds were thick and endless like a sea of clouds. In this sea of gray clouds, the foggy mountain was hardly seen. Only gusts howled and growled fiercely. Those gusts were extremely violent and contained mighty powers. Those strong energy fluctuations were a little bit devilish as they seemed to be able to lead the sea of consciousness, making it unbearably chaotic. Fated astral wind. A terrified scream came up from a place not far from there. Aya looked at that howling gust, and her face was full of fear. The faces of the 3 people of Kai, Laoli and Laoluan also changed. It seemed that those growling flurry of the wind over there were even more frightened than Ningze and other Heavenly Palace warriors. Fated astral wind? Shuryan frowned. Is this gust very dangerous? Extraordinarily terrible. The 4 people of Aya's group all replied at the same time with a grave look on their faces. Chapter 380, Turn the Tide. Chapter 380, Turn the Tide. This fated astral wind is the most mysterious in our divine land. It doesn't have any impact on warriors' bodies, but once it blows our soul consciousness away, our sea of consciousness would be obliterated. After the soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness has been blown away, the host soul will be directly exposed, torn apart and crushed by this fated astral wind entirely. Kai attentively looked at the fated astral wind in front of Shuryan and slowly flew over there. Her face kept changing in fear. Aya, Laoli and Laoluan helplessly watched the fated astral wind coming closer, and they didn't seem to be able to have any reaction. Guys, do you have any soul defensive secret treasures? Kai looked at Aya and Shuryan, asked hurriedly. Only soul defensive power secret treasures can prevent the fated astral wind's impact. Otherwise, once our soul consciousness is blown away, our host soul will be torn down. If the host soul was gone meant the spirit was eradicated and it was impossible to use any means to survive in this world. Aya, Laoli and Laoluan frowned. They all shook their heads after Tsai's inquiry was made. Kai looked at Shuryan. Her beautiful eyes expressed a trace of expectation. The 3 people of Kai were all stunned, looking at Shuryan as they expected that Shuryan could have some mysterious trick to stop this fated astral wind. Why are you guys looking at me? Shuryan was astonished and revealed a wry smile. Do you think that I can help you? I am from the Endless Sea. Endless Sea's warriors are not as good as those of Divine Land. Even you guys cannot do anything, so what can I do? You and other ordinary Endless Sea's warriors are not the same. Laoli reluctantly smiled. Although you only have Nirvana realm cultivation, not only could you break the golden silks of the Empyrean but you also took in the golden silkworm. Even if it was in our divine land, not many young warriors could reach this level of yours. Kai and Aya also shook their head at the same time as they both seemed to agree with Laoli's point of view. Previously, in the most difficult time, Shuryan had defeated golden silks and the golden silkworm of the Heavenly Palace and saved the girls from Ningx's hands. Shuryan revealed some traces of mystery which made the 4 of them secretly frightened. Hence, they could not treat him like an ordinary warrior of the Endless Sea. The way that the 4 of them looked at him had changed subconsciously. They felt that he was not as simple as a common Endless Sea warrior. I don't have any soul defensive secret treasure either. Shuryan shook his head, looked at the fated astral wind which was slowly approaching and said reluctantly, you better find another solution. What else can we do? Laoluan sighed, watching the fated astral wind coming closer and closer as he said disappointedly, would this fierce fated astral wind destroy our host souls even before we have reached the deep area inside the dark magnetic noxious mist? Sigh, this trip is miserable. If I knew about this sooner, I wouldn't have come to the dark magnetic noxious mist. What is the point of these words now? Laoli snorted and suddenly sat down. I hope that we can resist for a while and think of a way to get out of here. Otherwise, this fated astral wind will tear our host souls apart. Aya and Kai wore reluctant faces. It was useless to be hasty at this moment. They helplessly watched the oncoming fated astral wind but could do nothing. The fated astral wind was gradually approaching. No matter whether people wanted to face it or not, they all had to bear it. The fated astral wind shrouded all of them from every direction. This fierce fated astral wind seemed to have consciousness. As soon as it realized that some living creatures had come in, it immediately stormed out from every corner, wanting to kill all those creatures, and not allowing this fearful land to have any living creatures. It was not that Shurien had thought about avoiding it, however, as he saw that the entire area was filled with this devilish powerful fated astral wind, which was continuously surging, they simply didn't have a chance to escape. After all, the fated astral wind came and covered all 5 of them at once. It turned out as Kai had said. When this devilish fated astral wind had just arrived, Shurien's body didn't have the slightest change. He felt that the wind was not violent, as if there was nothing special about this creature. However, after a moment he realized that the volatility of his sea of consciousness suddenly became stronger. After his host soul that had condensed in the sea of consciousness fluctuated for a while, the soul consciousness wrapped around the sea of consciousness like gossamer slowly flying out of his sea of consciousness following that fated astral wind. The peripheral soul consciousness of the sea of consciousness had already lost more than 10 strands after such a short moment. As time was ticking by, his soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness was gradually affected by the fated astral wind and thus fluctuated even more violently, as if his soul consciousness gathered in the sea of consciousness wouldn't be able to resist for much longer. Soul consciousness was fundamental to form sea of consciousness. The composition of the sea of consciousness was made by the condensation of countless of strands of soul consciousness. The host soul existed in the sea of consciousness under the protection of the sea of consciousness. Once the soul consciousness dissipated entirely, the host soul would be exposed without any protection. This fated astral wind would disperse the soul consciousness first and then tear the opponent's host soul apart. Its purpose was to let the warrior's spirit perish. Once the soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness was all blown away, death would find the warriors. Strands of soul consciousness dissipated one by one, which made Shurien unable to concentrate and made his mind become dazed as if it was occupied. He was sort of half-conscious and his mind was in a bad state. He couldn't even conduct the simplest things. He looked at the other people of Aya's and Sai's group and realized that these 4 were in the same state as him. Their eyes were soulless while their dissipated soul consciousness was a little bit chaotic and was gradually leaving the sea of consciousness. That was not a solution. Shurien gritted his teeth, made every effort to gather his attention and carefully considered. He needed to have a soul defensive secret treasure to get rid of the fated astral wind. However, he didn't have that kind of treasure. Other soul skills performance required soul consciousness to be the core source, but he couldn't display any soul skills while his sea of consciousness was vibrating violently like this. Without soul consciousness, the soul skills were useless. In accordance with the current situation, he would gradually lose his consciousness, which would make it impossible for him to think of something by himself. Must think of a solution as soon as possible. Firmly believing in his own belief, Shurien was even calmer when facing adversity. He temporarily forgot the fluctuations of his sea of consciousness, gathered all of his power and considered a way to reverse the situation. Sky-breaking shuttle. Shurien's original soulless eyes suddenly flashed up with a trace of consciousness. An idea emerged in his mind. He remembered the secret treasure from the chasm battlefield. When he had entered the chasm battlefield before, his purpose at that time was to catch the sky-breaking shuttle. In Legends, this sky-breaking shuttle could break all kinds of formation techniques and barriers. He had spent a lot of effort to get this sky-breaking shuttle. After having had the sky-breaking shuttle, he had communicated with it and received a message from the sky-breaking shuttle saying that as he hadn't reached the Nirvana realm, he could hardly use it. In the Hangluo Sea, he and his forces had expanded everywhere. By hunting and killing many warriors and demon dwellers, he had progressed in reaching the Nirvana realm. He had made every effort to enhance his own strength as well as have the insight of the powerful Qian. Thus, although he knew that he could use the sky-breaking shuttle already, he hadn't used it yet. He knew that with his Nirvana Realm cultivation base, even if he went to the fourth demon area to find the secret place where Yang Tian Emperor was confined, it was still difficult for him to use it to save the Yang Tian Emperor from that place. Qian and Bosun were too powerful. Even if the Holy Spirit God, the ice-cold flame and the earth flame fused together, he was not sure that he could rescue and run away from Bosun's white bones Dharma body, let alone that he had completely consumed the power formed by these three great living forms. Therefore, although he knew that he could use the sky-breaking shuttle, he hadn't used it just yet. It was because he understood that with his cultivation base, recklessly entering the fourth demon area was a dead end. It was not the same now. A series of thoughts flashed up in his mind. He finally had a solution. He tried to take out the sky-breaking shuttle, immersed his mind in it, and communicated with the consciousness of the sky-breaking shuttle. It seems that you have entered the Nirvana realm. Excellent. Nirvana realm's power is enough for you to use me. Are you ready for it? A feeble message suddenly came out from the sky-breaking shuttle. What do you want me to help you with? Get out of here. Shuryan hurriedly sent out his message. Possible. The sky-breaking shuttle transmitted a very brief message. If you pour enough power into me, you can urge me. If you want to leave this area, you better do it quickly. Pour the power in? Yes. How much do you need? You are now in the second sky of Nirvana realm, so pour 2/3 of your profound chi. I can immediately tear down all the barriers and obstacles here. The stronger the formation techniques, the more power I need. The defense here is not very strong, so you only need to pour 2/3 of your profound chi and it will be enough. Shuryan's face changed slightly. Feeling the soul consciousness passing gradually, he didn't have time to think too much. He immediately concentrated his strength and poured a massive amount of his profound chi into the sky-breaking shuttle in his hand. When 2/3 of his profound chi was poured into the sky-breaking shuttle in the flying shuttle shape, it suddenly became extremely powerful as if it could tear everything down. It strongly flew out from his palm. Silver fish scale-like waves were shot out from the sky-breaking shuttle, piercing through the layer of gray clouds in the sky. This sky-breaking shuttle was indeed all-conquering as if it could cut off all kinds of blockades and barriers, tearing the formation technique, which was like mire above their head, apart. A silver beam of light drilled down from above, which looked like a silver galaxy plunging toward Shuryan's head. Aya, Kai, Laoli and Laoluan, who were in a daze, suddenly realized a silver channel had appeared in the sky and had pierced through the fearful land which was like a swamp covering above their heads. They both showed a frightened look on their faces and couldn't help but scream out loud. This is? Did Shuryan make it? He is not simple indeed. Aya, Kai, and the two brothers couldn't help but shout in shock because of Shuryan's performance. They didn't know what Shuryan had done to tear the fearful land open. Chapter 381, Insight. Chapter 381, Insight. Let's go. Shuryan suddenly stood up and stuck his head into the channel. As soon as his entire body was in the channel, the dispersing strands of soul consciousness unexpectedly flew over and fell into his sea of consciousness without any known reason. Those strands of soul consciousness which had left his sea of consciousness didn't seem to fly away too far, just circling the fated astral wind. When he got into the channel, those strands seemed to no longer be affected by the fated astral wind. The soul consciousness now returned and went into his sea of consciousness once again. Shuryan was extremely overjoyed. The group of Aya and Kai was stunned and surprisingly cheered up. They daringly flew up to the sky and entered the silver channel altogether. Following the silver channel, the four of them stayed behind Shuryan as they went through this fearful land. On the mountain cliff above the fearful land, Ningzai and the other two Sky Realm warriors smiled coldly, looking at the area full of gray smoke below. Those people already went into the bottom of that fearful land. I don't think it will take them long to die in this fearful land. Ningzai sneered coldly with a dark look. If those people die, although the golden silkworm has disconnected with my mind, I still have a way to sense it. The golden silkworm compared with us are different since the fearful land down there can't confine joy. As soon as that kid dies, I can immediately recall my golden silkworm. Young master is wise. The two Sky Realm warriors both flattered. Suddenly, a silver channel shot out from the gray smoke below them, aiming for this mountain cliff. Shuryan's figure in the silver channel appeared and soared to the sky from the vague gray smoke below. How can it be? Ningzai couldn't help but scream out loud, shaking his head in disbelief with his horrified look on his face. That kid already got through the fearful land. How could it be? Young Master Aya and Kai are also out. One of the two Sky Realm warriors suddenly shouted. The situation is not good. Ning's face became emotionally troubled. He looked at Shurien, who was slowly flying out while his countenance kept changing abnormally. He then gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. We will find this kid to take revenge later." After talking, Ningze hastily flew away out of this mountain cliff, with his fastest speed without waiting for Shurien to get out completely. Not long after Ningze had left, Shurien was the first one who landed on this mountain from the channel created by the skybreaking shuttle. Aya, Kai, and the two brothers Laolin and Laoluan also quickly flew out, exposing their shocked faces after the accident. Strands of soul consciousness that had left now re-entered Shurien's sea of consciousness. Shurien's face was agitated as he suddenly realized that his state of mind seemed to have some miraculous transformations. Previously in that fearful land, his soul consciousness had flown out of his sea of consciousness one by one. His sea of consciousness had vibrated violently. As the soul consciousness had intensely been affected, his host soul had almost been exposed. Dead and reborn. He was indeed dead and reborn. When his soul consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness this time, he suddenly noticed that his soul consciousness was fluctuating strangely, seemed to have some mysterious mood. Through this experience of escaping the precarious near-death situation, which coincided with his nirvana realm, he was faintly enlightened regarding something in particular. He was now in the second realm of nirvana realm with mighty condensed profound chi. He only needed a little bit of insight to be able to enter the third sky of nirvana realm soon. Escaping from death this time was somehow like one kind of miraculous nirvana realm that coincided with his state of mind. Escaping from the mortal realm required great wisdom and great perseverance. Ordinary nirvana realm warriors often couldn't break this bottleneck. Thus, although the profound chi was mighty enough, it was not easy or very slow to break through as they hardly entered a new realm. The situation that he had experienced was very rare. He seemed to have perceived something which helped him realize the true nirvana. Aya, Kai, Laoli, and Laoluan all revealed an expression of joy after getting out of the channel. They then looked at Shurien with admiration. Shurien frowned while standing on that mountain cliff. He stopped for a short moment before suddenly retrieving the sky-breaking shuttle and nodding toward the four people of Aya's group. "I need to cultivate for a while. You guys find your own places." After talking, Shurien flew away to another place on the mountain, dug a cave and went inside. He communicated with the earth flame, telling it to take guard for him. He sat in the cave, didn't bother with Aya's group, and started to close his eyes to understand the previous state of consciousness. The implication of the nirvana referred to its rebirth from death and its regaining of a new life in burning fires. Through this experience, Shurien was really aware of the state of consciousness of the nirvana realm. After his soul consciousness had flown out, his host soul would have been torn apart by fated astral wind, making his spirit perish. In this kind of situation he hadn't given up but instead had gathered all of his faculties, searched for solutions, and had finally found a way to get out of the fearful land, escaping death. That was precisely in line with Nirvana realm state of consciousness. Many Nirvana realm warriors often did not have great wisdom and great perseverance. They didn't possess gifted enlightening light and finally came to a dead end. He had been dead and reborn again, making him more aware of the impact of the state of consciousness to a realm. Sitting in the cave, he quietly realized the magical effect of the state of consciousness and merged his body into his mind to perceive the most dangerous moment of his previous encounter. Gradually, his sea of consciousness churned up with strong waves. His lost soul consciousness reappeared, slowly floating around in the sea of consciousness. He was in the perception of the state of consciousness. His soul consciousness seemed to be washed clean. Each strand of soul consciousness became pure and flawless without any excess emotional impurities. When in the state of consciousness, his self and his host soul were alike. He was sitting cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes, bringing each strand of soul consciousness into the host soul. The soul consciousness inside his host soul had washed and expelled all the impurities, making his mind clear, clean, and accessible. Countless strands of soul consciousness were purified and purged from all the subjective emotions and thus became transparent in the state of consciousness. It was as if his whole soul consciousness was washed by clear water. His state of mind brightened, and his soul consciousness became purified. Even his sea of consciousness also seemed to have become a mirror that reflected everything and reacted to all kinds of changes around. Aya, Kai, Laoli and Laoluan came to this mountain later. After taking a quick look at him, they started to scatter, and seemed to find their own hidden location to restore their profound chi. At the entrance of Shiyan's cave, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. It was Kai. Standing 10 meters away, Kai looked at Shiyan's cave while her beautiful eyes kept changing as if she was hesitant about something. Should I take a risk? Sai's face was confused. Bright beams of light puffed from her 10 fingers, containing a violent active energy. Shiyan had planted the barrier inside her host soul, so as long as Shiyan was killed, that barrier would naturally disappear. Kai obviously didn't want to be controlled all the time nor become Shiyan's puppet. She wanted to control her own destiny. If Shiyan was killed, she could immediately regain her freedom. If it were in the past, while Shiyan was meditating to restore his strength, she would have never hesitated to take action and would have released a ruthless blow like a thunderbolt to kill Shiyan. However, Shiyan continually performed his powerful strength. Not only had he broken all of the golden silks, but he also gained the golden silkworm, and even saved them from that fearful land. The power Shiyan demonstrated was not something that an ordinary Nirvana realm warrior could do. Although Shiyan was in a state of retreat, she didn't dare to act recklessly. If she couldn't kill Shiyan in one strike and gave him an opportunity to breathe, he would trigger the barrier in her host's soul, and thus she believed that she would be killed instantly. Kai was hesitant, considering if she should take the risk or not, but she couldn't make a decision yet. However, at this time, a figure quietly appeared next to Kai. Aya. Kai covered her mouth, letting out a slight sigh. Her face changed while she quickly glanced at Shiyan. After realizing that Shiyan had no sign of changes, she was then relieved, quietly moved back closer to Aya and said with a low voice, "What are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same thing." Aya spoke up with an emotionless face, threw a glance at Kai and said, "Why do you come here?" Kai gritted her teeth while her eyes flashed up with some dots of light. She didn't say a word. "It seems our aims are consistent." Aya stared at Kai intensely and suddenly asked, "You also want him to die?" A beam of hatred flashed up in Sai's beautiful eyes. She slightly nodded. Aya didn't say anything further, looked at Shiyan from a distance, contemplated a little bit and then said, "He is not easy to deal with." "I know." Kai smiled miserably. "I was not sure about taking action by myself, but with you, we should be able to kill him at once. This guy is really terrible, he has even seen us." Aya's face changed. She grunted coldly. Kai immediately shut her mouth, hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Should we do it? While he's in his retreat situation, if we join forces, killing him should not be too difficult." "But," Aya extended her voice and tightly knitted her eyebrows. "Ningzhe is still alive, and the Heavenly Palace's people will not easily let this thing go. Entering further into the dark magnetic noxious mist, we might see Ningzhe again. With our current strengths, it will be the same, impossible to defeat them." "What do you mean?" asked Kai with astonishment. "He has to die, but I don't think it should be now. Even if we do not take any actions, the people of Heavenly Palace will not spare him." Aya thought a little bit and continued, "The 10,000-year golden silkworm is extremely precious. Shiyan has taken Ningzhe's golden silkworm, so how can the Heavenly Palace spare him? I know that entering the dark magnetic noxious mist this time is not simply Ningzhe's group alone. Wait until we go deeper inside of the dark magnetic noxious mist. If Ningzhe joins forces with another team, their strength will definitely increase significantly. By that time we will take advantage of this kid's power, and then we will find an opportunity to—" "I understand," Kay nodded. "You are indeed very wicked and shameless." Aya coldly looked at Kai, and then quickly retreated without saying another word. Kai didn't linger too long either. She looked at Shiyan with a complicated face for a while and followed after Aya. Chapter 382, I will call the shots from now on. Chapter 382, I will call the shots from now on. Shiyan gradually woke up. The third sky of Nirvana realm. After having understood the state of consciousness and restored his profound chi, his strength finally enhanced one step further, entering the third sky of Nirvana realm. Each strand of soul consciousness in the insight was washed once again, and thus, his consciousness became transparent while his sea of consciousness was like a mirror that reflected all tiny living creatures. The dark magnetic noxious mist was a little mysterious. In this place, soul consciousness could hardly exert its effect, and thus he couldn't know how many changes his breakthrough had brought him. However, in the third sky of Nirvana realm, He was clearly aware that he had a deeper understanding of various types of power in his body and that he also had great progress in mastering different forces in his body. When his state of mind was clear, he now could perform his strength at the ultimate level, reinforce his sea of consciousness, and also give himself a subtle method of controlling his powers. Everything became marvelous. Once the breakthrough happened, his understanding was different as well. At this time he knew that every time he broke through a new realm, it was not just simply about the growth of his strength. Sometimes, the change of realm was even more important than the enhancement of the body's strength. It meant that in a battle he could use his body's ultimate power with minimal effort but could still display the most intimidation. His mind was triggered. He and the earth flame in the blood vein ring formed a connection. What happened earlier? How could you, the ice-cold flame, and the Holy Spirit God be together in one place? Why have you already awoken but the ice-cold flame and the Holy Spirit God hasn't? I don't know why it happened like this. It is because of the ring. It dominates everything. It forcibly brought us together and made us continually gather our forces for you to use. The ice-cold flame and the Holy Spirit God spent the most power, so they will probably recover much slower than I did. Although I have already woken up, I have consumed most of my power and thus I'm very weak now. How can you restore the power that you have consumed? It is simple for the ice-cold flame and me. Just throw me into the heart of a million-year-old volcano. The ice-cold flame's case should be almost the same as mine. You just need to find an Arctic land so that it can absorb the icy power, and thus restore its strength. However, I don't know about the Holy Spirit God. Its living form and ours are very different. I don't know how it can restore its power. Do you know when they will wake up? I don't know. As they've consumed too much strength, they might need some more time. How about the golden silkworm that you have taken? How is it? There are many god souls attached on that fellow. To destroy it, I have to besiege it and then purge those god souls that have been imprinted on it by its owner. If I can refine the god souls and plant barriers in it, I can easily deal with it. Oh. Shurian's heart was slightly agitated. His mind was spinning fast. He suddenly said, if you can entirely dissolve its soul barriers, does that mean that I can control it too, make it follow my orders? It shouldn't be a problem. If it is so, we can try. You just need to dissolve all the god souls, no need to destroy it. Leave it to me. Okay. There were 2 girls here earlier. I have my own plan. Shurian pondered and then communicated with the earth flame a little bit before suddenly cutting their communication off and taking out the sky-breaking shuttle. He then connected with its soul. I am commensurate to you. If you want to use me, you have to inject enough power. I need enough strength to tear down barriers. Every time you use me, I will take the strength that you inject, harvesting good parts to enhance my living form. The more powerful the forbids are, the more of your power that I need. Our relationship is that simple. The sky-breaking shuttle transmitted a message. Shurian frowned, thought for a moment and asked, if I need you to get rid of the forbids and barriers which are created by a secret weapon used by a third sky of Sky Realm warrior, how much power do I need to use? Wait until you are in that realm, then we will talk about it again. You need to reach that realm to know how much power you will need. According to what you said, you need to at least reach the Sky Realm to implement it. Any forbids and barriers need energy support. The stronger and barriers are, the stronger their energy support is. Hence, I need appropriate strength to break them. If you cannot provide me with enough power, I have no way to do it. Shurian was stunned for a while and then slightly shook his head. He was afraid that just relying on this sky-breaking shuttle to save Yang Tian Emperor was not going to be easy. As Yen Tian Emperor had been confined for too long, he had probably lost his spirit after being tortured. He might be obliterated soon. He now had the third sky of Nirvana Realm cultivation base, so he didn't know how long it would be until he was able to reach the Sky Realm. After having perceived this state of consciousness, he was no longer naive. Even if he had the assistance of the Mystery Martial Spirit, it was not easy to have breakthrough quickly. Mystery Martial Spirit could only assure him not to worry about the profound chi, but to rely on his experience to be able to understand the state of consciousness. The realm breakthrough, understanding of the state of consciousness, and profound chi were all indispensable. Thus, mighty profound chi alone was not enough. Thinking about this, he just let out a helpless sigh as he had lost his impulse to save Yang Tian Emperor. After sitting in the cave for a while, he stood up, feeling the continuous growth of the ancient profound chi tree. Shurian revealed a satisfactory smile. His fortune was good this time. Not only had he entered the third sky of Nirvana Realm, but that ancient profound chi tree at his lower belly also seemed to be growing up and thriving because he had absorbed the aura refined by the mystery martial spirit and had gained the strange power, pouring it into the profound chi halo. Every time he broke through a realm, the ancient profound chi tree seemed to grow. When the ancient profound chi tree grew up, he gathered heaven and earth aura to transform the profound chi into the ancient profound chi tree whose branches were extending fast, filling those branches with profound chi and thus making them sparkle. When the profound chi filled the ancient tree again, it meant that the aggregation of his profound chi in this realm had been fulfilled. After that, he just needed to wait until his state of mind was clear so he could then break into a new realm again. He immersed his mind in it, watching the growth of the ancient profound chi tree, looking at some branches that had become crystal. Shuryen felt that entering the dark magnetic noxious mist this time was the right decision. In this place he could comprehend his realm much faster than when he was outside. The spiritual light which emerged between life and death was essential for a realm breakthrough. What he lacked most was this kind of comprehension. Shuryen stayed in the cave to think for a while. He then finalized his plan in his mind. After that, he quickly went out of the cave and looked for the other 4 people. Just after a short moment he saw Kai Ayaya and the 2 brothers gathering in a place, seeming to discuss something. Seeing him coming, the 4 of them stopped talking abruptly and looked at him. "Why did it take you so long?" Kai frowned. "You spent 5 days for meditating this time, much longer than we did." "You can know the time in this dark magnetic noxious mist?" asked Shuryen with astonishment. "Aya's compass can measure the passage of time." Kai nodded and replied, "We only needed 1 day to restore our profound chi. However, you spent around 5 days or so. We just stayed here to wait for you." The 2 brothers Laoli and Laoluan nodded with a smile. Laoli spoke up heartily, "We brothers are willing to wait. If it weren't because of you this time, we would have never gotten out of Ningza's trap. Ha ha ha, the feeling when you find an escape to life from death is not bad indeed. Shuryen brother, thank you." Shuryen nodded, frowned, and looked at the 4 of them. The 4 of them were somehow puzzled as they didn't know why Shuryen didn't utter a word. They looked at him with a strange look. "I want to announce one thing." Shuryen pondered for a moment and spoke up, "From now on, I will be the one who calls the shots. You guys will have to listen to me." The faces of Ayaya, Kai, Laoli, and Laoluan suddenly changed. "Listen to you?" Aya's face became cold. She snorted and said, "I admit that you are really powerful. But just after your 2 performances, you want us to obey you? It doesn't seem like enough yet. You will listen to the strongest one." Shuryen showed an emotionless face and slightly shouted. The gravitational field, which was hovering around not far from there, suddenly approached and stayed behind him rotating non-stop. When he had fallen into that fearful land, the gravitational field had stayed in gray smoke and had kept flying around without entering the fearful land and had never disappeared. If it was the outside world, the gravitational field needed to consume a lot of power to exist. Without him continually pouring the power, not to mention for 5 days, it could only exist a maximum of 2 days because of the depletion of the heaven and earth energy. However, this dark magnetic noxious mist was extremely enigmatic. The gravitational field became marvelous in this place. That was why the gravitational field still had the energy to exist after 5 days had passed. Golden silk threads were in the gravitational field, and none could escape from its shackles. During these 5 days, Ayaya, Kai, and the 2 brothers were very curious about this gravitational field, observing it from a distance. However, they couldn't see what mysterious features this gravitational field had. This time, after Shuryen had gotten out of the cave, he immediately summoned the gravitational field to his side, which meant that he apparently had the absolute control over this gravitational field. The 4 people remembered the scene where they had fought with Ninji's group 5 days ago. They thought about some heavenly palace warriors having been ground into pieces by this gravitational field and suddenly felt chilled to the bone. "If any of you are not convinced, you can fight with me. I want to see who can beat me." Shuryen sneered coldly and said strongly, "Ayaya and Kei, I know you are in Sky Realm and also had the intention of killing me. I now give you a chance. You 2 join forces to fight with me. As long as you guys can defeat me, I will give up and continue to let Ayaya call the shots." "You are too arrogant," Ayaya said with a cold voice, looking very angry. "Arrogant?" Shuryen shook his head and said seriously, "I don't think so. If you want to be the master, you and Kai can unite. I want to see if you are qualified enough to lead me." "I give up." Tsai's face changed all of a sudden. She then lowered her voice and said, "I agree to let you call the shots." "We also agree." Laoli and Laoluan spoke up at the same time. Chapter 383, Conception. Chapter 383, Conception. Having heard his tyrannical declaration in taking the control, the three people of Kai, Laoli and Laoluan had agreed to make Shurien their master after a slight hesitation. Among these three people, Kai had known Shurien's ability from when they were at the bottom of the lake before. Although Shurien didn't have a profound cultivation base, his strength was incredibly horrible. Plus, with her host soul under Shurien's control, she didn't dare to go against him as she was afraid that Shurien would secretly use some means to torture her host soul. The two brothers, Laoli and Laoluan, had a friendly relationship with Shurien. They had soon known that Kai and Ayaya didn't have good intentions and that the two girls were wicked and deceitful. Thus, they felt that it would probably be beneficial if Shurien was their master. Another point was that the three of them didn't want to waste their profound chi. Picking a fight with Shurien brought them no good except for losing their strengths and wasting the demon crystals that they had harvested. They were not like Ayaya, who had collected a great number of demon crystals during their pastime. Thus, 1 or 2 times of loss were nothing to Ayaya, but the three of them couldn't afford it. Therefore, after having considered the gains and losses, the three of them agreed to let Shurien call the shots. Ayaya didn't want to listen to Shurien. After the other three had agreed, she still gritted her teeth, coldly looked at Shurien and said determinedly, "I don't think you are qualified to lead us. Your origin is unknown, you are not a warrior of our divine land, and thus cannot have a clear understanding of our situation. If you do something wrong, we will have to bear the consequences when we return to the divine land." Bear the consequences? Shurien burst into laughter. His face then turned cold as he stonily said, "I will let you bear the consequences now." His mind was slightly triggered. Shurien's 2 hands stretched out and pressed down toward Ayaya. The life and death seal changed. The life seal was in his right hand and the death seal was in his left hand. The 2 huge, sparkling handprints suddenly gathered and formed a violent life and death seal attacking Ayaya. As soon as the life and death seal formed, in the ear-splitting growls and howls, an enormous handprint, which was as big as a small mountain bringing along a stunning fierce aura, quickly covered Ayaya. Aya's beautiful face changed dramatically. She subconsciously moved backward a few steps, quickly released a protective halo around her and threw out a coin. Great pervaded money. When Ayaya shouted slightly, 4 ancient words on the coin flew out altogether. Each ancient word swelled open in the air, emitting dazzling golden lights like golden stars. The holes amid the coins abruptly shot out brilliant lights toward the life and death seal. This great pervaded money was Aya's sacred-level secret treasure which had been personally refined for her by the master of Baidi City. This great pervaded money carried the meaning of wealth. Whether it was the human world or the world of warriors, wealth was the cornerstone of money flow. Money always plays a vital role in both worlds. Money is the foundation of society. Through the entire historical civilization, the word money could be described as invincible. Money could buy all and affect the entire civilization. The 4 radiant ancient words on great pervaded money, which contained the meaning of money, suddenly dispersed and dashed toward Shurien. Before the 4 ancient words came close to Shurien, the conception from above had already affected him. In just a blink, Shurien's mind and sea of consciousness seemed to be influenced by wealth. When this word money jumped into his sea of consciousness, wealth and Upanishads in his sea of consciousness surged up as if it wanted to make his host soul become a slave of money for his entire life. During the cultivation, Sky Realm warriors needed to comprehend all kinds of miraculous conceptions and then add the esoteric Upanishads in attacking and use secret treasures to enhance the power of secret treasures and martial arts, making them have a role in affecting people's sea of consciousness. These were the fundamental differences between Sky Realm warriors and ordinary Nirvana real warriors. A bunch of money light shot out from the hole amid Aya's coins, crashing toward the life and death seal. An esoteric conception of cycles of dying and giving birth to creatures suddenly spread out from that life and death seal. Life and death conception burst out toward the money light. At the same time, Shurien's sea of consciousness also slightly woke up, consigning his mind to the life and death seal, using the conception in the life and death seal to resist the money Upanishads. When life came to death, money or secret treasures all became drifting clouds and death was the end of it all. As the saying went, the dead was like a light going out. For we couldn't bring money into this world, nor carried with us at death. The Upanishads of this life and death struck Aya's comprehension of money's supremacy into pieces. A bundle of money light and the 4 conceptions couldn't resist the marvelous life and death conception on the life and death seal. All the money Upanishads were crushed and scattered. The life and death light directly suppressed the gold money light. The life and death seal's power didn't diminish. It covered Ayaya again, aiming for her defensive halo. After a burst of twists and turns, Aya's defensive halo broke out into countless dots of light. This blow also struck Ayaya dozens of meters away, and it was very hard for her to stop. A mouthful of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth while the light in her eyes slightly darkened. After entering the third sky of Nirvana realm, Shuryen vaguely had a grasp of the marvelous concept of martial arts and secret treasures. It seemed that any attack in secret treasure could be attached to the previous conception, which then helped enhance the power of the spoken martial arts and secret treasures. Although the life and death seals Upanishads that he perceived were superficial and couldn't make the great, terrific break of life and death just yet, it still had the upper hand when fighting with that dumb Ayaya. Feeling the marvelousness that the conception brought him, Shuryen chuckled and suddenly urged his star martial spirit. Clusters of bright stars like pearls darted out from his palms. 7 stars formed the asterism of the Northern Dipper, and contained the ancient immortal essence of the conception, heavily falling onto Ayaya. Before entering the dark magnetic noxious mist, he had been trying to comprehend the mystery of the stars, watching the existence of the stars in the world of extinction, and had made some gains. This time when he had entered the third sky of Nirvana realm, he suddenly realized the marvelousness of the conception for all kinds of martial arts. Once resorting his mind which he had consigned to that 7 stars of the Northern Dipper asterism, his sea of consciousness shook violently and turned to be like a mirror, mapping out the trajectory of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, using the star's operation to apply itself to the star map. A kind of miraculous, immortal heaven and earth Upanishad suddenly spread out from the asterism. Ayaya, who was covered by the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, watched the asterism slowly pressing down and had an illusion of her own. She reluctantly faced the star map while her profound chi seemed to be affected by the conception. Star intent domain true essence. The faces of Kai, Laoli and Laoluan slightly changed. They all screamed out loud together, looking at Shuryen in panic. "Are you a member of the Divine Radiant Cult?" The exclamation of the 3 people Kai, Laoli, and Laoluan distracted Shuryen's mind and made his momentum slow. The star intent domain true essence that attached to the star map was immediately affected. That mysterious conception suddenly disappeared from the star map, and because of the disappearance of that conception, the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper's intimidation was greatly weakened all of a sudden. Aya's feeling of weakness and helplessness was immediately gone as she was no longer affected by the conception. She calmly moved away from the star map, reached out and pointed at the star map. The sacred level secret treasure great pervaded money was swung up and the money conception once again played an all-conquering role, crushing the star map which had lost its state of consciousness. As you haven't reached the sky realm, your understanding is still too shallow compared to the conception, and you couldn't grasp the terrific function of conception for martial arts and secret treasures. When your own body is affected, the conception immediately disappears from martial arts. A low realm is a low realm after all. You can't just rely on powerful strength to make it up. Aya's face slightly changed, coldly muttered without waiting for Shuryen to speak up. "Since you come from Divine Radiant Cult, you are considered a part of the Divine Land. Forget it. I won't fight with you for this leader position anymore. If you want to be our master, it's up to you. I hope you don't bring us a way that leads to no return." Although having said that, Ayaya was extremely frightened at heart. She had a little more understanding about this mysterious Shuryen. Generally speaking, it was difficult for a Nirvana realm warrior to comprehend the conception thoroughly. Moreover, imposing the conception on martial arts and secret treasures was something that not all Nirvana realm warriors could do. Although Shuryen's understanding of the conception was still superficial, and the conception was affected by words, he was only in the Nirvana realm. Thinking about this, Ayaya couldn't help but feel a little scared of Shuryen. She knew that if Shuryen entered the sky realm and really mastered the magic and power of conception, she would definitely have more of a chance of getting killed fighting with him. She didn't know what other secret techniques that Shuryen still had to increase his strength. She was afraid that if she knew them, she would be even more afraid of confronting him directly. The conception disappeared. The star map's power was greatly reduced and was cracked by Ayaya. Shuryen froze on the spot. His face expressed a trace of suspicion after hearing Ayaya admitting her fall. He looked at the 3 people of Tsai's group, frowned and asked, "Divine Radiant Cult? What are you talking about?" "You performed the star intent domain true essence which is from the Divine Radiant Cult." Only through the martial spirit of the divine radiant cult could you have a profound understanding of the conception of stars moving. Not only did you release the miniature stars but you also added the conception into them. So, if you are not from the divine radiant cult, where are you from then? Kai pouted and said. Laoli and Laoluan also nodded together. Divine radiant cult? Shiryan shook his head. I have never heard of this sect. Is it in the divine land? What is so strange about this sect? Divine radiant cult is the most ancient force of the divine land, one of 7 ancient factions that understand the use of light power. The sun, the moon, and the stars are all the sources of light. Divine radiant cult has many magical Upanishads which come from these 3 great sources of light. You previously cast the star intent domain true essence which is one of the divine radiant cult's conceptions. On divine land, only people of the divine radiant cult can understand this conception. Chapter 384, New Understanding. Chapter 384, New Understanding. After explaining in detail, Kai immediately looked at him with surprise. You really don't know the divine radiant cult. This martial spirit of mine comes from the 3 God sect in the Endless Sea. That 3 God sect has 3 gods of the sun, moon, and star. This star martial spirit of mine is just the star inheritance. I don't know divine radiant cult. This is the first time I have heard of it, said Shiryan with doubt. That's right. Laoli also smiled. In divine radiant cult, there are also 3 gods of the sun, moon, and star. These 3 gods are the 3 great colossuses of divine radiant cult, and their commander is the hierarchy of divine radiant cult, divine radiant god. The 3 gods of the sun, moon, and star are those who are under only one but above tens of thousands of people. You have comprehended the star conception which comes from the star god, then you are naturally a disciple of divine radiant cult. Shiryan's eyes and mouth were wide open. After having listened to the explanation of Kai and Laoli, he understood immediately. The people of Aya's group had said that the Endless Sea's predecessor warriors were all from the divine land. It seemed that the 3 God sect ancestors should be warriors of divine radiant cult. Because of some special reasons, divine radiant cult's magical Upanishad had been transmitted to the Endless Sea from dark magnetic noxious mist and had gradually formed the 3 God sect. It seemed that the 3 God sect should be a branch of divine radiant cult, a part that belonged to divine radiant cult. The divine land was the center of the Grace mainland, the source of all warriors and supernatural Upanishads. This was not wrong at all to say so. No wonder why Yi Zhangfeng had said that he was the expelled disciple of Spirit Treasure Sect and that Spirit Treasure Sect of the Endless Sea was actually a branch of Spirit Treasure Sect. He also mentioned that the Spirit Treasure Sect's ancestors also came from the Spirit Treasure Sect of the Divine Land. Shiryan was suddenly enlightened and finally knew the connection between the Endless Sea and Divine Land. The way you see martial spirits is not different from ours in the Endless Sea. Shiryan hesitated a little bit before speaking up. In the Endless Sea, martial spirits are extremely precious and innately owned by warriors. When a warrior is born, his martial art is determined. In the Endless Sea, martial spirits were precious to warriors. Many forces and families who select warriors would seek for warriors with these kinds of martial spirits. Martial spirit is the fundamental foundation of a warrior. What do you think about this? Aya, Kai, Laoli, and Laoluan exchanged looks while displaying a trace of disdain on their faces, then shook their heads all together. Shiryan raised his eyebrows. From the 4 people's eyes, he felt that his own understanding of martial spirits might be a little bit shallow. Indeed, Laoli chuckled and quickly explained. Martial spirits are not as mysterious as you guys have imagined. In fact, the so-called martial spirit is only some kind of martial art Upanishads and is not that magical. We cultivate many martial arts and it is a way of using the power of heaven and earth. Martial spirit is a kind of martial art Upanishads? Shiryan shook his head with a puzzled face. In our divine land, there is an ancient school that specializes in studying martial spirits. Perhaps Endless Sea might have it as well. This ancient school is called Martial Spirit Palace. Their views on martial spirits are the general views of the divine land's warriors. Kai revealed an indifferent smile. The understanding of Endless Sea's warriors toward martial spirits is too shallow. You guys think that martial spirits are too mysterious or too important. So, why do some people have innate martial spirits but some don't? Shiryan was stunned and then asked again. The fact that some people are born with innate martial spirits is because one of their ancestors had reached the true God realm. Kai didn't hide any of these common sense things of the divine land. She smiled and said, A true God Realm warrior can pass his martial art Upanishads on to his descendants, helping them have their own fundamental seeds of martial art Upanishads and thus be able to continue their cultivations through the inheritance of martial arts Upanishads and become warriors without relying on any other forces. That's right, Lowly added. The nature of martial art Upanishads which were passed on was quite similar to the ones that we cultivated. The ones who get the inheritance need an arduous cultivation. Inheritance of martial art Upanishads is only an uprising seed. Whether that seed can grow or not, it's still dependent on hard cultivation and comprehension, and of course, it relies on the individual. The person with martial spirit inheritance might be better than someone with one kind of martial art Upanishads on his body. In our divine land, even though there is no such heritage, it is simple if we want it. Simple? Shurien couldn't help but let out a light sigh. In the Merchant Union and Endless Sea, warriors consider martial spirits very important, even take martial spirits as their fundamentals as an essential factor that determines their future. How come the martial art becomes so common in the divine land as if everyone can have one? There are many places that sell martial spirit seeds. Martial spirit seed is also known as original seal of a martial spirit or martial spirit fruit. They call it by many names, in fact the essence is the same. As long as it is integrated into a body, it is equivalent to understanding a kind of martial art Upanishad so that the body also has a martial spirit. Frankly speaking, martial art Upanishad and martial arts are the same. Shurien was stunned. It turned out that many places in the divine land were selling precious original seal of a martial spirit, which was very valuable in the Endless Sea and the Merchant Union. Thinking about this, Shurien revealed a wry smile and shook his head. Martial spirits and martial arts have no differences. Yes. Aya was the one who spoke up. What is the difference? To understand the difference, it is necessary to talk about why true realm warriors can pass on martial arts. Aya was silent for a moment, seemed to organize her words to make her thoughts smooth. A moment later she said, "It is said that in ancient times when the true realm warriors encountered a fatal incident, they didn't know if they could pass on their martial art Upanishads by words, so they chose a shortcut. This shortcut was the martial spirit inheritance. They took advantage of this martial spirit inheritance to hand down their own martial art Upanishads to the next generation. As long as the offspring was not extinct, the martial spirits may be inherited from generation to generation. This martial spirit inheritance is much more mysterious than words. It was directly stored in the descendants who were born. The birth of descendants is equivalent to cultivating them. However, this also has a great drawback. The drawback is that this martial spirit inheritance makes the future generation instantly know a kind of martial arts without going through any arduous cultivation. Take your star martial spirit as an example. As you already have had the star martial spirit since you were born, your heart had some mutation and you know how to use the star power. However, you don't know how an ordinary person goes through the cultivation of changing the body to form the star martial spirit. In other words, you know from the beginning how to use the star power but do not know which way the heart is cultivating to be able to absorb and use the star power. Do you understand? Shurien was bewildered, frowned while thinking and then understood. This was not difficult to understand. For example, the third sky of Rampage martial art, when he wanted to perform Rampage martial art, he must make his meridians to be clear and open and go through a cultivation process to be able to perform the Rampage, using negative powers to enhance his strength. According to what Aya had said, if a person who was born without a hard cultivation could directly perform the Rampage martial art to enhance the power, it was the martial art. It meant that martial spirit was the ready-made martial art. As long as someone had it, the person could skip the arduous cultivation and use the martial art directly. I understood what you meant, Shurien thought for a moment and nodded his head. Martial spirit is available. Without going through cultivation you still can use it. Is that what you meant? Yes, Aya nodded. However, the elementary martial technique was different. For example, to use the power of gold, wood, water, fire and soil, you must practice this martial art. You can change your body tendons and bones through this martial art and then gradually master the use of gold, wood, water, fire and earth elements. After successfully cultivating martial art, you can use the power of gold, wood, water, fire and earth elements. With martial spirits, you can directly use the power without necessarily having a step-by-step cultivation. What else is different? You can directly use the inherited martial spirit, but you cannot teach others because you can only use but don't know the process and methods of the formation of martial arts. In ancient times, Those true God Realm warriors who encountered fatal incidents were not sure if the next generations could preserve this method of cultivation or not. Thus, they condensed martial spirits and passed them on to the next generation so that the next generation could inherit and be ready to use those martial spirits right at the time descendants were born. Therefore, only their descendants can have this kind of martial arts. Even if there is a betrayer in their descendants, that person cannot tell others about the martial art Upanishads so that they will know his martial art Upanishads. Is that really a good idea? In fact, this is very selfish. If the offspring are all extinct, their martial art Upanishads will disappear. No outsiders can get it. But people are selfish by nature, so it is normal. Aya nodded and said, only when their descendants can reach the true God realm like them, can they then restore the cultivating method and the fundamentals of martial spirits. Let's take you as an example. Only if you reach the true God realm can you know about how to cultivate martial spirits. Then you could teach other people so that others can also pass through the martial art that you have transmitted. They will know how to absorb and use the star power, and then let you become the master of a sect. If you say so, it means you know that this martial spirit heritage has many advantages compared to the spreading text martial arts. Why don't you guys really treasure martial spirits? Because there is such a great drawback. What is it? Without knowing what method to form a martial spirit, one person can still enjoy the results without having to go through any hardships of cultivation, and thus they would lack experiences. Once entering the sky realm, a person will need to have the essential understanding of each kind of martial arts, conception as well as Upanishads. However, since that person lacks necessary experiences, regarding the comprehension of conception and Upanishads, he cannot compare to those who have undergone arduous cultivations. With the same kind of martial arts, if it is inherited martial spirit, the warriors who reach the sky realm and want to comprehend conception and Upanishads will consume more star power than those who have gone through hardships of cultivation. Many people who have martial spirit get stuck at this step, cannot achieve the true meaning of martial arts and conception, and thus will never master the essence of any kind of martial arts. On the contrary, the warriors who have overcome the hardships during the arduous cultivation will encounter fewer obstacles and will be much more comfortable than those who have been given martial spirits. Since it is a shortcut, there are always disadvantages. There aren't perfect things in this world. Hence, in our divine land, unless it is the kind of extremely mysterious martial spirit, ordinary people will not choose to use martial spirit seeds to implant in their bodies, which means they can avoid the cultivation and directly have the ready-made martial arts. Shiryan finally understood. His face became complicated. Chapter 385, Arrival? Chapter 385, Arrival. After Aya, Kai, Laoli, and Laoluan realized that Shiryan had the star martial spirit and noticed the relationship between Shiryan and the divine radiant cult, it was unknown why they were cautious when looking at Shiryan and no longer underestimated him. Even in the divine land, the reputation of the divine radiant cult was like thunder, as it was not inferior to the merchant union or Empyrean. No matter how mighty a warrior was, if he did not have a good background, those guys who were born with noble status would look down on him. As Shiryan had proved his relationship with the divine radiant cult, his status rose. Even now when Aya faced Shiryan once again, she also had to treat him with caution. After having determined Shiryan to be their leader, the four of them no longer disputed. Since then, although Shiryan was still the one who pioneered the road as before, whenever encountering any abnormal situations, they would seek Shiryan's advice and take actions according to his assignments. Dark magnetic noxious mist was foggy all year round. Neither the sun nor the moon nor stars could be seen. There was no separated day and night nor any way to measure time. Only Aya's compass in her hand could vaguely calculate the relative passage of time. Half a month had passed in a blink. During this period of half a month, Shiryan had led in front to pioneer the road. Aya's compass identified if there were any dangers ahead. If there was any abnormal problem, Shiryan would be the one who moved forward to explore. On the one hand, Shiryan's ability was powerful. On the other hand, as he had the skybreaking shuttle, regardless of encountering beasts or fearful lands, Shiryan could always solve the problem, either by escaping from those beasts or using the skybreaking shuttle to fly out of the fearful land. Although there were a lot of beasts in the dark magnetic noxious mist, the competence of Shiryan's group was not weak. They would immediately retreat if facing powerful flocks of beasts, and would unite to kill those beasts if they were not strong. The fearful land was not easy to deal with. However, with the skybreaking shuttle, the fearful land was no longer a threat to Shiryan. During half a month, The 5 people of Shurian's group had still been moving forward deep into the dark magnetic noxious mist, meeting a lot of beasts and encountering many other teams of warriors. The 5 of them had joined forces, beheaded some beasts, exterminated 3 teams and got a lot of demon crystals. Regarding the distribution of these demon crystals, Shurian was very fair. He was not dependent on demon crystals too much, so he only took a small part. The majority was divided between the 4 people of Aya Kai and the 2 brothers so that they could use those demon crystals to restore their strength. What Shurian did actually puzzled the 4 of them. They didn't know how he could be that generous, giving them most of the demon crystals in this dark magnetic noxious mist, which was the only thing that could restore profound chi. Obviously, not knowing the reason was not very important as the 4 of them still could benefit a lot from this. Gradually, although they formerly hadn't been willing to make Shurian their leader, their attitude now changed. They honestly supported Shurian, considered him their true leader, especially the 2 brothers Laoli and Laoluan. When Aya had still been the leader, after the hunt for demon crystals, most demon crystals were distributed to Aya and Kai, and they could only harvest a small part, thus they didn't benefit a lot from it. However, since Shurian had become the leader, everything was different. Shurian was fair, giving up most of demon crystals which helped significantly enhance the 2 brothers' harvest. Hence, they were even more pleased to see Shurian be their leader as they felt that following Shurian had many more benefits than following Aya and Kai. As a leader, Shurian had set clear guidelines from the beginning. Before getting out of the dark magnetic noxious mist, they must put down the selfishness, were not allowed to have fatal and wicked tricks toward the team members, and they must work together. If anyone made a bad decision for the team, the other people had the right to kill that person. After this guideline had been set, although Aya, Kai, and the 2 brothers still had suspicion toward each other, they no longer had intentions to kill their companions. Gradually, this small team somehow had a sincere cooperation. They didn't have as many cunning calculations as before. During half a month, when there was no danger, Shurian always calmed down to comprehend the star martial spirit in his body as well as conceptions of the life and death seal. From Aya, Kai, and the 2 brothers, Shurian now knew martial spirit's drawbacks. He then soon considered the comprehension of conception his long-term goal, hoping to have fewer troubles when entering the sky realm, thoroughly understanding the martial arts Upanishads. He carefully kept hidden away 37 golden silks which he had taken from Ning's people. These 37 golden silks became a secret weapon in his hand. Once the golden silks and gravitational field were cast out, the gravitational field's power would be enhanced significantly. Any warrior falling into the gravitational field would first be cut into pieces by the gold silks, and then ground into powder by the gravitational field. As for the golden silkworm, it was also refined by the earth flame in the blood vein ring. Because the earth flame had such a great loss last time, its power had seriously reduced. After half a month, it couldn't refine all forbids and barriers on the 10,000-year golden silkworm. This made Shurian somehow depressed. He thought that he would look for a place where the 10,000-year earth flame could recover. This day the 5 people of Shurian's group continued moving forward in the dark magnetic noxious mist. Violent energy fluctuations suddenly came up from the dense, foggy area ahead. Shurian and Aya explored the way side by side. Her graceful body suddenly trembled, her soft hand holding the compass stiffened and her full red lips slightly shivered. She couldn't help but pleasantly scream, "I think we are going to arrive soon." Shurian, who was next to her, was also agitated after having heard what she had said. He cried out loud, "You have discovered it?" He had heard Aya and Kai say that there were 2 magical sites in the dark magnetic noxious mist. One of them might have sacred level or even god level secret treasures. The other one might have pure god soul. The people of Aya's group had entered the dark magnetic noxious mist because of these 2 places. Since they were going to see the miasma places after a long time in this dark magnetic noxious mist, they couldn't restrain their joys while their eyes were lit up. Sacred level secret treasures were extremely precious in the endless sea. Only the leaders of forces could possess sacred level secret treasures. Ordinary people couldn't even see them. As for the god level secret treasures, it was legendary. He had only heard but had never seen them. In the center of the Grace mainland on the Divine Land, there were only a few god level secret treasures. Each of them had intimidating and earth-shaking power. Qin Mao was the sect-guarding treasure that was in the hand of masters at the peak of the pyramid. Because of the dark magnetic noxious mist special features, surrounding these 2 miasma places was a kind of protective group of clouds, inside of which, there was the soul-perishing thunderbolt that could destroy the God Realm warriors' host souls. Hence, even if 3 God Realm warriors went into the dark magnetic noxious mist, it would still be difficult for them to enter these 2 great miasma places, so every time warriors penetrated the dark magnetic noxious mist, they were all Sky Realm warriors or below. If there weren't the soul-perishing thunderbolt outside the 2 miasma places, top-class warriors of the 3 God sect in the Divine Land would come here in person for those God-level secret treasures. They would compete to obtain secret treasures and pure God soul in these miasma places with the purpose of enhancing their own sect's power. Only if this was true, the warriors in the Nirvana or Sky Realm like Shurien then could have a chance to enter these 2 great miasma places and harvest secret treasures and God soul. After Ayaya had slightly screamed, her slender fingers quickly dialed the needle of the compass. The needle of the compass in her white hand kept spinning. Flickering blue lights splashed from the compass like fireflies flying around the compass, making the compass very brilliant. Not long after that, those blue lights splashing everywhere suddenly gathered outside the compass and faintly formed a phantom. That phantom was ambiguous and surrounded by thick gray clouds. Purple snakes meandered out of the gray clouds, blooming amazing electric lights. Soul-perishing thunderbolt. Ayaya screamed out again, forced a faint smile, and then said to Shurien, "Seeing the soul-perishing thunderbolt means that we have found miasma places. We have finally arrived." Since Shurien had met her until now, he had never seen her smile. But now, the corner of her mouth had already revealed a faint smile. Her cold momentum suddenly disappeared and instead, gave people a fresh and moving feeling. She was like a group of frozen flowers that exposed their true beauty after the ice had melted away. Looking at Aya's faint smile from the corner of her mouth, Shurien was stunned. He was startled a little bit before speaking up. "In fact, you look better with your smile than your previous indifferent look. You should smile more often." Ayaya instantly stopped smiling. Her beautiful eyes showed a weird trace. She coldly looked at Shurien, grunted, and then lowered her voice. "Who needs you to care?" Shurien didn't get angry, shook his head and coldly said, "Less pretending to be noble in front of me. It's not like I have never seen your body without clothes." "Shurien." Aya's face changed. She screamed an ear-splitting sound, showing her icy look, and said, "I will deal with you sooner or later." "I am so afraid." Shurien sneered and apparently was not scared at all. At this moment, the 3 people of Kai and the other 2 brothers all were wearing joy on their faces after having heard Aya's screams. They moved forward, looking ahead with brightened eyes. Ayaya was about to open her mouth continuing to say something, but seeing the other 3 people coming, she then just grunted and aggressively stared at Shurien, quickly turning the compass toward the 3 people of Kai. She restored her coldness and then said, "We arrived. The moving gray, foggy area ahead should be one of the miasma places. I have seen the soul-perishing thunderbolt there." Kai and the 2 brothers were overjoyed and burst into laughter altogether. "We are certainly not the first ones here. In that miasma place, there must be other teams who have come here sooner. Are you well prepared? Once entering that miasma place, we will have to face many powerful forces from every direction. No one can be sure if we can get out of there alive or not. Are you ready?" Ayaya coldly asked. The smiles of Kai and the 2 brothers suddenly faded away, and their face darkened. They silently nodded. "I think we should first recover, wait for our power to restore completely, and then we can go into that miasma place," Shurien suggested. The other 4 people nodded, found secluded corners for themselves, and then used demon crystals to restore their profound chi, enhancing their body to its peak state. Chapter 386. The Galaxy, the Ancient Corpses, and the Secret Treasures. Chapter 386. The Galaxy, the Ancient Corpses, and the Secret Treasures. After a period of retreat, the profound chi of the 5 people of Shurien's groups had reached their peaks. Each of them was refreshed and full of vitality. "Let's go. We can enter that exotic land now." Shurien came out first, looking at the others, and told them, "You should be very careful. Do not spread out. During this long journey, we have experienced a lot of hardships and have begun to have a wholehearted cooperation. I hope this time when we enter that exotic land, everyone can have a great harvest." The 4 of them nodded all together. "Brother, when we are in that exotic land we will need to rely on you. Ningzhe is definitely in there as well, so if we re-encounter him, we need your gray tornado." Laoli laughed and said. Along the way, at the crucial point of time, Shurien's gravitational field had played an important role with its huge power. In Laoli's eyes, the gravitational field Shurien cast out was simply a murderous whirlpool. No one could be strong enough to avoid death inside that whirlpool. Entering the exotic land meant that they would encounter outstanding warriors from everywhere in the divine land. That made Laoli a little bit worried, and thus he wanted to rely on Shiyan. I will try my best. As long as you trust me and do not secretly mess with me, I will also protect you guys. Shiyan looked at Aya and Kai and grinned. If you have any wicked actions while I am in danger, don't blame me for not having mercy. Aya and Kai grunted but didn't say anything. Let's go, Shiyan said nothing further as he revealed a faint smile. He was the first one to jump into that foggy area with caution. However, as soon as he fell into the area where the gray smoke was concentrated, he realized that big, long purple pythons were quickly dashing toward him as if they just saw their prey. Soul-perishing thunderbolt. Shiyan couldn't help but strangely howl and shudder. He was aware of the earth-shaking, destructive aura and immediately retreated. The purple pythons then restored their normal status. After Shiyan had left, they no longer aimed at him but retreated as if they were only coming out for him. Why are they coming for me? Shiryan's face became cold. He emotionlessly looked at Aya and Kai. You intentionally want to harm me? You have said that this soul-perishing thunderbolt only aims for the host souls of the three god sex warriors. I am only in the Nirvana realm, so why is this soul-perishing thunderbolt still against me? He couldn't help but doubt. If it weren't because he had urged both the starlight and the electric shift to get out like using teleport, that soul-perishing thunderbolt would probably have hit him and destroyed his host soul. If his host soul was destroyed, it meant that he would completely disappear from time. It's impossible. Sai's beautiful face changed. Seeing Shiryan getting angry, she hurriedly explained. I have heard from my predecessors that soul-perishing thunderbolt around this exotic land only aims for the three god sex warriors. My elders definitely didn't deceive me. How can you be impacted by that soul-perishing thunderbolt? This is absolutely impossible. Laoli also nodded and suspiciously said, Shiryan brother, we will never deceive you about this soul-perishing thunderbolt. Before I entered the dark magnetic noxious mist, my elders had also told me that although this soul-perishing thunderbolt's intimidation is very powerful, it only influences the three god sex warriors. How can you also be affected? I didn't lie to you. Aya coldly hummed and said, before we got out of the exotic land, you play a very important role. We can't just ignore the whole situation to harm you. After talking, Aya carefully entered that gray foggy area. Those big long purple pythons twisted and emitted horrible lights as if they could destroy all souls. However, when Aya fell into that area, the soul-perishing thunderbolt didn't attack her but instead, stayed in front of her meandering. Aya came out, looked at Shiryan and said indifferently, I went in but why didn't I encounter the same event as you did? Shiryan's face became sullen and kept changing. When Aya had gone in and out, soul-perishing thunderbolt had no reaction, which meant that this soul-perishing thunderbolt apparently didn't aim for warriors who didn't belong to the three god sect. It proved that what these people of Aya's group had said was not a lie. So, why had he just entered that place and the soul-perishing thunderbolt instantly reacted? Shiryan frowned but couldn't think of any reason. Brother, are you a Sky Realm warrior? Laoli quietly mumbled, looking at Shiryan with unbelievable, shining eyes. Aya's and Sai's beautiful faces suddenly changed. Their eyes brightened, looked at him with a strange expression. If I were a Sky Realm warrior, don't you think you could have had a chance to bully me along the way? Shiryan didn't know if he should smile or cry. If I had that high realm, I wouldn't have stayed here with you guys and would have tempted to break in that exotic land even though I don't know anything about it. Listening to Shiryan's explanation, Aya and Kai carefully thought for a while and also knew that their suspicions were ridiculous. They secretly let out a sigh of relief. If you are not in the Sky Realm, your host soul is obviously like an ordinary person. Is it so? Kai hesitated a little bit while her beautiful eyes were full of strange lights. I am sure that your host soul and ours are not the same. Aya and the other three people looked at him. Shiryan was stunned while his eyes flickered. He instantly remembered the 9 Serenities soul-devouring flame and his host soul had fused together. This 9 Serenities soul-devouring flame was the heaven flame which had a devilish power to burn up souls. Is it somehow related? As he didn't speak up, Aya's group was even more certain about this and looked at him with terrified eyes. After a long while, Shiryan nodded, sprinkled with a smile and said, maybe you are right. My host soul was a bit unusual indeed. I should have wronged you. This is my own problem. Alright, you guys go ahead, I will find you guys later. Once you enter, that soul-perishing thunderbolt will not spare you. So, how will you come in? No worries, I have my own way. Shiyan confidently looked at that smoky gray area. None of the barriers of the fearful land could trap me, so how can this soul-perishing thunderbolt? As long as I can cross the outskirts of the exotic land and go deeper to the center of that place, I will no longer be affected by that soul-perishing thunderbolt. The people of Aya's group immediately remembered how marvelous Shiyan was. Every time in the fearful land, Shiyan could easily escape without any difficulties. Right now, listening to what he said, Aya's group understood immediately. No one knows how the situation in the exotic land is. How can you be certain that you can find us in there? Aya thought for a while and asked suspiciously. Don't worry. I have my way. Shiyan looked at Kai. He had left a barrier inside Sai's host soul. Within a certain range he could detect Sai's location through that barrier. Therefore, he was confident that it would not be difficult to find the four of them. Kai knew what he meant. Her face looked a little odd. Kai then went into that gray, foggy area without looking at Shiyan as if she was in a rage. The other three people were bewildered, looking at Kai with astonishment. They vaguely guessed that the reason Shiyan was that confident might be related to Kai. The three of them didn't ask about it anyway. After Kai had left, they also entered that place and slowly disappeared into the foggy area. Shiyan was not in a hurry. He waited for a long while after the three of them had disappeared before taking out the sky-breaking shuttle and then tried to communicate with it. Bring me through that barrier in front of us, avoid those destroying souls thunderbolts and go straight to the center. How much profound chi do I need to spend? 1/3. Okay. I will inject the profound chi into you and then you will bring me in there. Possible. The sky-breaking shuttle broke through a gorgeous silver channel and brought Shiyan into that place. When Shiyan penetrated that area, the soul-perishing thunderbolt around that silver channel didn't have any reaction because the sky-breaking shuttle had formed a channel to cover him. It helplessly let him continue ahead. The shaking halo rippled out. Shiyan's body was like lightning drilling into the area in just one blink. After reappearing, Shiyan realized that he was in a magnificent old city center. There were 100-meter-high ancient buildings with ancient stones together with dozens of these buildings which looked like small mountains. The roads in the ancient city extended in all directions. They were all smooth and made of hard, green stones. There were 4 enormous mountains at the 4 sides of the ancient city. These 4 mountains formed into the 4 symbols, respectively showing the postures of a bowing black turtle, meandering azure dragon, dancing vermilion bird, and the patrolling white tiger. The 4 mountains were huge and vaguely surrounded the ancient city. 2 vast rivers flowed meanderingly, hanging in the sky above the ancient city. The 2 rivers intertwined, emitting beautiful dazzling lights. The 2 galaxies hanging in the sky were immense. Bursts of volatility came up from the 2 rivers. Floating corpses in the water of the Milky Way could be faintly seen. People could also see god lights zooming over in the galaxy as if there was some secret treasure that had a spirit and was operating in the galaxy. The ancient city, the 4 mountains, and the galaxies suspending in the sky all constituted this magnificent but strange place. After emerging, Shiyan instantly looked at the 2 galaxies that were hanging above his head as well as the gorgeous weaving beam of lights. He could feel a violent shaking power transmitted from that weaving point. That energy was extremely intimidating and seemingly endless. The 4 long-ranged mountains surrounded the ancient city, forming the 4 postures of the bowing black turtle, meandering azure dragon, dancing vermilion bird, and the patrolling white tiger, which brought along the meaning of wealth and fortune. This meant this land was a blessed land, very rare on earth and sky, as it was blessed and protected by the 4 ancient sacred creatures. In this imposing ancient city, some figures could be seen from time to time in those buildings. They were all outstanding warriors who could enter the exotic land. Those warriors wore cold faces, sometimes raised their heads looking at the sky, and watched around all 4 mountains as they seemed to be aware of something. Shiyan stood on an ancient road and quickly identified Sai's location through the barrier he had planted inside her host soul. Taking a deep breath, Shiyan temporarily ignored this exotic land and instantly urged the starlight, turning into a bunch of lights that dashed toward the 4 people of Sai's group. Chapter 387, 7 Ancient Factions. Chapter 387, 7 Ancient Factions. Standing in a stone fortress, Aya, Kai, Lao Li, and Lao Luan frequently looked into the distance, waiting for something in silence. Can he find us and come here? It has been a long time. If he doesn't come and we encounter Ningzhe, we will surely be very passive. Lao Luan took out a handkerchief to wipe his gloves as he sometimes raised his head, looking ahead, frowning and muttering. Aya's jade-like hand played with her great pervaded money as the small coin rolled back and forth between her slender fingers. Some golden lights occasionally blossomed out of the hole in the coin. He should be able to find us. After hearing Lao Luan mumble, Aya threw a glance at Kai and then asked, "Is it so, Kai?" The two brothers looked at Kai with an astonished expression. Kai hummed while her beautiful eyes turned pale. She gritted her teeth but didn't say anything. "Is there something that happened between you and Shi? If not, how come when he said he could find us he gave you a look?" Aya didn't notice her face changing while the coin in her hand suddenly stopped rolling. "He did something to your body, didn't he?" Kai's face changed. The pupils of the two brothers shrank. Their eyes bloomed out a bunch of light with a look of shock. "Don't put your nose into my business." Kai pouted, her red lips shivered as she said coldly, "In short, he will be able to find us. You don't need to worry about it." "I know," nodded Aya. "You know what?" Right at that time, Shiyan's chuckle suddenly came up from outside. At the corner of the road, Shiyan appeared with stars circling his body and then flew up, coming to the side of the group. "Haha, you finally came in. I was worried that you wouldn't have been able to go through that gray, foggy area outside." Lao Li was very happy when he saw him coming. He burst into laughter and said, "Without you, I don't know why I feel insecure in my heart. It's good that you came. My mind is at ease seeing you here." Lao Luan also nodded with a smile. Only Kai frowned slightly. She couldn't help but feel irritated when she remembered the barrier that Shiyan had left inside her head. "Why did you come here so late? With your ability you should have found us very fast. Had you encountered something?" "No," Shiyan shook his head. "After I had got in here, I observed around a little bit and realized that this ancient city is pretty bizarre. Its surroundings are 4 imposing mountains, and 2 intertwined galaxies are hanging in the sky. I don't know who could create such a strange and enormous place in this dark magnetic noxious mist. I have heard that it was a god-level blacksmith." Aya slightly slammed her eyebrows together. "Everything, including this dark magnetic noxious mist, is that god-level blacksmith's autograph." "I have also heard about this," Lao Li nodded. "The 2 great miasma places in the dark magnetic noxious mist only open once every 60 years. Normally, outside these 2 miasma places, there is not only the soul-perishing thunderbolt, but also other powerful barriers. The soul-perishing thunderbolt aims for the 3 god sex warriors. However, the other barriers are against us, Nirvana Realm and Sky Realm warriors. We don't daringly break into the places when it's not the time for them to open yet. Almost no one can bear those barriers' bombardment, and they will end up with their souls perished." Shiyan was stunned. That's right. There was this argument indeed. Kai nodded and continued, "We have calculated the time precisely when we must come here this time. Otherwise, we would not have dared to penetrate this place." "What kind of situation are the 4 mountains and those 2 galaxies?" Shiyan was startled and suddenly asked, "Have your predecessors talked about the environment here and how dangerous it is?" "The corpses on the galaxy should be the warriors who entered here before. It has been said that sacred-level secret treasures of this miasma place come from the galaxy. Regarding the 4 mountains, it seems to protect the ancient city. I have heard some people say that once the galaxy mutates, the 4 mountains will also change accordingly, and many kinds of dangers will appear." Aya looked solemn while she talked to everyone. "Always pay attention to the galaxy above your heads. Be careful with the 4 mountains around. This ancient city seems to be a god-level place where that blacksmith used to stay. That guy stayed inside here, establishing his own sect and recruiting a lot of disciples. It is unknown why everyone in here is dead, and that blacksmith also disappeared without leaving a trace, except for some secret treasures in the galaxy above. This place is quite mysterious. That galaxy certainly has a great danger, and the 4 symbols mountain range surrounding us will not be motionless like that forever." Everyone nodded at the same time and got gradually more attentive. "Have you seen any other groups of warriors on your way here?" Kai looked at Shiyan. Those warriors are hiding in the center of the castle. Only 1 or 2 people paid attention to the surroundings. On the way here, I met some who were all at least in the 3rd sky of Nirvana Realm." Shiyan contemplated. "It seems that it is not just us who have entered here. Those people surely had to overcome many obstacles and dangers to come here, so they must not be easy to deal with." "It is certain," Aya confirmed. "Every time the dark magnetic noxious mist opens, it attracts a lot of forces and sects of the divine land. the Pure Land, the Divine Radiant Cult, Martial Spirit Palace, Heavenly Palace, Spirit Treasure Sect, the Devil Valley, and the Fighting Union. These 7 great ancient factions, together with other emerging city powers, will send their warriors over with the same purpose, which is to collect the secret treasure and the pure god soul of the miasma places. On the way here, through Aya's group, Shi Yin knew that there were a variety of warrior schools, many powerful city powers, as well as a lot of secret places in the Divine Land. Among them, the 7 great ancient factions, the Pure Land, the Divine Radiant Cult, Martial Spirit Palace, Heavenly Palace, Spirit Treasure Sect, the Devil Valley, and the Fighting Union could be described as the most ancient and powerful forces of the Divine Land. Each of these 7 great ancient factions had tens of thousands of years of history. Talented people had firmly occupied this fertile Divine Land, which had the best resources for cultivation. Besides the 7 great ancient factions, Divine Land also had a lot of other large countries. Some of them were secluded families that had lasted for thousands of years, and some were secret, fearful lands, which were not to seen or found easily. The relationship of Divine Land's warriors was much more complicated than that of the Endless Sea. The territory of Divine Land was immense and almost boundless. According to Aya and Kai, they were from White Emperor City, which was just a city controlled by the Fighting Union. White Emperor City was a big city of the Fighting Union, with a population of millions of people. It covered an area which was much bigger than the Kiara Sea of Endless Sea, and had more than hundreds of warriors with all kinds of levels. There were dozens of small countries which were under White Emperor City's control. In each of those small countries were all kinds of precious cultivation resources. White Emperor City was only one city of the Fighting Union, and the Fighting Union was only one of the 7 great ancient factions. So, it seemed that this Divine Land was indeed extremely prosperous, and its warriors were naturally countless. Powerful masters like him, who were called geniuses, could be easily found. Although Aya's talent was exceptional in White Emperor City, she was not considered a real genius if she was in the Divine Land. Many young people who were younger than her already had profound cultivation bases. 7 great ancient factions had been dominating the place for tens of thousands of years, with countless cultivation resources, holding a complete collection of martial arts as well as secret cultivation methods, many secret treasures, numerous spiritual medicines, and the population of hundreds of millions of people. With such a huge population, even if the existence probability of brilliant warriors was tiny, at least they could still have roughly 10 marvelous warriors. In the territory of the Divine Land, the kinds of secretly dangerous, odd areas were countless, and they were not much different from this dark magnetic noxious mist. Almost every month or every day, those 7 ancient factions and other forces would command their warriors to travel to the dark magnetic noxious mist. On one hand, it was to sharpen the cultivation base of their warriors, and on the other, it was for them to collect all kinds of scarce materials, to find and kill some strange wicked beasts, or to kill enemies' masters. Divine Land's forces were everywhere, creating a huge network in this vast land. Their power spread out in every corner. A large number of warriors were in several strange miasma places, reporting daily changes of the Divine Land to their sects, so that their leaders could always be updated about the changes in this land. Although hundreds of thousands of warriors came into the dark magnetic noxious mist this time, it was nothing compared to those forces' total number of warriors. Those who could enter this miasma place were a little bit mightier than ordinary warriors, but it didn't mean that they belonged to the group of the most outstanding warriors of those factions. In the Divine Land, are warriors like Ning Zhe powerful? Shi Yin thought of the enormous population of Divine Land and had contemplated a little bit before asking. Ning Zhe's grandfather is just an elder of the Heavenly Palace. The Nings are only a small force of the Heavenly Place. Ning Zhe himself is considered a good seedling, but not the strongest one in the new generation. If one counted the whole Heavenly Palace, Ning Zhe is not ranked on any list. Hence, don't think that having taken Ning Zhe's golden silkworm is a big harvest. Aya explained with an indifferent face. Ning Zhe is only 32 years old and in the first sky of Sky Realm. Seems pretty good. However, not to mention the Divine Land, only the Heavenly Palace can have more than 100 guys who are around 30 years old and already more dangerous than Ning Zhe. It is indeed the truth. Kai slightly sighed and said, "We are all from White Emperor City. Even though White Emperor City is pretty good already, we are not the top among the peers of White Emperor City. Among the 7 big cities of the Fighting Union, White Emperor City is ranked last. Among the peers, those who are stronger than us are too many. In the Divine Land, the so-called exceptionality is simply too common." "I understand." Yin was secretly scared and displayed shining lights in his eyes. Through Ai Yuz and Kai Yi's explanation, he finally had an intuitive understanding of Divine Land's situation. At this moment he knew why the Divine Land's warriors felt that Endless Sea was only a barbarian place. That land was indeed worthy of being the center of the Grace mainland, the source of all forces. Yan's heart longed for that place. Chapter 388, Beasts Roars. Chapter 388, Beasts Roars. In the ancient city of the exotic land, Yan and the others stayed inside an ancient castle, and frequently looked up at the sky where the two galaxies intertwined, waiting for the changes of the galaxies above their heads. Aya, Kai, and the two brothers had never come here before. They only heard about this area from their elders' instructions. Those elders had been here before, so they could tell them briefly about the situation of this place. The changes were different at every 60 years, and they couldn't even say what they would probably encounter here. Therefore Yan's group could only wait and be cautious with any changes in the sky. They wanted to find out some clues from those changes. In this ancient city, small teams like Yan's group were many, but for the time being no fight had occurred yet. Teams that had entered this place were apparently not ordinary. They certainly went through a lot of danger along the way to get there. As they didn't see any changes of this place yet, they all meditated to reinforce their strengths and maintain their supreme state, waiting for the point in time when changes happened. Ningzhe hadn't arrived yet. It might be because the blood vein ring had taken the golden silkworm, and thus the connection between Ningzhe and that golden silkworm had been cut off. In the meantime Yan was ready and well prepared to see Ningzhe again. Unfortunately, Ningzhe didn't seem to sense their location as he still hadn't shown up. Yan was staying in a 100-meter-high ancient castle, in which there were hundreds of rooms with different sizes. The smallest one was about 70 or 80 square meters. This castle was obviously the place where the blacksmith had been living before. Taking a tour around this castle, they realized that there were many furnaces that only blacksmiths could use as well as a few of forging tools. There were a lot of forging tools but none of the materials had been left. This exotic land would open once every 60 years. It had been thousands of years since the dark magnetic noxious mist had been discovered. During the past thousands of years, countless warriors had entered here. Even if these castles should have had many refining materials, they had certainly been scraped away. Therefore, the people of Yan's group didn't waste their time to search for them but instead concentrated their main power on the galaxies above their heads, waiting quietly. This time the two brothers loudly observed the changes in the sky. Yan, Aya, and Kai were using the demon crystals to meditate. In a stone chamber as big as a basketball court, Yan released a little bright starlight. His shining eyes looked at a cluster of starlight spots while he used the star martial spirit to control the starlight spots, letting the order of the rotary stars of heaven and earth circulated into his consciousness. A bunch of starlight spots, which looked like a cluster of fireflies, were flying around the stone chamber, brilliantly lighting up the entire chamber. Each starlight spot followed a trajectory, which could be a curve, or a straight line or a magical arc. They were all different. Looking at those flickering spots of light, Yan's sea of consciousness slightly stirred. He calmed his mind to understand the magical trajectory of those spots of light. He immersed his mind in it. Since having understood the importance of martial conception, as long as he had free time, he would use his star martial spirit to release some starlight spots and then use the star manipulation to control these starlight spots, trying to find out the rules to comprehend the mysterious martial conception of the star martial spirit. In the sky realm, understanding the realm was related to the improvement of this realm. Since he had poured the martial spirit source directly into his star martial spirit to reach the sky realm, comprehending the truth of this star martial spirit's Upanishads and knowing the mystery of stars were much harder. Understanding this point, he then set his mind on grasping this martial conception thoroughly and comprehending the martial techniques to be his core targets in the future. When each starlight spot flashed up, he threw himself into a trance. It seemed that there was a wonderful feeling when he was submerging into the vast star area. He seemed to have a connection with billions of stars in the sky. This kind of feeling was marvelous, making him feel outstanding and able to understand the immortal star Upanishads. Suddenly, an earth flames message was sent out from the blood vein ring. Yan instantly woke up, staring at a beautiful figure that secretly entered the stone chamber, frowned and asked, "What do you come here for? Are there any changes outside?" That person was Kai. Her delicate dress draped around her graceful body. Each 5-colored ribbon was fluttering on her skirt. She leisurely moved forward, Her eyebrows were picturesque, her eyes brightened like precious gems. Under the light of those starlight spots, she became gorgeous. There are not any changes outside yet. I came here with the hope that you can remove the soul barrier for me. Tsai's graceful body stopped. She slightly gritted her teeth and said, "You said that we are companions. Since we are companions, you should not treat me like this." Shuryan pouted and then sneered coldly. "I am afraid that you don't consider me your companion. It has been a long time already. I know that I cannot kill you and thus won't have any wicked intentions toward you anymore." Kai felt shameful and said unpleasantly, "At the bottom of the lake, you were clearly contemptuous of me, so I wanted to kill you, not to mention that your hands and feet were not clean. If you remove the soul barrier for me, I promise not to pursue that previous event. No more harsh things between us. How about it? As I have said before, wait until we leave the dark magnetic noxious mist and I will remove the soul barrier out of your head." Shuryan was unmoved, shook his head and said indifferently, "In case you and Aya unite to kill me, it is easy for you guys to do so in this exotic land if I am not careful. Sorry, I don't believe you. Leaving the soul barrier in your head helps me control Aya in the crucial time. I don't dare to let my guard down against you two ruthless girls." Tsai's delicate face suddenly darkened. She said hatefully, "My host's soul has a barrier, so it is certainly limited and can't exert its full power. Once this miasma has changed, all the teams will fight with all their strength to deprive secret treasures. By that time, if my strength cannot be cast out 100%, I will possibly die here. You want me to die here, don't you?" Shuryan was still indifferent. "Speak up. After all, what do you want to remove the soul barrier for?" Kai was silent for a while, and then her neck suddenly flushed. She turned her back toward Shuryan, slowly took off her dress, gradually exposing her soft, white back. She took off her clothes until her slender waist was exposed and then stopped. Her hands clutched her big, firm, snow-white breasts. She then turned back, bowed her head looking down at her toes, and spoke up with an indistinct tone. "I know your preferences. As long as you remove the soul barrier, I will let you caress them." Tsai's upper body was completely naked. Under the dazzling light of starlight spots, her white skin was glowing beautifully. Her breasts were too huge that her two hands couldn't cover all of them. She was exposing an amazing beauty that could make any man's vein bulge uncontrollably. Although I do like women, I am not stupid enough to take my own safety as a joke. Shuryan's eyes brightened, presumptuously looking at Tsai's naked body. He grinned, "You should leave. Before leaving the dark magnetic noxious mist, I will not remove the soul barrier for you. Even if you offer me your body, it will not change my decision." Kai raised her head, aggressively staring at Shuryan full of anger. She tightly gritted her teeth, displayed a hateful manner, and resented that she could not crush Shuryan into 8 pieces. Shuryan coldly sneered and then clucked his tongue. "Your body is really mesmerizing. Wait until we get out of the dark magnetic noxious mist. If you still want to offer yourself to me, I will definitely not refuse. I really like women who take the initiative. I will not refuse any girl who proactively comes to me. By that time, I am sure I will not let you down. I curse you not to have a decent death." Kai bitterly cursed him and soon put on her clothes again. After that, she left the chamber with a complicated face. Shuryan revealed a cold smile, shook his head and whispered, "Her appearance is not bad at all. Regretfully, that is a wicked woman. Depending on each point of time, she will show her poison fangs. The timing is not right, otherwise you would hardly escape my hands." As he wasn't disturbed by Tsai's arrival, after she had left, Shuryan continued his arduous cultivation in the stone chamber and circulated the mysterious star power at the same time. Today Shuryan woke up again from the martial conception. The galaxy has had some changes. Raising his head toward Aya's clear voice, Shuryan slightly frowned, stopped perceiving martial conception and stood up. Aya was different from Kai. If there was nothing happening, she certainly wouldn't come here. As she daringly entered the chamber this time, Shuryan knew that something was happening out there. It is not the galaxy. Aya's face was solemn. It is the Four Symbols mountain range outside. Since yesterday the Four Symbols seem to have changed. A small earthquake quietly rumbled from the surrounding mountains of the ancient city. In that earthquake, beasts' roars could be heard from those 4 mountains. Beasts? Shuryan was stunned, looked outside and asked, "Did you see any beasts appear yet?" "Not yet. But there are many roars." Aya's face seemed odd. "I guess that there should be around 100 beasts with different levels. I just guessed it from the roars." The real number of beasts is probably more than that. If those beasts jump into the ancient city, it will not be easy for us to deal with. Hundreds of beasts. Shurian's face slightly changed. The lowest level beasts that he had seen in this foggy place were at the 6th level. He had never seen any beasts lower than that. Even if it were the 6th level, hundreds of them were already terrifying. If there were many 7th level beasts among them, that force would be very tough to handle. At least 1/3 of them were at the 7th level, Aya added. Shurian felt cold at heart. His face was tense. It seems that the changes in the galaxy should come very soon. With many beasts showing up, this place certainly will not be peaceful much longer. After talking, he went out of the chamber, heading to the place where the two brothers Laoli were taking guard. Outside the ancient city, it seemed that the Four Symbols Mountains were lurching continually while the dull roars came up from a distance. In those mountains' shakes, some horrible changes seemed to be quietly born. Chapter 389, I know them. Chapter 389, I know them. Shurian was standing at a castle window with the two brothers looking out towards the surrounding Four Symbols mountain range. He could clearly see the four mountains exploding and seeming to have some terrible changes. Waves of beast roars came up from the four mountains. It seemed that countless dormant beasts in the Four Symbols mountain range were about to rush into the ancient city and crush all warriors into powder. As the beasts roared, lightning gradually flashed from the Azure Dragon Mount in the east and then slowly flew over. From the White Tiger Mount in the west, violent tornadoes raged and churned up, slaughtering and destroying anything in its path. The tornadoes pulled huge lava rocks up to the sky. Each block of lava rock contained horrendous power. From the Vermilion Bird Mount in the south, clusters of fire started to rage, dyeing the entire sky dark red as if the sky were also being burned by scorching fires. The Black Turtle Mount in the north was flooded with ice and extremely falling thick snowflakes. In just one breath, the Black Turtle Mount was covered with dense white snow. Changes continuously happened in the four mountains of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Turtle, probably affecting ancient formations. Lightning, tornadoes, flames, and snow continued spreading toward the ancient city, getting closer. The four mountains constantly changed, which made the hiding beasts suddenly become crazy. In those ear-piercing roars, hundreds of 6th or 7th level beasts scattered out from the mountains. Their eyes were filled with brutality while they rushed toward the ancient city in a craze. Giant three-headed alligators, silver demon wolves, and single-horned dragon pythons, those who were rarely seen, now showed up one by one. Groups of beasts stormed out like a surging tide, quickly invading the ancient city. Seeing the changes of the Four Symbols mountain range, many warriors inside the ancient city's stone fortresses were quite horrified and instantly went out of the castles wearing solemn faces as they watched the beasts attacking aggressively. They all stayed on alert. Be careful. It seems that the peculiar change of this miasma place is about to begin. Aya tightly knitted her eyebrows. The beasts will outnumber the warriors. If we are careless, those beasts will immediately besiege us and it will be difficult for us to escape. Kai, Laoli, and Laoluan watched the influx of the beasts with serious faces while taking out secret treasures from their storage rings, preparing to deal with these beasts. Other groups of warriors were still hiding inside the castles, standing firmly at the entrance, watching the beasts from the ground and the sky rushing over. Everyone was wearing heavy faces. These beasts seemed to know the ancient city's situation. As soon as they rushed into the ancient city, they immediately spread out to all the places the warriors could have been hiding in the castle. The stone castles had many windows but simply couldn't stop the beasts that could fly. Those flying beasts used their brutal force to tear down the fence of windows and then drilled into the castle to search for warriors. Beasts had an extreme hostility toward the invasion of human warriors. Their mission seemed to be to kill all human warriors. 10 6th-level green-armored scale falcons and 3 7th-level single-horned pythons drilled through the windows toward the stone castle of Shurian's group. The green-armored scale falcons had the ability to fly with a pointy beak, thick skin, and sharp claws like swords that emitted dense, icy lights. This green-armored scale falcon had many scales on its body. Those scales couldn't be damaged by the majority of hacking weapons, and thus, it was challenging to cope with. The 7th-level single-horned dragon python was even more terrible. The horn of a single-horned dragon python was all-conquering, which could be compared to divine weapons which had been forged and refined hundreds of times. The dragon python's saliva was highly toxic and could utilize the power of frost. Once the single-horned dragon python got close to a person, its saliva and the power of frost would be spurted out together. Even the defensive halos released by Sky Realm warriors couldn't stop that highly toxic saliva which could dissolve many kinds of defenses. The power of frost could greatly weaken the defensive halos. When the defensive halos disappeared after a blink, a single horned dragon python would dash over, tearing apart and destroying the warriors. Unless warriors had gone through a special body refining cultivation, single horned dragon pythons would strike them and pierce through their bodies. 10 green armored scale falcons and 3 single-horned dragon pythons spread out and quickly rushed toward Shurian's group. It only took them a short while to find the whereabouts of the 5 people of Shurian's group. They immediately aggregated and rushed toward them. 3 single-horned dragon pythons and 10 green armored scale falcons. Aya couldn't help but scream out loud while her face changed dramatically. Not good. These beasts are coming all together. I am afraid that we are not able to beat them in batches. Everyone must cast out your full power shots to kill all of these beasts in the shortest possible time at all cost. The more beasts come, the less chance we have to get out alive. Lightning, flames, tornadoes, and ice are slowly moving towards the ancient city. If we can't handle all of these beasts in a short time, it will be more difficult for us when they come from the 4 mountains and envelope the ancient city. Sai's face stiffened. 3 silhouettes suddenly flashed up in another stone castle which was a few hundred meters away on the left. After those 3 people had gone outside, they worriedly looked around and immediately dashed toward Shurian's group. The 3 of them were 2 males and 1 female. The 2 men were 70-year-old warriors and dressed in flower blouses. Their faces now looked odd as the beasts were chasing them. They looked miserable. The girl was in the front of the 2 men. She was long-limbed, wearing a light yellow skirt with white teeth and shining eyes. She was incredibly beautiful. These 3 people seemed to have realized that the beasts that had jumped into their stone castle were too strong and had known that if they stayed, they would have been killed. Hence, they ran out of the stone castle to find someone that they could join forces with to deal with these beasts. Behind the 3 of them, 10 beasts rushed out of the stone castle, showing fangs and claws, letting out crazy roars and staring at them. "Grandpa, hurry up!" The girl anxiously called out. Her body suddenly changed and separated into 5 phantoms, escaping in 4 directions. Her true body hovered and swayed in the air. A vigorous flow of aura burst out from her body and then suddenly rushed toward Shurian. When seeing those 3 people rushing over, the faces of Laoli and Aya instantly changed at the same time. They couldn't help but curse. The 3 of them, who couldn't cope with the beasts, brought the beasts into Shurian's castle and borrowed the strength of Shurian's group to deal with them. It was already difficult for the 5 people of Shurian's group to deal with the 10 green armored scale falcons and 3 single-horned dragon pythons. If they added the beasts behind those 3 people, they would become more passive and perhaps they would be killed. Laoli and Kai exchanged glances. Cold lights flowed out from their eyes. They were ready to cast a fatal strike, rushing toward the girl to exterminate her. This girl only had the Earth Realm cultivation base. Although she was mysterious, as long as Laoli and Kai released their full shots, that girl would certainly not be able to stop them and would be beheaded by Laoli and Kai. Shurian turned his back to Laoli and Kai, consistently releasing his power into the gravitational field. Hearing the girls shout, he suddenly showed a very puzzled look. After completing the gravitational field, Shurian turned around and saw Kai and Laoli ready to kill the girl. "Stop!" Shurian threw a quick glance at that girl, and his face immediately changed. He hastily shouted, which stopped Kai and Laoli. Kai and Laoli were stunned. The energy waves on their hands were getting more vibrant. They were still urging their power to be ready to cast out their strikes. As long as they pushed out those energy waves, that girl would hardly stand a chance. Shurian shouted out loud, making Kai and Laoli freeze. They both displayed a puzzled look on their faces, not understanding why he stopped them at the crucial time. "Oh!" the girl exclaimed, her eyes flashed up with strange lights. She looked at Shurian, seemed to remember someone, and then pointed to Shurian and unsurely said, You are? Zwusher, it's been a long time since I've seen you." Shurian revealed a faint smile. "How did you get here? You are Shurian? Are you really Shurian?" Zwusher was overjoyed with an expression of disbelief. "Didn't you already return to the Endless Sea? Why did you come back here?" The 2 elderly men behind Zwusher were grandfather Zwa of the Zwa family in that misty mountain range Chishao. When seeing Zwusher surprisingly shout, the 2 men also looked at Shurian and showed a very surprised expression. "Come here first and then we can talk later." Shurian shouted, nodded toward Kai and Laoli and said, "I know them. Let them come in." Sai's and Laoli's faces looked reluctant, but they still followed Shiyan's command without any defiance. They frowned while stepping aside, giving way to Wuxia to enter the stone castle first. Shiyan's mind was slightly triggered. The gravitational field, which had been amassed for a long time, suddenly flew towards Wuxia and Qishao. The 5 huge 3-headed alligators, which were closely chasing Wuxia and Qishao, were suddenly sucked into the golden silks inside that crazily spinning gravitational field. Those golden silks were extremely sharp. As soon as the 3-headed alligators were pulled into the gravitational field, they were soon cut up and crushed into powder. Demon crystals. Qishao and Wuxia were both surprised and cheerfully shouted together. They looked at the demon crystals, revealing a look of desire. These 3 people should have gone through unwanted situations in the dark magnetic noxious mist. When the 5 demon crystals appeared, Qishao and Wuxia obviously couldn't keep calm and even stopped, wanting to go into the dark magnetic noxious mist to take the demon crystals. "Do not touch those demon crystals. Come here first," Shiyan shouted out loud. Wuxia and Qishao were startled. They immediately reacted and rushed over. "How did you get here?" Shiyan shouted. "There's a nautical chart on the little Shi's dragon turtle armor. We based our directions on the chart to get here all the way from the Merchant Union. On the way here we've lost a lot of people. After entering this place there's only 3 of us left." Qishao's face was sad. He shouted, and together with Qishao, he walked toward the platform where Shiyan's group was standing. "Shiyan, how come you are here?" "Oh, your cultivation base is now in the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm." "The same as mine?" The head of the Zhou family, Wuxia, suddenly screamed out while his eyes glimmered with a trace of incredibility. Qishao and Wuxia were also startled. Chapter 390, Fearless. Chapter 390, Fearless. Outside the stone castle, the beasts were aggressively showing their fangs and claws. They let out terrifying roars, gathered next to Shiyan's group, and were ready to rush over at any moment. The 3 gravitational fields flew around in front of the stone castle. Golden silks emitted gold lights and spanned like sharp blades inside the gravitational fields. 10 green armored scale falcons and 3 single-horned dragon pythons seemed to know that the gravitational fields were not easy to deal with as they ruthlessly stared at Shiyan's group but didn't dare to move toward the gravitational fields to attack. They could only stay outside the gravitational fields without scattering, seeming to wait for something. When Wuxia, and Qishao entered Shiyan's stone castle, they also dragged along 9 beasts. These beasts were the giant 6th-level 3-headed crocodiles and giant 7th-level 8-horned giant spiders. There were 3 giant 8-horned giant spiders, each of which was as big as a millstone. Their legs were shining with brilliant icy lights. They were very flexible and active in the air, letting out strange ear-splitting sounds. One gravitational field strangled a 3-headed crocodile and hung it in the direction where Wuxia and the other 2 were coming from. The 3-headed crocodile died instantly. That prevented the remaining 3-headed crocodiles and the 8-horned giant spider from recklessly acting as they were afraid of following in the footsteps of that dead 3-headed crocodile. They could only keep a distance from the gravitational field and stare at the 3 people of Wuxia. As Shiyan's group was approaching, only with a glance, Wuxia could immediately realize Shiyan's cultivation base. His face was shocked while he subconsciously cried out in fear. Qishao and Wuxia were exceedingly astonished as well, looking at Shiyan with eyes of disbelief. They didn't know what Shiyan had done in just a few years to be able to reach the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. "Let's talk later. Now is not a good time to reminisce." Shiyan's face was solemn as he concentrated on controlling the gravitational fields, constantly moving them to prevent those beasts from having a chance to get closer. The stone castle was 100 meters high, but Shiyan's group was only about 30 meters from the ground. This distance was not out of the beast's reach. Even if they couldn't fly, using a violent force was enough for them to be able to leap up. Without the gravitational fields, those beasts would certainly sprint up and penetrate the castle. A single-horned dragon python and 3 green armored scale falcons that had come before were staring at them, waiting for an opportunity behind the stone fortress. When the 9 beasts which had been following Wuxia all came together, they quickly blocked all directions without leaving any gap for Shiyan's people to escape. Aya and Kai coldly looked at Wuxia with annoyed faces. Qishao was at the 2nd sky of Sky Realm. Meanwhile, Wuxia was just in the Earth Realm, and Wuxia was only at the 3rd sky of Nirvana Realm. To Aya and Kai, that kind of ability was only cumbersome for them. If it were Aya calling the shots, even if she knew Shiyan, she would not hesitate to kick them out and let them fend for themselves. However, Shuryan had used his strength to prove his position in the team. Even though Aya and Kai were not happy, they didn't want to have any conflicts with Shuryan and could only accept Shuryan's arrangement. Zwasher, you should not move. Hide behind us. The rest of us should be ready to cope with the beast's sneaky attacks. Shuryan coldly looked at Aya and Kai and said with a cold face, "These three are my friends. If you two dare to cause any mischief, don't blame me for not having mercy." Aya's and Sai's beautiful faces changed. They grunted but did not refuse. When hearing Shuryan's words, the three people of Chishao's group shuddered at heart. They were secretly vigilant and prepared to guard against Aya and Kai. Chishao and Zhuasu were old foxes. Through Shuryan's words they could see that Aya, Kai, and Shuryan were not really intimate. Facing the rampant beasts in the ancient city, everyone felt insecure. At this point in time, the scariest thing was people's wicked hearts. The three of them who came here from the Merchant Union had gone through many hardships and encountered a lot of warriors who had wanted to kill them. They soon knew that there wasn't any good person in the dark magnetic noxious mist and that they had to rely on themselves to snatch the privilege of having eternal life. Little Shur, don't worry about the beasts. Listen to Shuryan. Protect yourself. Chishao whispered. Zwasher blinked, nodded obediently. Her pretty eyes brightened looking at Shuryan. Beasts from every direction were wandering around. Shuryan was standing in front of the stone fortress with a cold face and resolute eyes. He looked like a 10,000-year-old rock which seemed unwavering while emitting a mighty temperament that only a man could possess. At this moment, Shuryan undoubtedly carried a mesmerizing male charm. After not seeing him for ages in her most dangerous time, she unexpectedly ran into Shuryan who had gone missing for a long while. Zwasher's heart was involuntarily agitated a little bit. She subconsciously wondered if this was God's predestined wood or not. Previously in the Merchant Union, Shuryan had a special personality. He was cold and ruthless and thus had left a deep impression in Zwasher's heart. After he had left the Merchant Union, Zwasher always thought of him. She couldn't control her mind as she often compared Shuryan with the so-called young outstanding talents of Merchant Union, the Fire Empire. The more comparison she made, the more she felt that those outstanding youths of Merchant Union, the Fire Empire and God-blessed Empire seemed to be much inferior to Shuryan. Regardless of their realm or their mind, they were not as prominent as Shuryan. Shuryan had been gone for a few years. Zhuasu used to make arrangements for her to meet young men from different powerful forces of the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire. However, it was unknown why she had always been dissatisfied with those men and had secretly compared them with Shuryan. The more she had compared, the more she felt that those people were not as good as Shuryan. Zwasher assumed that she would hardly see Shuryan again. However, she now suddenly met him in the dark magnetic noxious mist. This unexpected encounter made her both happy and scared at the same time. Watching Shuryan's fearless manners when facing numerous beasts, the nervous tension she had been suffering from all along seemed to relax all of a sudden. Elder Chishao, you stand over there and be ready to deal with the giant 8-horn giant spiders. Zwa grandfather, you and Chishao stay in one place to guard that side. Shuryan pointed out a direction and then suddenly looked at Kai and the two brothers. You stay on the left. Be ready to cope with the single-horn dragon pythons below. Aya, you pay attention to our back. Under the beast's gaze, Shuryan calmed down, coldly looked ahead and said, once those beasts rush over, we must use our full power to kill them. We shouldn't consume too much of our strength either. There are also flames, lightning, tornadoes and ice outside the castle. Not only must we kill all of these beasts, but we shouldn't allow ourselves to suffer a great loss. Aya and the others nodded at the same time. Chishao and Zhuasu exchanged glances. In the Merchant Union, Shuryan had only had Disaster Realm Cultivation base. Although he had displayed an outstanding performance, he was just an arrogant young generation of the Shur family. Compared to Zhuashu's and Chishao's status by that time, Shuryan had apparently been far less than them. Through the times, not only had Shuryan reached the third sky of Nirvana realm but he could also instigate the two sky realm female warriors. Looking at these two girls' attitudes, they seemed to actually listen to his orders. Witnessing it with their own eyes, Zhuasu and Chishao were secretly scared and somehow could hardly accept this for the moment. After all, in the Merchant Union, when having dealt with the Baiming family, Shuryan had to listen to their commands, show his respect toward them, and consider them his elders. Suddenly the situation had changed significantly. They naturally felt a bit strange. Zhuasu and Chishao hesitated but didn't say anything. They just reluctantly let out a sigh and finally obeyed Shuryan's commands as well. Those beasts are waiting for flames and lightning to overflow from the Four Symbols Mountains. They want to wait for those dangers to come and then take actions altogether. Kai was standing next to Shiyin, carefully observing the changes in the edge of the ancient city. Her beautiful face slightly changed, and he then said with a terrified voice, "The flames, lightning, tornadoes, and ice don't seem to be aimed at the beasts." After hearing that, everyone looked toward the outskirts of the ancient city. Indeed, those dangers from the four mountains gradually enveloped and began to ravage the ancient city. However, the beasts were still safe under the dangers of flames, lightning, tornadoes, and ice. Those threats could severely injure none of the beasts. Those dangers couldn't even shake the beasts' bodies, but on the contrary they seemed to enhance their power. After some human warriors had been shrouded by the flames, lightning, tornadoes, and ice, they were either burned up by the flames or frozen by the ice and then blown away by the storm. While the beasts were unharmed, human warriors seemed to be unable to bear those dangers. The human warriors let out ear-splitting screams and quickly avoided the severe weather in panic when those dangers were gradually approaching. Seeing the situation was not going well, the warriors in the peripheral fortress all ran out of those stone fortresses and rushed toward the center of the ancient city. The flames, tornadoes, lightning, and ice slowly approached the ancient city. The center of the city would be the last area to be affected. Thus, moving toward the center of the ancient city would allow them to encounter those disasters much later. Although they were not sure doing this would help them escape from this fatal incident or not, it still helped them delay the time of encountering those disasters and delay their deaths. Therefore, those warriors outside, who were under the chase and slaughter of the beasts, were desperately running toward the center of the ancient city. Hundreds of figures were speeding on the streets of the ancient city. They didn't dare to fight against the beasts, but instead quickly moved toward the center of the ancient city. The stone fortress that Shiyin's group was staying in was not in the center of the ancient city either. There was a big road between their fortress and the center. Those warriors flew over and thus dragged along the beasts that were chasing them. Those beasts were like surging tides running into the ancient city, getting closer and closer to Shiyin's group. Not good. We need to get to the center of the ancient city. Otherwise, those beasts will exterminate us on their way. After Shiyin thoroughly understood the situation, his face lost color while his hair rose up. He didn't dare to waste a second, shouting out loud, "Rush out at once." Chapter 391, Brutal Killing. Chapter 391, Brutal Killing. As soon as Shiyin shouted, changes started to suddenly appear in the two rivers that were interweaving and hanging in the sky. The weaving point of the two rivers discharged beautiful, dazzling lights, as an extremely violent energy suddenly spread out from that point. In the middle of those blazing lights, ancient corpses sank into the flashing lights and were pulled up and down by the river. The river seemed to contain some secret treasures, which were vaguely visible and were moving towards that weaving point for convergence. Crash! Silver raindrops drizzled down, and the light rain quickly turned into a downpour. The silver shower net came down from the sky, collecting in a shallow lake in the center of the ancient city. That small lake was originally dry. However, after that silver rain, it immediately became moist, and in a short time, the lake had accumulated a few centimeters of water. The silver lake emitted drizzling silver lights, covering the entire sky. When the silver raindrops touched those beasts that were near the lake, they all screamed miserably and turned into diluted blood within seconds. However, human warriors who gathered there were unharmed when the splashing raindrops touched them. The silver raindrops from the sky seemed to aim for the beasts, while they caused no damage to the human warriors. This mutation made those warriors extremely overjoyed. The warriors who were still wandering around rushed into the lake quickly, and were shrouded by the silver halo. Some beasts came close to the small lake, but could only stare at those warriors with eyes filled with hatred, not daring to jump into the lake or approach that silver halo. They seemed to know that those silver lights were only meant to harm them. Hence, they only stayed in the periphery area of the lake, fiercely looking at those human warriors. All warriors were moving and gathering towards the center of the ancient city. After realizing the lake's abnormality, they were all excited and rushed towards the lake. Anyone could see that other areas of the ancient city were not safe. Only the lake area in the center of the city could prevent the beast's attack. Countless stars were sparkling on Shiyan's body. He could also see the marvelousness on the other side and thus shouted, "Go over there." Aya, Kai, and other people looked excited as they could now see hope. They hurriedly rushed out of the stone castle. Aya and Chao Yi, who were in the sky realm, suspended next to Shiyan and shouted, We must hurry. If too many beasts gather around us, we won't be able to pass through them. Aya and Kai, you go with Lao Li and Lao Luan. Elder Qi Shao brings Wasu and Zwashur over there with your fastest speed. I will stay behind to support you guys. Shi Yin shouted. Qi Shao didn't say anything as he brought Wasu and Zwashur with each hand and quickly flew over to Shi Yan's side. Shi Yin, can you do that? Zwashur worried. When Qi Shao was carrying her, she tried to stretch her head out with a tense face. Although you have a cultivation base of the third sky of Nirvana realm, you cannot resist these beasts as there are too many of them. If you are careless, it will be dangerous for you. Can you do it? Aya also asked the same thing. Her face, however, didn't show much emotion. She simply asked because she was afraid that if Shi Yin couldn't complete this work, it would put her in a difficult situation. Aya and Kai actually didn't want to bring Lao Li and Lao Luan. Carrying a person would hinder them when facing the beasts, and prevent them from casting out their strength, which would slow down their speed. Stop talking nonsense. Shi Yin grunted. Before we can leave the dark magnetic noxious mist, we will have to work together. The two brothers haven't reached the sky realm and thus cannot fly. If you leave them behind, I will have to abandon you. I have already had a look and that lake is not big. If we arrive there too late, the lake will be filled with too many people. Thus, if we want to get into that lake, then we will have to kick others out of it. And if we do not have consensus now, we will have less help by that time. Lao Li and Lao Luan expressed appreciation. After listening to Shi Yin, they reluctantly agreed and were no longer long-winded. They quickly grabbed the two brothers' hands and leaped up. Go! Shi Yin suddenly moved the gravitational fields while roaring out loud. The three gravitational fields now looked like crazy meat blenders, reverberating with ear-piercing sounds. The three gravitational fields immediately changed directions, moving towards the beasts which were wandering and approaching the group of Qi Shao and Kai Yi, creating a road leading straight to the center of the ancient city. Zwasu's group didn't dare to hesitate and immediately sped up, moving towards the center of the ancient city. Shi Yin lagged behind. His eyes were cold while he revealed a sneer. He used his mind to control the gravitational fields, clearing the road for the people of Zwasu's group. Three gravitational fields floated around Zwasu's group, preventing the beasts from coming closer. With these three gravitational fields, they didn't have to be scared of the beasts which were now on their sides or behind them. They just rushed forward all the way. Shi Yin was the last one, controlling the gravitational fields. He waited for the three people to leave and then once again triggered his mind, ordering the three gravitational fields to gather in one place, forming an enormous, gray tornado. After the integration of the three gravitational fields, this gray tornado was indeed obscure, and almost comparable to the 100 meters high castle. More than 10 sturdy beasts saw the people of Zwasu's group fly away and then suddenly made their way to Shi Yin, staring at him. Seeing the beasts coming toward him aggressively, he remained calm. He turned into a bunch of starlights and instantly merged into the huge gray tornado, controlling it and moving towards the direction of Qi Zhao's group. As Shi Yin was in the gravitational field, the beasts didn't dare to come close, but just stared from a distance. This gray tornado monopolized the whole area behind Zwasu's group. The beasts that wanted to pass through the tornado were forced to take a detour. While they were detouring, Shi Yin displayed the life and death seal. The seal's power bombed out of his hands. It created huge roars and hit those beasts, making them wobble and stagger. Having built the gravitational field, he naturally couldn't suffer from its strangling force. But after having fallen into it, his mind was agitated. The golden silks were bound in a region under the influence of the gravitational field, and thus stayed motionless in one spot. The golden silks were extremely sharp. Even he didn't dare to see if his body could withstand them or not. At this time, when the situation was critical, he didn't dare to try the powerful golden silk. In the gravitational field, he was stagnant and could only concentrate on controlling the gravitational field, slowly moving towards the center of the ancient city. Qi Shao and the others sprinted in the air. They instantly avoided the beasts as soon as they came close. In case they really couldn't avoid the beasts, they would work together to push the beasts to the side. They didn't seek to kill many beasts. They just needed to save a little more time to reach the center of the ancient city. What Aya and Qi Shao did was undoubtedly correct. The beasts rushed over from the four surrounding mountains. Most of them were in the periphery area of the ancient city. On the contrary, there were much fewer beasts in the area near the center of the city. In the center of the ancient city, the warriors who were hiding in the small silver lake had beheaded some beasts, helping reduce their number. Therefore, the closer they got to the center of the ancient city, the fewer beasts they had to face. Thus, it was naturally quite safe. On the contrary, outside the city center, as more and more beasts hustled over, those warriors who hadn't realized the situation were quickly submerged under the beast wave and bitten into pieces. The gravitational field flew around at a moderate speed. Along the way, Ashore continuously took actions, dragging 10 warriors who had been killed recently into the gravitational field to absorb their auras. Thus, his harvest was not small at all. He was willing to bear the task of guarding at the back because he precisely spotted the opportunity to take advantage of the chaotic situation to absorb the auras of the dead warriors. With the gravitational field, he didn't need to worry about being besieged by those beasts. Having this confidence, together with this coincident opportunity, he certainly would not let it go. Dozens of dead warriors' corpses were tied up at the same places with the golden silks in every corner of the gravitational field, and were firmly wrapped up by the gravitational field as well. While the auras were running into his body, he took the demon crystals out and stored them inside the blood vein ring. He calmly controlled the gravitational field while moving towards the center of the ancient city. Suddenly, changes started to happen in the small silver lake in the center of the ancient city again. The small lake was only 10 square meters, which was not large and only was able to accommodate few warriors. The warriors who got into that lake were enjoying their peaceful time without being worried about the beast's attacks. Thus, they obviously didn't want to leave. However, warriors who rushed into the center of the city after having gone through many dangers also wanted to jump into the lake. With that modest area, it was not enough for all the warriors. The newly arrived warriors could only occupy the position of others if they wanted to get into the lake, or else they would be left outside. At this time, hundreds of beasts were starting to gather in the center of the ancient city. Once all those beasts made it to the center, they would absolutely exterminate warriors who were left outside of the lake. By that time, those warriors who stayed outside of the lake would be torn down to pieces and wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, in order to occupy the positions in the lake, the warriors began to fight with each other for their own lives. Hence, those warriors recklessly rushed into the lake. The strange thing was that warriors couldn't fly above the lake, even if they were Sky Realm warriors. They couldn't just hang around above the lake and enjoy that silver halo. Everyone who wanted to get into the lake to avoid the flood of beasts' attacks would inevitably have to fight. This was the human warrior-led battle, and even more cruel than the one with the beasts. In the gravitational field, which was a few hundred meters away, Ashore saw an area where many secret treasures were rampaging. Brilliant lights splashed out everywhere. All kinds of ice and lightning were constantly bursting out. Suddenly, 2 messages were transmitted out from the blood vein ring: "Let us out." The messages came from the ice-cold flame and the earth flame. These 2 heaven flames were moving and swaying inside the blood vein ring as they seemed to spot some potential benefits. Chapter 392, Give me a position. Chapter 392, Give me a position. What? Ashore was shocked and immediately asked, "Why?" "This place has the power that we need to restore ourselves." The earth flame and the ice-cold flame sent out the same message. A trace of happiness flashed across Ashore's face. He didn't say anything further and quickly communicated with the blood vein ring, passing out his intention. The blood vein ring emitted hazy rainbow lights. 2 groups of huge burning fires flew out of it. After having left the blood vein ring, the ice-cold flame and the earth flame immediately spread out, dashing toward the Vermilion Bird Mount and Black Turtle Mount respectively. These 2 great heaven flames flew extremely fast like electricity. In a blink, they already arrived at the Vermilion Bird Mount and the Black Turtle Mount and then went directly into the 2 mountains. In the ancient city, the tornadoes, ice and lightning didn't seem to affect the ice-cold flame and the earth flame. Ashore didn't see them encounter any obstacles on the way. Seeing the ice-cold flame and the earth flame disappearing into the Vermilion Bird Mount and the Black Turtle Mount, Ashore was both delighted and scared. He vaguely knew that the flames of the Vermilion Bird Mount and the frost of the Black Turtle Mount seemed to be able to fill the power that they had lost. Knowing that the Vermilion Bird Mount and the Black Turtle Mount had great benefits for the 2 kinds of fire, Ashore was overjoyed and felt that the trip to the dark magnetic noxious mist was the right choice. Hiding in the gravitational field, Ashore was not anxious to go to the center of the ancient city. While looking at that place from afar, he continued collecting the dead warriors' bodies on his way to the center of the city, pulling them into the gravitational field. Beside the silver lake, sword lights constantly flashed as the brutal fighting continued. The strengths of the warriors from the divine land who could enter this miasma place were not weak. They certainly had some secret treasures for self-defense, and their martial techniques were also quite mysterious. In order to occupy one position in the Silver Lake, the warriors who were still wandering outside the lake began to attack those in the lake. With the lake as a center, all warriors displayed their own martial techniques and took out their secret treasures to fight for survival. At this time, 9 teams had occupied the lake. These 9 teams had around 70 or 80 people. Each team was quite far from each other. The momentum of the warriors of these 9 teams burst out while their secret treasures showed brilliantly. They were all coldly watching the periphery area of the lake. There were 3 teams in the center of the lake. Each team had 2/3 Sky of Sky Realm warriors. These people didn't hide their strength at this time, but instead they spread out all of their mighty power, using their strength to warn those who were snooping outside the lake like tigers stalking their prey. The 3 teams in the center of the lake were the most powerful in the entire ancient city. These 3 teams firmly grasped the lake center, released a strong momentum, hauled out their secret treasures and coldly looked at others around them. The other 6 teams were going around the edge of the lake. Each of these teams had second Sky of Sky Realm warriors. Each of them was holding a secret treasure. Among these 6 teams, 3 teams were facing the attacks of other warriors around the outside of the lake. These 3 teams only had 1 second Sky of Sky Realm warrior each, and thus their strength was relatively weak. And also because of that, warriors outside the lake all spotted these 3 teams' positions and wanted to occupy them. The warriors of these 3 teams in the lake cast out their full strength, using their strongest power to kill the provocateurs next to them, which terrified other oncoming warriors. The 3 other teams, which were also quite strong, were not the same as those with the 3rd Sky of Sky Realm warriors who were calmly sitting in the center of the lake. They instead all stood up and secretly stayed on alert, carefully looking around. Among them there were the Heavenly Palace's Ningli Ningzhe, 2 other Sky Ream warriors, and another 5 warriors in similar Heavenly Palace costumes. They all stood together, revealing a cold sneer on their faces. The secret treasures in their hands flashed with horrible power. They looked like they were going to discharge their full fatal power at any moment. The group of Aiya, Kai, Qishao, and the others stayed in the lake's periphery area and didn't dare to enter the key ground as they were afraid of being involved in this chaotic fight. Next to the lake, more than 10 dead bodies were dripping with blood. They were all killed in the fight. Around the lake, the brutal fight was still going on. Some teams won from time to time, killing the warriors of the teams in the lake, and then got into the lake. These new teams that had just settled in the lake were immediately faced with other teams wanting to challenge their position. Death at this moment became incredibly easy. Ningzhe obviously saw Kai and Aiya. However, at this moment, Ningzhe and the others didn't come out of the lake to deal with Kai and Aiya. They just coldly looked at Kai and Aiya as if they wanted to see the beasts tear those girls to pieces. Why hasn't Shiyin come yet? Zhuoshe looked at the fight in the lake and secretly clucked her tongue while her eyes displayed a trace of panic. All of these people are crazy. If it keeps going like this, more than half of the number of these warriors will kill each other and die even before all the beasts come. Since Shiyin is that confident, nothing will happen to him. Zhuoshe, there is no need to be worried. That kid is not an ordinary person. Qishao lifted a corner of his mouth and said, in only a few years that kid has already reached the 3rd Sky of Nirvana realm. I don't know how he cultivated so fast. Sai, I thought that you were superior enough, but compared to this kid, you are still a bit inferior to him. Zhuoshe, let's see if you dare not to do your best later. Zhuosu stared at her. Boom. A warrior was struck away by a top-class warrior in the lake. His body suddenly burst out and blood splashed everywhere. Qishao raised his eyebrows and then swung up his arm. A cluster of white smoke drifted, wiping the shower of blood and smashed flesh aside. It's horrible. People here are stronger than those in our merchant union. The merchant union is still a safe place. Since we came here, we have lost too many people. If we are attacked and killed here, it would be tragic. Zhuosu sadly sighed. Zhuoshe also nodded, sticking out her tongue and resentfully saying, you both shouldn't have asked to come here. We wouldn't have lost so many people. After listening to what she had said, Qishao let out a sigh. Shiyin is here. Aiya suddenly screamed out. Chaoyi, Qishao, and the others hastened to turn their heads. An enormous gray tornado slowly approached from the distance. Dozens of corpses floated in the tornado, swinging and swaying in accordance with the tornado. Behind the gray tornado, more than 10 beasts rushed over while howling. Although they were letting our ear-splitting growls, they didn't dare to enter the tornado. In the tornado, Shuryan showed an emotionless face, revealed a wicked smile and coldly looked at the beasts that were surrounding him, but he didn't feel scared at all. Come on. Another powerful man is coming. It seems that we will have fewer and fewer chances to have a spot here. Who is that little rascal? It seems that I have never met him before. Does he belong to one of the 7 ancient factions? Nonsense. If he is not a person from one of the 7 ancient factions, how come he is this powerful? Warriors surrounding the lake also noticed Shuryan hiding in the tornado. Seeing dozens of corpses floating in the tornado and many beasts staying outside the gravitational field without daring to jump into it, those warriors all displayed a frightened face and clambered up. No one could blame them for being scared. Those corpses and the beast's attitude were enough to explain the problem. Even though it seemed that Shuryan was only in the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm, he displayed a momentum that brought people fear. In the gray tornado which was 100 meters away where twisted energies blended thrillingly. Anyone could see how powerful that gravitational field was. Seeing Shuryan heading their direction, the warriors who were outside the lake hesitated before quickly stepping aside. They didn't dare to block his way. Even the 3 most powerful teams in the center of the lake also noticed Shuryan. Those 3rd sky of Sky Realm all had their eyes locked on Shuryan. Ning's face suddenly changed. Watching Shuryan coming, he quickly informed the people around, "That's him." Listening to Ning's word, the eyes of another Heavenly Palace's warrior who was in the 2nd sky of Sky Realm brightened up, staring at Shuryan. Damn it. It seems that our position will be lost again. This little rascal is extremely powerful. One of the other 6 teams on the side of the lake will definitely be out of luck. Yes, this time is really unlucky. If we can't get into the lake soon, aren't we going to be torn apart by those beasts? Wait for the opportunity. As long as we have a ray of hope, we will immediately drill into the lake. Let that bastard pass by smoothly unless you want to lose your life. They all displayed aggressive and unfearful faces. In this cruel situation they would do anything for their lives. Shuryan, we are here. Zwasher waved her hand. Her pretty face was full of joy. In the gravitational field, Shuryan sneered and controlled the gravitational field moving towards Zwasher's group of people. Seeing him approaching Zwasher's group, the warriors around cursed and instantly gave way to Shuryan's oncoming gray tornado. The 3 most powerful teams of warriors all looked at Shuryan who was rapidly approaching. When he got closer, they had a quick glance at him and immediately displayed a trace of horror on their faces. From a short distance, they could see the storm of the gravitational field and the chaotic forces interweaved in one place, resulting in a very terrible move. They were not sure if they could get out of that gravitational field safe and sound after jumping into it. The 100-meter-high gray tornado wrapped Shuryan and dozens of corpses while slowly moving forward. As soon as the beasts behind the tornado saw many warriors gathering, they didn't care about life or death and rushed over to the warriors who were lagging behind. There were dozens of beasts which were not really the main force. However, more beasts that had been lagging behind were on their way. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. After Shuryan had arrived, he left the gravitational field fixed outside the small lake. He suddenly knitted his eyebrows, looking at the 9 teams of warriors in the lake. After having had a quick glance at Shuryan, the faces of the warriors of those 9 teams slightly changed. They were all vigilant as Shuryan was staring at them. "You guys." Shuryan threw them a look, grinned, pointed to the Heavenly Palace's team of Ningze and said, "You guys come out. Leave that position for us." Ningze's face became cold. The face of the middle-aged man with the 2nd sky of Sky Realm cultivation base also changed. "Ayaya and Tsai, they are our goal." Shuryan pointed to Ningze's group and coldly said, "We don't have much time. After killing them we can sit and rest for a while." Ayaya, Kai, Chishao and the others all nodded. Chapter 393, Defeated. Chapter 393, Defeated. As soon as Shuryan finished talking, he instantly controlled the gravitational field, moving it directly towards Ningze's group in the lake. In the center of the lake, seeing the gravitational field coming, the 3 powerful teams of warriors suddenly displayed grave faces with their eyes stuck on Shuryan. In the gravitational field there was a mixture of different powers. The more kinds of powers it had, the more intimidating the gravitational field would become. Although Shuryan only had a cultivation base of 3rd sky of Nirvana realm, the energy in that gravitational field was extremely mighty, enough to terrify even a Sky Realm warrior. Shuryan was hiding in the gravitational field and suddenly flew out when it got closer to Ningze's group. Each gold silk in the gravitational field abruptly spread out crazily. Golden lights twisted with each other and filled the space up fast. The faces of Ning Zhe's team changed dramatically. Being the Heavenly Palace's warriors, they were obviously aware of how powerful the golden silks were. Even though they used golden silks to cultivate, they could only control their own golden silks. If others cultivated them, they could be lethal to them too. Therefore, seeing the gravitational field that contained the golden silks rushing over, the people of Ning Zhe's group quickly dodged it. "Little rascal, you do whatever you want, but don't come near us. Otherwise, don't blame us for joining forces to kill you." In the center of the small lake, a warrior of third sky realm with a face full of scars suddenly stood up after he saw the gravitational field coming closer and closer. He grunted coldly and spoke up to warn Shi Yan. Sitting on the ground, the other third sky realm warriors also coldly looked at Shi Yan with darkened faces. The lake was not large, while the gravitational field that Shi Yan controlled occupied a lot of space. Once the gravitational field stormed into the lake, it would affect and severely injure all the warriors inside it. Shi Yan smiled indifferently, nodded and said, "No worries. We just want a place in the lake. We will not mess with you." There were 9 teams in the lake. 3 of them had warriors at the third sky realm. If he irritated them, he knew that the consequences would not look good. Therefore, he still controlled the gravitational field carefully, letting it move forward at a very slow speed. For those teams, as long as Shi Yan's group had the ability to replace Ning Zhe's group and didn't affect them, they would not intervene. They would not mind if the people of Ning Zhe's group were alive or dead. "You are too contemptuous." The face of the middle-aged second sky realm warrior in Ning Zhe's group became cold. He suddenly grunted and moved aside to avoid the gravitational field, which was getting close as he rushed out of the lake. Seeing that man take action, Ning Zhe and the others in his group also knew that they had to make a move to avoid the gravitational field. Involving themselves in a fight with Shi Yan could hopefully help them secure a firm position in the lake. That man slightly moved as the others in Ning Zhe's group hesitated a little, and then suddenly rushed out as well from the lake, turning into electric lights that struck in the direction of Qi Xiao and Aiya. "Finally you're getting out," Shi Yan sneered coldly in his heart. He waited for Ning Zhe's group to get out from the lake to drill them into the gravitational field. The formerly slow gravitational field instantly became extremely violent, and its spinning speed became very fast, quickly covering the 3 Heavenly Palace's warriors. Those 3 warriors had just gotten out of the lake. They didn't think the gravitational field could get any faster. Thus, a slight carelessness had let them suffer the strong pulling force towards the center of the gravitational field. Each golden silk wrapped and tied them up in a short time. In just one breath, among ear-splitting screams, the 3/3 sky of Nirvana realm warriors had been crushed into pieces and then violently driven up by the gravitational field, turning into smashed pieces of flesh. Other warriors who were watching in the distance felt cold in their hearts. They looked at Shi Yan with terrified faces, and subconsciously moved backward, distancing themselves from this gravitational field. Qi Xiao let out a big scream. A lot of smoke diffused from his body, covering a range of 10 meters around him. In this thick smoke, bursts of violent energy fluctuations consistently came out one after the other. Qi Xiao was in the smoke, raising his hands and releasing a silver band. This ribbon split out in the air, shining brilliantly, and instantly wrapped a Heavenly Palace's warrior at the second sky realm, pulling him into the thick smoke. Aiya's and Kai Yi's faces became cold. That great pervaded money and a cluster of rings flew out together from these 2 girls' hands, covering Ning Zhe and the other 2 Heavenly Palace's warriors in the bright luster. Shi Yan burst into a crazy laughter. The negative forces spread all over his body while his momentum increased significantly. Inside numerous starlight spots, he shifted toward Ning Zhe and released a blow of the life seal that struck Ning Zhe. Ning Zhe coldly harumphed. He didn't believe that Shi Yan, who was only in Nirvana realm, could have the real strength to fight against him. He used his hand to cover the 3 green thumb rings on his hands. Instantly, 2 of them flew out as a strong soil element force also followed along. It seemed that thumb rings could stir up the earth power in heaven and earth. In the vortex, a vast, magnificent earth intent domain burst out from the 3 thumb rings. Crystal profound chi from Ning Zhe's fingertips poured into those 3 thumb rings, enhancing their earth intent domain's power, which made them release an extremely violent energy movement that started to attack Shi Yan. All objects had a spirit. The intent domain of Shi Yan's life seal, which involved the vitality of all spirits in heaven and earth, suddenly crashed into the three thumb rings. Boom! Two kinds of violent energy movements, which contain different martial intent domains, collided. The impact of that collision discharged beautiful, bright lights like fireworks, which shocked the other people. Life was unprincipled. Every creature had its own uniqueness. As long as the creatures had consciousness, life would become its most valuable asset. When this life seal was released, some lives of human beings and beasts became vaguely visible. These living forms were exposed differently from this life seal, and then split the fundamental earth intent domain of those three thumb rings. They separately pushed the soil element force of those three thumb rings aside, preventing them from continuously using the earth's power. Although Shi Yin was only in the nirvana realm, his comprehension of the life intent domain seemed to be more profound than Ning Zhe's enlightenment of the land conception. This supernatural profound meaning originally didn't distinguish the level of a warrior's strength. The high or low concept of an intent domain entirely depended on how a warrior understood the realm. After having entered this marvelous world, Shi Yin was still fighting. At the critical point of life and death, although he was not afraid of death, he still tried to save his own life. His understanding regarding the desire to live of every living creature obviously suited with the innate character of the life seal's intent domain. After having gone through the rampage and using the power imposed by the life seal, Shi Yin was already stronger than Ning Zhe. His comprehension of intent domain was a little more profound than Ning Zhe's. Thus, the intimidation of this life seal naturally had the upper hand. The life seal determinately split Ning Zhe's intent domain and covered the three thumb rings light. When the life seal submerged the three thumb rings, the energy inside the life seal also drilled towards Ning Zhe. Ning Zhe's intent domain became inferior, and his confidence was damaged. The life seal struck his whole body and sent him flying. While he was still in the air, his body produced crackling sounds. His body's bones didn't seem to be able to bear this blow, and suddenly cracked open. Ning Zhe's body was covered with blood even before landing. His face was totally pale, and his spirit was greatly weakened. So, this is what Sky Realm is like. Shi Yin sneered coldly. Your comprehension of martial intent domain is still shallow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to crush you while I am only in the nirvana realm. If your intent domain hadn't dissipated, your three thumb rings could have still condensed the earth's power, and thus, it would not be easy for me to hurt you. Tui. Ning Zhe suddenly spewed out a mouthful blood. His spirit was totally subdued. Not only did Shi Yin use the life seal to bombard Ning Zhe, but he also used words to destroy his will. If a warrior wanted to display his full strength, self-confidence was essential. When a person could not believe in himself, he could hardly release all of his power, even though he still had enough strength. Ning Zhe was feeling self-doubt. Shi Yin used words to attack and destroy Ning Zhe's confidence, giving him thoughts of being inferior to Shi Yin. Once this kind of thought appeared in Ning Zhe's mind, it would be difficult for him to exert all of his strength. He tried to protect himself but failed because his defensive profound chi became chaotic all of a sudden. Ning Zhe's chaotic profound chi allowed the impact of Shi Yan's life seal to burst out inside his body, making more of his bones explode. At this moment, Ning Zhe couldn't help but spit out a mouthful blood. His whole body was exhausted. Spurting blood meant that Ning Zhe no longer had any confidence. This blow affected not only this fight, but also the rest of his life. Seeing Ning Zhe falling on the ground and spitting out a mouthful blood because of Shi Yan's words, the third sky of Sky Realm warriors in the lake all shook their heads, knowing that Ning Zhe was totally screwed. They all looked at Shi Yan with grave seriousness. Most of the warriors could destroy a person's body. However, destroying a person's will require accumulating momentum, great wisdom, and a determined and ruthless mind. Shi Yan was the type of person who had absolute self-confidence. Moreover, he firmly believed that he was better than anyone, and was not easy to yield to other people because of any difficulties. This kind of warrior was the most terrible. You are not my match. Shi Yan displayed a cruel face as he calmly walked toward Ning Zhe. He was not hurried to take action but continued his degrading words. Ning Zhe's face looked horrified. He blankly sat there with a confused look while his mind was panicked. Chapter 394, The Insight Battle. Chapter 394, The Insight Battle. Most of the warriors looked at Ning Zhe, quietly shook their heads and let out a sigh. They seemed to know that Ning Zhe's life was going to end in tragedy. Poor you. You obviously have a cultivation base of first sky of Sky Realm, but lost to the hands of a Nirvana Realm warrior. It is said that you are a rare talented warrior of the Ning family in the Heavenly Palace. But since you couldn't bear this kind of blow, how did you break through the sky realm? Aha, or maybe you have taken spiritual pellets? Using a significant number of spiritual pellets to pave the way to reach this realm based on the stroke of luck? How nice. He was such a ruthless guy. In the center of the lake, a group of third sky of Sky Realm warriors was watching Shi Yan approaching. Shi Yan seemed not in a hurry to take action, but instead he continued urging Ning Zhe. They all revealed odd faces and were secretly vigilant. Shi Yan kept ridiculing Ning Zhe while the latter's face was getting even paler. His eyes expressed a trace of confusion. At this moment he didn't have any more self-confidence left. He kept thinking about how to escape from this cruel person. It was over. Seeing Ning Zhe's eyes change, the surrounding warriors realized that his death was inevitable and let out a long sigh. The fact that a warrior didn't even dare to continue to fight and just wanted to escape meant that he had lost his spirit and couldn't run away. Indeed. Shi Yan immediately released the Life and Death Seal. The Life Seal and the Death Seal, which contained the Life and Death Intent domain, overlapped in the air and fully covered Ning Zhe, bombarding all of his escapes. With all of his escapes blocked, Ning Zhe became desperate, and his will of survival was affected by the Life and Death Intent domain, giving him the fear of his imminent death. Ning Zhe died. When the Life and Death Seal covered him, Ning Zhe barely condensed the defensive force, and thus couldn't stop the Life and Death Seal's impact. Bang! The Life and Death Seal drilled into Ning Zhe's body, which then produced an earth-shaking explosive sound. His whole body burst out, exposing bones and flesh, and was finally crushed into small pieces. Slowly walking towards Ning Zhe and feeling his aura passing, Shi Yan grumbled with a cruel grin and was secretly proud of his actions, although he knew that Ning Zhe had died innocently. If Ning Zhe weren't scared and hadn't lost his self-confidence, Shi Yan would have had to urge out more power, enhancing his level from the first sky to the second sky, to be able to kill Ning Zhe. However, because of Ning Zhe's own reasons, which were losing his will and being unable to display his full strength, Shi Yan had an opportunity to kill him easily. This battle made Shi Yan aware of the importance of a warrior's momentum. Not only that, he now had a deep understanding of one's willpower and the intent domain. After this battle, he knew why it was difficult to challenge a stronger opponent. The gap between their realms was too far, and thus the weak side would have a feeling of being inferior to the other side. With this mentality, it was even harder for the weak side to perform their full power. People with higher realm naturally had stronger self-confidence. This self-confidence would let their power reach the supreme state. If it continued like that, the strong would get stronger and the weak would get weaker. Thus, nothing unexpected would happen. If the weak wanted to challenge the strong, they first had to overcome their own mentality. Only if they had absolute confidence could they win the battle without being affected by the opponent and display their full power. With this mentality and a strong will, a warrior could even reach out of his comfort zone and handle the stronger opponent. Shi Yan had benefited a lot from ordinary battles before. However, this was the first time he understood that in combat, it was not only about strength in fighting, but also about the battle of wits. Sometimes, the fearless momentum could make up for the lack of strength. With this understanding, Shi Yan looked at the third sky of Sky Realm warriors in the small lake, and a subtle change suddenly lit up in his eyes. When those guys had given him a warning before, he had secretly been alert and had a thought of not irritating those people. Because of that concern, his momentum had been weakened a little bit, as if he actually was much weaker than them. However, after the battle with Ning Zhe, his understanding had reached a totally new realm. He suddenly felt cheerful, as his wisdom seemed to have risen to another level. With his tenacious nerves, through this insight, Shi Yan now had an extremely arrogant self-confidence. At this moment, even if a god realm came, he would not be scared, nor let his momentum weaken just because of his opponent's mightiness. Even the idea of rebellion was not born yet. The warriors in the small lake quietly watched him and realized that his eyes were changing. Shi Yan's eyes now didn't show any fear, but a trace of arrogance instead. These warriors slightly knitted their eyebrows. Compared to Shi Yan, who was only in the Nirvana realm, they were one level higher. However, in the fight with them, Shi Yan would not be scared now just because of their higher realm. Ning Zhe is dead. If you leave me outside, I will not be nice to you either. Shi Yan turned around towards Qi Zhao's direction, shouted, and moved to Zwisher's position. Let's get in. Zwisher was the only one who wasn't involved in the battle. She knew that she couldn't help and could also become a liability for others. Thus, she had quietly hidden in the crowd, not letting Ning Zhe and the other Heavenly Palace's warriors draw their attention to her. Her move was undoubtedly smart. It was because of her cleverness that Shi Yan Aiya and the others could freely take action without worrying about her to be attacked by the two Heavenly Palace's warriors. In the crowd, Zhuoshi hadn't watched her master Qi Xiao and her grandfather fight in the battle. Instead, she stared at Shi Yan when he had calmly killed Ning Zhe. Many warriors were surrounding them and had observed the battle. As for Zhuoshi, through this battle she also understood a lot about momentum and the role of the mind. Hearing Shi Yan's shout, Zhuoshi gently smiled while her eyes were full of aura, displaying an amazing spirit. "You are such a bad guy. Your mouth is harsh as well. Otherwise that guy wouldn't have died as soon as he did." Shi Yan grinned and said, "It is just because that guy hadn't experienced too many brutal tribulations. If he couldn't even bear my provoking words, he deserved to die." While talking, Shi Yan stepped into the small lake. At the same time, the gravitational field began to move again, slowly backing out of the lake, moving aside and creating a channel for him. Beside the lake, many warriors were silently watching them. They saw the channel revealing but didn't dare to enter first, and could only helplessly watch Shi Yan together with Zhuoshi walk into it. They even actively gave him the way because they were afraid of accidentally making him misunderstand their motives. Shi Yan took Zhuoshi to enter the lake while hauling out some demon crystals, giving them to her and saying with a smile, "You shouldn't worry too much. Use those demon crystals to restore your strength." He had soon realized that the three people of Zhuoshi's group hadn't restored their profound qi yet. Since they had left the stone fortress and come here, their body strength was not at their peak states. When the three demon crystals emerged, Zhuoshi and Qi Xiao felt very jealous, as they wanted to grasp those three demon crystals. They had experienced many difficulties in the gravitational field, but didn't have any demon crystals in their hands. Otherwise, since they had been staying in the stone fortress for such a long time, they should have restored their profound qi to the peak. Sure enough, when Zhuoshi received those demon crystals, her eyes suddenly lit up while she exclaimed in shock, "So many demon crystals." Shi Yan smiled and shook his head, knowing that his guess was right. "Recover yourself nicely. When your grandfather and Qi Xiao come here, you can give them these demon crystals so that they can reach their peak as well." "Thank you. You are really loyal. You don't forget your old friends." Zhuoshi threw a glance at him while her small face was beaming with a beautiful smile. "Since you left the Merchant Union, we didn't hear any news from you and even thought that you have already forgotten us." Grandfather Shi was still asking us if we had any news from you. In fact, I thought that you were ungrateful. Well, I forgive you now." Zhuoshi seemed to resent him a little bit. She took this opportunity to pour out everything that was on her mind. Shi Yan looked stunned and then suddenly whined, "I am really ruthless. I have disappointed the Shi family." After having entered the Endless Sea, he had rarely thought about the Merchant Union and the Shi family's relatives. After having come to this Grace mainland, he had experienced a lot of things, met a lot of people. But the person who was sincerely nice to him and considered him a loved one was only the Shi family's elder, Shi Jian. The Shi family had been much help to him. After having realized that he had potential traits, they had even persuaded him to leave the Merchant Union, advising him to go to the Endless Sea to pursue his own future. Right now, hearing Zhuoshi's words, he felt ashamed at heart and couldn't stop thinking about the experiences he had in the Merchant Union. He then determined that one day when he had enough strength he would help the Shi family, so that they would become a ruling force and have a broad future, not just a small force in the Merchant Union anymore. "We give up. I will give you this position." At this time, the voice of the Heavenly Palace's second Sky Realm warrior came up from that thick smoke. After seeing other people around him perishing one after another, he knew that it was difficult to defeat Shi Yan's group. Thus, he finally decided to give up. Once he gave up, those Heavenly Palace warriors who were fighting with Aiya and the others hurriedly stopped and gathered to his side. "We still have a chance." That man looked solemn as he pointed to some other teams in the lake and said, "We can't keep this position, but we can still take from someone else's. It's not only them in the lake." At the edge of the lake, there were 5 teams of warriors remaining. Hearing that man speak, their faces suddenly changed and they all put their guards up. "That's very good," Shi Yan said and then nodded toward Qi Xiao and the others. "Since they are smart, we should not cruelly kill them all. No need to waste our strength. Let's get in and rest. It's good to watch them fight and die while we are still alive." Hearing Shi Yan's words, Qi Xiao, Aiya, and Kai Yi simultaneously nodded and came together. As soon as they got into the lake, Shi Yan suddenly controlled his mind to divert the gravitational field and put it in front of them. Therefore, if any warrior wanted to kill them, they had to face the gravitational field first. The gravitational field was indeed a barrier that prevented the warriors from making them fearless, and thus stopping them from considering Shi Yan's group as their target. Chapter 395, A Moment of Gasping for Breath. Chapter 395, A Moment of Gasping for Breath. The beasts outside the ancient city rushed into the lake's area. The warriors who were still outside the lake saw the beasts coming, and knew that the situation now was critical. They didn't wait any longer and dashed towards the teams of warriors in the lake to launch their final attacks. Instantly, all kinds of secret treasures went rampant over the lake. Dazzling lights interweaved and formed a network of various violent bursting tyrannical energy fluctuations. Shi Yan was sitting in the lake with the gravitational field in front of his people, making other warriors scared. No one was daring enough to pick Shi Yan's group as their target. Aiya, Kai Yi, Lao Li and Lao Luan relied on Shi Yan's power so that they could have some more time to breathe and take out their demon crystals to use the power inside to restore their profound qi. Qi Shao, Zhou Su, and Zhou Shi were somehow having the same feeling of embarrassment. However, thanks to Shi Yan, the three of them now also had demon crystals in their hands to restore their strength, and didn't need to worry about becoming the target of any other warriors in front of them. Seeing Shi Yan's group settled in the lake, the three most powerful teams in the center of the lake had no reaction. They gradually loosened their vigilance and then sat down again. These three most powerful teams in the center of the lake had third sky of Sky Realm warriors who were sitting in front to protect them. Therefore, other warriors could only surround the lake from the outside, and didn't dare to mess with them. They just tried to deal with the other five teams. Sitting in the lake, Shi Yan frowned and observed with a cold face. He watched the other warriors fighting and killing each other while he quietly controlled the gravitational field. The gravitational field was originally huge, but then silently separated into another smaller gravitational field. This small gravitational field slowly collected all the dead warriors from the battle. More than 10 dead warriors were pulled into the small gravitational field. The abundant aura from those bodies massively overflowed and poured into Shi Yan's acupuncture points. While others were desperately fighting, he took the opportunity to collect the dead warriors' bodies to enhance his own strength. So many people were fighting aggressively and new warriors were killed every second. In the meantime, Shi Yan could leisurely sit in the lake and not need to waste any of his strength, yet could still obtain a huge harvest. This trip to dark magnetic noxious mist was indeed the right choice. Shi Yan coldly sneered inside his heart as he felt the influx of heaven and earth aura that suppressed his state of mind. He then began to notice the pain in his acupunctures, and somehow couldn't bear so many auras. He thus retrieved the gravitational field. It was not that he didn't want to continue collecting more auras, but he knew his own situation and that he shouldn't be too greedy. This place was abnormally dangerous, and if he fell into the possessed by the devil state because of his greed, the consequences would not be worth it. Giving up on collecting more auras of the dead bodies, he still vigilantly looked around only to see a bunch of warriors tragically dying and more beasts rushing over. Finally, hundreds of beasts stormed in like locusts. These beasts were like tigers stalking their prey, immediately starting to kill those warriors who were gathered outside the lake. At this moment, the fight outside the lake became brutal. The warriors not only had to face the other warriors in the lake, but they also had to cope with the influx of the beasts. More and more warriors outside the lake were attacked. Many of them were bitten and torn apart, even their bones were swallowed. Although this small lake had a special effect in resisting the beasts, the warriors in the lake were still a little bit worried that the defensive power of this lake would suddenly disappear. With so many beasts gathering outside it, once the lake's defense was turned off, those warriors who were meditating would be bitten and swallowed in a short time. No one dared to take risks, and thus they all looked like they were encountering a pandemic. The brutal fight with a significant number of warriors and beasts finally ended after around 10 minutes. The Heavenly Palace's warriors also had the same result as Ningzhe. They couldn't enter the lake at the end and were then replaced by other teams. They were all bitten and crushed into pieces, swallowed into the beasts' bellies. Soon there was no one alive outside of the lake, leaving behind only pieces of bodies and almost 1,000 different types of beasts. Those beasts opened their bloody mouths, emitting a stingy, bloody smell from their sharp fangs. Their eyes coldly looked at the warriors in the lake but didn't dare to rush at them. They just surrounded the lake without leaving. It seems that this small silver lake is indeed the only way to survive. Aiya frowned and softly let out a sigh. Poor warriors who couldn't come in here. All of them have suffered a tragic death. This dark magnetic noxious mist is really cruel. If we want to get the secret treasures, we have to exchange them for our lives. Kai Yi and Lao Li nodded simultaneously and displayed fearful faces. Shiyin, we have disturbed you this time. Without your gray tornado, we wouldn't have been able to take this position from the hands of the Heavenly Palace's people. Lao Li sincerely expressed his gratefulness and said, in that stone fortress without you, we two brothers would have already. Lao Li and Lao Luan clearly understood that if it weren't for Shiyan's orders, the two girls Aya and Kai Yi definitely wouldn't have brought them here. If they just relied on their feet, they wouldn't have made it to this small silver lake. On the way, the two brothers gradually considered him as their true leader, and began to admire as well as respect him. After this battle, the two of them honestly recognized him, unlike Aya and Kai Yi who had unkind thoughts. I knew what to do so that all of us could make it here, Shiyin revealed a faint smile. You and I have also experienced many things and thus I have considered you guys as my friends. I cannot betray my friends. While speaking, Shiyin glanced at Aya and Kai Yi. The eyes of the two brothers flashed up, and they secretly nodded. Aya's and Kai Yi's faces looked unhappy. They both grunted. Don't be so happy. This is just those beasts' first attack. Storms, flames, wind, frost and lightning are still here. This small lake can prevent the beasts, but it doesn't mean that it can block those disasters that come from the four mountains as well. Shiyin contemplated a little bit while his face didn't relax. We should all be careful. When those disasters get here, we should be well prepared. First thing is defense so that these disasters cannot destroy us. Aya and the others now looked tense again. Shiyin, how did you suddenly reach the third sky of Nirvana realm? Wuxia quietly stood up and laughed while gently walking to his side. I clearly remember that when we were in Deep Cloud's place, you were only in the disaster realm. Now, you are already in the third sky of Nirvana realm after only 7 or 8 years. Your cultivation is really fast. Qi Xiao and Wuxia both looked at him. What? Kai Yi's graceful face slightly changed. Her eyes brightened up and looked at Shiyin sharply. You have reached Nirvana realm from disaster realm in only 7 to 8 years. The faces of Aya and the two brothers also lost their color. They looked at him like they were watching a monster. Shiyin knitted his eyebrows and indifferently said, I was just lucky. Shiyin, why did you come here? Didn't you go to the Endless Sea to see the Yang family? Wuxia was stunned for a moment and suddenly remembered something. That's right. Your great-grandfather told us that if we met you, we should encourage you to cultivate harder and not to let the Yang family's people look down on you. How was it in the Yang family? How did they treat you? Did you encounter anything unpleasant? The Yang family, Shiyin muttered a sentence, shook his head and revealed a wry smile. I don't want to talk about this now as it's impossible to tell you everything in just a short time. How is my great-grandfather? He is good. Currently, our Zhou family and Shi family are dominating the merchant union. The Baiming family, Mo family and Ling family have almost been destroyed. The warriors of these three great families have cleared out. Their strengths have significantly decreased in the merchant union. Thus, all the new warriors have joined either the Zhou family or the Shi family. Wuxia smiled. Thanks to you, the two families could become the dominators in the merchant union. You didn't encounter any difficulties? Shiyin asked casually. The smile on Wuxia's face stiffened while his eyes showed a trace of sadness. He said, we didn't encounter big troubles. However, the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire gave us a lot of pressure. The fight between these two countries was spreading and affecting the merchant union. They wanted to borrow our forces and didn't want us to be neutral. Evidently, they most likely won't let us live in peace. In Deep Cloud's place, there were the Fire Empire, the God-blessed Empire, and the Merchant Union. Among them, the Merchant Union was considered the weakest. After Baiming family, Mo family and Ling family were wiped out, the number of Merchant Union warriors was not enough. Thus, they were not able to face the intimidation from these two empires, and let them harbor wicked intentions. Listening to what Wuxia had said, Shiyin raised his eyebrows, nodded calmly and said, when we have time, I will find a way to help you deal with the threat of the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire. However, this has to wait until after we leave this dark magnetic noxious mist. The Endless Sea also has many troubles. Listening to Shiyin's words, Wuxia and the other people displayed a curious look. However, since Shiyin didn't say anything further, they didn't pry for more information. You guys shouldn't keep talking about old stories. Trouble is coming again. Aya suddenly spoke up, interfering with their conversation. She pointed to the intensive lightning area ahead and said, the lightning over there will come here first. We should think about how to deal with the incoming lightning. A bunch of lightning was meandering and twisting in the air like electric snakes. In the dazzling electric lights, the lightning was coming closer and closer. Whatever the lightning passed through, stone fortresses below all exploded, and stone rubble splashed everywhere. Look at the sky. A third Sky Realm warrior in the center of the lake suddenly screamed out in surprise. Shi Yin subconsciously raised his head up to look at the sky. In the area where the two rivers interweaved, ancient corpses piled up, vaguely forming a bridge which extended to the small lake and gradually descended into the lake. Violent fluctuations came in from those dazzling lights. Many colorful beams of lights, which looked as if there were fishes inside, were twisting and meandering. With a closer look, people realized that the lights were actually swords, armors, jade hairpins, jade stones, all kinds of secret treasures. Those are the secret treasures. The warriors in the lake screamed boisterously with excitement. All of them were ready to grab the secret treasures. In the center of the lake, 6 of the third Sky Realm warriors stood up one by one, raised their heads up as they threw a quick look at the movement above, and then immediately stared at Shi Yan's group with cold eyes. They obviously didn't have good intentions. Chapter 396, Mountain and River Seal. Chapter 396, Mountain and River Seal. Be careful. Qi Zhao's face slightly changed. He subconsciously gathered his strength, as his 5 fingers contracted and a flow of hazy smoke gently flew out from his fingernails like a spiritual snake. Aya and Kai tensed up. From a distance, they were observing the storm, lightning, flames, and frost gradually approaching. They were also watching out for the other teams of warriors in the small lake as they were afraid that they would take any explosive action to obtain the secret treasures. The energy fluctuations at the point where the two galaxies interweaved above everyone's heads were getting more and more violent. It seemed like countless different energy traits at that weaving point had begun to have some unusual changes. The floating ancient corpses were affected by the energy from that center weaving point and started to sink slowly. These corpses formed a ladder which started from the sky and gradually fell closer to everyone's heads. The ladder that these ancient corpses have formed should have reached that energy weaving point. Wait until that ladder descends. Then, these 3 teams of warriors will compete for the opportunity to go up. Aya took out a dark purple stone, on which a mysterious pattern looking like a network of mountains and rivers was engraved. The breadth of the intent domain had fully covered those crisscrossing rivers. The stone seal in her white hand vaguely scattered purple lights. The pattern engraved on the stone was very lively. In those purple lights, mountains and rivers looked like they were being revived, as they slowly started moving on the stone. Aya immersed her mind in the stone. Her whole body suddenly brought out a thorough intent domain. She poured her profound chi from her body into the stone to form a connection and then gently said, "This mountain and river seal is a sacred level secret treasure. When the disasters come closer and the other 3 teams of warrior take action, I will immediately release this mountain and river seal. It can certainly hinder them for some time while we take the opportunity to climb onto that corpse bridge and go to the sky." As soon as Kai Yi, Lao Li and Lao Luan saw her take out the mountain and river seal, their eyes all lit up. It seemed that they also knew the use of this mountain and river seal, as their faces were clearly startled. Shi Yin glanced at Aya and secretly nodded as he knew that this girl at this moment seemed to understand the great picture and finally used her hidden means. Aya came from the White Emperor City and was said to be the daughter of the Castellan of the White Emperor City. From Kai Yi and Lao Li, he knew that the Castellan of the White Emperor City had an extremely profound cultivation base. Aya was his daughter, so the fact that she had strong secret treasures didn't surprise Shi Yin at all. During this journey, since he had started to lead this team, Aya had become more relaxed than before. She had deliberately hidden her real power in many fights, as well as used many secret treasures to deal with enemies. The fact that she decided to use the mountain and river seal this time meant its power was strong. Everyone must be careful. If Aya releases the mountain and river seal, as long as you spot the opportunity, do not hesitate. Shi Yin looked at Qi Xiao, Zuoshe and Zuosu. The 3 people of Aya's group also came from the White Emperor City, so they knew the magical effect of this mountain and river seal. However, Qi Xiao's group didn't. Shi Yin was worried that they didn't know the situation well enough to grasp the opportunity later. Therefore he had to tell them in advance. Qi Xiao's group slightly nodded with solemn faces, indicating that they clearly understood what he said. "Little Shi, stick to your master and do not stray away from him at any cost." Zuosu lowered his voice and told Zuoshe seriously. If you are separated from your master, you have to rely on Shi Yan. You are the weakest, so no need to try your hardest. Your most important task is to keep your own life. Qi Xiao had a cultivation base of second sky of Sky Realm, and was considered the strongest one among them. Zhuosu and Qi Xiao had known each other for many years, and he also knew Qi Xiao's ability. He was confident that Qi Xiao would be able to protect Zhuoshi at the critical moment. As for Shi Yan, although it seemed that he was only in the Nirvana realm at first glance, when he brought out his strength, Zhuosu couldn't help but secretly praise him. Zhuosu was in the Nirvana realm as well, and he knew that he could hardly protect anyone else at a critical point in time. He couldn't entrust Zhuoshi's safety to Aiya, Kai or any of the others. That was why he had spoken these words. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I will take good care of myself." Zhuoshi gently replied while her brightened eyes blinked. She continued to worry a little. "Grandpa, you also have to be careful. The secret treasures are obviously precious, but you shouldn't risk your life. Although your cultivation is the top in the Deep Clouds place, your strength here is." Zhuosu revealed a wry smile, nodded, and didn't say anything. Actually, there was no excuse. The situation in this dark magnetic noxious mist was totally different than that of the Deep Clouds place. All of the warriors here had at least Nirvana realm cultivation base, and most of them were very young and outstanding. After coming here, Zhuosu was somehow a little bit sad, and for the first time he was aware of the fact that living in the Deep Clouds place was actually pitiable. He had a feeling like a frog sitting on the bottom of the well. Moreover, he had secretly made up his mind that once he got out of the dark magnetic noxious mist alive, he would certainly reconsider the future of the Zhuo family. He would open his eyes wider and no longer limit himself to a small place like the Deep Clouds place. While the people of Zhuosu's and Aiya's group were talking, the corpse bridge was getting closer to everyone's heads, only about a few dozen meters away. At this moment, the three teams in the center of the lake couldn't control themselves anymore. Their eyes flashed with fierce lights, and they started to launch their attacks toward the opponent next to them. First, the three teams had only focused their powers on other teams who had third sky of Sky Realm warriors, because they considered them as their main threats. However, when they subconsciously looked at the disasters which were slowly coming their way, they began to pay attention to Shi Yan's group as well. The faces of Shi Yan, Qi Xiao, Aiya and the others became cold. Everyone tensed up. The distance between them and those disasters was getting closer. Shi Yan's group would probably be the ones who got hit first by the flames and storm. In case they had to resist the disasters and other warriors attacked at the same time, their situation would be extremely dangerous. "Remember, pay attention to my actions," Aiya said in a voice which only the people next to her could hear to inform her team. She was holding the mountain and river seal, which had turned to a strange dark purple hue. The blood vessels in her hand had a thin strand of purple light, which flowed slowly into the mountain and river seal. Wearing. The sound of the storm was like the growl of a ferocious ghost, which came slowly and suddenly resonated. The first disaster to arrive was the storm. In the violent wind, the energy was like a surging tide that came along with the storm and quickly spread out over the lake. In the storm, strange lights flashed up like dazzling swords. That light carried a gleam of sharp cold with it. Seeing the invasion of the storm, the faces of the people on the 6 teams next to the lake darkened. They all hauled out their secret treasures and released their own defensive halos. Those warriors no longer hid their secret defensive treasures as they put on their colorful armors that had special effects. Zhuoshi also put on her dragon turtle armor. This strange armor, which was made of a turtle shell, covered more than half of her tall body. Except for her 2 long legs, her entire body was covered. Her look was ridiculous as the armor was as motionless and heavy as a mountain. Shi Yan was somehow surprised. He stared at her for a moment, nodded and said, "It looks like in these years you have had a deeper understanding of this dragon turtle armor. That's good. Although it doesn't look very nice, its defense should be helpful." Zhuoshi's face reddened. She embarrassedly said, "Don't say anything more. I know this armor is ugly. I don't need you to remind me." Shi Yan was dumbfounded and then immediately turned his head, looking at the area above the gravitational field which was ahead of him. He began paying attention to the impact of that storm on the gravitational field. The storm massively covered the sky as rain poured down. It violently poured a kind of strange, twisting power into the gravitational field. When a part of the gravitational field came in contact with the storm, different mixed forces suddenly became unbearably chaotic. They seemed to be affected by the storm, which made the rotation speed decrease and even gradually slow down. Feeling cold in his heart, Yen immediately realized that this moving storm could destroy the gravitational field. His face slightly changed. He didn't hesitate too much, taking the opportunity when the storm wasn't completely in the gravitational field yet to swing up his two hands in the air. Bursts of energy fluctuations discharged from his hands. The golden silks that mixed with the gravitational field were affected by the strange power from his two hands, turning into golden lights and disappearing into the storage ring on his finger. Within 3 short seconds, all the golden silks had been collected into the storage ring again. After the disappearance of the golden silks, the gravitational field, which he had built and had been working well, was finally filled with the power of the storm. In a blink of an eye, different kinds of energies that had condensed in the gravitational field were all stirred up by the storm's movement. The gravitational field then disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha. In the center of the lake, a third Sky of Sky Realm warrior coldly looked at Yen for a short while before pouting his lips and saying, "One threat less." The fact that some of the strongest warriors in the lake had guarded against Yan's group was because of the gravitational field. The strange power of the gravitational field and the existence of the golden silks had terrified those warriors and made them consider him as their greatest threat. Now that the gravitational field had disappeared and Yen was only in the Nirvana realm, in their eyes, his group was not strong enough to affect them. Their faces loosened as they no longer felt threatened by his group. At this moment, the purple lights of the mountain and river seal in Aya's hand suddenly rose to her head. Streams of purple lights scattered from the mountain and river seal like small springs overflowing and spreading out, quickly filling the space above everyone's heads like a network. "Don't be hasty." Yan's face suddenly changed. He couldn't help but shout. The purple lights of the mountain and river seal were like a small spring extending outward above the crowd's heads and overwhelming the space above the lake in a very short time. Aya took advantage of the mountain and river seal's change and screamed, "Everyone get ready." Other warriors in the lake coldly looked at Aya, grunted, and focused their attention on her. Chapter 397, Viciousness. Chapter 397, Viciousness. "Little girl, since you are asking for death, I will fulfill it for you." In the center of the lake, the scarred face of a third Sky of Sky Realm warrior darkened as he suddenly launched a blow. A huge palm which was formed by the condensation of profound chi emerged in the sky, covering Aya. The center of the palm transmitted a strong suction force. Standing together with him was another third Sky of Sky Realm warrior, who revealed a trace of disdain on his face. He slowly walked over with his left hand outstretched from his sleeve. With the speed which was as fast as lightning, he began releasing streams of light which condensed into a huge crystal python, dashing toward Yan's group in an attempt to tear them apart. The corpse bridge in the sky finally fell to a climbable height. The faces of people of Yan's group changed suddenly. They anxiously told Aya to pay attention to this warrior. Seeing the warrior coming and forming a crystal python, Yen and Kai didn't dare to hesitate and immediately started to take defense. "Yen, take good care of my little Shur for me." Qishao suddenly shouted out loud and a gray ball flew out from his cuff. The thick fog inside of it also quickly spread out then instantly gathered, forming a mist of gray smoke that blocked the incoming crystal python. Kai's face was cold. She also discharged the round rings on her arm. A bunch of rings spanned in the air with dazzling lights, shooting sharp blades towards that crystal python. Zhuasu, Lao Li and Lao Luan were motionless while wearing solemn faces. They didn't dare to relax. The crystal python twisted its body and shook its head satisfactorily. It was around 10 meters long. The serpentine pattern on its body was very obvious. When this python flew over, it instantly spurted out a bunch of lights. Crystal light was like an all-conquering sword which pierced and destroyed the fog barrier that Qishao had put out and hit the rings that Kai had discharged. The edge of the rings had many blades. When those rings hit the crystal light, their tracks were all changed and they burst out in every direction. Kai's face was pale as she was affected by the strike. Her entire body trembled as she moved back 3 steps. Her eyes suddenly darkened. At the same time, the other 2 teams of warriors in the lake also fought with each other and started to snatch the opportunity to climb onto the corpse bridge. Aya released the mountain and river seal. Purple lights were constantly blinking on and off between her eyebrows. That bunch of purple lights and the mountain and river seal connected, making this seal turn into a purple stream that extended broadly and covered the entire lake in just a short time. A heavy momentum from that purple stream oppressed those under it down. All of the warriors in the lake were agitated and affected under this strong pressure, which brought them the feeling that it was impossible to destroy it. Shi was no exception. That purple stream also had a big influence on the Sea of Consciousness. The mentality fluctuations from the mountain and river seal came out and spread through the purple stream, affecting all warriors in the lake. All of the warriors in the lake were under the influence of the mountain and river seal, making their Sea of Consciousnesses affected as well. Within a second of being distracted, their eyes looked dazed. Aya suddenly flew away. She was as fast as lightning. While people were still in a daze, she was the first one who was able to come close to the stone ladder. Before others could react, she had already gotten on the stone ladder and quickly climbed onto the corpse bridge toward the weaving point. The 5 devils in Shi Sea of Consciousness suddenly woke up. On the edge of life and death, Shi instantly restored his consciousness and saw Aya, who was now the first one climbing on the corpse bridge towards the weaving point in the sky. Damn it! Shi couldn't help but curse. Aya had set them up. She didn't intend to go with other people in Shi's group to the stone ladder. She had released the mountain and river seal that had attracted other teams to let Qishao and Kai take action. She made use of Qishao and Kai to give herself more time to release the power of the mountain and river seal. When the great hand seal of the warrior with the scarred face was released, it was instantly affected by the mountain and river seal and thus couldn't discharge all of its power. At the moment when everyone's eyes looked dazed, Aya had spotted the opportunity and released the greatest strength of the mountain and river seal, affecting everyone's Sea of Consciousness. She then took advantage of this moment to be the first one to climb the stone ladder. Aya clearly didn't consider the other people of Shi's group her friends. In the past few days she probably stayed with Shi's group just to wait for this moment. She made use of Shi to attract the attention of other warriors and thus borrowed them to deal with Shi's group. She then took the opportunity to rush to the corpse bridge. And she did it. Aya quickly climbed the stone ladder. Below the mountain and river seal, a purple stream was formed and instantly condensed into a heavy defense barrier. Under the sky, the mountain and river seal formed a purple river which became a new barrier that contained a large number of purple lights. When she rushed to the corpse bridge, the purple lights gathered with the ancient corpses at the bottom of the bridge. She didn't want anyone else to catch up with her. Such a malicious girl. The third Sky Realm warrior with the scarred face secretly cursed her. When the great hand seal grabbed an ancient corpse which was nearest to everyone, it was smacked away, and thus the great hand seal couldn't snatch the ancient corpse nor crush the purple lights of the mountain and river seal. I didn't expect that you could think of such a way. Young generations like you guys are really cunning. The warrior who had condensed the crystal python looked at Shi, Qishao and Kai with his cold eyes. That girl has already gone first. You guys are better off being buried with her. You should think a bit before deciding to take things for yourselves. In the small lake, some warriors were trying to destroy the purple stream barrier that the mountain and river seal had condensed. The others looked at Shi's group with an unfriendly attitude. That cheap girl. UWH*re. B*tsich. Kai Lao Li and Lao Luan gritted their teeth and cursed while their faces looked extremely odd. Aya had taken advantage of them without caring about their lives. She had spotted the opportunity and rushed to the corpse bridge, making them the target of other warriors. That was extremely vicious. The surrounding area couldn't destroy the purple stream that the mountain and river seal had created, and thus their rage was growing while their eyes shot out dazzling lights. The light seemed to resent that it couldn't devour and swallow them alive. The 3 people of Kai's group and the others brought up Aya's ancestors and cursed all of them. Qi Zhao's and Zhuasu's faces changed dramatically. They subconsciously moved backward next to Zhuashu while their eyes looked very serious. A miserable scream suddenly came up. A Nirvana realm warrior at the edge of the lake who was cruelly looking at Shi's group, was inadvertently blown away by the storm. In the storm, the warrior's body was broken into pieces while his internal organs were all torn apart. His death was extremely miserable. Scourge had arrived. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Those warriors who were at the edges of the lake increased the power of their defensive light to their peak. They moved towards the center of the lake to gather while continuing to concentrate their strength at the same time. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The warriors in this lake gritted their teeth and cursed, constantly striking the barrier that had been created by the mountain and river seal. Under the continuous impact of different kinds of secret treasures, that purple river seemed to be no longer able to resist as a crack started to gradually appear. Those secret treasures with extraordinary power continuously flew out from the third Sky Realm warriors. Splendid lights in those secret treasures shot out towards the purple stream and drilled into the first ancient corpse, striking away the purple lights which were hovering around that corpse. If it continued like this, the barrier that the mountain and river seal had created would soon be destroyed. Under the abundant power of those secret treasures, even if it were the sacred level mountain and river seal, its spiritual aura would be drained and would become a piece of wasted rock. Aya had risked one of her sacred level secret treasure to block everyone else, so that the upcoming disasters would engulf and kill them all. If her plan worked, then she could get the secret treasures, which vaguely appeared in the sky, for herself. She gave up the mountain and river seal, but she was still able to get more secret treasures. This had calculated everything very well. The mountain and river seal had Aya's intent domain and power. Her father is a second sky of spirit realm warrior. Hence it's not that easy to destroy the mountain and river seal. Kai gritted her teeth resentfully. This bitch is vicious indeed. If I knew it, I would have killed her earlier. The faces of Lao Li and Lao Lu darkened. We have also been deceived. At this time, Shi Yin suddenly looked at other warriors in the center of the lake, frowned and explained, as you have seen it, that girl has fooled us. Right now, everyone should not continue disputing anymore, but we should find a way to destroy this mountain and river seal. Shi Yin could see that these warriors were in a rage and had murderous intentions in their minds. If these warriors started to act crazy, even if he could protect himself, Qi Shao, Zhuoshi, and others wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, in order to avoid the case where those warriors decided to start a frenzy, he had to speak out. I will not fight against you for now. Wait until I am out of danger, then I will settle this with you. The warrior with the scarred face shouted with a cold face and then put his strength on bombarding the mountain and river seal. Prepare to cope with the incoming disasters. Shi Yin softly let out a sigh, nodded toward Qi Shao and Kai Yi, and reluctantly used the star shield. Countless spots of starlight burst out and covered his entire body. What? Star shield? In the small lake, a middle-aged man with a dry yellow face and a rugged beard looked at Shi Yin in surprise while his eyes flashed up with strange lights. He screamed out loud, "Little kid, you also belong to our god's sect." Shi Yin was stunned. In a short moment he didn't know what to say and just casually uttered, "What?" Chapter 398, The Northern Dipper Arrows. Chapter 398, The Northern Dipper Arrows. Little kid, you are one of the god sect's people? The middle-aged warrior, whose face was dry and yellow, looked at Shi Yin, shouted out loud while seeming to be excited. Shi Yin was startled for a while. As he was deep in the thought about how to defend against these disasters, he didn't understand what that man meant. So he casually asked, "What? Are you one of the divine radiant cult's people, little rascal?" That big man grunted. His attitude was much better than before. Before, when he had looked at Shi Yin, he had resented that he couldn't kill him. However, right now, although he still cursed him little rascal, he didn't seem to have any wicked intentions. Shi Yin suddenly understood. I come from the Endless Sea and I have the Star Martial Spirit. The three god sect in the Endless Sea is one branch of the god sect. So that's right. Without waiting for Shi Yin to finish his sentence, the man hurriedly screamed, "Come here. We need your star power. As long as you condense the Northern Dipper arrows and then integrate with my great sun power and moon power of Liu, we will be able to break the mountain and river seal's barrier." Beside him, a female warrior at the third sky of Sky Realm also nodded her head. This warrior named Liu of the Divine Radiant Cult looked ordinary. Her body was extremely skinny. Her face was a little pale as if she hadn't been exposed to the sun for a very long time. At the moment when she saw Shi Yin cast out the star shield, she was also a little startled. After realizing it was the star shield, she considered Shi Yin as her own family and also showed a better attitude on her face. Before seeing Shi Yin display the star shield, she had looked at Shi Yin with extreme, cold eyes. A person of the Divine Radiant Cult, Kai muttered with a low voice. Shi Yin was stunned. He thought for a while before he gently nodded. Walking over to Zhuoshi, he held her hand and took her to the center of the lake. Zhuoshi's eyes looked panicked. Her face was puzzled while Shi Yin was pulling her to the center of the lake. After a quick glance, Qi Shao and Zhuoshi looked very cheerful as they seemed to see through Shi Yin's mind. Zhuoshi was only in the disaster realm. She had the lowest cultivation base here. If she stayed at the edge of the lake, she might not be able to withstand those disasters. Although the magnetic field around the Silver Lake slowed down the disasters a lot, according to what was going on right now, the disasters would soon come over. Shi Yan took Wuxia to the center of the lake so that she could be the last to face those disasters. Perhaps by that time, the barrier that Aya had created might have been broken already. Thus, she could have a chance to climb to the sky, avoiding those disasters. Who is this girl? The warrior with a yellow face frowned and asked when he saw Shi Yan bringing Wuxia over. My wife. Shi Yan revealed a faint smile, kept his normal face and secretly held Wuxia's hand tightly. Wuxia originally had some resistance and secretly blamed Shi Yan. However, when she glanced at Qi Xiao and Zhusu and saw them let out a sigh of relief, she understood what was going on. Shi Yan wanted to protect her. Wuxia was moved a little bit and stopped struggling. Instead, she became well-behaved and obediently followed Shi Yan. After hearing Shi Yan say that Wuxia was his wife, those warriors from the Divine Radiant cult didn't say anything else. 5 of them even took the initiative to move to the side, leaving Shi Yan and Wuxia a small space. Do you know how to perform the Northern Dipper arrows? Liu asked. No, I don't. Shi Yan shook his head. How about using the star power to create star formation? Do you know them? Liu asked again. Star formation? Shi Yan's eyes brightened up. He nodded. I know how to perform it. Very good. Release it quick. Zhao Feng and I will take care of the rest. Hurry up, the warrior with a yellow face named Zhao Feng also hastily urged Shi Yan. In the center of the lake, the 2 strongest teams seemed to know the secret technique of the Divine Radiant cult. After hearing the Northern Dipper arrows and the star formation, their eyes all brightened up, and no one scolded Shi Yan anymore. They looked at Shi Yan with shining eyes. Under other people's scrutinizing looks, Shi Yan triggered his mind to activate the Star Martial Spirit, gathering a bunch of starlight dots. 7 groups of lights were formed above his head and then displayed themselves according to the formation of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. Is this right? Shi Yan asked with uncertainty. That's it. Zhao Feng displayed a cheerful face and burst into laughter. A surge of scorching flame energy flowed out from his body in the radiant lights. A beam of scorching sunlight flew out and drilled into the 7-star formation. At the same time, moonlight also spread out from Liu's body. This beam of light, which was like the shining moonlight, also flew out from her hands, infiltrating the 7 stars formation. Don't worry. We will take care of the rest. Liu told him in a carefree fashion. Shi Yan nodded. A group of sunlight, moonlight, and 7 groups of stars gathered in the 7 stars formation. Suddenly, a strong energy fluctuation stirred up, spreading out from the sunlight and the stars. This fluctuation and the 7 groups of stars that Shi Yan had released abruptly resonated. Under everyone's attentive looks, odd changes suddenly appeared on the 7 groups of stars that Shi Yan had released, turning them into a set of a bow and arrows. The sunlight from Zhao Feng and the moonlight of Liu merged to form a powerful arrow. That light arrow rode on the bow which had been created from the condensation of the starlight. The bow was elongated. A violent energy fluctuation suddenly flowed out from the bow. The starlight instantly integrated with the light arrow. This light arrow, which brought along the starlight, terrifyingly shot out towards the ancient corpses at the bottom. Boom! When the light arrow hit a corpse at the bottom, the purple lights which were wrapped around the ancient corpse broke instantly. The mountain and river seal suspended above everyone's head, and its power seemed to have been struck and scattered. The mountain and river seal darkened and couldn't maintain its purple river to keep overflowing. All kinds of secret treasures flew out and collided with that mountain and river seal. The mountain and river seal slightly shook in the air as its spiritual aura got empty, and it finally fell. We're good. Zhao Feng laughed out loud and shouted, We broke the barrier, so we must go first. Liu's face became cold. She looked at the warriors next to her and said, You should understand the rule. Go up. Zhao Feng stared at a divine radiant cult's warrior next to him as he shouted to urge him. Under Zhao Feng's gaze, this warrior suddenly woke up and hurriedly rushed towards the stone ladder. Shi Yan was startled and then quickly gave Wuxia a push. She staggeringly walked towards the corpse bridge and strenuously climbed while being shoved by the divine radiant cult's disciples. When Zhao Feng and Liu saw what Shi Yan did, they just slightly knitted their eyebrows but didn't say anything. In their hearts, since Shi Yan belonged to the Divine Radiant cult, he was like family. As his wife had a low cultivation base and moreover staying in the lake was the most dangerous thing right now, they didn't oppose to what he did. Shi Yan When Wuxia climbed halfway onto the corpse bridge, she suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but shout while looking at Zhuo Su and Qi Xiao in the distance. The disaster currently submerged Qi Xiao and the other people. Their entire bodies were now shining with dazzling lights as they were desperately struggling with miserable faces. Zhuo Shi couldn't just abandon her master and her grandfather. "Don't worry too much. You go up first, then we will talk later," Shi Yan shouted. The divine radiant cult behind Zhuo Shi also frowned and urged her. She then reluctantly continued to climb toward the top. Not long after that, all of the divine radiant cult warriors had climbed up. Zhao Feng and Liu simultaneously looked at Shi Yan and shouted together, "Hurry up! Little kid, don't waste others' time." What? Others are waiting for you." Zhao Feng stared at him. If it were somebody else, he would go right away. "You have the chance now, why are you hesitating?" The warriors of the other two teams had come close to the center of the lake. From a distance, Qi Xiao and the others were now submerged in the disasters. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as they seemed to resist strenuously. If he went up now, perhaps Qi Xiao and Zhuo Su would stay here forever. "I can wait for a while longer." Shi Yan sneered and moved backward. He looked at Zhao Feng and Liu and said, "You guys go first. I will catch up later." Zhao Feng and Liu were astonished and immediately scolded Shi Yan for not being wise. While muttering, the two of them stepped forward and then climbed on the stone ladder. "You too," Shi Yan shouted. "What else do you want?" "How troublesome," Zhao Feng angrily asked. "Please take care of my wife. We all come from the God sect. I will remember this favor," Shi Yan begged. Zhuo Shi had gone up, but he didn't know what was waiting for them up there. He couldn't be together with Zhuo Shi and was afraid that she would encounter some danger up there, so he could only beg Zhao Feng and Liu to help him take care of her. Zhao Feng coldly snorted and displayed an unhappy face. "Stinky little rascal, you are nonsense. If you don't come up here soon, you deserve to die because of your stupidity. There aren't many secret treasures, and if you are late, nothing will be left for you." While talking, Zhao Feng suddenly accelerated and gradually disappeared into the clouds. In the center of the lake, the other two powerful teams took advantage of this time and also went up to the corpse bridge, moving up along the bridge. Shi Yan suddenly turned his head and released the star shield. His entire body reddened. He then drilled into the center of the disasters. Lightning, flames, storms, and frost all swept over, covering the entire lake. These four strange forces which came from the four mountains seemed to have a terrifying destructive power that could break a variety of defense halos. The star shield produced crisp sounds under the effect of these four kinds of disasters, as if it could explode at any time. Under these four kinds of disasters, it was like Shi Yan was stuck in a deep pond of mud, walking staggeringly. At this time he knew what Qi Xiao and the others were facing. "Hey!" A crazy roar came up as different strange powers burst out from his body. Shi Yan was now like a mighty tiger rushing towards Zhuo Su and pulling him by one of his hands. Chapter 399, Lending a Helping Hand. Chapter 399, Lending a Helping Hand. Among everyone, Zhuo Su only had the third sky of Nirvana realm, and he had just reached this realm. He couldn't even be compared to Lao Li and Lao Luan. He was thus the weakest one. Under the invasion of the four kinds of disasters, Zhuo Su had to resist the hardest. His tattered clothes flashed up with blue lights. Under the impact of the four disasters, he seemed to have signs of being broken. With his cultivation base, it was hard for Zhuo Su to survive in these disasters. Shi Yan rushed forward as one of his hands pulled Zhuo Su's hand, shouted, and forcefully threw him out. A flow of strange power burst out. Shi Yan seemed to get infinite power at this moment. Although Zhuo Su was shrouded by four kinds of disasters, Shi Yan could still throw him out towards the center of the lake. At the center of the lake, warriors of other teams were getting on the corpse bridge. As soon as Zhuo Su landed at the center, he immediately followed these warriors to climb on the corpse bridge to the top without thinking too much. Qi Xiao had the second sky of Sky Realm cultivation base. Under the influence of the disasters, he still had a spare strength and was slowly moving towards the corpse bridge. After a quick glance, Shi Yan could see that even without external forces, he would still be safe. Shi Yan then made up his mind that it was not necessary to help Qi Xiao. While his body power skyrocketed, he walked step by step to the two brothers Lao Li and Lao Luan. Seeing Shi Yan coming, the two brothers were overjoyed while their eyes instantly brightened up. Although the two brothers were also the warriors of the Divine Radiant Cult, their realm was still slightly low, and they didn't have too many secret treasures. So, they were encountering difficulties when facing the disasters. When Shi Yin came, the two of them thanked him, looking grateful. At this time, the two brothers realized that Shi Yin was much better than Aya. The fact that he didn't abandon his team members really made their hearts moved. Go, Shi Yin shouted. His two hands shook, and vast energy fluctuations instantly burst out from his arm. Each of Shi Yan's hands carried one of them. He immediately entered the second sky of Rampage, and now felt that his entire body somehow had the power that could be compared to that of a mighty third sky of Sky Realm warrior. Shi Yin then forcefully swung his arms, and the two brothers, who were well prepared, flew away towards the center of the lake. By that time, Qi Xiao had also arrived in the center of the lake, and he was easily able to catch the two brothers and take them to the bridge. The two brothers didn't hesitate at all. Among the crowd, they hurriedly took the opportunity to climb on the corpse bridge. An anguished scream resounded from a warrior who was still at the edge of the lake. He was shrouded deeply in the disasters, but no one could rescue him. The defensive halo and his secret treasures couldn't withstand the damage caused by the four disasters. Once his power of defense disappeared, these four disasters would strike him to death, burn him to ashes, or the lightning would destroy his soul. He also could be shredded by the storm or be frozen by frost. Just like that, around 10 people had suffered tragic deaths because they couldn't get to the center of the lake to climb onto the corpse bridge. Shi Yin turned, gave a quick look, and realized that as long as warriors were in the range of 5 meters below the corpse bridge, they would not be affected by the four disasters. Qi Xiao was already there. The intensified smoke that was hovering around his body had also dissipated. He no longer needed to waste his power to resist the surrounding disasters. Slightly letting out a sigh of relief, Shi Yin strenuously moved to Kai Yi. At this moment, Kai Yi's clothes were all wet, and her appearance looked quite awkward. Sweat appeared on her white face. Her eyes were full of panic while she put out all of her strength in her body to deal with the four disasters. More than 10 ribbons were fluttering in Kai Yi's cuffs. Each of them flashed up with colorful lights and vaguely covered her entire body. Under the influence of these four disasters, she launched these ribbons and they exploded one by one. Every time a ribbon exploded, Kai Yi's face changed a little bit, showing an expression of panic. Each of those ribbons was Kai Yi's surviving defensive energy circle. Once these ribbons were all destroyed, Kai Yi would be exposed and then immediately bitten and swallowed by the four disasters without any bones remaining. Shi Yin coldly looked at her. A trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. Kai Yi and Aya were both difficult to control. Aya had succeeded in her tricks, which made him more vigilant. He subconsciously considered Kai Yi the same as Aya. He didn't know what would happen if he saved Kai Yi. Would this girl consider him as a target in her calculations in the future just like Aya? When they were at the bottom of the lake, he had seen Kai Yi's entire naked body and even violated her. Thus he believed that Kai Yi hated him to the core. With this hatred at heart, Kai Yi definitely would not be obedient in the future. Perhaps she would be like Aya, always thinking about dealing with him. With this thought, Shi Yin somehow didn't want to save her and thought of just letting her fend for herself. Shi Yin. Kai Yi suddenly screamed out loud with panic. You said that before we get out of the dark magnetic noxious mist, we are still companions. Do you remember your words? If you do, help me. Kai Yi aggressively looked at him. Her graceful face was filled with anxiety. Shi Yin hummed, then finally continued to use his hidden power, walking step by step towards her. I obviously remember. I'm not like that bitch Aya. If I say something, I will do it. Standing next to Kai Yi, he stretched out his hand, grabbing her thin waist, and used the starlight to cover her body to help her resist the four disasters. Being grabbed at her waist, Kai Yi looked restrained. Her body slightly trembled. She bowed her head, gently took a deep breath and said with a low voice, You have helped me this time. I will remember this. The last time when we were in the lake and you violated me, I will consider it as if nothing ever happened. Shi Yin was surprised. The refreshing fragrance of Kai Yi's body struck his nose. His arm wrapped around her waist, feeling the amazing vibration. His heart shook as he suddenly remembered the fluttering scene in that lake, and couldn't suppress the capricious feelings inside. Go quickly. Kai Yi saw him dumbstruck all of a sudden but didn't know what he was thinking. Hence, she hastily shouted. Shi Yin woke up, nodded and said with a grin, No worries. This lake has a huge impact on these disasters. It has significantly weakened the power of the flames and lightning. Otherwise, not many people could have resisted them so long. Now that I have decided to save you, you will be safe and sound. After talking, he wrapped his arms around her waist and suddenly shouted. Various kinds of energies then burst out. A horrifying mountain-like momentum broke out from his body. Under the impact of different types of forces, Shi Yan's strength became intimidating. Even the power of those little starlight spots covering his body also seemed to be enhanced. An intensive cluster of those starlight spots faintly formed a wonderful star diagram. The tremendous powers of flames, storms, lightning, and frost massively approached and fell on that star diagram. But as soon as they fell on it, they triggered the star diagram, which instantly shot out many beams of starlight. Starlight and the four disasters collided with each other, splashing countless more energy spots. Under the defensive star shield, Shi Yan was safe and sound. Making use of his sturdy body, he dragged Kai Yi step by step towards the corpse bridge. At this time, Qi Xiao had already reached the corpse bridge and was climbing to the top. Seeing Shi Yan coming, Qi Xiao displayed a cheerful face, nodded towards him and said, "Good boy." Shi Yan revealed a smile and brought Kai Yi to the safe area. His momentum suddenly soared, and violent energy fluctuations burst out from his body. When other warriors who were pushing and shoving saw Shi Yan coming, they could feel the powerful fluctuations rising from his body. Their eyes changed and they immediately backed down obediently. "Let's go," Shi Yan hummed as he calmly went through these warriors, let Kai Yi get on the corpse bridge first, and then followed her steps, stepping on the first corpse of the bridge. Under Shi Yan's protection, Kai Yi quickly climbed to the top. Her long legs moved up and down, dazzling Shi Yan, who was below her. He couldn't prevent himself from having a strong lust. Not good. Shi Yan felt cold at heart as he was immediately aware that this negative emotion had begun to spread slowly. Previously, he had collected warriors' dead bodies and had absorbed a lot of auras from those warriors who had just died. The auras this time were much richer than before, and they kept pouring into his body and only stopped when he could barely bear it anymore. 720 acupuncture points in his body began to take in the negative emotions, which then slowly outflowed and affected his mind, enlarging his inner evil side and his original instinct. This time, his acupuncture points absorbed the auras, which were more vigorous than before. Thus, the negative emotions were also much more violent than in the past. In the battle that was still raging, once all of the negative emotions burst out, he would probably go out of control. If he fell into the possessed by the devil state, perhaps he wouldn't be able to differentiate enemies and friends and would end up killing all the creatures that he saw. Destructive lust was the most wicked side of humanity, and the source of demons. This time, when that lust burst out, he was afraid that his tough mind wouldn't be able to control it. He didn't know what would happen in the next second. Maybe even Zhuosu and Zhuoshur would be destroyed as well. The only way to stop this violent madness seemed to be releasing that desire to alleviate its impact. However, in the present situation, how could he have enough time to release it? Who could give him that amount of time? Shi Yan's eyes were burning up and stuck on Kai Yi's mesmerizing sweaty body. When he looked at her butt and beautiful legs, the lust inside him was getting stronger. On one hand, it was the ruthless desire to kill. On the other hand, he had to find a girl to give vent to. These two options placed him in a dilemma. Either option didn't seem to be suitable in the current situation. If he was really in the possessed by the devil state and he released his infinite evil power, he was afraid that the final consequence would go beyond his control. He didn't want to be out of control. Struggling within his heart, he tried to control himself without looking at Kai Yi, who was above him, or having thoughts about anything which could provoke the lust in his mind. Gritting his teeth and displaying a ferocious face, Shi Yan followed Kai Yi and quickly moved to the area where the two rivers interweaved. Chapter 400, Out of Control. Chapter 400, Out of Control. Choices. There was always a choice, but these two options were not what Shi Yan wanted. No matter what choice he made, neither seemed suitable for this occasion. The best choice would be that he would not be affected by these negative emotions. However, Shi Yan clearly knew that every time the negative emotions burst out, one of his evil sides would be amplified infinitely. Even with his perseverance, it was difficult to resist the demon state and maintain his consciousness. The torrential negative power overflowed uncontrollably from the acupuncture points in his body. This negative power was absorbed into his body, penetrating his veins, bones, blood, and affecting his sea of consciousness, seeming to control his state of mind. With this choice, he gradually lost himself as he began to breathe heavily. His eyes slowly became red, showing a strong sense of violent madness. Boom! When he stomped his foot, a violent force poured into the ancient corpse under it. The ancient corpses that had been stepped on exploded one by one under his feet and then turned into blocks of flesh with blood dripping down on the lake below. Boom, boom, boom. Every time he stamped his feet, the ancient corpses that were being trampled on shattered into pieces and fell. The corpse bridge below his upper body began to break. The ancient corpse bodies began to tear in half. They didn't seem to have any other strength to support the bridge as they suddenly started falling. The remaining warriors who were stepping on those ancient corpses screamed miserably and fell together with those corpses. Shuryan stomped his feet on the warriors who were below him, and all of them fell into the small lake. Their bone-chilling screams came up with horror. Kai and the other people who were still on the corpse bridge bowed their heads to look down and then all displayed looks of terror. Shuryan had completely cut off the path of the warriors behind him. The warriors that fell into the lake were instantly shrouded by the four disasters. They all threw a trace of despair on their faces and hatred in their eyes for Shuryan. Unfortunately, Shuryan was out of control and didn't look down. His eyes were burning red while he turned his face, ignoring the screams of those warriors, and continued to move up along the corpse bridge. The painful screams were quickly silenced. The remaining warriors all had low cultivation bases. It had been difficult for them to come close to the corpse bridge as the four disasters had drained almost all of their strength. As they fell into the lake again, their strength apparently couldn't resist the disasters. They were completely engulfed by the disasters. Not long after, the warriors were killed. The four disaster quickly invaded them and thus, not even blood was left of them. Shuryan unconsciously didn't know what was going on below as he was still breathing heavily and kept climbing to the top of the corpse bridge while his two eyes were bloodshot. At the weaving points of the two galaxies, ancient corpses were floating up and down. Mysterious ancient formations were engraved on their chests. The center of each formation seemed to have a secret treasure as a power source. These ancient corpses with secret treasures on their chests were crazily attacking the warriors. The people of Zhaofeng's and Li Wei's groups were competing for the secret treasures on those ancient corpses. Other warriors were also launching their attacks to snatch the secret treasures. Once a corpse was killed, the secret treasure on its chest would separate from its body. At that time, all warriors would desperately fight with each other for that secret treasure. Zhuosher stood aside as she didn't dare to get involved in this fight. She just watched those warriors attack and kill each other for the secret treasures in amazement. After getting up to the top and having a quick glance at this cruel battle, Zhuosu then stood together with Zhuosher and told her not to take any actions nor attract any attention from others. Zhuosher understood and was obedient. She just watched but didn't get involved. She determinedly kept herself safe. The place where she was standing was actually very secure. The warriors all came up here because of those secret treasures. If she didn't show the scramble for those secret treasures, other warriors would not consider her their threat nor pay attention to her. After having climbed up here, Qishao and the two brothers Laoli also stepped to the side where Zhuosher was standing. However, different from Zhuosher, the two brothers Laoli revealed a trace of desire on their faces while they looked at the secret treasures on those ancient corpses. So, do you want them? Laoli waited for Qishao to come closer and asked with a cheerful face, should we take action? Qishao took a deep breath, watching this cruel battle. He slightly shook his head and said, wait a moment. Shuryan will come up soon and then we will discuss this. The two brothers Laoli both nodded at the same time. The water here was very strange. It was next to the crowd but no one was aware of it. People thought that it was just an illusion and had no influence on them. It was a flat layer of stones under their feet. This land emitted white lights which were constantly floating like a small boat. Most of the warriors who came up here were at the Sky Realm. There were 20 of them. Most of the Sky Realm warriors were getting involved in this battle, making the situation extremely dangerous. If any of them were careless, they would come to a desolate fate. Although Qishao had the second Sky of Sky Realm cultivation base in this area, it was not something special. There were 6 third Sky of Sky Realm warriors, 10 second Sky of Sky Realm warriors, and most of the remaining ones were at the first Sky of Sky Realm. Except for the two brothers Laoli, there were another 2/3 Sky of Nirvana Realm warriors. Zhuosher was the only one at the Disaster Realm. Kai also got up there quickly. After having a quick look at the current situation, she then quietly walked over to Qishao and the others and said with a solemn face and a low voice, I think there is something wrong with Shuryan. What? Qishao, Laoli, Zhuosher, and the others asked at the same time, what do you mean? I am not sure. Kai shook her head while her face was very weird. I feel that he fears of being possessed by the devil. Possessed by the devil? Everyone's face changed. He has very strong energy waves, but he seems to have lost his mind. He was full of violent, murderous aura, as if he wanted to destroy everything. I don't know how or why he is in this state. When I was above him, I could feel that he wanted to kill me. The feeling was extremely terrible. After hearing these words, Qi Xiao and the others were all horrified as they looked at the direction of the corpse bridge altogether. A very strong evil aura burst out there first. That evil aura had the thick smell of blood, as if it was soaked in the sea of blood, which gave people a feeling of extreme danger. In that strong evil aura, Shurien with his red eyes gradually appeared. Looking at his eyes for a while, Qi Xiao, Zhuosher, Kai, and the others were all agitated. It seemed like their sea of consciousness was affected, bringing out a violent, destructive lust as well. A trace of violence, craziness, and bloodthirst came out from Shurien's dark red pupils. At this moment, Shurien was not normal indeed. He was like a ferocious ghost drilled out from hell that resented that he couldn't tear all creatures apart. Now, he looked even much more terrifying than the strongest beasts they had encountered in the dark magnetic noxious mist before. Not good. Qi Xiao's face changed dramatically. He screamed in fear, "I fear that Shurien has really fallen in the possessed by the devil state. I don't know what this kind of state will cause. Let's go there and check." Zhuosher was in a little bit of a panic and subconsciously wanted to go next to Shurien to ask him what had happened. "Little Shur, don't go." Qi Xiao hastily grabbed her and said, "When Shurien is in this state, he doesn't have his consciousness. If you come close to him, perhaps you will become his first target. Don't go. But if he keeps being like this, it will be hazardous." Zhuosher struggled a little bit and knew that she couldn't get out of Qi Xiao's shackle. She couldn't help but shout, "Shurien, what happened to you? How can we help you?" Kai and Zhuosu also looked at Shurien, waiting for him to answer. "Howl?" Shurien suddenly let out a horrifying roar which was not like a human. A flow of endless evil aura along with this roar spread throughout the battle area. All the warriors' sea of consciousness shook violently. The two brothers Laoli's bodies were strongly agitated. Zhuoshu's body was the same, trembling in shock. Blood flowed out from his eyes while his face revealed an extreme expression of fear. The other two Nirvana Realm warriors were the same as the two brothers Laoli. Blood flowed out from their eyes and they had to sit down on the ground. Shurien let out a loud roar which was full of violent, fierce power. This evil aura kept increasing and affecting all warriors. The sea of consciousness of the Nirvana Realm warriors could hardly control their minds. Thus, that evil aura hit their sea of consciousness directly and stirred it up, and at this time their sockets bled. On the contrary, although Zhuosher's face was pale, she was still safe and sound. As her sea of consciousness hadn't formed yet, she didn't suffer the impact of Shurien's evil aura. That was why the minds of the two brothers Laoli, who were at the Nirvana Realm, were damaged but hers wasn't. The eyes of Kai and Qi Xiao, the two Sky Realm warriors, also changed dramatically. They hurriedly suppressed the fluctuations of their sea of consciousness, using all of their strength to prevent them from being affected by Shurien's impact. After Shurien's roar, the Sky Realm warriors from the Divine Land who were still fighting, stopped suddenly with shock and all looked at Shurien. "Stinky boy, what are you doing?" Zhaofeng's face darkened. He suddenly shouted out loud, "Don't scare people. You are possessed by the devil now. Do you really want to kill yourself? Kid, quickly hold your breath and meditate. Sit at one place and do not move. Put all of your strength to control your mind. Don't think too much." Liwa's eyes flickered, looking at Shurien from a distance. She then spoke up, "Zhaofeng, that method you just said is useless for him. This kind of possessed by the devil state is not caused by cultivation but the will of depravity. With this kind of possessed by the devil state, it is not easy for him to restore himself just by meditation. I am afraid that this guy has cultivated some evil technique which has led to some variations that now have affected his mind. This situation is difficult to reverse." "Ah!" Zhaofeng screamed and blankly looked at Shurien without knowing what he should do for now. Chapter 401, Rampage. Chapter 401, Rampage. Be careful with this guy. He has become crazy already. Don't stay too close to him. The middle-aged warrior with a scarred face snorted coldly and said impatiently, "At this time, if he really wants to die, I don't mind fulfilling his wish." While he was talking, his eyes were cold as he was observing Shurien aggressively. He looked like he wanted to finish Shurien once and for all. It was unknown if it was that warrior's hostility that drew Shurien's attention or not, but he let out a loud roar and fiercely looked at everyone. His crazy, bloodthirsty eyes suddenly gazed at that middle-aged warrior. "What are you staring at? Do you want to die? That warrior revealed a cold, disdainful smile. What's good about bedevilment? After all, you're only at the Nirvana realm. Since you want to die, I will satisfy your wish. Tuku, this kid's a disciple of our divine radiant cult. If you touch him, I will not forgive you, shouted Zhao Feng. He's insane. You want to cover a madman? That middle-aged warrior with a scarred face, whose name was Tuku, revealed a cold countenance as he contemptuously ridiculed. This kind of person doesn't have a firm willpower. In this critical time, he let himself fall into bedevilment. I am afraid that even when he wakes up, he will not be of much use. You shouldn't care for him. Howl? However, at this point in time, Shi Yan roared once again. He now looked like a crazy beast. His entire body poured out a white mist while rushing towards Tuku. Tuku wore a cold face as he sneered. Want to die? Tuku, don't do anything rash, Zhao Feng shouted. This guy is our divine radiant cult's disciple. Dealing with him means dealing with the divine radiant cult. If you dare to kill him, I will not forgive you. Since when has Pure Land been scared of the divine radiant cult? Tuku laughed strangely. Seeing Shi Yan rushing over, Tuku pulled out a corpse next to him, which he had captured and tied up. The body of this ancient corpse, which had lost its secret treasure, was badly damaged and had no power remaining in it. After a blow from Tuku, a beam of blood-like light suddenly poured into the ancient corpse. The ancient corpse dashed toward Shi Yan. On the way, the bloody flesh body of the ancient corpse fell off, leaving only a skeleton. Under the repulsive force, the skeleton of the corpse abruptly burst out. Its hard, thick, long bones turned into a stream of blood, splashing on Shi Yan's body. Clatter. The sound of metal collision came from Shi Yan's chest. Sharp, bloody bones pierced at his body, which was like bombarding a hard stone. Light spurted out from Shi Yan's chest. His clothes were torn down, but his skin remained undamaged. Tuku squinted while his face revealed a glimpse of fright. Zhao Feng, Liu and others were also dumbstruck, looking at Shi Yan with disbelief in their eyes. Tuku had the third sky of Sky Realm cultivation base. Pure Land's secret martial techniques were famous for strange and aggressive features. This method of using a warrior's bones as attacking spears was called Variant Fleshbone Spear, which was terrifyingly intimidating. Ordinary secret defensive treasures could barely resist it. Although Shi Yan faced that fierce blood spear stabbing force with only his sturdy body, his whole body was totally unharmed. That gave the other people a bone-chilling and panicked feeling. Is this kid even a human? How come this guy's body could be even mightier than typical beasts? The crowd couldn't help but have this thought in their minds. They all looked at Shi Yan with frightened eyes. They subconsciously took one step backward, scared that Shi Yan in the bedevilment state would consider them as prey. Ha ha ha, Tuku, you couldn't do it. Zhao Feng was about to lend a hand to Shi Yan. But when he saw he was still safe, he suddenly became happy and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It looks like your Pure Land secret techniques cannot compare to our divine radiant cults. This disciple didn't even use a secret treasure, and your variant fleshbone spear still couldn't harm him. It really makes me doubt if Pure Land has an unearned reputation. Liu also showed a contemptuous smile and said, well, despite having such high reputation, Pure Land seems to exaggerate their fame. From what I've witnessed today, it turns out to be just banal. The faces of Tuku and the other Pure Land's warriors were all pale while their eyes became gloomy. At this time, Shi Yan once again roared loudly as he crazily dashed towards Tuku. A bunch of starlight spots flashed out from his chest. It seemed that he was enhancing his defensive power. Like a beam of starlight, Shi Yan zoomed over and instantly appeared in front of Tuku. Terrible soul fluctuations flowed out from his red eyes. Just with a look at Shi Yan, Tuku's sea of consciousness was strongly stirred up. He had a feeling of being submerged in an endless sea of blood and besieged by many ancient corpses. This kid's eyes can shoot out mind attacks. Be careful. A third Sky of Sky Realm warrior suddenly shouted when he saw Tuku revealing a trace of unconsciousness. Tuku's eyes instantly restored to their normal state. He felt his blood was chilled while his sturdy body twisted like a snake. His bones then produced a loud sound which constantly reverberated inside of his body. His bones burst out like fried beans popping. When the sound echoed from inside his body, Tuku's body suddenly emitted a dark green halo. This halo was like some kind of liquid covering his entire body. This dark green light was a little devilish. Amongst the misty drizzle, there seemed to be a malicious spirit lodging in his body. Waiting for Shi Yan to rush over, this green liquid quickly opened and turned into 3 green spooky ghost claws, which then stretched out and snatched him. Dark green ghost hand. Tuku sneered coldly and opened his mouth, spitting out a bunch of lights, which divided into 3 and went into the claws separately. The 3 ghost claws, under the lights from his mouth, exposed 3 green eyes that looked like ferocious ghosts from hell, peeping into the human world and spreading out icy green lights. A soul-devouring thought spread out and directly infiltrated Shi Yan's sea of consciousness through his red eyes. You dare. Zhao Feng roared angrily and couldn't help but finally take action. He launched a bunch of scorching sun god lights towards Tuku. In the divine light, people could vaguely see the sun nourishing all creatures. Those creatures could survive and reproduce under the sunlight. Another Pure Land warrior grunted, leaped up and instantly appeared next to Tuku. A round drum flew out from his sleeves. As soon as the drum emerged, it bulged and produced a dull thumping sound. Under the impact of that drum sound, creatures which appeared in the god light seemed to be destroyed one by one, leaving no trace. The intent domain lodged in the sun god light was smashed down. The intimidation of the sun god light also reduced significantly. That warrior took the opportunity to launch a blow. 5 different lights from the round drum flashed up and disappeared, instantly shooting towards the sun god light and destroying its power. Crack crack. Tuku's 3 ghost claws had now grabbed Shi Yan's neck. The devil claws were as sharp as knives, mercilessly pressing Shi Yan's throat, releasing a creepy sound. As soon as Qi Shao, Kai Yi, and the others saw Shi Yan encountering danger, they immediately rushed over, attempting to help him confront the enemy. The 2 brothers also shouted. They seemed to have some kind of divine power as the gloves on their hands released a fierce, torrential intent domain, striking toward the group of the Pure Lands warriors. The 3 ghost claws squeezed Shi Yan's neck even more tightly. Although there was a horrifying sound, his neck wasn't torn apart and remained unscathed. The dark green ghost hand revealed the ghost eyes staring at Shi Yan's red eyes. A cold, evil god power penetrated his sea of consciousness, attempting to make him unable to control his body or form an effective defensive force. Wailing. Shi Yan roared crazily. A bunch of blood-red lights burst out from his red eyes. An intent domain of destruction, violence, and bloodshed jumped directly into the ghost eyes of the 3 ghost claws. Those 3 ghost eyes exploded one by one, and the intent domain inside the ghost eyes that came from Tuku was fragmented. Right after that, Tuku's body was also affected by that evil intent domain. His face suddenly changed as a small stream of blood light flashed up in his eyes. Shi Yan swung his arms, which now had a purple hue. Violent power spewed out and aggressively shrouded the 3 dark green ghost hands. Bang bang bang. The 3 dark green ghost hands condensed by Tuku all burst open, turning into many green dots of light which then dissipated into heaven and earth. How can it be? Tuku subconsciously screamed out loud. You are only at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. How can you break the dark green ghost hands that I have condensed? Impossible. Tuku shouted while his face finally revealed a glimpse of fright. He hurriedly stepped backward. Shi Yan's figure wiggled a little bit. A huge purple-red fist suddenly appeared on Tuku's right side and fiercely hit him. This kind of power was like a surging tide, bringing along the intent domain of destruction, bloodthirst, and craziness, that instantly poured into Tuku's body. When this horrifying energy struck his body, an explosive sound resonated from Tuku's body. His ribs even protruded out of his skin. Tuku screamed tragically. Blood kept flowing out like a river from his left hip. In his screams, Tuku looked like he was encountering devils and hurriedly dodged away in panic, not daring to face Shi Yan anymore. He was terrified. A few warriors who were surrounding and watching them wore a frightened look. Their eyes were glued on Shi Yan in fright. Although Shi Yan was only at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm, which was 1 full level lower than Tuku, he could still injure Tuku severely. What kind of situation was this? Shi Yan, you're really powerful. Lao Li burst into laughter. An arrogant divine power flowed around his body. Together with his brother Lao Luan, he was dealing with a 1st sky of Sky Realm warrior of Pure Land who was now covered in blood. It seemed that this warrior didn't have even the slightest resistance left. Shi Yan fought with a warrior who was 1 complete level higher than him and defeated his opponent. Zwisher's eyes sparked strange lights. Seeing Shi Yan, who was in his bedevilment, display his intimidation, her heart was moved a little bit as she felt that Shi Yan somehow had an unspeakable evil charm in this state. Chapter 402, Mistaken. Chapter 402, mistaken. 10 ancient corpses were floating in the galaxy. Each of them had an ancient formation, the center of which was inlaid with a secret treasure. After Shiyan had attacked Tuku, the divine radiant cult's members Xiaofeng and Li Yue, after hesitating a little bit, both dashed toward the Pure Land's warriors to take action. The fight between the divine radiant cult and the Pure Land affected most of the other warriors. Seeing Shiyan gazing crazily at Tuku, Qishao, Kai Laoli, and the others were afraid that the Pure Land's warriors would join forces to kill him. Thus they also rushed up and stared at those warriors. Pure Land had only 2/3 Sky of Sky Realm warriors. Tuku was shrouded by Shiyan's attack as he was exhaustedly struggling to deal with Shiyan's pursuit. The other 1/3 Sky of Sky Realm warrior was besieged by the unity of Xiaofeng and Li Yue and was strenuously resisting the opponent's attack. The strength of Xiaofeng and the other divine radiant cult's warriors were not inferior to that of the Pure Land's warriors. Together with the power of Qishao, Kai Laoli, and the others, the divine radiant cult had gained the upper hand. At this moment, Pure Land's warriors kept screaming. Other warriors stood aside to watch them. When they saw the divine radiant cult and the Pure Land fighting with each other, they were a little hesitant, but tried to avoid the fight and continued to deal with the ancient corpses. If those ancient corpses were not destroyed, the secret treasures on their chests would not fall, and thus they would not be able to obtain those secret treasures. These people had joined together to deal with ancient corpses because of those secret treasures. Unless those treasures fell out of the corpses, they would not attack each other. However, once the secret treasures fell from the corpses, these warriors would then immediately fight against each other. Every time anyone was lucky enough to get a secret treasure, that person would be extremely happy, hurriedly storing it in his storage ring, keeping guard together with his fellows to prevent someone from stealing it. The situation was unbearably chaotic. The only people that were not affected by this fierce battle were grandfather Zhuosu and his niece, Zhuoshu. When Shiyan let out a roar, Zhuoshu's sea of consciousness trembled and his mind was damaged. He knew that his realm was not high enough, and thus he would be easily defeated in the hands of those Sky Realm warriors. Hence, he didn't make a move to get those secret treasures. Moreover, he was worried for Zhuoshu's safety as well, afraid that the fight might spread to her. Thus he decided to stay back to help protect her. In the fierce battle, once Zhuosu and Zhuoshu saw the danger coming, they would immediately create a few phantoms. Then, with the help of these illusory phantoms, they could escape from the risk at ease. They didn't seek for merit but safety. Zhuosu and Zhuoshu used all means to make sure that they were unharmed. Everyone's goal was the secret treasures on the ancient corpses. When those warriors saw Zhuosu and Zhuoshu weren't showing desire nor had any action to prevent them from taking the secret treasures, they left Zhuosu and Zhuoshu in peace, which helped the two of them become the safest ones in this place. Shiyan was still in his bedevilment state as he was being covered with a violent, crazy, and bloodthirsty aura. His whole body hovered around in a thick white layer of mist in which there seemed to be substantial fluctuations. Anyone who came close to him would be instantly affected by this negative power, and that person's sea of consciousness would become a mess. Zhuosu quietly observed and realized that wherever Shiyan passed, the warriors who were fighting there all tried to avoid him. For those who didn't avoid him, if the white mist hovering around Shiyan's body touched their bodies, their sockets would redden, and their faces then wore a wild, bloodthirsty expression. Not only was he under the bedevilment state, but he could also pull other people into this kind of craziness. The thick white mist was filled with negative feelings enough for a regular warrior to instantly become the most ferocious beast. That warrior would lose his mind and would not even spare his companions next to him. Zhuosu was secretly aghast as he understood deeper about Shiyan. He strictly warned Zhuoshu that before he restored his consciousness, she absolutely must not get close to Shiyan to avoid being affected by his negative emotions. Zhuoshu grinned and didn't care. She just curiously looked at Shiyan while her eyes flickered with strange and excited lights. The one most filled with regret in the field was Tuku. He was hit on his left hip by Shiyan's bombardment. A violent, bloodthirsty force penetrated his body, breaking some of his ribs as well. Right now, that violent, bloodthirsty evil force still stayed inside his body and was slaughtering freely, which prevented him from using his full strength. In this state, although Tuku still had spare power to launch his strikes, many martial techniques of the Pure Land couldn't destroy Shiyan's body after hitting it hard. They couldn't stop Shiyan even just a bit. Shiyan's body was trembling as the coercive power of his body was like tens of thousands of galloping horses. At this moment, regardless of the defense force of his body or the burst of his body's energy, they both reached a level that he had never achieved. Under the bedevilment state, his strength seemed to become easier to urge. When various types of mysterious martial techniques engraved in his mind were cast out, not only were they not influenced by the state of bedevilment, but they also had a massive increase in effect. His normal power was already incredible, but the bursting power had become more perfect and terrifying when it was released from his hands. The second sky of Rampage, the state of bedevilment, and all kinds of power perfectly burst out. Tuku now realized that he had mistaken Shurien. Although Shurien was clearly at the third sky of Nirvana realm, his momentum suddenly skyrocketed. His frantic, evil energy torrentially flowed in his body together with different surging spirits which were enough to affect a person's mind. Whether it was a physical attack or mind invasion, Tuku couldn't bear either of them. He had used all kinds of secret techniques but couldn't harm Shurien's body. On the contrary, he was too frustrated under Shurien's attack that the situation had become more and more unfavorable to him. Zhao Feng. Tuku avoided Shurien's attack as quick as electricity and couldn't help but shout, "Is this kid really a disciple of the Divine Radiant cult? I knew that the Divine Radiant cult had a few extraordinary saplings, but I have never heard of this guy." Humph. Zhao Feng showed a trace of disdain, coldly sneered. The Divine Radiant cult's internal situation is much more profound than you can imagine. The occasional appearance of one or two outstanding young guys is normal. The Pure Land ancestors also had this kind of metamorphosis. Unfortunately, those people haven't entered the dark magnetic noxious mist yet. You have provoked the fight this time, so just consider it as the misfortune you have to bear. Zhao Feng revealed a cold sneer again, and then, together with Li Wei, he rushed over to another third sky of Sky Realm warrior of the Pure Land to bombard indiscriminately. Facing the unity of these two people, this third sky of Sky Realm warrior looked extremely strained as he didn't have any way to take the initiative in the offense. He could only use some defensive methods to deal with Zhao Feng and Li Wei. In this chaotic situation, a few people who were affected by Shurien's negative emotions slowly moved toward Shurien for an unknown reason, as if they were controlled by some evil force. Moreover, they were compelled to unite with Shurien. Following Shurien's moves, they rushed toward Tuku, starting to besiege and attack him. Although these people only had the first sky of Sky Realm cultivation base, they were not afraid of death and didn't take into account their casualties. They were even willing to sacrifice their own lives to fight and kill Tuku for Shurien. A tall and mighty warrior, who had red eyes like Shurien's, crazily roared and howled, took the opportunity when Tuku dodged to move to his side, and then tightly shackled him. Bang bang bang. A tremendous thundering sound came up from that warrior. Numerous lightning bolts shot out from his entire body and quickly wrapped around Tuku. Tuku suddenly paled. He shouted, "Get out!" A piece of fish scale-shaped light came out from Tuku's body. That thin piece was dark blue and extremely sharp, bombarded the warrior. In a short time, the warrior's body was full of blood splashing everywhere. Even his skin and flesh were split open and cut into pieces. However, in this situation, this warrior still didn't let go of his opponent. He continued to hug Tuku tightly without the fear of death. He seemed to be ready to sacrifice his own life. Shurien took this opportunity to take action. Another warrior whose eyes were also red stayed behind that warrior. He also rushed toward Tuku and wrapped around Tuku from behind, increasing the pressure to prevent Tuku from forcefully struggling. Shurien gasped for breath while his eyes were flooded with evil lights. He didn't say a word and instantly appeared in front of Tuku. Shurien raised his arms. In this critical time, the life and death seal merged into one and quickly flew out toward Tuku. His life and death seal flashed up and disappeared, penetrating his head. Tuku's eyes became dull. His face had a painful look. It seemed that he was struggling hard, wanting to chase out the evil forces invading his head. Boom boom. Two earth-shaking explosive sounds came up from inside of Tuku's head. His head was like a watermelon being pounded forcefully on the ground and then bursting out. A mix of brain and blood suddenly splashed out. And just like that, Tuku, the third sky of Sky Realm warrior, was killed by Shurien. Even his head had exploded. Many warriors who were still fighting for the secret treasures couldn't help but raise their heads to look when hearing the explosion. Their faces all changed as their eyes flooded with fear. Shurien, who had just killed Tuku, still had red eyes and was dashing over to the nearest warrior in an attempt to kill him too. It was another warrior in the center of the lake, who also had the third sky of Sky Realm cultivation base. The next chosen victim had just killed an ancient corpse, took the secret treasure whose shape was like both knife and fork and put it into his storage ring. He was laughing and cheerfully shouting, Sacred level secret treasure. Sacred level secret treasure. Aha, this trip was worth it. This trip was worth it. While laughing, his two eyes flickered with divine lights. He then looked around to find another target to continue to snatch the secret treasure off it. However, at this time he looked in Shiyan's direction. Shiyan's eyes were still red as a bunch of blood-red lights shot out from his sockets. The blood lights were 3 meters long or so. They were like two flows of scarlet blood floating out from his eyes, bringing people a feeling of terror.